wherever the story is. We're going to take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Hi, I'm Diane Macedo. Today on ABC News Live, first, the shutdown showdown. House Speaker McCarthy's under the gun as hardline Republicans block a defense spending bill. Why he's struggling to find the votes from his own party. A deadly overdose at a daycare. The new federal charges after a 1-year-old died of fentanyl exposure. Where the drugs were reportedly stored and why prosecutors are calling this case unconscionable. Fortnite refunds, how to find out if you're eligible for money back after a huge government settlement against the video game. And the fairy tale ending for a rising star, how this genie is granting a big wish. But first, the clock is ticking down to a potential government shutdown. Here's a live look at Capitol Hill, where Speaker McCarthy is facing another setback. Hardline Republicans are blocking a defense spending bill from advancing as McCarthy struggles to get enough votes from his own party. Senior congressional correspondent Rachel Scott is on Capitol Hill with the latest.
With the clock ticking, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy facing increasing pressure to unite his party and avert a government shutdown.
I don't think it's right that government shuts down, and that's why I'm doing everything in my power to make sure that doesn't happen.
But the rebellion within his own ranks leaves McCarthy in a perilous situation. Some even calling him a weak speaker, threatening to oust him.
Kevin McCarthy would never put anything above his own power and his own ambition. He's not just an ineffective leader, but a morally bankrupt one.
It's the biggest test for the speaker since the debt ceiling showdown, with members of his own caucus demanding deeper spending cuts and stricter border policies, both non-starters for the Democrats in the Senate.
Slapdash, because it's not a serious proposal for avoiding a shutdown.
The Republican proposal doesn't include any of the $24 billion the White House is requesting for Ukraine. McCarthy preparing to meet with Zelensky tomorrow, making no promises.
Will you commit to another round of funding for Ukraine?
Is Zelensky elected to Congress? Is he our president? I don't think I have to commit anything.
If the government does shut down, more than 4 million government workers could lose pay, including some military troops and members of law enforcement. Money would run out for disaster relief, and 10,000 children would lose access to Head Start. With time running out, some Republicans now begging the hard-right members of their party to reverse course.
We came here and we took an oath when the 118th Congress began to do the people's work and to govern. And right now, we have certain individuals holding that work hostage.
And Diane, the clock is ticking. Congress has just 11 days to avert a government shutdown. Pretty much every Democrat and Republican you talk to here on Capitol Hill wants to avoid this entirely, but they cannot figure out how to come together on a solution to do it. Diane.
Senior congressional correspondent Rachel Scott, thank you. And Attorney General Merrick Garland is set to appear before the House Judiciary Committee today. He's testifying for the first time since the special counsels he appointed indicted former President Trump and President Biden's son Hunter. House Republicans have long accused Garland of weaponizing the Justice Department against Trump. Today, they're expected to make the case that prosecutors have been too lenient on Hunter Biden, who's facing federal gun charges. And a New York City daycare owner is now facing federal drug charges after police say a 1-year-old died from exposure to fentanyl. Officials say they found a kilo of fentanyl stored on top of children's play mats at Divino Nino Daycare in the Bronx. 3 other children who were exposed are now recovering after being treated with Narcan. In addition to the drug charges, daycare operator Gray Mendez and tenant Carlisto Acevedo Brito are charged with murder. Gray has entered a plea of not guilty. Brito is awaiting arraignment. Both are being held without bail, and police are still looking for Mendez's husband. And Border Patrol officials say they're overwhelmed amid a surge in migrants crossing into the U.S. from Texas to California. Some areas now say they're considering declaring a state of emergency. ABC's Matt Rivers is in San Diego with the latest.
Migrant crossings all along the southwest border on the rise. In El Paso, Texas, the region has seen a 7-day spike in encounters, averaging more than 1,200 per day. Title 42, the health policy that allowed officials to quickly expel most migrants at the border, was repealed back in May. Since then, city officials say the lowest number of daily encounters was around 300, but last week it spiked to roughly 1,700. And in Pima County, Arizona, the county saying CBP encountering an average of more than 2,000 migrants per day throughout the region. In Tucson, Arizona, one local group says they're helping shelter around 1,200 migrants per day, but say Border Patrol is also dropping other migrants well outside the city.
It's a challenging time, a scary time for those families to be dropped off in very rural communities and oftentimes with very little support or resources.
And here in San Diego, Border Patrol bringing more than 2,000 migrants into the county in less than a week. City officials warning the numbers show no sign of slowing down. The mayor of nearby El Cajon writing, quote, "This is a disaster. Every emergency room is at capacity. Our homeless shelters are full. Resources are stretched thin." CBP says they are working with NGOs and local governments to coordinate community releases. But even non-border towns like New York City are being overwhelmed with new migrants. More than 113,000 asylum seekers have arrived in the last year. And overnight in Staten Island, protesters blocked a bus carrying migrants headed to a former school to be used as a shelter.
And Diane, we just got back from a reporting trip. We spent some time along the Colombian-Panamanian border down in Central and South America. The number of migrants that we saw crossing there, record numbers of migrants going from South America up to Central America. The majority of them want to come here to the United States, which means these kinds of numbers that we're seeing at the southwest border likely to continue. Diane?
All right, Matt Rivers in San Diego. Thanks, Matt. And President Biden is making the case for U.S. leadership on the world stage at the United Nations General Assembly. The president ended yesterday's speech voicing support for Ukraine, saying it's not just about Ukraine, but about democracy.
To allow Ukraine to be carved up, is the independence of any nation secure? I'd respectfully suggest the answer is no. We have to stand up to this naked aggression today and deter other would-be aggressors tomorrow.
Today, the president is set to meet with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The two are expected to talk about a potential defense pact and a normalization of Israeli-Saudi relations. Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce has the latest on that. Hi, Mary.
That meeting between President Biden and the Israeli Prime Minister, though, is not without some controversy. This is the first time the two are sitting down since Netanyahu resumed office, took back the helm of his country's far-right government last year. Biden has been withholding the customary honor of a big White House visit. That is a move that is seen by many as a snub and a sign of Biden's displeasure. Look, President Biden is a staunch defender of Israel, but he has made clear he has concerns about Netanyahu's government, his far-right coalition partners, and his move to overhaul the country's judicial system. Now, the White House has been tight-lipped about what's on the agenda for their sit-down, but it could be a bit tense, if not a little bit awkward. Now, all of this, of course, is coming after President Biden's big speech here at the UN yesterday, where he tried to rally America's allies to keep up the fight for Ukraine, really outlining what is at stake here. It was a message that was echoed by Ukrainian President Zelensky, who's now going to be making his way down to Washington to try and urge and plead for Congress to keep funding this fight, as we have seen support from some Republicans on the far right now waning. Diane.
Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce, thank you. And earlier on GMA, George Stephanopoulos spoke with Secretary of State Antony Blinken about the battle over U.S. aid to Ukraine and whether Israel can normalize relations with Saudi Arabia.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for joining us this morning.
Morning, George.
I want to start with Ukraine. President Biden, of course, is meeting with President Zelensky at the White House tomorrow, making the case here in New York for more aid. But there does seem to be resistance on Capitol Hill. How do you respond to that?
You know, George, we've seen very strong bipartisan support for helping Ukraine, going back to the very beginning of the Russian aggression. I've had the opportunity to speak to the Republican leader in the Senate, Mitch McConnell, to people like Mike McCall, who leads the Foreign Affairs Committee in the House. That support remains strong. And I think President Zelensky has an opportunity now in Washington to remind people of what the stakes are. This is not just the right thing to do because of the horrific abuses that Russia's committing in Ukraine. It's the necessary thing to do because if we allow Putin to get away with this, then it is going to be open season for would-be aggressors anywhere. The rest of the world is watching what's happening in Ukraine. And those who may have designs on their neighbors, as Putin had with Ukraine, are looking to see what happens. And if he gets away with it, they say, maybe I can get away with it. And that's a recipe for a world full of conflict, and that's never good for the United States.
Another key issue, the U.S. engaged in talks with Saudi Arabia over a possible mutual defense pact. Of course, Saudi Arabia has been accused of war crimes in Yemen, responsible for killing an American journalist. How is that in the U.S. national interest?
One thing first on Yemen. Thanks to very good work that Saudi Arabia has done over the last year or so, more than a year and a half, we've now had a truce in Yemen, which had been the worst humanitarian situation in the world. There's been a truce. It's fragile, but as a result, People are not getting killed. Humanitarian assistance is getting there. That's thanks to Saudi engagement with the Houthis, the group that has been disrupting the peace in Yemen. Second, George, when it comes to possible normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel, this would be a transformative event. We've had decades of turmoil, decades of conflict in the Middle East. To bring these two countries together in particular would have a powerful effect in stabilizing the region, in integrating the region, in bringing people together, not having them at each other's throats. Now, it's hard to get there. There are things the Saudis are looking for, things the Israelis are looking for, things we'd be looking for that make getting to yes a challenge. But we see the reward, if we can get there, as well being worth the effort.
The president, of course, is also meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel today, not at the White House, here in New York City. Do you believe that the Prime Minister is willing to do what it takes to normalize relations with Saudi Arabia?
My sense, George, is that everyone involved understands the potential benefits, sees the transformative nature of what this would be. But the devil is always in the details. And making sure that in terms of what the Saudis are looking for, the Israelis are looking for, as I said, what we'd be looking for, can we line all that up? Can we make it work? That remains to be seen. It's challenging. But again, I come back to this proposition that if we can get there, it would be one of the biggest changes for the good that we've seen in that part of the world. And beyond that, I think you'd see positive repercussions well beyond the Middle East.
Final question. It appears the United States may be on the verge of another government shutdown. Seems to be some stalling on the government funding bills in the House. What would that mean for the State Department, U.S. diplomatic efforts?
Look, it makes everything harder. We, of course, would do everything we can to make sure we're doing the work of the country, the work that we're trying to do on behalf of Americans, to help keep them secure, to help continuing to make peace and conflicts and deal with the issues that are having an impact on the lives of Americans. But it would make everything much more difficult. From my perspective, look, it's important that the government be able to continue to function and that we continue to be able to go around the world helping to solve problems that are having an impact on Americans. Here in New York, just this week, we've been dealing with everything from food insecurity to climate change to energy. We brought 100 countries together to deal with the scourge of fentanyl that is killing more Americans between 18 and 49 than anything else. These are the kinds of things we can do when we're out in the world, bringing countries together, using our diplomacy to try to find answers to problems that people are facing. If the government shuts down, it's going to be harder to do that.
Mr. Secretary, thanks for coming in this morning.
Thanks to George Stephanopoulos and Secretary Blinken for that interview. And if you're taking on a new mortgage, car loan, or paying off credit card debt, you'll want to listen closely to today's Federal Reserve decision. The Fed is set to announce whether it will hike interest rates again after hiking them 11 times since March of last year. Chief Business Correspondent Rebecca Jarvis tells us what to expect. Hi, Rebecca.
Whether you're trying to buy a home, a car, or pay down your credit card debt, today's Fed decision will have a direct impact on your finances. Every time the Fed hikes interest rates, it makes borrowing more expensive, and the Fed's now done that 11 times since March of last year in an effort to target inflation. And it's helping, but the typical American family is still spending about $240 more every month on the same goods and services as they were a year ago, $740 more as they were 2 years ago. And the Fed has to balance that with the fact we now have an auto worker strike. There are other strikes in the country. There's $1 trillion, a record amount of credit card debt held by Americans, and the jobs market, while it's still historically strong, some places are hiring. For example, the government hiring 327,000 new positions so far over the last year. There are other industries that have shown some recent signs of weakness, even some downsizing. With the Fed having to now manage those two factors and look at whether they slow the economy down even further versus try to slow down inflation farther, many economists believe they will pause those interest rate hikes today, while some still see interest rate hikes ahead. Diane?
Chief Business Correspondent Rebecca Jarvis, thank you. Meanwhile, gas prices are on the rise, especially on the West Coast. AAA says prices are climbing at their fastest rate this year, going up 20 cents in just 48 hours. ABC's Kana Whitworth is in Los Angeles with the latest. Hey, Kana.
Yeah, hey, Diane. So typically we see gas prices drop this time of year. Instead, the exact opposite is happening. They are skyrocketing, especially here in California. You can see behind me at this gas station, a gallon of regular is $7.69 a gallon. Now, we saw gas prices shoot up more than 20 cents in just 48 hours. AAA says that 9 western states are paying more than $4 a gallon for gas right now. But the pain at the pump is being felt across this country. The national average for a gallon of gas is now at $3.87, which is more than 20 cents higher than a year ago. So why are these prices climbing? Well, Saudi Arabia and Russia have cut production, and the warmer than average summer limited production at U.S. refineries as well. So economists now closely watching any moves by OPEC. And Diane, they're hoping that once that cheaper winter blend enters the marketplace, we'll get a bit of relief. And Diane, they're looking for that to happen by the end of October.
All right, Kana Whitworth, thank you. Coming up, the investigation after a fan died in the stands at the Patriots game. What his wife is saying about the incident.
Whenever news breaks.
The crush of families here in Poland.
Here in Kentucky, no match for the tornado.
From Monterey Park, California, on the ground in Ukraine.
Reporting from Uvalde, Texas. ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine.
Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
From Kathmandu, Nepal.
Truckee, California, covering record snowfall.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
Here at this airport in Tampa, it's already shut down.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Reporting from Jerusalem.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is, we're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
Fact, black children are more likely to drown than white children, and the reason is deeper than you think. Continuing Tuesday on GMA3, a groundbreaking 2-part series, from smashing stereotypes that black people don't swim to empowering and conquering fears. Plus, GMA3's DeMarco Morgan's brave personal journey, showing it's never too late to try.
There's one thing that I don't believe I can do, and that is swim.
Swimming While Black continues Tuesday on GMA3.
Kerry Washington, you ready?
Movie star, television icon, adored by millions. But now, a side of her life she's never publicly shared.
You are bearing your soul.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, raw, deeply emotional, and the text that changed her life.
What was that text? You're not supposed to make me cry. I'm supposed to try and make you cry.
Kerry Washington, Thicker Than Water. Sunday night at 10, 9 Central on ABC and stream on Hulu.
Welcome back. An investigation is underway after the death of a fan at the Patriots game on Sunday night. Witnesses say the man died after a fight in the stands that was all caught on video. Will Reeve is at Gillette Stadium in Foxborough, Massachusetts with the latest.
An investigation into the death of a New England Patriots fan in the aftermath of this confrontation Sunday night in the fourth quarter of the Patriots game against the Miami Dolphins. 53-year-old Dale Mooney was in the upper level of Gillette Stadium, here in this jersey and hat. Witnesses say he'd been taunted by Miami fans before this fight broke out.
I just saw a guy in a Dolphins jersey come over. He delivered 2 punches, and at that point, everybody kind of let go of the guy, and he fell back into his seat, and he unfortunately never woke up.
300 level, guy not breathing. We got an EMT coming, 300 level. They're performing CPR right now.
Mooney, a father of 2, was taken to a hospital where he was pronounced dead. Now the Norfolk County Attorney's Office, as well as Massachusetts State Police, are investigating. So far, no charges have been filed. Meanwhile, Mooney's wife telling ABC affiliate WCVB she's in disbelief.
I just feel numb. I just can't even believe this is for real.
The district attorney's office says they're awaiting results from the medical examiner's office to determine the official cause of death.
I just don't understand why people have to go to that extreme. Why can't it just be fun? That's all it's supposed to be, is a fun family event.
The NFL says their records show the number of disorderly conduct reports in the first 2 weeks of the season decreased to 80 from 140 during the same time frame last year. The league telling ABC News their priority is the safety of the more than 1 million fans who attend games each week.
In a statement, Gillette Stadium officials said they are heartbroken to learn of Mooney's tragic passing and continue to work with authorities to assist them in their ongoing investigation. Diane?
Will Reeve in Foxborough, Massachusetts. Will, thank you. Coming up, a high school band director arrested and tased in front of his students. What led to it, the video of the incident, and his side of the story in just 10 minutes. But first, the fairy tale ending for a rising star, how this understudy made it from an international flight to Broadway lead.
1, 2, 3, let's go! Non-stop drama.
Scandal. It is shocking. Kanye West. Ciao. Complicated.
Meg, how do you feel?
I was shocked.
It was horrifying. The kids were gone.
Are these miracle drugs to lose weight?
I wanted that body.
Close your eyes right now.
Holy
There's nothing else like Impact by Nightline.
Enjoy the ride.
Mind-blowing.
Feel the impact. The all-new season premieres this Thursday, only on Hulu.
Tonight, ahead of President Zelensky's trip to D.C., where House Republicans stand on U.S. aid to Ukraine, plus how the Fed's decision on interest rates could impact your budget. More Americans turn to the most-watched newscast on television. World News Tonight with David Muir.
From America's #1 news comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter, and customizable to your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now.
Fact, black children are more likely to drown than white children, and the reason is deeper than you think. Continuing Tuesday on GMA3, a groundbreaking two-part series, from smashing stereotypes that black people don't swim to empowering and conquering fears. Plus, GMA3's DeMarco Morgan's brave personal journey, showing it's never too late to try.
There's one thing that I don't believe I can do, and that is swim.
Swimming While Black continues Tuesday on GMA3.
Wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Streaming free on ABC News Live.
Tomorrow on GMA, it's day 2 of Live Deals and Steals September Spectacular.
These are amazing.
With big savings on amazing must-haves, from fashion to home and everything in between. Tomorrow, you're gonna love these deals and steals. Only on Good Morning America.
Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey, I'm David Muir. Wherever the story, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Welcome back to ABC News Live. First, Taylor Swift just announced her 1989 Taylor's Version Vault tracks. Taylor posted a video yesterday sending fans down a rabbit hole trying to crack the code on these song titles. This morning, Taylor Nation posted this video congratulating fans on unlocking the vault.
Oh, look, you did it. You unlocked the 1989 Taylor's Version Vault. And now I am so excited to share the new vault track titles with you. They are Is It Over Now? Now That We Don't Talk. Say Don't Go. Suburban Legends. Can't wait for you to hear them.
1989 Taylor's Version will be released on October 27th. And understudy Michaela Renfro is sharing her story after getting the call to play Jasmine in Broadway's Aladdin while she was on an international flight. It seemed impossible for her to make it to the theater in time. That is until the crew arranged a magic carpet ride of sorts. Janae Norman has the details.
How did I get here?
A fairy tale ending that almost didn't happen. Michaela Renfro, an ensemble actress in Broadway's Aladdin, was on her way back from Europe when her flight got delayed. Then she got this message saying they needed her to play Jasmine.
I was 4 hours into my flight. Our Jasmine, Sonia, had fallen ill. The other understudy in the building had an injury. That's what kind of pushed us into Mick needs to get to the theater.
The task is seemingly impossible to deplane, make it through customs, JFK Airport, and into Manhattan by showtime. But Michaela had a genie of her own. Delta flight attendant Leisha.
This was a Disney production, and we were just going to make sure that we got the lead where she needed to be.
The crew arranging a magic carpet ride of sorts in the form of a Blade helicopter, taking her from JFK to Manhattan in just 7 minutes, in time to shine as Jasmine. And there in the audience, Leisha, who helped make it all possible.
We wanted to make it happen for Michaela. You know, she's following her dreams.
It was just a gift for her to be there. I did the show for her. I wouldn't have been in the show without her. Thank you for everything.
And Renfro said she was shocked that the flight attendant pilots and airline even cared about her dilemma, let alone the extent they went to in order to help her make curtain call. Diane.
So cool. Janae Norman, thank you. And you can find more feel-good stories at goodmorningamerica.com. Coming up, Attorney General Merrick Garland in the hot seat. Why his GOP critics are grilling him on Capitol Hill. We're taking the hearing live starting at 10 a.m. Eastern. Also ahead, Fortnite refunds. How to find out if you're eligible for money back after a huge government settlement against the video game. Plus, Hollywood still on strike, how your shows will be impacted and how lives are being impacted.
It is this nation's faith in a more perfect union that allows a Puerto Rican girl from the Bronx to stand here now. I am struck again today by the wonder of my own life and the life we in America are so privileged to lead.
I, Sonia Sotomayor, do solemnly swear.
I, Sonia Sotomayor, do solemnly swear
that I will administer justice without respect to persons.
That I will administer justice without respect to persons.
And do equal right to the poor and to the rich.
And do equal right to the poor and to the rich.
And that I will faithfully and impartially.
And that I will faithfully and impartially.
Discharge and perform.
Discharge and perform.
All the duties incumbent upon me.
All of the duties incumbent upon me.
As Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States.
As an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States.
One, two, three, let's go! Non-stop drama.
Scandal. It is shocking. Kanye West.
Ciao. Complicated.
Meg, how do you feel?
I was shocked. It was horrifying. The kids were gone.
Are these miracle drugs to lose weight?
I wanted that body.
Close your eyes right now.
Holy There's nothing else like Impact by Nightline.
Enjoy the ride.
Mind-blowing.
Feel the impact. The all-new season premieres this Thursday, only on Hulu.
It was the ideal marriage. Little did I know I was married to a man who had done something so horrible that it would devastate our lives forever.
Teacher of the Year is now charged with sex crimes.
Only on Hulu. He was living a double life.
The shocking story behind a #1 true crime podcast.
Prostitutes, escorts. He even cheated on me the week of our wedding.
Betrayal, the perfect husband.
He had a lot of fantasies.
Now streaming only on Hulu.
Kerry Washington, you ready?
Movie star, television icon, adored by millions. But now, a side of her life she's never publicly shared.
You are bearing your soul.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, raw, deeply emotional, and the text that changed her life.
What was that text? You're not supposed to make me cry. I'm supposed to try and make you cry.
Kerry Washington, Thicker Than Water. Sunday night at 10/9 Central on ABC and stream on Hulu.
When I got sent to Idaho to cover the murders of 4 college students, it was a story that didn't make any sense. 4 students stabbed to death in their beds while 2 roommates were home.
You gotta think to yourself, okay, who's the target and how many people would a man go through to get to his target?
I'm Kana Whitworth with ABC News. This is the story of savage murders, a determined small-town police force, and a scholar of crime. This is the King Road Killings. The full series is out now. Listen to every episode wherever you get your podcasts.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland.
Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City.
Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
You know, that sounds pretty good. Give it to me. Your health, your money, breaking news, pop culture, with the biggest stars, music, trends, and of course, good food. GMA 3, what you need to know. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us, afternoons.
For everything you need to know. I love that.
Welcome back to ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us. You're looking at Los Angeles on this Wednesday, and we have a lot of news to get to. Here's the rundown right now. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy's job may be in jeopardy as hard-right Republicans are publicly threatening to oust him as Speaker. McCarthy's facing increasing political pressure after 5 members of his own party voted against a defense spending bill, throwing into question whether he can get the votes to prevent a government shutdown. Republican House members are demanding deeper spending cuts and stricter border policies, which are both non-starters for the Democratic-held Senate. Vanna White says she's extended her contract with Wheel of Fortune and will be turning letters through the 2026 season. Earlier this year, Pat Sajak announced he'll retire after this season after 40 years of hosting the show with White. Ryan Seacrest is set to take over when Sajak retires. And some bears on an Alaskan military base were caught red-pawed raiding a Krispy Kreme donut van. The driver says this mama bear and one of her cubs climbed into the van after he left the doors open and ate about 20 packs of donuts. Base security eventually used sirens to scare the bears away. And a New York City daycare owner is now facing federal drug charges after police say a 1-year-old died from exposure to fentanyl. The owner and her tenant are also charged with murder after investigators say they found a kilo of the deadly drug stored on top of playmats at the daycare. 3 other children were exposed but are now recovering. The case comes as the DEA calls fentanyl the most urgent threat in our nation. Senior investigative reporter Aaron Katursky is in the Bronx with the latest.
The owner of Divino Nino Daycare is locked up on federal drug charges, accusing her of storing fentanyl on playmats children use to take naps.
One of the most reckless things that a human can do, to endanger the life of a child like that.
Inside the daycare, investigators say they found large quantities of fentanyl, along with machines and supplies to package it for sale.
Was this daycare meant to hide a drug operation?
So, Aaron, these drug traffickers, they don't care. They could care less about the people that they're putting in harm's way. And in this case, these babies were poisoned by the reckless, irresponsible behavior of drug traffickers.
4 children became ill after they were exposed, but the owner, Gray Mendez, allegedly called her husband twice before dialing 911. And while waiting for paramedics, prosecutors say her husband was seen carrying heavy shopping bags out a back alley.
All of that happened while the children, the babies, were suffering from the effects of fentanyl poisoning and in desperate need of help.
1-year-old Nicholas Dominici died at the hospital. 3 others were revived with the overdose reversal drug Narcan. The DEA says the case demonstrates the danger fentanyl poses to the country. It's often now mixed into other drugs, but since it's odorless and tasteless, users may never know. Fentanyl-related deaths have increased every year in the last decade. As little as 2 milligrams can be lethal, and the DEA says it seized enough just last year to kill every American.
And senior investigative reporter Aaron Katursky joins me now from the Bronx. Aaron, this daycare just passed an inspection, but inspectors say they don't check for fentanyl. So is that going to change now?
I mean, who would ever think that daycare inspectors, Diane, would have to check for the presence of fentanyl in a child care center? It's almost unthinkable. So the city health department says, no, inspectors are not trained to sniff out fentanyl. But the health commissioner said the other day, maybe now they have to be, which really is a sign of the country's struggle with fentanyl. It is killing tens of thousands of Americans every single year. And if it's in a daycare, Diane, the DEA says it shows it can really be anywhere.
It does seem that way. Aaron, this has to be devastating for the parents who trusted this daycare with their own children. How are people there in the community reacting?
You can see some of the mementos left behind in memory of little Nicholas Domenici, who was just 1 year old, little shy of his 2-year birthday. We spoke to his father, who was just devastated and in tears, who said he loves his son and he wants him back. But he becomes what the DEA says is just one of tens of thousands of fentanyl victims. And thankfully, the 3 others who were poisoned are going to be okay, though 2 remain in the hospital this morning.
Now, the owner of the daycare has pleaded not guilty. Police are now searching for her husband. He was allegedly seen carrying these shopping bags out of a back alley while she was waiting for the paramedics. So what's the latest on that manhunt, and what's next in this case?
Police are confident that they are going to be able to catch the husband. And you're right, while the babies were suffering from the effects of fentanyl, prosecutors say he was carrying heavy shopping bags out a back alley from this building. So the insinuation is he was trying to cover up what was stored inside. Police are confident they're going to get him. In the meantime, Mendez and a co-conspirator who was renting a room from her in this building are both being held without bail. They face the federal drug charges. They also face murder charges here in the Bronx.
All right, Aaron Katersky there in the Bronx near the daycare center. Aaron, thank you. And now to the fallout after the arrest of a high school band director. New body cam video shows a police officer tasing Johnny Mims during an altercation after a school football game. DeMarco Morgan spoke with the band director, and we do want to warn you, you may find some of this video disturbing.
Shocking body camera footage showing a high school band director being arrested and tased, now at the center of a police investigation. Birmingham police say this all happened after Johnny Mims refused their orders to cut Minor High School's band performance and leave the stadium after a football game last week. The band kept playing after the final whistle during what is referred to as the 5th quarter, a tradition shared by many high school and HBCU marching bands across the South. Mims directed the band to continue playing. Shortly after, the lights in the stadium are turned off. But it's what happens next that has Mims outraged. Band members screaming in disbelief as an officer pulls out a stun gun during his arrest.
And to hear those kids cry, the most heart-wrenching thing that anybody can ever experience.
Mims tased at least 3 times.
I didn't deserve to be tased. I'm a good citizen.
The 13-year band veteran sharing his story with ABC News.
Was there ever a point that you feared for your safety, feared for your life?
The feeling of being tased for the first time, I've seen it before, but for you to actually feel it for yourself and the amount of power going in, I could feel my fingers like numbing up. They tased me again and then tased me for the 3rd time. So imagine if I had a heart defect issue, or imagine if I panic on top of that. It could have been fatal.
Mims is charged with disorderly conduct, resisting arrest, and harassment. His attorney says his civil rights were violated.
It was unwarranted. I don't care how it started. It never should have ended up like this. This should have been a matter in which it de-escalated.
Birmingham police telling ABC News the incident is now under investigation by its Internal Affairs Division.
My biggest prayer is that, first of all, that these students will not hold a grudge, that they will be able to overcome this, that they would one day be able to move forward and continue to be the great people that they are.
Diane, aside from demanding justice, the band director says he wants the charges dropped and a full apology, not just to himself, but an apology to his students as well from the Birmingham Police Department for what happened. Diane?
All right, DeMarco Morgan, thank you. And if your kids play the popular video game Fortnite, you may be due some cash. Late last year, the game's creator agreed to pay out hundreds of millions of dollars to consumers after the FTC said the company tricked some players into spending money in the game. ABC's Trevor Ault has the details.
The FTC wants to know if your child cost you real money buying in-game items in the massively popular game Fortnite, as its creator, Epic Games, prepares to shell out $245 million in penalties.
This is one of the FTC's biggest settlements ever. It's its biggest administrative settlement ever, and its biggest settlement involving dark patterns.
The company agreed to pay the penalty in December for violating provisions of the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act. The FTC says Epic Games intentionally tailored its in-game purchase options to appeal to kids, even alleging the company used dark patterns and confusing and inconsistent button configurations to trick players into unwanted payments.
Originally, the refund button was placed in a location where users were likely to find it. And when too many people saw the button and asked for refunds, the company moved it so people would not get their money back.
In a December statement, Epic Games said in part, "We accepted this agreement because we want Epic to be at the forefront of consumer protection and provide the best experience for our players." And they have since made a number of changes regarding in-game purchases. But the FTC says as many as 37 million people may now be eligible for compensation.
Diane, the FTC says it will now email people who may be eligible for a payout. But if you think that's you, you can also file a claim on the FTC website. And how much you get is going to depend on what you were charged and how many people file those claims. But as we reported, 37 million people could be eligible here. Diane?
37 million. Wow. Trevor Ault, thank you. Coming up, sports injuries come with the game. But how can you protect your kids from getting hurt while playing? Dr. Patel has some tips right after the break. Also ahead, writers on strike, where negotiations stand and the demands the unions want to see implemented.
Tonight, ahead of President Zelensky's trip to D.C., where House Republicans stand on U.S. aid to Ukraine, plus how the Fed's decision on interest rates could impact your budget. More Americans turn to the most-watched newscast on television. World News Tonight with David Muir.
It's the interview everyone will be talking about.
Kerry Washington, you ready?
Sunday night on ABC.
You are bearing your soul.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, but first, the exclusive first look is tomorrow on Good Morning America.
1, 2, 3, let's go!
Non-stop drama.
Scandal.
It is shocking. Kanye West. Ciao. Complicated.
Meg, how do you feel?
I was shocked.
It was horrifying. The kids were gone.
Are these miracle drugs?
To lose weight. I wanted that body.
Close your eyes right now.
Holy There's nothing else like Impact by Nightline.
Enjoy the ride.
Mind-blowing.
Feel the impact. The all-new season premieres this Thursday, only on Hulu. From America's #1 news source comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter, and it can customize to you and your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience what all the buzz is about. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now. We're honored ABC's 2020 winner of 3 Emmy Awards for Excellence. Thank you for making 2020 Friday night's most watched and most honored news magazine.
It was the ideal marriage. Little did I know I was married to a man who had done something so horrible that it would devastate our lives forever.
Teacher of the Year is now charged with sex crimes.
Only on Hulu.
He was living a double life.
The shocking story behind a #1 true crime podcast.
Prostitutes, escorts. He even cheated on me the week of our wedding.
Betrayal, the perfect husband.
He had a lot of fantasies.
Now streaming only on Hulu.
Welcome back. It is time for Patel It Like It Is, where Dr. Alok Patel shares health advice on the topics that matter most to you. With school now in full swing, millions of students are gearing up to play sports. So here's Dr. Patel with everything you need to know about protecting your kids from sports-related injuries.
School's back, and so are those Friday night lights.
and the potential for sports injuries. Millions of kids play organized sports, and many of them right now are gearing up to play for their school teams. Some kids are playing year-round. Sports specialization, where kids focus on only one sport starting at an early age, is becoming a lot more common. And where am I going with all this?
3.5 million sports injuries that happen every year to young, ambitious athletes. Let's discuss.
Can you guess which sports have the highest rate of injuries? Football, girls soccer, and boys wrestling. And what's most commonly affecting young athletes? Muscle, tendon, or ligament injuries like sprains, concussions, heat-related illness, growth or bone plate injuries, and repetitive motion injuries. About that last part, repetitive motion. 50% of athletic injuries are related to overuse. Overuse injuries are more likely to occur if kids go through repetitive motion in their sports, like too much kicking, swinging, or pitching. The risk also increases with sports specialization, or if kids play two sports that provide wear and tear on the same muscle groups, like swimming and basketball. Cross-training, playing a variety of sports, exercising different parts of the body, can prevent injury. Here are some more ways to help young athletes prevent injury. Athletes should get a pre-sports season physical, always stretch and warm up before play, prioritize adequate rest, hydration, nutrition, wear proper well-fitting equipment, and all players, coaches, everyone should pay attention to injuries, follow proper protocol, and never pressure anyone to play through the pain. And make sure you talk with your kids or teens who are playing sports. Make sure they enjoy what they're doing and they still feel motivated. Because at the end of the day, sports are about fitness, social interaction, team building, but above all, having fun.
Why so surprised? You didn't absolutely know you were going to nail that?
You know, we're just not going to tell anyone that took me maybe 9 tries, which isn't that bad in my opinion.
No, not at all. So Dr. Patel, obviously no one wants their kids getting injured in any way, but the occasional bump and bruise is to be expected in sports. So how prevalent are serious injuries? How concerned should we be about this?
There are occasional bumps and bruises that happen with sports, but every year, 700,000 young athletes wind up in ERs for sports-related injuries, and that number's starting to tick up after the pandemic. Kids are back in school. Now, some people may say, hey, kids get injured, they're resilient, it's all good. But the truth is those growing and developing muscles, tendons, and ligaments can put kids at increased risk of injury. And also, if kids get injured in their growth plate, so that's the cartilage in long bones where growth occurs, that can have long-lasting impacts as well. So we have to pay attention to this. Now, some risk factors specific for kids would be high-intensity training, sports specialization, which I can't stress enough, anatomic misalignments. If kids are born with a certain medical condition, they don't know about it. And also extremely important is not wearing proper equipment can also put kids, young athletes, at an increased risk of injury.
Now, many kids seem to really focus on one sport. You say there are some risks to doing that. Why?
You know, there really is. And surveys from high school athletes do report that more and more kids each year are kind of specializing in one sport and just focusing on that. And we have to be realistic about the unneeded pressure and potential for overuse injuries that can put on kids. According to data, only 0.03 to 0.5% of high school athletes will eventually turn pro. So the question for everyone out there, parents, coaches, is at what cost are we going to put our kids through this unneeded pressure? And I'll give everyone one example. Tommy John surgery is a surgery done to repair a torn elbow ligament that can happen from overuse from pitching. And as of right now, almost 60% of those surgeries are done in teens aged 15 to 19. So we have to be careful with how hard we're pushing our young athletes. Here's some recommendations that are kind of shared across the board, but these are specific from the National Athletic Trainers Association. One of them is we should delay sports specialization as long as possible. Kids need to rest at least 2 days a week of rest. And this is kind of an interesting equation, but think about this. Kids should only play a sport for as many hours as they are old. So a 12-year-old should stick to 12 hours of sports a week, and kids should try to play on one team at a time. We don't need to be putting kids through multiple sports teams each season.
There's also been a lot of talk about concussions over the past few years. Which sports have a high risk for those injuries, and how do you treat them? How do you prevent them? What do you do on that front?
This could be an hour-long special talking about concussions. The pediatrician in me, my brain is lighting up. I see it all the time. High-risk sports are going to be those where there's a high risk of impact. So think
football, wrestling, soccer, but any sport can cause a concussion, which are essentially traumatic brain injuries. Now, symptoms can be pretty obvious. Things like headaches, nausea, vomiting, confusion. They can be a little bit more insidious, like feeling lethargic. And it's important that kids take enough time to rest and they don't get back out on the field too soon, because that second impact can have a lot of issues. So kids should only return to play if they are fully relieved of all their symptoms. They're not needing any medications to feel good. They're back at their pre-injury academic performance, and they've been cleared by a healthcare professional. Extremely important to take this seriously.
It sure is. Dr. Alok Patel, always great to have you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And remember, Dr. Patel is here to take your questions, so leave a message on our Instagram feed at ABC News Live, and he might answer your question right here on Friday. Coming up, Hollywood still on strike, how your shows will be impacted and how lives are being impacted. After this.
One, two, three, let's go!
Non-stop drama.
Scandal.
It is shocking. Kanye West. Ciao. Complicated.
Meg, how do you feel?
I was shocked.
It was horrifying. The kids were gone.
Are these miracle drugs?
To lose weight. I wanted that body.
Close your eyes right now.
Holy There's nothing else like Impact by Nightline.
Enjoy the ride.
Mind-blowing.
Feel the impact. The all-new season premieres this Thursday, only on Hulu.
Fact, black children are more likely to drown than white children, and the reason is deeper than you think. Continuing Tuesday on GMA3, a groundbreaking two-part series, from smashing stereotypes that black people don't swim to empowering and conquering fears. Plus, GMA3's DeMarco Morgan's brave personal journey, showing it's never too late to try.
There's one thing that I don't believe I can do, and that is swim.
Swimming While Black continues Tuesday on GMA3.
Kerry Washington, you ready?
Movie star, television icon, adored by millions. But now, a side of her life she's never publicly shared.
You are bearing your soul.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, raw, deeply emotional, and the text that changed her life.
What was that text? You're not supposed to make me cry. I'm supposed to try and make you cry.
Kerry Washington, Thicker Than Water. Sunday night at 10, 9 Central on ABC and stream on Hulu.
Tonight, ahead of President Zelensky's trip to D.C., where House Republicans stand on U.S. aid to Ukraine, plus how the Fed's decision on interest rates could impact your budget. More Americans turn to the most watched newscast on television. World News Tonight with David Muir.
Tomorrow on GMA, it's day 2 of Live Deals and Steals September Spectacular.
These are amazing.
With big savings on amazing must-haves, from fashion to home and everything in between. Tomorrow,
You're gonna love these deals and steals.
only on Good Morning America.
Reporting from Orange County, New York on the migrant crisis, I'm Jacqueline Lee. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Welcome back. Hollywood writers and studios are restarting negotiations today, nearly 5 months after the writers' union went on strike. The union's calling for many changes in the industry, including increased pay, better residuals and staffing, and assurances on artificial intelligence. So let's take this to our group chat. Business reporter Alexis Christoforous, ABC News contributor, senior entertainment reporter at ESPN's Anscape, Kelly Carter, and strike captain and WGA award-winning comedian and writer on The Daily Show, Nicole Conlon, are all here with us to discuss. Thank you all for coming on. Nicole, I want to start with you. The Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers has said, quoting here, every member company is committed and eager to reach a fair deal and to working together with the WGA to end the strike. You're a strike captain. You've been on front and center on those picket lines. What are you hoping to see from these negotiations?
Well, the AMPTP, after a long and painful wait, has finally decided to come back to the table. And the thing that we want now is the same that we've wanted from the beginning, which is a fair deal that creates a sustainable career that enables writers to have a middle-class life. And I'm hoping that now that the AMPTP is finally back at the table, they'll give us a serious offer that will allow that to happen.
Now, Kelly, talk show host Drew Barrymore had announced she was bringing back her show despite the strike. Now she's reversing course on that, along with other shows like the Jennifer Hudson Show. What do you make of the backlash Barrymore received?
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is serious business, and that the talk show hosts are really wanting to be respectful of what's happening. You know, Drew Barrymore, very early in the gate, she was supposed to host the MTV Awards earlier this year and then backed out in solidarity and support of the writer's strike. So I think a lot of people were confused about the decision to go forward with this new season. And so after that backlash, she obviously recanted, so did other talk show hosts. And I think that probably is one of the reasons why we're seeing the negotiations resuming, you know, on day 140. This is day 140 of the Writers Guild strike.
Alexis, 140 days of a strike. What kind of an economic impact does that have?
It's growing by the day, especially in areas where the entertainment industry is a huge part of the local economy. So in California, for instance, they're estimating that this 5-month-old strike has now cost the economy $5 billion. 700,000 people work in the entertainment-related industry in California. Here in New York, it's about 185,000. We're also talking about the ripple effect here, right? Not just the writers and the actors, but all those industries that support the entertainment industry: caterers, drivers, florists, prop people, dry cleaners. All of them are feeling the impact. Actually, California State Treasurer had begged people to come back to the bargaining table. She said, look, this strike is actually hurting investment, retiree investments in our state. And now we're starting to see that studios are delaying the release of some films. So Dune 2 and also Ghostbusters Afterlife, now going to be out a little bit later. Because remember, actors can't talk about or promote those movies. So the studios are holding back on those. That has a ripple effect, starts to impact the movie theater chain. So it's far-reaching.
Nicole, I want to pull on something you said earlier. You said, you know, we want to be able to work in a way that allows us to have a middle-class life. Paint the picture of what it's like now or before the strike, what the current conditions are, and how the strike has impacted you and your colleagues nearly 5 months in now.
You know, when we talk about being able to have a middle-class life, we mean being able to have one job and affording to pay our rent and put food on the table with that one job. I can tell you that between jobs before, I've gone 1.5 years, 2 years, a long time, where I've had to sustain myself with other kinds of work. The changes that we're asking for the AMPTP would allow us to work a job that is like any other job, where we can afford health insurance. The reason that we've been able to stay on strike for as long as we have is that the AMPTP has trained us to go a long time without work, which we shouldn't have to do. We're really excited that we're back at the table, and we're hoping that they're finally going to give us a fair offer that allows us things like maintaining our health insurance without fearing that we're not going to have enough days worked, that allows us to have a pension fund, which are things that are rapidly disappearing in America. These are the kind of things that we're fighting for.
And Nicole, the AMPTP claimed that their August offer, quoting here, represented the highest wage increase for writers in 35 years. So what's your response to that? Are the writers asking for too much now?
I think the WGA negotiating committee in their response used a really good turn of phrase, which is the offer was neither nothing nor nearly enough. They certainly gave us more than their initial offer, in which they refused to bargain about certain topics at all. But it's not going to be enough to maintain this as a career, as something that you can do from any background without being independently wealthy or having a spouse who can give you health insurance or something. So I'm glad to see that there's progress, and I'm hoping that today's negotiations will start even better, even more progress.
Now, Kelly, some celebrities and actors are coming together to help out, you know, the work writing staff, trying to cushion the blow. And the impact here, obviously, as Nicole was painting the picture and as Alexis said, has been huge, not only on the people striking, but a larger fallout. And I don't want to detract to that, but I also want to get to the content, because even people that have nothing to do with the entertainment industry are going to feel the impact when it comes to content, shows, movies being delayed. So talk about that part of it. What kind of an impact are we all going to see from this?
I mean, normally this time every year, we're either talking about who won an Emmy Award last night, or we are getting excited about fall TV premieres. That's simply not happening right now, because there was nothing that was being written, certainly nothing that was being shot. I recently was on a studio lot a couple of weeks ago, and it was the most bare I've seen it. And we're talking about, I've been on studio lots during a pandemic, during a global health pandemic, and there were barely any cars on that lot. You know, studios that normally will be lit up and bustling with activity. Nothing is happening. So it's going to be a while before we see some new work because of the delays of the labor strike.
All right, Alexis Christoforous, Nicole Conlon, and before we go, I want to say happy birthday, Kelly Clarter.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Thank you all. And thank you at home for streaming with us. I'm Diane Macedo. ABC News Live is here for you anytime with the latest news, context, and analysis. We'll be right back.
It was the ideal marriage. Little did I know I was married to a man who had done something so horrible that it would devastate our lives forever.
Teacher of the Year is now charged with sex crimes.
Only on Hulu.
He was living a double life.
The shocking story behind a #1 true crime podcast.
Prostitutes, escorts. He even cheated on me the week of our wedding.
Betrayal, the perfect husband.
He had a lot of fantasies.
Now streaming only on Hulu.
Tonight, ahead of President Zelensky's trip to D.C., where House Republicans stand on U.S. aid to Ukraine. Plus, how the Fed's decision on interest rates could impact your budget. More Americans turn to the most watched newscast on television. World News Tonight with David Muir.
From America's #1 news comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter, and customizable to your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now.
1, 2, 3, let's go!
Non-stop drama.
Scandal.
It is shocking. Kanye West. Ciao. Complicated.
Meg, how do you feel?
I was shocked.
It was horrifying. The kids were gone.
Are these miracle drugs?
To lose weight. I wanted that body.
Close your eyes right now.
Holy There's nothing else like Impact by Nightline.
Enjoy the ride.
Mind blowing.
Feel the impact. The all-new season premieres this Thursday, only on Hulu.
When I got sent to Idaho to cover the murders of 4 college students, it was a story that didn't make any sense. 4 students stabbed to death in their beds while 2 roommates were home.
You gotta think to yourself, okay, who's the target and how many people would a man go through to get to his target?
I'm Kana Whitworth with ABC News. This is the story of savage murders, a determined small-town police force, and a scholar of crime. This is the King Road Killings. The full series is out now. Listen to every episode wherever you get your podcasts.
Fact, black children are more likely to drown than white children. And the reason is deeper than you think. Continuing Tuesday on GMA3, a groundbreaking 2-part series. From smashing stereotypes that black people don't swim to empowering and conquering fears. Plus, GMA3's DeMarco Morgan's brave personal journey, showing it's never too late to try.
There's one thing that I don't believe I can do, and that is swim.
Swimming While Black continues Tuesday on GMA3.
Hi, I'm Diane Macedo. Let's get right to our top story. Attorney General Merrick Garland is set to testify before the House Judiciary Committee in just a moment. This is Garland's first appearance before the Republican-led panel since the special counsels he appointed indicted former President Trump and President Biden's son, Hunter Biden. House Republicans have accused Garland of weaponizing the Justice Department against Trump. Today, they're expected to make the case that prosecutors have been too lenient on Hunter Biden, who's been indicted on federal gun charges. I want to bring in ABC's Jay O'Brien on Capitol Hill, along with Justice reporter Alex Mallon for more. Alex, excerpts from Attorney General Garland's opening statement show he's set to respond directly to some of these attacks. What are you listening for? What can we expect?
Yeah, I think that one of the key lines that we saw in Garland's excerpts that were released this morning is he says outright, we will not be intimidated. He's walking into this hearing expecting direct attacks on his record as the Attorney General and specifically the handling of the probe into the president's son, Hunter Biden. But what Garland says in these excerpts is he makes clear, and he wants to try and convey this to not just the Congress, not just this panel, but to the American people, that he is not President Biden's personal lawyer. He also makes the point that he is not Congress's lawyer, just despite the fact that Republicans may want him to prosecute a specific person or investigate a specific person. He's not going to do that just because they ask him to. Or, for that matter, if the Democrats want him to prosecute somebody, he makes the case that they want to follow the facts and the law, and that is the guiding principle of the Justice Department. But I think he also realizes going into this hearing that polls show that the majority of the American people are losing trust in the Justice Department, and that impartiality that they expect expect out of the criminal justice system. They see, they believe that the scales are tipping in one way or the other, and there's just a mistrust there. That Attorney General Garland, when he came into this job, he made it clear that he wanted to remove that. He wanted to go and do away with that perception that came along in the Trump Justice Department, that Attorney General Barr was acting as effectively President Trump's lawyer. And I think that now, through this hearing, he's really going to want to hammer home the point that he is not acting at any behest of any political party. And he really wants to convey that today.
Jay, Republican Congressman Jim Jordan is the chairman of this committee. He's known for cranking up the heat on Biden administration officials. What are you hearing about his plans today?
Yeah, the committee has been clear. They want to turn up the temperature on the Attorney General. The House Judiciary Committee, where you're seeing the Attorney General sit down right now, put out a teaser video last night to say to their audience of what they're going to do and how they're going to grill the Attorney General. And the teaser video was entirely about, as Alex just alluded to, the investigation into President Biden's son. That's what you're going to hear in that room.
All right, and we can see Attorney General Garland there in place. They've just stood and gavelled into session, so let's listen.
To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We're looking, I think we're pledging to Bob Goodline. We're looking at
Chair now recognizes himself for an opening statement. The fix is in. Even with the face-saving indictment last week of Hunter Biden, everyone knows the fix is in. 4.5 years. 4.5 years the Department of Justice has been investigating Mr. Biden, an investigation run by David Weiss, an investigation that limited the number of witnesses agents could interview, an investigation that prohibited agents from referring to the president as the, quote, big guy in any of the interviews they did get to do. An investigation that curtailed attempts to interview Mr. Biden by giving the transit team secret a heads up. An investigation that notified Mr. Biden's defense counsel about a pending search warrant. An investigation run by Mr. Weiss, where they told the Congress 3 different stories in 33 days. They told this committee on June 7th, David Weiss said, I have ultimate authority to determine when, where, and whether to bring charges. 23 days later, June 30th, he told this committee, actually, I can only bring charges in my U.S. Attorney's District, the District of Delaware. And then to further confuse matters, on July 10th, he told Senator Graham, I have not sought special counsel status. Rather, I've had discussions with the Department of Justice. An investigation run by Mr. Weiss that negotiated a plea deal that the federal district court declined to accept. A plea deal so ridiculous, the judge asked this question, quote, is there any precedence for agreeing not to prosecute crimes that have nothing to do with the charges being diverted? The response from the DOJ lawyer, I'm not aware of any, Your Honor. A plea deal so ridiculous that the judge also asked, have you ever seen a diversion agreement where the agreement not to prosecute was so broad that it encompasses crimes in a different case? The response from the DOJ lawyer, no, Your Honor, we haven't. An investigation run by Mr. Weiss that not only had a sweetheart deal rejected, but according to the New York Times, there was an even sweeter deal, an earlier deal, a deal in which Mr. Biden would not have to plead guilty to anything. 4.5 years and all that, and now we get a special counsel. Now we get a special counsel, and who does the Attorney General pick? David Weiss, the guy who let all that happen. He could have selected anyone. He could have picked anyone inside government, outside government. He could have picked former attorney generals, former special counsels, but he picks the one guy he knows will protect Joe Biden. He picks David Weiss. And here's what the AG said in his August 11th announcement of David Weiss as the special counsel. Quote, I am confident that Mr. Weiss will carry out his responsibility in an even-handed and urgent manner. Urgent manner, every witness we've talked to, the 2 FBI whistleblowers that came forward, Mr. Shapley, Mr. Ziegler, the 2 FBI agents on the case, Mr. Sobocinski, Ms. Hawley, they've all said this thing was anything but urgent. The FBI said they were frustrated at the pace. Ms. Hawley said she was frustrated at the pace. And of course, the IRS agents, they said the investigation was slow-walked and even-handed. They limited the number of witnesses that could be interviewed. They tipped off the defense counsel about a subpoena. The judge says the plea deal was a joke. And all that's just half the story. There's one investigation protecting President Biden. There's another one attacking President Trump. Justice Department's got both sides of the equation covered. Look at the classified documents case. Spring and early summer of last year, the Department of Justice asked President Trump to turn over boxes of documents. He does just that. In the process, President Trump finds 38 additional documents. He tells the Department of Justice, the very next day the FBI comes to his home and he turns them over. Then the Department of Justice asked the president to put any boxes he brought from the White House to his home in his storage room and secure it by locking it. He does that as well. Everything they asked him to do, he did. And then what's the Justice Department do? August 8th, last year, they raid President Trump's home. And according to the FBI agent, Stephen D'Antuono, the assistant director in charge of the Washington field office, the search was a complete departure from standard protocol. When we interviewed Mr. D'Antuono, he said, first, the Miami field office didn't do the search. Instead, they sent folks from D.C. He said there was no U.S. attorney assigned to the case. Instead, it was run by D.C., in particular Jay Bratt, who's now on the special counsel team. He said the FBI didn't get President Trump's counsel's approval before they did the search. And then Mr. D'Antuono told us he had recommended that when the FBI got to Mr. Trump's home, President Trump's home, they contact his counsel, wait for him to get there and do the search together. Of course, the DOJ said no. And then who does the Attorney General name as special counsel in that case? Jack Smith, the guy who a few years ago was looking for ways to prosecute Americans, targeted by Lois Lerner and the IRS, looking to prosecute the very victims of the weaponized government, the weaponized IRS. Jack Smith, the guy who prosecuted Governor McDonald, only to have the Supreme Court overturn that prosecution in a unanimous decision. That's the guy that the Attorney General of the United States selects as special counsel. And you wonder why 4 out of 5 Americans believe there are now 2 standards of justice in our great country. Mr. Garland, I anticipate a number of questions on these 2 investigations. Later in the hearing, I expect from Republicans you will also get questions about the many other concerns the American people have with the department. The school board's memorandum, treating Catholics, the memo that said pro-life Catholics are extremists, the Fifth Circuit decision, great decision, on the Department of Justice and other agencies censoring American speech, and of course the FISA law that's up for reauthorization this year, and how that process has been abused and infringed on the rights, the privacy rights of the American people. Americans believe that today in our country, there is unequal application of the law. They believe that because there is. Republicans are committed to making that change. With that, I would yield to the gentleman from New York, the ranking member, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, at the outset, let me make 2 comments. One, just about every assertion you made in your opening statement has been completely refuted by witnesses who have testified before this committee. 2, far from being favored, many commentators have noted that people accused of simple gun possession while under the influence of a drug, when that gun was not used in the commission of a crime, are rarely, if ever, prosecuted the way Hunter Biden is being prosecuted. Mr. Chairman, one of this committee's most important duties is conducting oversight of the Department of Justice. We are called upon to ensure that the DOJ uses the enormous amount of power it is granted in a fair, just manner that respects the civil and human rights of all Americans. The Attorney General of the United States oversees issues that affect the lives of each and every American. Violent crime, drug trafficking, attacks on our civil rights, threats to our national security, and environmental crimes all fall under his purview. That is why we regularly request that he or she appear before this committee to speak about the work the department is doing for the welfare of the country. This is how we ensure that the department stays accountable to the American people. But if it were up to the Republicans, Americans would hear nothing about any of these substantive issues today. They would hear nothing about the rise in domestic terrorism and what the Justice Department is doing about it. They would hear nothing about what the department is doing to stop hate crimes and prevent gun violence. They would hear nothing about how the department is disrupting efforts by Russia, China, and others to interfere in our elections. Extreme MAGA Republicans have poisoned our vital oversight work. They've ignored our legitimate oversight responsibilities and used their power to stage one political stunt after another. They have wasted countless taxpayer dollars on baseless investigations into President Biden and his family, desperate to find evidence for an absurd impeachment and desperate to distract from the mounting legal peril facing Donald Trump. They have fought tirelessly to stop efforts to fight malign foreign actors trying to influence and manipulate Americans through social media. They have unconstitutionally interfered in criminal litigation and attempted to bully state and local law enforcement officers. They have publicized the names of witnesses who did not further their political goals, leading to threats of death and physical violence against those witnesses and their families. They have cost any number of private institutions and companies millions of dollars in legal fees as they struggle to respond to ridiculous and overbroad requests for information and transcribed interviews. They have issued subpoenas for show without making meaningful attempts to get the information they seek by consent. They have levied low, baseless personal attacks on any prosecutor to bring charges against Donald Trump or January 6th rioters. They have attempted to discredit investigators who are not hard enough on Donald Trump's political opponents. They have supported those involved in the deadly attack on our Capitol on January 6th in an attempt to overthrow a lawful election. They have justified conduct that we all know to be wildly illegal, like the theft of classified materials and incitement to violence. And through it all, rather than try to unite the country or solve the problems that affect us all, they have sought to exploit our divisions for cynical, personal political gain. That is their goal, division. They want to divide this country and make our government appear like it's broken, because that is when their broken political party thrives. So today, I implore the public to see through the sham. I have no doubt that you will hear a deluge of conspiracy theories and baseless accusations. They will quote freely from so-called whistleblowers who have been broadly discredited or contradicted. They will viciously attack federal law enforcement. They will tell you that all 91 criminal charges against Donald Trump are part of a conspiracy, despite overwhelming evidence of each of Donald Trump's crimes. And they will attack Special Counsel Weiss, who was appointed, let us not forget, by Donald Trump, for not being hard enough on Hunter Biden. Republicans will continue doing what they've done for years, discrediting anyone who does not serve their political goals at any cost. And the shame of it is that in this hearing room, like on the House floor, where we are barreling towards a government shutdown while my Republican colleagues call each other names, we could be working together to put people over politics and to solve any number of problems affecting the American people. More than 30,000 Americans have died from gun violence so far this year alone. Guns have become the leading cause of death for children aged 1 to 17, surpassing car accidents. Domestic violent extremism and white nationalism are on the rise. We are seeing active clubs and other white supremacist groups pop up around the country. Anti-Semitism is at an all-time high. Malign foreign actors like Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea are attempting to influence our elections. Political rhetoric is causing threats against law enforcement officials to skyrocket. Our immigration court system is in desperate need of reform. Our election workers receive death threats from conspiracy theory-driven extremists. Fentanyl is filling our streets and poisoning our children at historic rates. This list goes on, and we, the people in this room, are in a position to do something about it. In fact, it is our duty to do something about it, consistent with the oath we took when we were sworn in as members of Congress. We could work with the Department of Justice and Attorney General Garland to address any number of real substantive problems facing the American people. Instead, House Republicans will use their time today to talk about long discredited conspiracy theories and Hunter Biden's laptop. They will do it because they care more about Donald Trump than they do about their own constituents. I hope my colleagues will see reason and at least attempt to work with the Attorney General in good faith. Sadly, on the other side of the aisle, reason and good faith seem to be in short supply. In any event, Mr. Attorney General, I thank you for your testimony and thank you in advance for your patience. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back without objection. All other opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witness. The Honorable Merrick Garland is the Attorney General of the United States. He was sworn in on March 11th, 2021. We welcome our witness. Thank him for appearing today. We will begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Let the record show that the witness has answered in the affirmative. Thank you. You can be seated. Please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony. You know how this is done, Mr. Garland. You've been here before. We want to again thank you for being here. You're welcome to give your opening statement.
I'm sorry, is this working? Yeah.
You got it.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Nadler, and distinguished members of this committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you on behalf of the more than 115,000 employees of the Department of Justice. Since the Justice Department was founded, it has been tasked with confronting some of the most challenging issues before the country. Today, we are handling matters of significant public interest that carry great consequences for our democracy. A lot has been said about the Justice Department, about who we are and what we are doing, about what our job is and what it is not, and about why we do this work. I want to provide some clarity. First, who we are. The Justice Department is made up of more than 115,000 men and women who work in every state and communities across the country and around the globe. They are FBI, DEA, ATF agents, and United States Marshals who risk their lives to serve their communities. They are prosecutors and staff who work tirelessly to enforce our laws. The overwhelming majority are career public servants, meaning that they were not appointed by the president of any party. Second, I want to provide clarity about what the job of the Justice Department is and about what it is not. Our job is to help keep our country safe. That includes working closely with local police departments and communities across the country to combat violent crime. In fact, today, we are announcing the results of a recent U.S. Marshals operation conducted with state and local law enforcement. That operation targeted violent fugitives and resulted in 4,400 arrests across 20 cities in just 3 months. Our work also includes combating the drug cartels that are poisoning Americans. Last Friday, we extradited Ovidio Guzman Lopez, a leader of the Sinaloa cartel, from Mexico to the United States. He is a son of El Chapo and one of more than a dozen cartel members we have indicted and extradited to the United States. Our job includes seeking justice for the survivors of child exploitation, human smuggling, and sex trafficking. And it includes protecting democratic institutions like this one by holding accountable all those criminally responsible for the January 6th attack on the Capitol. Our job is also to protect civil rights. That includes protecting our freedoms as Americans to worship and think as we please, and to peacefully express our opinions, our beliefs, and our ideas. It includes protecting the right of every eligible citizen to vote and to have that vote counted. It includes combating discrimination, defending reproductive rights under law, and deterring and prosecuting attacks such as hate crimes. And our job is to uphold the rule of law. That means we apply the same laws to everyone. There is not one set of laws for the powerful and another for the powerless. one for the rich and another for the poor, one for Democrats and another for Republicans, or different rules depending upon one's race or ethnicity or religion. Our job is to pursue justice without fear or favor. Our job is not to do what is politically convenient. Our job is not to take orders from the president, from Congress, or from anyone else about who or what to criminally investigate. As the president himself has said, and I reaffirm today, I am not the president's lawyer. I will add, I am not Congress's prosecutor. The Justice Department works for the American people. Our job is to follow the facts and the law, and that is what we do. All of us recognize that with this work comes public scrutiny, criticism, and legitimate oversight. These are appropriate and important given the matters and the gravity of the matters that are before the department. But singling out individual career public servants who are just doing their jobs is dangerous, particularly at a time of increased threats to the safety of public servants and their families. We will not be intimidated. We will do our jobs free from outside influence, and we will not back down from defending our democracy. Third, I want to explain why we approach our job in this way. The Justice Department was founded in the wake of the Civil War and in the midst of Reconstruction with the first principal task of bringing to justice white supremacists and others who terrorize Black Americans to prevent them from exercising their civil rights. The Justice Department's job then and now is to fulfill the promise that it is at the foundation of our democracy, that the law will treat each of us alike. That promise is also why I am here. My family fled religious persecution in Eastern Europe at the start of the 20th century. My grandmother, who was one of 5 children, born in what is now Belarus, made it to the United States, as did 2 of her siblings. The other 2 did not. Those 2 were killed in the Holocaust. And there is little doubt that but for America, the same thing would have happened to my grandmother. But this country took her in, and under the protection of our laws, she was able to live without fear of persecution. That protection is what distinguishes this country from so many others. The protection of law, the rule of law, is the foundation of our system of government. Repaying this country for the debt my family owes, for our very lives, has been the focus of my entire professional career. That is why I served in the Justice Department under 5 different attorneys general under both Democratic and Republican administrations. That is why I spent more than 25 years ensuring the rule of law as a judge, and that is why I left a lifetime appointment as a judge and came back to the Justice Department 2.5 years ago. And that is why I'm here today. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. And you were right. America is the greatest country ever, and we on this side, I know, are very concerned about the equal application of the law that you talked about in your opening statement. With that, we will move to 5-minute questions, and we will start with the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. Mr. Weiss, the rule of law does distinguish our country, but you have not upheld that. You have allowed the rule of law to erode, and that's why 65% of the people in this country have no faith in the Department of Justice under your leadership. They don't trust it. They don't trust you. The reason is because they're witnessing every day a politicized Justice Department in a 2-tiered system of justice. For example, they see the DOJ, of course, aggressively prosecuting President Biden's chief political rival, Mr. Trump, while at the same time, they see slow walking and special treatment given to the president's son. That's just a fact that everybody can see with their own 2 eyes. I want to focus on that investigation of the Biden family. We have many important questions for you today about that. Let me just get right to the chase. Has anyone from the White House provided direction at any time to you personally or to any senior officials at the DOJ regarding how the Hunter Biden investigation was to be carried out?
No.
Have you had personal contact with anyone at FBI headquarters about the Hunter Biden investigation?
I don't recollect the answer to that question, but the FBI works for the Justice Department. It's.
I'm sorry. You don't recollect. You don't recollect whether you've talked with anybody at FBI headquarters about an investigation of the president's son?
I don't believe that I did. I promised the Senate when I came before it for confirmation that I would leave Mr. Weiss in place and that I would not interfere with his investigation.
Okay, did you ever...
I have kept that promise.
All right. Have you had personal contact with anybody at the Baltimore field office on the Hunter Biden matter?
No.
On July 10th, 2023, U.S. Attorney David Weiss told Senator Lindsey Graham, quote, I had discussions with departmental officials regarding potential appointment under 28 U.S.C. Section 515, which would have allowed me to file charges in a district outside my own without the partnership of the local U.S. attorney, end quote. With whom did Mr. Weiss have those discussions?
I'm not going to get into the internal deliberations of the department.
Oh, but you must, sir. This is important for us. We have oversight responsibility over your department, and we need these answers.
As appropriate, necessary for Mr. Weiss to have conversations with the department. I made clear that if he wanted to bring a case in any jurisdiction, he would be able to do that. The way you do that is to get an order signed by the Attorney General called a 515 order. I promised he would be able to do that, and he in his letters made clear he understood he would be able to do that.
Okay. Can you tell us about any briefings or discussions that you personally have had with Mr. Weiss regarding any and all federal investigations of Hunter Biden?
I'm going to say again, I promised the Senate that I would not interfere with Mr. Weiss.
So you have not, I'm just, under oath today, your testimony is you have not had any discussions with Mr. Weiss about this matter?
Under oath, my testimony today is that I promised the Senate I would not intrude in his investigation. I do not intend to discuss internal Justice Department deliberations, whether or not I had them.
Oh, okay. So your testimony today is you're not going to tell us whether you've had discussions with Mr. Weiss.
My testimony today is I told the committee that I would not interfere. I made clear that Mr. Weiss would have the authority to bring cases that he thought were appropriate.
Okay.
Mr. Weiss's letter.
Okay, let me stop you. For sake of time, sir, are you aware that FBI officials have come before this committee and they have stated that there was a cumbersome bureaucratic process that Mr. Weiss had to go through to bring charges in another judicial district? You know that?
I'm not aware, but that's not true. There's nothing cumbersome about the process.
So those whistleblowers are lying to us under oath? Those whistleblowers are lying?
I didn't say that. Their description of the process cumbersome is an opinion. It's not a fact question. All I have to do is sign a section.
Right, let me get to the fact. Mr. Weiss has been the lead prosecutor on the Hunter Biden case since 2018, correct?
I'm sorry?
Mr. Weiss has been the lead prosecutor on the Hunter Biden case since 2018. Now, here's the question.
He's been the lead prosecutor since he was appointed by President Trump.
Okay, why, let me ask you, why has the Justice Department dragged this investigation out for so long? Does it really take years to determine if Hunter Biden lied on a federal form related to purchasing a firearm?
Mr. Weiss was a long-time career prosecutor. President Trump appointed him as the...
You're not answering the question. Is that standard procedure? Should it take that long to make such a simple determination?
I'm answering the question. Give me an opportunity to do so.
Okay.
He was charged with that investigation under the previous administration. He's continued. He knows how to conduct investigations, and I have not intruded or attempted to evaluate that because that was the promise I made to the Senate.
The whistleblowers gave us testimony about serious misconduct at the Justice Department in regards to the preferential treatment afforded Hunter Biden. Has your office requested an investigation into that?
There are well-known processes for how whistleblowers make their claims. I am a strong proponent of whistleblowers and a strong defender. We have an Inspector General's office. We have an Office of Professional Responsibility. That is the way in which complaints from whistleblowers should be and are appropriately handled.
I'm out of time. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the ranking member, Mr. Nadler. Okay, Dan.
Thank you. Mr. Attorney General, thank you for being here today. It's no secret that some of my colleagues across the aisle have threatened to shut down the government unless and until the FBI and the Department of Justice are defunded. One Trump-light presidential candidate has said that we should abolish the FBI altogether. Mr. Attorney General, what would be the impact on America of defunding the FBI?
Defunding the FBI would leave the United States naked to the malign influence of the Chinese Communist Party, to the attacks by Iranians on American citizens and attempts to assassinate former officials, to the Russian aggression, to North Korean cyber attacks, to violent crime in the United States, which the FBI helps to fight against, to all kinds of espionage, to domestic violent extremists who have attacked our churches, our synagogues, our mosques, and who have killed individuals out of racial hatred. I cannot imagine the consequences of defunding the FBI, but they would be catastrophic.
Thank you. I want to turn to Mr. Weiss's investigation and the authority he's been granted to conduct that investigation without interference in whatever way he deems necessary. You testified to the Senate Judiciary Committee on March 1st of this year that David Weiss had, quote, full authority over any investigation concerning Hunter Biden. Was that a true statement at the time?
Yes, Mr. Weiss has full authority to conduct his investigation however he wishes, and Mr. Weiss has confirmed that in letters to this committee.
Thank you. This authority included ensuring that Weiss would be able to bring charges in jurisdiction outside of Delaware if necessary. Is that correct?
I assured Mr. Weiss publicly that he would have the authority to bring a case outside of Delaware if he thought that was appropriate.
Does that remain true today?
Yes, that is true today.
Has it ever been the case over the course of this investigation that Mr. Weiss would not have been able to bring charges outside of Delaware if warranted?
As a matter of my authority, I promised he would be able to do that. I think as is apparent in the letters exchanged with the committee and in my previous testimony, in order for a United States attorney or a special counsel or anyone else to bring a case outside of his jurisdiction, it requires me to sign a paper called Section 515. That's the statute which permits bringing cases outside of the jurisdiction. I promised that I would do whatever was required to enable Mr. Weiss to bring a case outside his jurisdiction if that's what he thought was appropriate.
And I assume it was your understanding that Mr. Weiss was fully aware that he could bring charges outside of Delaware if necessary when you testified on March 1st.
Mr. Weiss has said so in the letters he sent to this committee.
Thank you. Did he ever say or do anything that might make him unsure of where he could bring charges?
Mr. Weiss's own letters reflect that he had never asked me to be special counsel and that he understood the process for asking for a signature on a Section 515 form.
There have been accusations that the handling of the Hunter Biden matter is an example of a two-tiered system of justice. What's your response to that allegation?
The Justice Department treats everyone alike, regardless of party, regardless of ethnicity, regardless of wealth. Everyone is treated alike. I understand that people may not understand why particular investigations are conducted in particular ways until all the facts come out. That's what we have a court for, and all of the explanations will come out with respect to Mr. Weiss, for example. At the end of his period as special counsel, one of the requirements is that he file a report, which I have promised to make public to the extent that's lawful and consistent with department policy. He will explain his decisions to prosecute and not to prosecute.
Thank you. What are the impacts of members of Congress making such accusations against the DOJ? Do baseless accusations from government officials make it more difficult for investigators to do their job and effectively investigate the subject?
Members of the Justice Department are strong and tough and able to understand that their job is to do the right thing regardless of any pressures from any quarter. What is dangerous, and I'm not talking about the committee, but what is dangerous is when anyone singles out a career prosecutor or a career FBI agent, and we know as a matter of fact that that kind of singling out has led to threats. This is a concern across the board. It is not a concern about anyone in particular.
I think you would have been justified in referring to the committee. My time has expired. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina.
Mr. Attorney General, you're the only person who could ensure that Mr. Weiss had all the necessary authority, aren't you?
I'm the only person who can sign an agreement with respect to special counsel. The authority to do Section 515 can be signed by other people in the department.
You're aware, ultimately, though, the authority is yours.
Yes.
You made the point that you don't take orders from the president about such things. You decide, ultimately, what the Justice Department will do.
I announced at the beginning, I promised that he would be able to bring whatever cases he wants, and I have followed through on that promise. I'm permitted to make that kind of promise, and I have made it.
Did you undertake to inform yourself, to interact with him sufficient to ensure that he knew he possessed that authority, or that you would see to it that he had all necessary authority?
I don't think there's any doubt that he knew. He has written 3 letters to this committee indicating that he understood he had that authority.
You're also aware, though, aren't you, sir, that a senior IRS investigator, whistleblower, came forward and has testified publicly that Mr. Weiss stated that he did not have such authority. He was not the decider. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of the testimony. I was not present at any point during that statement. And Mr. Weiss, who was present, has indicated that he had the authority and he knew that he had it.
Subsequent to those developments, though, you decided to make Mr. Weiss special counsel, which you had not done before.
Mr. Weiss made clear he did not ask me to be special counsel until last month, and last month I made him special counsel.
Did you have some lack of information that you should have had that would have caused you to act earlier to make him special counsel?
Mr. Weiss did not ask to be special counsel before.
I understand he didn't ask. You said that, sir. Did you take the necessary steps to inform yourself what authority he understood he had or what obstacles he was encountering?
Look, Mr. Weiss had, as I said from the beginning, at the very beginning, that he had authority over all matters that pertain to Hunter Biden.
Have you learned that he was in fact deterred by decisions of the United States attorneys in the District of Columbia and the Northern District of California from proceeding as he thought best?
With respect, Congressman, Mr. Weiss has not said that he was deterred. He said that he followed the normal processes of the department. And that he was never denied the ability to bring a case in another jurisdiction.
Well, what changed then, Mr. Attorney General? What made you decide that it was sufficient to leave him in the situation he was until you decided to make him special counsel?
Mr. Weiss asked for that authority, given the extraordinary circumstances of this matter, and given my promise that I would give him any resources he requested, I made him special counsel.
So until that time, was it just a matter of his predilection, or did you undertake to investigate and discern what he was doing with his authority and whether he had faced any obstacles?
I did not endeavor to investigate because I had promised that I would not interfere with this investigation. The way to not interfere is to not investigate an investigation.
Once he requested to be named special counsel, having not done so over months and months of your tenure, did you ask him what had changed that made him now need to be a special counsel?
Mr. Weiss asked to be made special counsel. I had promised that I would give him all the resources he needed, and I made him special counsel.
When did the Justice Department permit statutes of limitations to expire on some of the prospective charges against Hunter Biden for tax violations?
I don't know anything about the statute of limitations here. The investigation was in the hands of Mr. Weiss to make the determinations that he thought were appropriate.
Are you unaware that statutes of limitations have in fact been allowed to expire after there having been tolling agreements in place?
I'm going to say again, the determination of where to bring cases and which kinds of cases to bring was left to Mr. Weiss.
Yes, sir. I understand that you've said that. That's part of the problem. The question is, are you aware that statutes of limitations have been allowed to expire while the matter was under investigation?
The investigators were fully familiar with all the relevant law.
I'm not asking for the excuses. I'm asking whether you're aware of that fact, sir.
I'm going to say again, I'm going to say again and again if necessary. I did not interfere with, did not investigate, did not
See, those are
determinations.
statements in response to other questions. Everybody in the country now knows, who's paying attention to this, that the Justice Department permitted statutes of limitations to expire. Every lawyer who's ever practiced understands the implications of allowing statutes of limitations to expire. Do you not even know as you sit here whether that occurred or not?
Prosecutors make appropriate determinations on their own. In this case, I left it to Mr. Weiss whether to bring charges or not. That would include whether to let statute of limitations expire or not, whether there was sufficient evidence to bring a case that was subject to the statute of limitations or not, whether there were better cases to bring or not.
Time of the gentleman has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Attorney General, for being here with us this morning. You know, as much as we see dirt being thrown in the air, there's a lot of misinformation that I think is intended to confuse people. I would like to ask unanimous consent to put into the record 3 letters from Mr. Weiss that he sent to Congress on June 7th, June 30th, and July 10th.
Without objection.
He said over and over again that he has full authority over this case, including the ability to seek special counsel or special attorney status if needed. You know, trying to imply otherwise is just simply false. Mr. Weiss was appointed by then President Trump. Your decision was to leave the Trump-appointed attorney completely in charge of this, hands off from you. He makes all the calls without interference from the Attorney General. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so the idea that you would interfere is completely wrong. And I'd also like to ask, you talked about your independence from the president, but also your independence from the Congress. Have you ever come across historically an instance where the Congress of the United States tried to or successfully interfered with a prosecution initiated by the Department of Justice based on the facts and the law?
I want to be gentle about the word interfere, but it is, just as a historical example, in the case of Iran-Contra, the consequences of actions by the Congress were that the special counsel's investigation of Iran, of Mr. North, were dismissed.
Correct. Before I go into another question I have, I just would like unanimous consent to put into the record the annual statistical transparency report dated April of 2023. It indicates that the deduplicated counting method for FBI queries of U.S. persons under the Section 702 database numbered over 119,000. I would just like to note, and we will work with you, this committee on a bipartisan basis is very concerned about querying of the 702 database for U.S. persons without a warrant. We're not suggesting that the law does not permit that, but we are going to visit this issue because it is my view that querying the 702 database that has been collected without due process because it relates to foreign individuals is completely wrong in terms of the privacy rights of Americans. And I'm hoping that we can work successfully with you as we craft requirements for a warrant to do that querying. I'd like to ask, as we know and has been mentioned by the ranking member, the proposal is basically to defund the police by the Republicans, to defund the FBI. I am concerned that if we defund the police, as the majority has suggested, that really doesn't have an impact on the statute of limitations. So if we were to defund the Department of Justice, defund the FBI and the police, as has been suggested, what would happen with the statute of limitations for cases that you were pursuing if you were not able to actually do that? Would they be suspended anyway, or would the criminals get off scot-free?
Well, I know in my experience as a judge, if I was asked a legal question and I don't know the answer, I would go back to the office and study it, and I'll have to do that in this case. I don't have the answer.
Well, I think I do, because there's nothing in the statute that allows for the statute of limitations to be suspended because the government has been shut down or because the police have been defunded through the budget process. And I just think we ought to take the implications of a shutdown very seriously in terms of allowing criminals to get off. And I see that my time has expired, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
General yields back. Chair does not recognize himself. Quote, Mr. Weiss has full authority to bring cases in other jurisdictions if he feels it's necessary. That was your response, Attorney General, to Senator Grassley's question on March 1st, 2023. You just referenced it when Mr. Bishop was questioning you. Only problem is he'd already been turned down by the U.S. Attorney in the District of Columbia, Mr. Graves. So he didn't have full authority, did he?
I had an extended conversation with Senator Grassley at the time. We briefly touched on the Section 515 question and how that process went. I've never been suggested.
My point's real simple, Mr. Garland. You said he had complete authority, but he'd already been turned down. He wanted to bring an action in the District of Columbia, and the U.S. Attorney there said, no, you can't. And then you go tell the United States Senate under oath that he has complete authority.
I'm going to say again that no one had the authority to turn him down. They could refuse to partner with him. They could not.
You can use whatever language. Refuse to partner is turning down.
Well, it's not the same under a well-known Justice Department practice.
Here's why the statute of limitations question is important, and Mr. Bishop was getting at just a few minutes ago. Here's why it's important. You let the statute of limitations lapse for 2014, 2015. Those were the years with the felony tax charges where Hunter Biden was getting income from Burisma. Here are 4 facts that I think are so important. Hunter Biden was put on the board of Burisma, made a lot of money, got paid a lot of money over those years. Couple $1 million. He wasn't qualified. Fact number 2, he wasn't qualified to be on the board of Burisma. Not my words, his words. He said he got on the board because of his last name. The brand, as Devin Archer said when he was under oath and we deposed him. Fact number 3, Burisma executives told Hunter Biden, we're under pressure, we need help. Fact number 4, Joe Biden goes to Ukraine, leverages our tax money, American people's tax money, to get the prosecutor fired who was applying the pressure. Interestingly enough, that fact is entirely consistent with what the confidential human source told the FBI, and they recorded in the 1023 form, the same form Mr. Wray didn't want to let this committee and the Congress see. That all happened. That all happened. And what I'm wondering is why you guys let the statute of limitations lapse for those tax years that dealt with Burisma income.
There's one more fact that's important, and that is that this investigation was being conducted by Mr. Weiss, an appointee of President Trump. You will, at the appropriate time, have the opportunity to ask Mr. Weiss that question, and he will no doubt address it in the public report that will be transmitted to the Congress. I don't know the answer to those questions.
Did they forget? Did the lawyers just like let it, did they just like, oh, darn, we let it, were they careless?
I expect that won't be what he says, but because I promise...
You know that's not the case, because as Mr. Bishop pointed out, they had a tolling agreement. They talked to Hunter Biden's defense counsel and say, let's extend the statute of limitations. And then at some point, they made an intentional decision to say, we're going to let the statute of limitations lapse. And I want to know who decided that and why they did it.
Mr. Weiss was a supervisor of the investigation at that time and at all times. He made the appropriate decisions, and you'll be able to ask him that question, and he will.
You know why they did it? Everyone knows why they did it. May not say it, but everyone knows why they did it. They didn't. Burisma, those tax years, that dealt with that involved the president. It's one thing to have a gun charge in Delaware. That doesn't involve the president of the United States. But Burisma, oh my, that goes right to the White House. We can't have that. And we can slow walk this thing along. We can even extend the statute of limitations, and then we can intentionally let it lapse. And we know this investigation was slow. Here's what everyone said. Shapley said, DOJ slow-walked the investigation. Ziegler, slow-walking in the approvals of everything. This happened at the Delaware's attorney's office and DOJ tax level. Mr. Sobocinski, the FBI agent, said, I would have liked to see things move faster. Ms. Holly said the same. Every witness we've talked to said this thing was slow-walked, and we know why. They slow-walked it long enough to let the statute of limitations run so they wouldn't have to get into Burisma. Tell me where I'm wrong.
Will the gentleman yield?
No, I'm asking Mr. Garland the question.
I think I've tried to make clear that I don't know the specifics of the investigation. Much of what you are describing occurred during the Trump administration, during a Justice Department appointed by President Trump.
No, it didn't. This is 4.5 years, this investigation. We're talking about the last few years. Your statement was just this year, March 1st, to Senator Grassley.
No, I'm sorry. I was trying to respond to your descriptions of what the IRS agents said about certain things.
Statute of limitations is 6 years. That lapsed here in the Biden administration.
On the statute of limitations, we'll say again that the explanation for why the statute of limitation was lapsed, if it was, has to come from Mr. Weiss.
My time is this, but let me ask one last question real quick here. Who decided that David Weiss would stay on as U.S. attorney?
Look, this had occurred before I came. Mr. Weiss had been kept on. I promised the...
no, I didn't say, you can walk all through that. I said, who decided? The White House decided.
Mr. Weiss?
Right? They serve at the pleasure of the president, right?
Mr. Weiss was...
Joe Biden decided to keep David Weiss as U.S. attorney. You weren't sworn in until March. He was told he was going to stay on in February.
Expired.
Pretty fundamental question. Who decided David Weiss was going to stay as U.S. attorney in Delaware?
Mr. Chairman, your time has expired.
Mr. Chairman, your time has expired.
I'm waiting for an answer, and I'll yield.
Well, you asked the question after your time had expired already. Point of order.
Gentleman can respond, then I'll go to Ms. Jackson-Lee.
Mr. Weiss was the special U.S. attorney from the District of Delaware when I came on. He had been appointed by President Trump. I promised that he would be permitted to stay on for this investigation, and that is what happened.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from New York's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I believe you misquoted from the transcript of the Senate hearing. I therefore ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the entire transcript of the Senate hearing.
Without objection, but I didn't misquote what Mr. Garland said. Ms. Jackson-Lee from Texas, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. None of the Republicans' goals today include solving Americans' problems of which they are concerned of. There are many reasons, Mr. Attorney General, that prosecutors decline to bring charges. One of those reasons is that they don't have any evidence for a conviction. That is the justice way. That is just in America. So let me raise these questions and concerns with you today. As we all know, Republicans have repeatedly alleged that the DOJ and FBI are conspiring to shield the Biden family from public criticism and giving Hunter Biden special treatment in its investigations. They have demonized law enforcement officials working with this case at every turn, which has directly led to increased threats against FBI officials, law enforcement, of which they pretend to support. I want to place into the record 2 excerpts from recent transcribed interviews, and I would ask that copies be made available to you. The first is from a June interview with Jennifer Moore, FBI's former Executive Assistant Director for Human Resources. She told this committee that FBI had received so many threats that it had to stand up an entire 10-person unit just to deal with them. She said it is unprecedented. It's a number we have never had before. More testimony, pages 202 to 203. The second excerpt is from an interview earlier this month with Thomas Sobocinski, the special agent in charge of FBI's Baltimore field office. Here's what he said. I joined the FBI 25 years ago. I joined for a reason, to protect the American people, uphold the Constitution. I've been to war. My family's been in bad places. My kids have been evacuated from war zones or quasi-war zones. I've been in some bad things. I have accepted that. I'm solely focused on 2 things, and they're not mutually exclusive. The first is, like every investigation, I want to get to a resolution in a fair, apolitical way. The second thing, it's becoming more important and more relevant, is keeping my folks safe. And that part, I've never expected to have to be able to be concerned about keeping families safe, so that for me, this is becoming more and more of a job that I have to do and take away from what I was assigned or signed up to do, which was to investigate and do these things. So when you talk about potential frustrations with communication, I am personally frustrated with anything that places my employees and their families in enhanced danger. Our children, their children, did not sign up for this. Mr. Attorney General, do you agree that politically charged rhetoric claiming that law enforcement agents, and I have many questions if you could be brief, are corrupt and contribute to this onslaught of threats against public servants?
Okay, as I said in my opening statement, we have had an astounding number of threats against public servants over the last several years. I think that when career public servants in the Justice Department and in election workers and airline crews, when they are singled out, this can lead to threats of violence and actual violence. We have the actual example of an attack on an FBI office by somebody who was incensed by political rhetoric. This does happen. We must not allow that to happen in this country.
Does the rhetoric regarding the Biden case have any basis in reality?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part.
Does the rhetoric regarding the Biden case have any basis in reality?
No, it does not.
How does this impact FBI and DOJ employees' ability to do their work? I think you mentioned specifically FBI and DOJ employees.
As I've already said, the agents of the FBI and the prosecutors understand that criticism comes with their job, and they will continue to do their jobs without fear or favor. But the idea of threatening their safety or that of their families is just abhorrent.
Thank you. And I assume that provisions have had to be in place to protect these agents and their families.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part.
I assume that provisions or protections have had to be in place to protect these agents and their families.
Yes, that's correct.
Let me move on. Thank you very much, Mr. General. Let me move on to the fentanyl crisis, and I want to introduce H.R. 4272. But let me just put on the record so that you can probably summarize, and I ask for the indulgence of my chair, but in any event, that the FBI, the DOJ are focused, needlepoint focused, if you will, on the crisis of fentanyl. I want to just raise that for you, and then I just want to follow up with one or two other questions, if you would be able to comment on these collectively. I am dealing with the crisis of human trafficking and the prioritizing of America's children. They are under siege. And the level of child sexual abuse materials generating into human trafficking, and I want to put H.R. 30 on the record, indicates from ICAC that there are 99,000 IP cases where they're enticing children, and maybe only 1% of them being investigated. I'd like your comment on that. And finally, in the approach of of Yom Kippur, to emphasize the work that is hopefully still being doing with anti-Semitism, attacks on immigrants, and African Americans and Latinos. If you would answer those questions, fentanyl, the human trafficking, and then domestic terrorism.
These are all horrendous problems propagated by people who are truly evil. We are fighting the fentanyl scourge in every possible way. Starting with the precursors in China, to the labs in Mexico, to the cartels that are bringing the drugs into the United States, to their networks in the United States, to the streets of America. And we will continue to do that with every resource that Congress
We are listening to Attorney General Merrick Garland testifying before the House Judiciary Committee about investigations into former President Trump and into Hunter Biden, President Biden's son. For more on this, I want to bring in Jay O'Brien on Capitol Hill, along with Chief Justice correspondent Pierre Thomas. Pierre, this is all essentially Garland defending against accusations that the DOJ is being weaponized. We heard him being pressed on whether he interfered with the investigation into Hunter Biden. Committee Chair Jim Jordan said Hunter Biden got preferential treatment on several fronts, even saying his original plea deal was thrown out because it was a sweetheart deal. So what do we know about how this investigation was conducted, has been conducted, and why that plea deal fell apart?
Well, the first thing I think we should say, Diane, is that there's just no evidence to support what Jim Jordan is saying in terms of, you know, the preferential treatment part, in the sense that David Weiss was appointed by former President Donald Trump He was allowed to work in the job for 5 years, and he was allowed to continue in the Biden administration. Thus far, the accusations about the preferential treatment have been refuted by Mr. Weiss himself. There's now the counter-argument from other people that say that Hunter Biden probably would not have been indicted at this point if his name were anybody else's name. Namely that the charge that he's been indicted thus far with, the gun charge, is a charge that typically is accompanied by another charge, something involving violence or trafficking of weapons. So this is what we see typically on Capitol Hill, a pretty partisan hearing. And I was struck by some of the language that normally docile, not so much docile, but the normally very low-key Attorney General put in his opening statement that he's not the lawyer of the president for the President of the United States, that the Justice Department works for the people, that they will not succumb to pressure of any kind. And he's really trying to push back on this notion that the Justice Department is playing favorites with Republicans and or Democrats. And one of the things that some of his supporters and some in the department are pointing out is the fact that you have a special counsel looking at President Biden in regarding to classified documents. You have a special counsel looking into his son, along with the investigations of the President of the United States. And they're simply saying that, the Republicans' accusations thus far, they haven't been able to present proof to prove them.
Jay, Democrats on the committee are defending Garland. They say, in the words of Jerry Nadler, so-called whistleblowers. He says they've been discredited, that Republicans are trying to discredit anyone who doesn't serve their political goals. And we also heard references to letters from Trump appointee David Weiss saying he has had full authority to conduct his investigation into Hunter Biden as he sees fit. So is there evidence? What evidence is there that Garland interfered with or slowed down this investigation?
Well, and Pierre just alluded to those letters a little bit as well. That is a letter that David Weiss sent to the Senate Judiciary Committee, essentially refuting testimony from those two IRS whistleblowers that you'll remember came forward to Congress and alleged that there was interference from the administration, from Maine Justice, into that case, into Hunter Biden. And David Weiss, who's a Trump-appointed U.S. attorney, now the special counsel in this case, as Pierre said in that letter, that's not true. I haven't felt any pressure. And as you're watching this hearing play out here, one of the things you've heard from Democrats is them saying, A, there's no evidence of that, and B, this exchange from Sheila Jackson Lee to the Attorney General saying, does the rhetoric regarding the Biden case have any basis in reality? And the Attorney General says, no, it does not.
All right, Pierre Thomas, Jay O'Brien, thank you both. We're going to go back to that hearing now. Let's listen.
That you just asked. Let me start with the first one about North Korea. North Korea is a dangerous actor, both kinetically and with respect to cyber.
But not on par with China. I'm on the Armed Services
Committee,
Mr. Attorney General. It makes you look unserious to suggest that.
May I answer your question or not?
Answer the question about whether or not you know about all the millions of dollars that moved
you
through
don't
Rob
want me to
Walker's
answer about North Korea?
I already know the answer, and so does everyone. They're not the same risk as China. So let's get on to serious questions and serious answers. Do you know about the money that moved through Rob Walker's shell companies, yes or no?
As I have said repeatedly, I have left these matters to Mr. Weiss. I've not intruded. I've not interfered. I've not tried to find out what he knows.
It's like you're looking the other way on purpose because everybody knows this stuff's happening. And you know what? People don't pay bribes to not get something in return. Right? The China initiative resulted in the convictions of a Harvard professor, of someone at Monsanto. So we were working against the Chinese. They paid the Bidens. And now you're sitting here telling me that North Korea is the big threat. I got to get to this one thing on January 6th. So did the FBI lose count of the number of paid informants on January 6th?
Let me answer your question about China.
I want you to answer this question. I only get 5 minutes. You've already sort of, I think, screwed the pooch on China. So January 6th, did you lose count of the number of federal assets? Did you lose count and order an audit?
Gentleman's time has expired.
I get an answer to the question of did they lose count?
No, let him answer the question.
The time has expired. The Attorney General can respond.
China is the most aggressive, most dangerous adversary that the
Attorney General,
United States faces, and we are doing everything within our power to rebut that, to stop that, to prevent their invasions, both kinetic, and through cyberspace, and we will continue to do
If someone
that.
gave that answer in your courtroom when you were a judge, you would tell them they were being
Mr.
non-responsive,
Chairman,
and you would direct them to answer the question.
Point of order, Your Honor?
Time is,
Badgering the witness.
Point of
Time
order,
is
please.
expired.
I got it. I was
You like Your Honor? You want to stick with that?
Yeah, I was getting laughed at to call me Your Honor.
Point of order either way.
Okay, I understand that too.
All right.
But the gentleman asked his question before his time expired. The Attorney General did not respond to the gentleman's question. I was hoping he would respond to the question about the confidential human sources on January 6th. He didn't respond to that. I'm sure we're going to get an answer to that later.
Of course,
Now-
Mr. Chairman, there
now
were
recognize
8
the
questions
gentleman-
before that he was not given a chance to answer.
Understand,
So
but
the witness might have thought.
But the witness doesn't, Mr. Chairman, point of order. The witness does not control the time.
hang on, exactly right. Members control the time. If they want to switch their question and focus on one more question that they'd like an answer to, I want to give the witness a chance to respond to that final question that Mr. Gates asked. He didn't respond to it. Someone else is going to ask it, I'm sure. We now recognize the gentleman from Tennessee for 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. I'll just follow up a few of the questions we were asked here. Did Devin Archer not say Joe Biden did nothing wrong?
Be clear, I only know about Mr. Archer from newspaper reports. I want to be clear that I kept my promise to not involve myself in this investigation.
Now stated. He said Joe Biden did nothing wrong. Secondly, did you say that President Trump appointed Weiss, who then you appointed?
Yes, President Trump appointed Mr. Weiss as United States Attorney.
So that should take care of that issue. And they say the department's been weaponized. Wasn't there an investigation of Mr. Gates and you didn't prosecute him?
Justice Department does not make comments about its investigation.
Well, it shows we're not weaponized. If we were weaponized, we'd have done it. That was a beautiful exchange there, and it shows we didn't do that. You are the nation's chief law enforcement officer, and I appreciate that. And law enforcement's one of our government's fundamental functions. Crime is growing too much in this country and in my city of Memphis as well. We need law enforcement to be effective, swift, and fair. I'd like to focus my questions on what actually affects the American people. Crime. How do we get smarter law enforcement requiring smart resource of allocations, not about funding or less funding, but the right funding for the right programs, and see that that happens? Memphis, as hiring has become more difficult, we've lowered our standards to get more officers. That's not the way to do it. The COPS program is helping us review the policy and procedures, and I thank you, the COPS program, for doing that. But what can Department of Justice do to help see that law enforcement is more efficient and more effective?
So the key to this is our partnership, the FBI, DEA, Marshals, ATF's partnership at every local level with local and state law enforcement, in task forces, in discussions to target the most dangerous criminals in those communities, but at the same time to engage the communities to help engender community trust in law enforcement. Everyone who's prosecuted violent crime cases, and that includes me, knows that you need the trust of the community in order to get witnesses. We in the Justice Department are helping our state and local colleagues do just that. The funding you described from the COPS office and in the Office of Justice Programs allows us to give money to state and local police organizations that are having trouble with recruitment and retention and promotion of law officers, and helps them make their departments respectful of constitutional rights, and at the same time effective in the investigation and prosecution of criminal law violations.
Thank you for those activities, those programs through COPS. You've also reinstituted patterns and practices investigations of certain police departments, and Memphis is one of them, and I thank you for doing that. Can you share with us how important those pilot programs are and how they can improve policing?
Yes, Congress has authorized the Justice Department to conduct pattern or practice investigations when they have a reasonable belief in that there has been a pattern of unconstitutional behavior in a police department. We are careful to select those cases where we think there is such a pattern. We make those investigations. We then work with the law enforcement agencies in the cities. Our hope is to come to a consent decree that will lead to a better, more efficient, and more constitutional police department. We have been successful in all of our cases to date in reaching consent agreements.
Thank you, sir. You were part of announced bringing of charges, federal charges against the 5 officers who killed Tyree Nichols in Memphis, and I thank you for that. We need that federal charge, and we need our department looked at. If there's a shutdown of the federal government, how will that affect the Department of Justice and affect policing in local communities?
Well, I haven't done a complete calculation on the effects of a shutdown and the difference between which employees are indispensable under the statute and which ones not. It will certainly disrupt all of our normal programs, including our grant programs to state and local law enforcement, and to our ability to conduct our normal efforts with respect to the entire scope of our activities, including helping state and locals fight violent crime.
Thank you, sir, and Happy New Year, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman, Mr. McClintock from California, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Attorney General, looking again at the appointment of Jack Smith and David Weiss, this double standard of justice couldn't be more glaring. Jack Smith was deeply involved in the IRS scandal that targeted conservative political groups to harass. His malicious prosecution of former Governor McDonnell was unanimously overturned by the U.S. Supreme Court. Chief Justice Roberts rebuked Smith directly for attempting to criminalize political activity. You appointed him to prosecute Joe Biden's chief rival for the presidency. And then we have the appointment of David Weiss. Weiss deliberately allowed the statute of limitations to run out on any charges that could have implicated Joe Biden in influence peddling. He originally offered Hunter Biden a sweetheart deal that was ultimately upended by the court, and he's the one you appointed to pursue the charges that could implicate Joe Biden. That leads me to only 2 explanations, either corruption or incompetence. So which is it?
Those are the kind of questions that judges would rule out of order.
I'm sure you would. Which is it?
Look, I said before, and I will say again, Mr. Weiss was the Republican-appointed United States Attorney appointed by President Trump.
Do you at least see the obvious double standard applied in these 2 appointments?
Mr. Weiss was a Republican appointee. Mr. Smith is not registered to either party. His entire career was as a career prosecutor.
I'm not asking what their party registrations are. I'm asking about their records and how those records would commend them to the appointments that you made. This is a question of judgment, and it's a question of motive. What was motivating you to do this?
Mr. Smith had a nationwide reputation for integrity and for appropriate prosecution. His work can be measured by what he actually has filed. Everyone in the country can see the indictments.
How can you say that after he was so heavily implicated in the IRS scandal or the rebuke that the Supreme Court gave and many other examples? But let me go on. We've had 2 IRS whistleblowers inform Congress of attempts by senior Justice Department officials to obstruct the criminal investigation into millions of dollars of ill-gotten and undeclared income to Hunter Biden. They noted several deviations by department officials from normal process that provided preferential treatment, in this case to Hunter Biden, a direct quote, including allowing the statute of limitations to lapse, requesting IRS and FBI management level investigative communications, prohibiting investigators from referring to the big guy or dad in witness interviews, excluding the investigative team from meetings with defense counsel, and notifying defense counsel of pending search warrants. The U.S. Attorney's Office even tipped off the Bidens of an impending search of a storage unit where their records were being kept. Now, that sounds an awful lot like obstruction of justice to me. Was that coming from you or from somebody else?
I'm sorry, I don't was that coming from you? I don't understand the question.
All of the actions that your employees took to obstruct the investigation of Hunter Biden and the earnings that he made and the taxes he failed to declare, their source, and ultimately who they were paid to.
I'm going to say again, with respect to the Hunter Biden investigation, that it has been and still is in the hands of Mr. Weiss, an appointee of President Trump. I don't know about all of these allegations. Some of them appear to have been from the period when the Attorney General appointed by President Trump was still the Attorney General.
Do these charges trouble you at all?
Mr. Weiss will have an opportunity to explain the decisions.
Well, you're the guy in charge. Does this trouble you?
I have intentionally not involved myself in the facts of the case, not because I'm trying to get out of responsibility, but because I'm trying to pursue my responsibility.
Your FBI director testified before this committee of an uptick in, quote, known or suspected terrorists coming across the southern border. And he told us that the southern border represents a massive security threat. Those were his words, a massive security threat. Do you agree?
I am perfectly happy to align myself with the director of the FBI.
Well, why is it then that we have seen your administration rescind the Trump-era orders that had secured that border? I mean, we've seen an exponential increase in suspected terrorists.
Time of the gentleman has expired. The witness can respond if he chooses.
I mean, this is the answer to this question about immigration law is an extremely long answer. I would defer to the Department of Homeland Security, which is responsible for the physical security and about first contact at the border.
Well, we've tried to get answers from him, and he doesn't give them to us, so we're hoping you would. I understand, Mr. Attorney General, you've requested a short break, so we'll take a short break and resume in 5 minutes.
Okay, sorry.
We're watching Attorney General Merrick Garland testifying before the House Judiciary Committee right now. They're taking a short break, but the questions are surrounding the investigation into former President Trump, as well as the investigation into Hunter Biden. Attorney General Merrick Garland is defending against accusations that the Department of Justice is being weaponized. I want to bring in our Chief Justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas. We're also going to talk to Jay O'Brien after the break, but right now we're going to take a quick break ourselves. We'll be right back.
Whenever news breaks,
the crush of families here in Poland.
Here in Kentucky, no match for the tornado.
From Monterey Park, California, on the ground in Ukraine.
Reporting from Uvalde, Texas, ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine.
Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
From Kathmandu, Nepal.
Truckee, California, covering record snowfall.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
Here at this airport in Tampa, it's already shut down.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Reporting from Jerusalem.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is. We're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
30 years. My brother's death was his mystery. Was he pushed? Did he kill himself?
There's been some human remains found at the bottom of North Head, and the body was naked.
Committing suicide naked is almost unheard of. What's going on here?
You had some chilling evidence.
Oh my goodness. No one knew it was coming. It's about finding justice for my brother. Sometimes you just have to stir the pot.
Kerry Washington, you ready?
Movie star, television icon, adored by millions. But now, a side of her life she's never publicly shared.
You are bearing your soul.
Yeah.
Why?
Well,
Raw, deeply emotional. And the text that changed her life.
What was that text? You're not supposed to make me cry. I'm supposed to try and make you cry.
Kerry Washington, Thicker Than Water. Sunday night at 10, 9 Central on ABC. And stream on Hulu.
first thing in the morning
There's a lot going on. Everybody in that home is okay.
to catch you up with what happened overnight. We are here at fashion's biggest night out.
What's happening today? YouTube has unveiled a new set of policies.
What people are talking about, the new ad campaign,
Fast, straightforward,
with some fun in between.
a real-life Barbie dream house.
A name change for the Wienermobile.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning
America's #1 early morning news.
on ABC News Live.
Reporting from Monterey Park, California, I'm Robin Roberts. Wherever the story is, we're going to take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Welcome back to ABC News Live. First, right now, the House Judiciary Committee is taking a short break in the hearing of Attorney General Merrick Garland. They're questioning Garland about investigations into former President Trump, as well as the investigation into Hunter Biden, alleging that the Department of Justice has given favorable treatment to Hunter Biden and unfavorable treatment to former President Trump. Allegations that the Attorney General is denying. For more on this, I want to bring in Jay O'Brien on Capitol Hill for a little bit more color on this, as well as Justice reporter Alex Mallon. Alex, the committee chair, Jim Jordan, made some big claims right off the top, saying David Weiss, who's now the special counsel in this case, originally appointed by President Trump, that his probe limited the number of witnesses, curtailed attempts to interview Hunter Biden, and tipped off Hunter's lawyer about a pending search warrant. What do we know about the way this investigation was conducted and the evidence behind those claims?
Well, we know quite a lot, Diane, because the testimony of several whistleblowers who have come forward to Jordan's committee making those various claims that Jordan was referring to. But also there's contradicting testimony that we've received in recent days from other FBI agents that worked on that case who dispute the claim, something like that Weiss was in a meeting and he said that he was told that he did not have the authority to bring charges. And that's something that also Weiss has now disputed himself in letters to Congress. So we do have a lot of insight on this investigation and the different perspectives that were brought to it by people like the IRS agents who have alleged that the investigation was slow-walked. But that's also contradicted by a lot of the testimony that we've seen from the FBI. And that's not abnormal, honestly. In any federal investigation, there are differing views among prosecutors, among agents that are brought in from different agencies, whether it be the FBI, the IRS, other tax-related issues. And those are usually quietly meted out and not in the public's view. And that is why this investigation is so bizarre and has become so messy with all these different legal entanglements. And now Hunter Biden suing the IRS over these disclosures being made because of how abnormal it is that we do know all of this. But again, I just think that what we've seen from this testimony today is that the House Republicans are really trying to nail down Garland and make clear that there was politicization of this investigation, but they really have not come together with a smoking gun type of evidence where he's had to really acknowledge that there was improper meddling by anybody in this investigation.
Jay, some of those questions were about allowing a statute of limitations to expire, saying or implying at least that Garland tried to slow this investigation down in one way or another to essentially protect President Biden. How much of what's happening today is about Hunter Biden and former President Trump, and how much of this is Republicans trying to set up for the investigation into President Biden, the inquiry that's to come?
That's a really great question, Diane. And I think this hearing serves, if you're a House Republican, a lot of different purposes within what you just laid out. We know that the Hunter Biden investigation was the stated focus of House Republicans in this hearing. They put out a teaser video last night, kind of a hype video ahead of this hearing, and that hype video was almost entirely about the Hunter Biden investigation. It was a way of House Republicans to telegraph to their base of supporters that they were going to grill Garland on Hunter Biden and on the investigation. On the flip side of that, Democrats, their defense that they continue to put up is use House Republicans' own words. People like Marjorie Taylor Greene and others who have talked about defunding the FBI because of investigations into former President Trump and things of that nature. And you heard at the jump Democrats saying, what would defunding the FBI do to national security? And the Attorney General pushing strongly up on that and saying it would be extremely harmful to national security. You also heard this exchange from Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee in which she says, is the rhetoric around this Hunter Biden investigation, referring to her House Republican colleagues, is that rhetoric true? And the Attorney General hits back immediately and says, no, it's not. So look, this is, as you noted, as Alex noted, this is a partisan hearing. It's one where House Republicans are trying to extract a pound of flesh from the Attorney General. That is clear to anyone who is watching it. The question then becomes, how does this hearing end? And to Alex's point, although this is a much hype hearing from House Republicans, they haven't presented any kind of smoking gun or anything of that nature.
Jay, you mentioned the reference to defunding the FBI. We heard that come up a few times now. Is that really on the table?
At the moment, that's not something that's really on the table when it comes to congressional funding. But also, it's anyone's game in the House of Representatives. And the only reason I say that is because, as you and I have repeatedly talked about, Diane, on different pieces of legislation, because of the slim House Republican majority, because of the few number of votes that Kevin McCarthy can afford to lose on any piece of legislation, it lets some of those further right members of the House Republican Conference, like a Marjorie Taylor Greene, have outsized power because McCarthy needs their votes. And so there is a reality in which they could ask for something like that. It doesn't look like a reality in which that would really make it to the floor and pass in the House. And certainly if it passed in the House, anything you pass in the House, as you know, you got to pass in the Senate and the president's got to sign. So that doesn't look like a real reality here. But those Republican voices who are extremely critical of the Attorney General to the point of dangling funding over his head, even dangling funding for his new FBI headquarters over his head, they definitely have outsized power in this House Republican Conference.
And Alex, there was a moment where, well, there were several moments where the Attorney General denied interfering with the investigation into Hunter Biden in any way. He also denied that it was cumbersome in any way. But he wouldn't answer directly if he's spoken to the special counsel about this case, about this investigation. Is that unusual?
No, and I think if he were asked by the Democrats or Republicans if he's spoken directly with Special Counsel Jack Smith or Special Counsel Robert Hur, who's obviously investigating the president's handling of classified materials, that he would probably give the exact same answer, because DOJ has something that is called a deliberative process privilege, where they have a strict rule against detailing internal department deliberations. They don't want to talk about what they're talking about behind closed doors because of things like threatening people's civil liberties, if they're talking about uncharged conduct, if they're talking about these debates that they're having over whether a person should be charged, how that person should be charged. Because really, ultimately, what DOJ wants to do is do their talking in a courtroom or through court filings. And that's something that Attorney General Garland has tried to really adhere to and urge all of his prosecutors to do so as well. And that's why this Hunter Biden investigation has been, I imagine, extremely frustrating, given the fact that we now see all these internal debates that were taking place come to the fore.
It looks like they're getting ready to go back into session. But quickly, I also want to ask you about the former President Trump side of things. What do you make of the questioning and answers on that so far, about that investigation?
Well, what struck me was in Chairman Jordan's opening statement, where he basically said that President Trump, after he was given a subpoena for classified documents, that he worked with his attorneys to hand them over. And basically everything that we've learned from not just the indictment, but from our own reporting through sources, is that that is just flatly false. He misled his own lawyers into believing that they were complying with the subpoena, and that the Justice Department gathered evidence that boxes were being moved from a storage room into President Trump's residence, where he was going through these boxes and removing classified documents. So this idea that he adhered to the subpoena is just flat out false.
All right, and they have gavelled back into this hearing. Alex Malin, J. O'Brien, thank you both. Let's listen.
Thank you for your service to the nation And the nation watches as the Republicans have no answer for why they want to focus and obsess on Hunter Biden receiving $2 million from Burisma after serving on a board that he said he was not qualified to serve on. But yet, the Saudi Arabians gave $2 billion to Jared Kushner, who conducted Middle East strategy for his dear old dad, Donald Trump. He got $2 billion for something that he is not equipped to do, which is investment banking. And so Republicans looking at Hunter Biden instead of Jared Kushner, Americans don't understand how that could be. And they also are increasingly alarmed about the fact that the Republicans in control of the House only seem to have three objectives. One is to impeach Joe Biden. Number two is to shut down, is to impeach or get rid of Kevin McCarthy, actually. And the third is to shut down government. And a subset of that is to defund the DOJ and the FBI for trying to hold Donald Trump accountable. So the American people are watching that, and they also appreciate the fact that you've had a distinguished career as a prosecutor and a DOJ official, as well as 24 years on the bench. You served on the second highest court of the land as a judge for 24 years, the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals. We appreciate your service. You were for 7 years the lead. You managed that entire office. We thank you for that. You also served on the Judicial Council for a number of years, and so you are steeped in the rule of law. You are a judge extraordinaire. And as a judge, you never had the occasion to receive a private jet travel to an exotic location by a corporate billionaire, did you? You can cut your mic on.
No.
You never received an offer to get a ride on a private jet?
No.
Did you take any vacations at exclusive resorts paid for by a billionaire?
I know these are not hypothetical questions, and I think this is really not within my realm, of course.
No, I mean, you were a judge extraordinaire, and you know the rules of ethics for judges because your bench had to, was covered by a code of conduct. Is that not correct?
Yes, all the judges, federal appellate and district judges, are covered by the code of conduct.
You would never have had somebody to pay for your godson's tuition to private school.
And I don't want to answer these kind of hypothetical, at least for me, they're hypothetical questions. What I would say is that I always, as a judge, and I've said this before and quite publicly and long ago, always held myself to the highest standards of ethical responsibility imposed by the code, and that's really all I can answer here.
And it's required that judges and justices avoid even appearances of impropriety. Isn't that correct?
Again, I know you're asking this both hypothetically and not hypothetically. All I can say is I follow the code of judicial conduct, and it includes avoiding appearances. That's
well,
right.
Let me ask you this question. Senator Whitehouse and I sent a letter to you alerting you to the fact that we were asking the Judicial Council to refer the matter of Clarence Thomas being in violation of the Ethics in Government Act to the Justice Department. And after that, Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, along with myself and others, requested that you take that matter up directly. Have you responded to either one of those letters? And if not, why not? And what action have you taken pursuant to those letters?
Gentleman may respond.
I assume that if you sent the letter, we have it, and I'll speak to the Office of Legislative Affairs about where it is at this point.
Is the department investigating?
The time the gentleman has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa.
Thank you. Good day, Mr. Attorney General. And this may be the reason that it's good for you to leave the Chief Justice and that group before each of us speak, because you would have already heard all that. I want to thank you personally for your office and your engagement on Camp Lejeune and on obviously a vast amount of litigation. That is one of the many, many jobs that falls at your feet. One of the jobs that falls at our feet here is that we are watchdogs of the executive branch. You have previously said that you are not Congress's attorney, and you've said you're not the president's attorney. And I'm assuming that you're neither our prosecutor nor our defense attorney, and you are neither the president's prosecutor nor defense attorney. And that's why today's investigation really does deal with the fact that if you're not, by definition, the president's prosecutor, but we have an obligation to see whether or not the president or a member of his family or in concert with the president's activities, in fact, need to be overseen, admonished, or even prosecuted. And so I have a couple of questions for you, and one of them is that you have not said this very much today, but you often say, I cannot comment on that because it's an ongoing investigation. And when we ask for information, you very commonly say that it is the policy, not the law, but the policy of the Department of Justice not to provide information related to an ongoing investigation. So far, I'm on track. Is that correct?
I think I've said more than that's just a policy. I think the letters we've sent trace it to the constitutional separation of powers, to Rule 6E of the Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure, et cetera. But in general, I'm in accord with what you're saying.
So one of the challenges we face is that just a matter of weeks ago, a federal judge found the actions of now special prosecutor to be so outside what he could agree to that he pushed back on a plea settlement and nullified it and sent the U.S. attorney going back. In light of that, don't you think it's appropriate for that portion to be considered a pre-ongoing investigation and for Congress to legitimately look at the activities leading up to that failed plea bargain rather than wait until weeks, months, or years from now a case is fully settled?
Yeah. So if you'll give me a chance, first, I don't agree with the characterization of what happened in the plea. The district judge performed her obligations under Rule 11 to determine whether the parties were in agreement as to what each had agreed to, and determined that they were not. Plea fell apart, as you know. There's been another prosecution, so that leads to the second thing. We are in, Mr. Weiss is in the midst of an ongoing prosecution on the very matter that you're talking about.
Okay, but Mr. Attorney General, if we believe, and we do, at least on this side of the dais, that a pattern of behavior is occurring relative to the investigation of Hunter Biden, particularly and including, well, he lived in the vice president's home, well, he operated commingled with the vice president, and even today as he travels with the president. So in light of that, can you agree that, in fact, it should be reasonable for us to look at a number of items, including, and one that I want your answer on, and I know we have limited time. Mr. Weiss supposedly had this ability to bring a prosecution anywhere. He now explicitly has that ability. However, are you concerned, and should we have the right to look into the fact that political appointees in California and in the District of Columbia refused to, in fact, cooperate with him in those investigation that he was charged with doing in Delaware, but which flowed over into their jurisdictions? Isn't that, in fact, an example where those political appointees of the now president, that their decision not to cooperate with him creates at least an appearance of political interference with the investigation of the president son and possibly activities related to the president?
Look, I'm happy to answer this question in hypothetical, but not in the specifics, because I have stayed out of this matter. In the hypothetical, it is the normal process of the department that if a U.S. attorney in one district wants to bring a case in another, they go to that other district and consult. It's perfectly appropriate. They do that in order to determine what the policies are in that district, what the practices have been in that district, what the judges are like in that district. But a U.S. attorney in another district does not have the authority to deny another U.S. attorney the ability to go forward. And I have assured Mr. Weiss that he would have the authority one way or the other. And I think Mr. Weiss's letters completely reflect that.
Thank you. To be continued.
Time the gentleman has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California for 5 minutes.
Welcome, Mr. Attorney General, and thank you for leading the department with such integrity. We meet today at a momentous time in our history. The country is about to go through a great trial. By this, I do not mean any of the several trials of the former president, but rather a trial of the proposition that we are a nation of laws, committed to the rule of law, and that no one is above the law. It is a proposition well known around the world because it is the one essential ingredient in all democracies. We have all professed our belief in this principle, but it has never been truly tested, not like it is today. In this committee, we are engaged in a portion of that trial. The chairman would abuse the power of this committee by trying to interfere in the prosecutions of Donald Trump, by trying to use the committee's power of subpoena to compel criminal discovery, in effect, making the committee a kind of criminal defense firm for the former president. In doing so, the chairman of this committee would establish a very different proposition. Through Mr. Jordan's actions, he would establish the principle that the rule of law should apply to almost everyone, just not the leader of his party. According to this alternate proposition, if you are the president of the United States and you lose your re-election, you can violate the law and Constitution to try to stay in power, and if you are successful, well then maybe you get to be president for life. And if you fail, there is no repercussion. This proposition is also well known to the world, and it is called dictatorship. Mr. Jordan hopes to camouflage his assault on the rule of law by falsely claiming that Donald Trump is the victim of unequal justice and Hunter Biden its beneficiary. It is a claim as transparently political as it is devoid of any factual basis. And it is cynical, based on the belief that the American people cannot discern fact from fiction. But I am betting on America. History has shown that those who bet against her are rarely successful, and more often they end up covered with shame. I believe in the rule of law, and I thank you, Mr. Attorney General, for defending it. Let me now turn to some of the false claims asserted by the former president and some on this committee. On Sunday, the former president appeared on a national news Sunday program and was asked about 4 indictments and 91 counts facing him. His response was, Biden indictments. Excuse me, Biden political indictments. He said to the Attorney General, indict him. Mr. Attorney General, I want to give you a chance to respond. Was the president telling the truth, or was he lying when he said that President Biden told you to indict him?
No one has told me to indict, and in this case, the decision to indict was made by the special counsel.
So that statement the president made on Sunday was false?
I'm just going to say again that no one has told me who should be indicted in any matter like this, and the decision about indictment was made by Mr. Smith.
Let me ask you this question about the prosecution of Hunter Biden. The prosecutor in that case, Mr. Weiss, was appointed not by Joe Biden, but he was appointed in the first instance by Donald Trump. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And he was continued in that position, was he not?
He was continued in that position, yes.
And Mr. Attorney General, can you imagine the hue and cry you would hear from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle if you had removed him from that position? Can you imagine the claims that you had removed a prosecutor who was diligently investigating Hunter Biden. Can you imagine the outrage they would have expressed?
I can say that during my confirmation hearing, I discussed with many senators on that side of the aisle their desire and actual insistence that Mr. Weiss be continued to have responsibility for that matter. And I promised, and I said at my confirmation hearing, that he would be permitted to stay and that I would not interfere.
And Mr. Attorney General, that was exactly the right decision. That was the right decision to give the American people the confidence that even a prosecutor chosen by the former president would continue in the investigation into the son of the current president. That was exactly the right decision. Exactly the right decision. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would have been screaming if it were otherwise. But their attack on you is completely devoid of fact, of principle. But I appreciate you doing the right thing for the Department of Justice and, more importantly, the right thing for the American people. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Attorney General Garland, Elon Musk was a Democrat who admittedly supported Biden, but then he became a critic of the administration and exposed the censorship regime. Now, per public reports, the DOJ has opened not one but two investigations of Elon Musk. Mark Zuckerberg, on the other hand, spent $400 million in 2020 tilting the elections secretly for Democrats. No investigations whatsoever. To the American public, these look like mafia tactics. You pays your money, we look the other way. You get in our way, we punish you. The American public sees what these tactics are. Now I want to direct your attention to a video here that we're going to play.
Obviously, that's a significant matter. It is an ongoing criminal investigation, and so I'm not going to comment on an ongoing criminal investigation.
Were those pipe bombs operable?
Again,
the ATF is the expert.
Again, it's an ongoing criminal investigation, and under long-standing policy, I cannot comment.
As you know, this is a very active, ongoing investigation, and there are some restrictions on that, but
Yes, we can handle classified information, and we fund your department, and so you need to provide that.
It's not, respectfully, it's not an issue of classification. It's an issue of commenting on ongoing criminal investigations, which is something that by longstanding department policy we are restricted in doing. And in fact, the last administration actually strengthened those policies partly because—
That's not our policy, though, and we fund you, so let's move on. Do you know how—
So I'm not going to violate this norm of the rule of law. I'm not going to comment on an investigation that's ongoing.
Peter Navarro was indicted for contempt of Congress. Aren't you, in fact, in contempt of Congress when you give us this answer? This is an answer that's appropriate at a press conference. It's not an answer that's appropriate when we are asking questions. We are the committee that is responsible for your creation, for your existence of your department. You cannot continue to give us these answers. Aren't you, in fact, in contempt of Congress when you refuse to answer?
Congressman, I have the greatest respect for Congress. I also have the greatest respect for the Constitution and laws of the United States. The protection of pending investigations and ongoing investigations, as I briefly discussed in another dialogue a few moments ago, goes back to the separation of powers, which gives to the executive branch the sole authority to conduct prosecutions. It's a requirement of due process and respect for those who are under investigation, the protection of their civil rights.
Well, with all due respect to that, Iran-Contra was an ongoing investigation, and that didn't stop Congress from getting the answers. And you're getting in the way of our constitutional duty. You're citing the Constitution. I'm going to cite it. It's our constitutional duty to do oversight. Now, in that video, that was your answer to a question to me 2 years ago when I said how many agents or assets of the government were present on January 5th and January 6th and agitating in the crowd to go into the Capitol and how many went into the Capitol. Can you answer that now?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Oh, last time, you don't know how many there were or there were none?
I don't know the answer to either of those questions. If there were any, I don't know how many. I don't know whether there are any.
I think you may have just perjured yourself that you don't know that there were any. You want to say that again, that you don't know that there were any?
I have no personal knowledge of this matter. I think what I said the last time.
You've had 2 years to find out. And the day, by the way, that was in reference to Ray Epps, and yesterday you indicted him. Isn't that a wonderful coincidence? On a misdemeanor. Meanwhile, you're sending grandmas to prison. You're putting people away for 20 years for merely filming. Some people weren't even there yet. You've got the guy on video who's saying go into the Capitol. He's directing people to the Capitol before the speech ends. He's at the site of the first breach. You've got all the goods on him, 10 videos, and it's an indictment for a misdemeanor? The American public isn't buying it. I yield the balance of my time to Chairman Jordan.
May I answer the question?
I'm going to ask you one now. We'll let the gentleman.
Yeah.
Go ahead, but
in discovery, in the cases that were filed with respect to January 6, the Justice Department prosecutors provided whatever information they had about the question that you're asking. With respect to Mr. Epps, the FBI has said that he was not an employee or informant of the FBI. Mr. Epps has been charged, and there's a proceeding, I believe, going on today on that subject.
the charge is a joke. I yield to the chairman.
The time the gentleman has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Attorney General, my colleague just said that you should be held in contempt of Congress, and that is quite rich, because the guy who's leaving the hearing room right now, Mr. Jordan, is about 500 days into evading his subpoena. About 500 days. So if we're going to talk about contempt of Congress, let's get real. I mean, are you serious that Jim Jordan, a witness to one of the greatest crimes ever committed in America, a crime where more prosecutions have occurred than any crime committed in America, refuses to help his country, and we're going to get lectured about subpoena compliance and contempt of Congress? Jim Jordan won't even honor a lawful subpoena? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? There's no credibility on that side. Mr. Attorney General, you are serious, they are not. You are decent, they are not. You are fair, they are not. So I welcome you to the law firm of Insurrection LLP, where they work every single day on behalf of one client, Donald Trump. And they do that at the expense of millions of Americans who need the government to stay open, who want their kids safe in their schools, and would like to see Ukraine stay in the fight so that we don't help Russia. That's the expense that this nonsense, this clown show, I'd call it a clown show, except they actually have real responsibilities that affect real Americans. It's the difference between one side that believes in governing and one side that believes in ruling. You've tried to comply with this committee. In fact, last week, one of your special agents came here for an interview, brought his lawyer, and was told that he couldn't have his lawyer present. Mr. Jordan, who tells all of us he knows so much about the Constitution, wouldn't afford one of your employees one of the basic constitutional rights to have a lawyer present. In fact, they threatened to call the Capitol Police and arrest a lawyer that was brought. Are you familiar with that standoff that occurred last week, Mr. Attorney General?
Generally, yes.
Well, your office also sent a letter detailing it, that you were willing to comply, but you'd like him to have a lawyer, and I'd like to submit that to the record with unanimous consent.
Without objection.
Who appointed Mr. Weiss?
Well, Mr. Trump was the last person who appointed Mr. Weiss to the position of U.S. Attorney. I appointed him to the position of Special Counsel last month.
Who initially appointed John Durham?
Mr. Durham was, I believe, also appointed by President Trump, and Mr. Barr appointed him as Special Counsel.
And again, these guys are so upset that Donald Trump's appointed prosecutors aren't doing enough of the corruption that Donald Trump wants them to do. So either they are just following the law, or they're not as corrupt, and they're not willing to go as far as they think that Donald Trump deserves. That's what they're asking to happen here. Also, doesn't it seem that they want it both ways when it comes to the special counsel? A lot of questions suggested that the special counsel should be independent, but when they didn't like the direction of the special counsel, you were asked why you didn't interfere more or involve yourself more or investigate more. Did you get that sense that you're kind of stuck here?
When I make an appointment, somebody be special counsel or prosecutor, the appointment is without respect to what the outcomes of the case will be.
Your office has made a number of reforms to 702, targeting foreign nationals, but those reforms have not been put into law. 702 is also one of the best weapons we have to go after fentanyl. Can you tell us if you would support putting some of those reforms into law so we don't have to live administration to administration to see if they're going to be followed?
I would. Section 702 provides us with the greatest amount, at least the Justice Department, every morning, the greatest amount of intelligence that we receive about dangerous threats to the United States.
From foreign nationals? From
foreign nationals. I am quite aware and sensitive to civil liberties concerns with respect to the queries. And for that reason, I put into place and I extended some of those that Mr. Barr had begun at the end of his term, and I put further ones in place. Those have led to a dramatic reduction in the number of queries and a dramatic reduction in the number of non-compliant queries. I believe those are appropriate reforms, and I would be in favor of codifying them, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General, and thank you for coming and doing something that the chairman is unwilling to do. Testify to Congress. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Attorney General, on August 11, 2023, you appointed Mr. David Weiss, U.S. Attorney for the District of Delaware, as special counsel to oversee the investigation of Hunter Biden. I don't think the question has been asked yet. Why did you choose to appoint him as special counsel?
The explanation was given, and as far and to the extent I can give I'm permitted to give an explanation, is the one I gave and sent to the Congress, which is that Mr. Weiss requested it, that I had promised to give him all the resources that he need, that he had reached the stage of the investigation where he thought it would be appropriate. And under those extraordinary circumstances, I thought the public interest would be served by making him special counsel.
How did Mr. Weiss's name emerge? Who recommended him? How was it brought to you or presented to you that this would be the best person to be the special counsel?
No, I'm not going to get into internal discussions. Mr. Weiss asked that he be appointed as special counsel, and I granted that request and made him special counsel, but I'm not going to get into internal deliberations in the Justice Department.
But I think you said earlier you've had no discussions with the White House and certainly the president in regards to that. Is that accurate?
Of course.
There were no suggestions that came from any other level of government on Mr.
Nothing came from the White House, that's right.
So on August 20th, 2023, the Washington Post article claimed that Mr. Weiss worked with Hunter Biden and Hunter Biden's late brother, Beau Biden. Were you aware that there was a relationship there with the Biden family?
I'm not familiar with this. I don't know when he did what.
They worked together on legal cases in prior years. You were unaware of this?
I'm not familiar with that.
And the article claims it would have been inevitable for Mr. Weiss and the president to cross paths in a state like Delaware. They knew each other. There was a relationship there, but you were unaware of any of this before you appointed him?
I'm unaware of this, but attorneys who are in practice certainly get to know people. So it's very difficult anywhere in the country for attorneys not to get to know attorneys on other sides of matters.
You said previously that Mr. Weiss had the ultimate authority over the investigation of the president's son, including prior to his appointment as special counsel. And you stand by that statement, I'm sure?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Just that, in fact, there was that the ultimate authority was still there with Mr. Weiss to make determinations on that case.
You mean still as special counsel? Yes.
Yes, as special counsel. So the buck stopped there, and that's been determined. According to whistleblower testimony, Mr. Weiss' deputy, AUSA Leslie Wolf, objected to search warrants of President Biden's guest house, denied investigation access to a storage unit containing all the documents from the vacated Office of Law Firm. Is Leslie Wolf still employed by the Department of Justice?
I'm not going to talk about any individuals in the Justice Department. As I said before, singling out individuals has led to serious threats to their safety. I will say that the supervisor of this investigation was Mr. Weiss. He's responsible for all the decisions that were made. Excuse me. Many of the things that you're saying occurred during the previous administration. I apologize.
Okay, well, there was absolutely a discussion by Leslie Wolf that if they told investigators or got involved with this, that there would ultimately be issues. You still believe that at this point that the entire investigation has moved in the correct discretion, was handled by the correct discretion of the individuals involved?
Mr. Weiss was a long-standing career prosecutor who was appointed by President Trump. He has an outstanding reputation, and I have confidence that he will proceed as appropriate. And at the end of his investigation, he will submit a public report, just like Mr. Durham, just like Mr. Mueller. He will be available for you to ask him questions about why he did various things that were done.
I yield the balance of my time to the chairman.
Mr. Garland, what changed? On July 10th, 2023, David Weiss wrote Senator Graham and said, I have not requested special counsel designation. August 11th, you announced that he's now the special counsel. What happened in that 31 days?
As I said publicly several days before my announcement, I think 3 days, Mr. Weiss had asked to become special counsel. He explained that he had reached a stage of his investigation where he thought that appropriate.
What stage is that?
I had promised to give him the resources he needed.
What stage is that? He'd reached the stage. After 5 years, what stage are we in? We in the beginning stage, the middle stage, the end stage, the keep hiding the ball stage? What stage are we in?
I think this one I would go back to the videotape where I said I'm not permitted to discuss ongoing investigations.
Well, isn't that convenient? Something changed in 31 to 32 days from July 10th to August 11th. I think it's two brave whistleblowers came forward and a judge called BS on the plea deal. You guys tried to get past them. That's what I think happened. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The House Judiciary Committee has the responsibility of helping to ensure the rule of law. Unfortunately, this committee's chairman ignored a bipartisan congressional subpoena. The horrible precedent set by this chairman has damaged the credibility of all congressional committees in seeking information from witnesses and damaged the rule of law. Attorney General Garland, thank you for your public service, and thank you for being here today. I'd like to start by showing a video of January 6th, and then I'm going to ask you some questions about that day.
Hey, brother, we're boots on the ground here. We're moving on to Capitol now. I'll give you a boots on the ground update here in a few.
Possible capital entries! Possible capital entries! We're still taking metal, sharpened objects, missiles to include bottles and rocks, and hand-thrown chemical-grade fireworks. This is now effectively a riot.
1349 hours declaring it a riot.
Attorney General Garland, the Department of Justice charged over 1,100 defendants in connection with the attack on our Capitol, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to state two facts. The people who showed up on January 6th to attack the nation's Capitol were supporters of Donald Trump. They attacked the Capitol to stop Congress from certifying the fact that Donald Trump lost the election. Those two facts were so horrible that some in the right-wing media and some Republican members of Congress could not handle that, so they made up conspiracy theories. In fact, Donald Trump called January 6th a beautiful day. He said the people who showed up had love in their hearts. The Republican member of Congress said January 6th was like a normal tourist visit, and some Republicans have said there were no weapons used on January 6th. Attorney General Garland, were there weapons used in the attack on January 6th?
Yes, in the video you already saw some of the weapons that were used, and there are obviously many more and many hours of video.
Another conspiracy theory is that somehow the FBI actually orchestrated this attack. So I'm going to go through some cases that have gone through completion and resulted in sentencing. Joe Biggs was sentenced to 17 years in prison for seditious conspiracy and other counts related to attack on our nation's capital. Have you seen any shred of evidence that Joe Biggs was an FBI agent?
No.
In fact, Joe Biggs was a member of the Proud Boys. This is what Assistant U.S. Attorney Connor Monroe stated about Joe Biggs and the Proud Boys in court. He stated, quote, "They saw themselves as Donald Trump's army, fighting to keep their preferred leader in power no matter what the law or the courts had to say about it." And on September 4th, Joe Biggs stated that he is confident Trump will pardon him. He said, quote, "Oh, I know he'll pardon us. We're his supporters. We went there like he asked." I'd like to now ask you about the case of Stewart Rhodes, who was sentenced to 18 years in prison for the attack on our nation's capital. Have you seen any shred of evidence that Stewart Rhodes was an FBI agent?
No.
In fact, he was the founder of the Oath Keepers, a far-right paramilitary organization. Rhodes asked Donald Trump to call them up as militia. And I'd like to ask you about Enrique Tarrio, who was sentenced to 22 years in the attack on our nation's capital. Have you seen any evidence that Enrique Tarrio was an FBI agent?
He was not an FBI agent.
In fact, he was the leader of the Proud Boys. What happened on January 6th is that Donald Trump's supporters showed up because he told them to. They marched to the Capitol because he told them to. They attacked the Capitol because he told them to stop the steal. That is the truth, and that is how history is going to record it. Thank you for prosecuting those who attacked our nation's capital. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a slide up here, and I'll start. In October or March of 22, Mr. Weiss was denied the ability to bring charges against Hunter Biden in the District of Columbia. In April of that same year, you testified before the Senate Appropriations Committee that Mr. Weiss was free to run the investigation without interference from the DOJ. According to the IRS whistleblower, there was a meeting in October of 22 where Mr. Weiss said that he was not the deciding official on whether charges were filed. And we know that because we have handwritten notes from the IRS whistleblowers that was confirmed in an email to people in the meeting. Later in January, Mr. Weiss was denied the ability to bring charges again against Hunter Biden in the Central District of California. You testified before the Senate Judiciary Committee in March of this year that he had full authority. That Weiss confirmed that to us in a letter in June, that he had been granted, quote, full authority over this matter. But then he kind of backed up. In June 30th, he said, well, just kidding. My charging authority is geographically limited to my home district in Delaware. And of course, you appoint him as special counsel. So why the heck has his story changed so many times over the course of these investigations?
Congressman, I've seen all of the 3 letters. I've read them quite carefully. They are all consistent with each other, and I urge everyone watching this on television or anyone who's interested to look at those 3 letters. They are not inconsistent with each other, and there's no change in the story.
So, but you agree that he had, and you've said this publicly, that he had ultimate authority prior to the appointment of special counsel?
I've explained this repeatedly here. I've explained this in another proceeding. I said that Mr. Weiss would have the authority to bring a case in any jurisdiction in which he wanted to, and Mr. Weiss has confirmed that he would have that authority. I explained that if he had to bring a case in another jurisdiction, as a matter of mechanics, it would require me me or a delegatee of mine to sign a 515 order. That is very common.
But Mr. Attorney General,
there was nothing stopping that from happening.
Forgive me for a second, though, but that's When you say you have ultimate, when he wrote a letter on your behalf in June, I have ultimate authority. This is prior to the designation of special counsel. Ultimate to me means like that you can go wherever you want to.
Ultimate means
At,
when
at that particular point, sir, could he file charges in the District of South Carolina? He would not have that ability, correct? He would have to go through that U.S. attorney. So that's not full authority.
All he would have to do is ask me for 515 authority, and I would sign it right away, just like when he asked me to be special counsel. Within 3 days, I signed that.
So he didn't have ultimate authority.
He had the authority because I promised that he would have the authority.
But he did not have that authority. See, here's where I'm going. If he was denied the ability to bring charges in March of 22 in the District of Columbia, if he was denied the ability to bring charges in January of 23 in the Central District of California, that's not full authority. These U.S. attorneys operate as gatekeepers, so that's not full authority to do much of anything. And you know what's remarkable to me? We sit here and we look at this, and his story has changed so many times. You know whose story hasn't changed? Mr. Shapley, Mr. Ziegler, the emails that confirm that he said, I'm not the deciding person on whether charges are filed. And you know what the response back was from his colleague at work? Yep, you covered it all, Gary. That is consistent. What Mr. Weiss has done is this shell game and saying that he has authority, he doesn't have authority, but these gatekeepers at the U.S. Attorney's Office in the District of Columbia and in the Central District of California, they would have the gatekeeping authority on whether charges are brought in their jurisdictions.
I'm sorry,
absent that designation, correct?
Those words have no meaning, gatekeepers, et cetera. Mr. Weiss said he was never denied authority. I'm the one with the authority to decide who can prosecute in a different jurisdiction, and I promised that he would have that authority. I do not see any inconsistency here. I was not at the meeting that Mr. Shapley was referring to. I know what I guaranteed, and I know what Mr. Weiss has said I guaranteed.
Mr. Chairman, I yield the balance of my time.
It's a simple question. If he already had it, why does he need it? That's the question. You said in your statement on August 11th, you said he will continue to have the authority to bring charges where, when, and wherever he decides. So how can he continue to have a power that you just gave him? That's the fundamental question the gentleman from South Carolina was asking. If he already had it, why does he need it?
And I tried to answer that he had the authority and he continued to have
When
the
did he
authority.
specifically ask you, did you tell him ahead of time that he could get 515 status anytime? When did you tell him that he could get that if he requested it?
I made absolutely clear.
When? Did you tell him at the start of the investigation?
I made clear from the beginning in my statements to the Senate that he would have the authority to make any decisions that he wanted to and bring prosecutions he thought were appropriate.
The time the gentleman from South Carolina has expired. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney General Garland, thank you for your tremendous service to this country. As somebody who was trapped in the gallery on January 6th, I have to admit it's still hard for me to look at that video and imagine that that happened at our U.S. Capitol. And I'm deeply grateful that you have led this nation towards accountability of all those who were involved, including the former president. You have done so with full and complete attention to the facts, with a team around you that focuses on thorough investigation, and with a very clear mission that you've stated over and over and over again, despite the asked and answered on the other side, that the Justice Department works for the American people. This is a night and day transformation from a Justice Department that was constantly used by Donald Trump for his own political gain. And it is my firm belief that we have to hold those accountable who tried to destroy our country, including the former president, or we risk losing our country altogether. So I thank you for your steadfast leadership. It is just sad that this committee has also been transformed into a soapbox for political conspiracy theorists, instead of focusing on the really important issues that the American people care about. And so that's what I'm gonna try to do. I'm gonna focus on the critical crisis of reproductive freedom and the efforts to try and strip reproductive freedom from people across this country. As you know, a decades-long project of the extreme right wing materialized last year when 5 Republican-appointed justices overturned 50 years of precedent that established the constitutional right to abortion. As one of the 1 in 4 women across this country who has had an abortion, and who felt compelled to share my story after decades because I saw the attacks on the right to abortion and what it would do particularly for poor women, for Black and brown and indigenous people across this country, I spoke out and shared that story. In the 22 states where Republicans control the state legislature and governorship today, all have moved to restrict reproductive rights. More than 25 million women of childbearing age now live in states where abortion access has been curtailed. And in Washington state, my home state, the Seattle Times reported that we are seeing increasing numbers of abortion patients, not only from neighboring Idaho, which we knew we would see, but also from other southern states where these restrictions are enforced. Mr. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent to enter this Seattle Times article into the record. She traveled 2,000 miles secretly for her Washington abortion. Why patients from the South are coming here.
Without objection.
As our fundamental freedoms are threatened by extreme MAGA Republicans in Congress and across the country, we trust that the DOJ will initiate investigations and file lawsuits to protect reproductive rights. With respect to mifepristone, what has the department done to protect access to this very safe abortion drug that women can take at home safely and to end a pregnancy?
So the FDA authorized the use of mifepristone as safe and effective, and it did it back in 2000. That's been challenged, first in a district court when we defended the FDA in that matter. There was an appeal in to the circuit court, which narrowed the district court's opinion in some ways, but allowed it to go forward in other. We have filed a cert petition, which has been granted, I think, in the Supreme Court of the United States.
Very, very important work. Thank you. My home state of Washington has one of the highest rates of religiously affiliated hospitals in the country, with our state's insurance commissioner's office reporting that in 2021, there were several counties lacking even one secular hospital. This is an issue under the Emergency Medical Treatment and Labor Act when patients in need of abortion care as a life-saving treatment are denied services under the hospital's policies. What is the department doing to enforce this law, mandating that every hospital that receives Medicare funds provide, quote, necessary stabilizing treatment to patients, including abortion care?
You're right. This is a federal law. It expressly preempts any inconsistent state law. For that reason, we filed a lawsuit in Idaho and one in the district court with respect to an Idaho law that impinged on the rights granted under EMTALA. We have filed, I think, a number of statements of interest in other places, and we're continuing to look at where it would be appropriate to intervene.
Thank you. You're on record stating that women who reside in states that have banned access to comprehensive reproductive care must remain free to seek that care in states where it is legal. I thank you for that. Can you briefly discuss the progress made by the task force and DOJ to ensure that pregnant people retain their right to travel?
Yes, look, my view about this right to travel is the same as Justice Kavanaugh's in his separate opinion. He said, this is not a particularly difficult question. The right to travel is a constitutional right, and it allows a woman in a state that bars abortion to travel and obtain an abortion in a state in which it's permitted.
Thank you, Attorney General, for your commitment to this issue and to upholding the rule of law in our country. Appreciate your service.
Time of the delay has expired. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Attorney General, for being here today. I would like to go back briefly to your remarks regarding before the Senate when you were confirmed and your promise regarding Mr. Weiss. Can you explain to us in a little more detail who you promised that you would keep Mr. Weiss on this case? To whom was that promise made?
Yeah, so a number of senators in my meetings with them asked me to make that promise. I think that was discussed in my interchange with a senator from Tennessee, I believe.
And did that promise that you made lead you to believe that even if that Mr. Weiss displayed a level of incompetence, that you would be precluded from asking him to step down or precluded from replacing him?
Look, when someone asked me to make this appointment, they didn't ask me depending upon what the outcome was. Mr. Weiss has made his appointment, decisions, and Mr. Weiss is an experienced federal prosecutor with extensive experience and with sufficient credibility to be appointed by President Trump. I just have no grounds for interfering here.
Right, so you haven't answered the question. The question was really what level of incompetence displayed by a prosecutor under your control would it take for you to make a change? But let's move on. The level of incompetence I'm referring to, I'll just read this to you. This is the same Weiss who headed an investigation that was trashed by whistleblowers who alleged that his investigation had been fixed from the outset. It's the same Weiss who ran an investigation in which agents were allegedly prevented from asking about Joe Biden, obstructed in their efforts to pursue questions, compromised by tip-offs to the Biden team on planned searches. It was the same Weiss who reportedly allowed the statute of limitations to run out on Hunter's major tax offenses, even though he had the option to extend it. It was the same Weiss who did not indict on major tax felonies and cut a plea deal that brushed aside a felony gun charge. It was the same Weiss who inked a widely panned sweetheart deal that caused a federal judge to balk it and trash a sweeping immunity grant, language that even the prosecutor admitted never been seen in a previous plea deal. So there's a list of what I would suggest under many people's definition would be incompetence. Are you saying that that's inadequate for you to have questioned what he was doing?
I'm saying that all of these are allegations. I don't know what the facts of them are. I have, as I've explained, stayed out of this investigation. I was not present at any of the meetings discussed. Some of the meetings occurred under the previous administration, where Mr. Weiss was assigned to the matter by the previous Justice Department, and I'm not in a position to comment on them.
That's too bad. Is that there's a scope of investigation memo generally issued when we start these things out. Who issued that scope of investigation memo to Mr. Weiss? Was it done back on when he was originally appointed to take on the Biden case? Is that when the memo was telling him what he was supposed to do was issued? Is there a scope of investigation memo is my question.
There's a scope of investigation with respect to special counsel, and that has been publicly transmitted to the chairman of this Judiciary Committee and the Senate Judiciary Committee.
And who wrote it?
Who wrote that scope?
Yeah. Who decided what should be within the scope of that investigation?
I'm sorry?
Who wrote the memo? Who decided what the scope of that?
I decided what should be in the scope. If you'll compare that to the scope of many other special counsels, it basically is modeled on the format that we've used in the past, not only in this administration, but the previous one.
In your remarks delivered on August 11th of this year, concerning the appointment of David Weiss as special counsel, you say, upon considering his request, as well as, quote, the extraordinary circumstances relating to this matter, end quote. Can you tell us what those extraordinary circumstances were?
I'm sorry.
Okay, so these are your remarks back on August 11th.
Yes.
And it says, on Tuesday of this week, Mr. Weiss advised me that, I'm just quoting from your memo. This is what he said. In his judgment, his investigation has reached a stage at which he should continue his work as special counsel, and he asked to be so appointed. Upon considering his request, as well as, quote, the extraordinary circumstances related to this matter, end quote, I've concluded it's in the best public interest to appoint him special counsel. What were those extraordinary circumstances you're talking about?
Yeah, look, all of these special counsels, including the appointment by Mr. Barr with respect to Mr. Durham, uses those phrases. The reason he uses those phrases is because that's in the special counsel regulation. I've said as much as I can say with respect to that without discussing matters relating to a pending investigation. I can't discuss matters with respect to a pending investigation for the reasons I've said.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Garland, I want to welcome you today to this hearing. Want to turn our attention to something very interesting, more important. The most important thing on Main Street today in my district is drug addiction, narcotics, trafficking, fentanyl. I'm going to quote you, June 23rd of this year. You said, and I open quote, the U.S. government continues to do everything in our power to disrupt fentanyl trafficking and to prevent more of our communities from being devastated by the fentanyl epidemic. He went on to say, we are targeting every step of the movement, manufacturing, and the sale of fentanyl from start to finish. Mr. Garland, I believe that the only thing that cartel leaders fear is a United States prison. I want to thank you for the good job. You recently extradited Oviedo Guzman Lopez, El Chapo's son. Thank you very much for that good job. My question is, do you have plans to extradite additional cartel leaders from other parts of the world to the United States to face U.S. justice and a U.S. prison sentence?
Yeah, I don't want to get into discussions, diplomatic discussions over the matter, but obviously we have indicted the other Chapitos, Chapito being the nickname given to the sons of El Chapo.
How many of those? How many are there of those?
Trying to remember, I think there are maybe 4 more, maybe 5, I'm not sure exactly. But they've all been publicly indicted, and of course we will seek the extradition of it and the apprehension of everyone we've indicted.
The apprehension, the indictment of these individuals requires that you have cooperation from foreign countries, especially Mexico, since that's where a lot of these cartels are operating. Would you say right now Mexico is cooperating with us in terms of working with your office to bring these cartel leaders to justice?
They've obviously worked with us with respect to Ovidio. His apprehension by the Mexicans led to the deaths of a significant number of Mexican Marines. Ovidio's people fighting back with 50 caliber machine guns, and the Marines having to use Black Hawk attack helicopters in order to arrest him.
Are these U.S. Marines or Mexican?
I'm sorry?
Marines? United States Marines?
No, I'm sorry, Mexican Marines. It's the Mexican Marines who are playing an important role in the apprehension of the cartel leaders.
So, Mr. Garland, would you characterize cooperation right now with Mexicans as being good?
Look,
Not good?
I would say cooperation can always be better. We have an enormous problem with respect to fentanyl coming from Mexico, from its manufacture there, based on the precursors coming from China, based on the cartel leaders.
How can we as members of Congress help you make sure that other countries have stronger cooperating relationship with us? How can we make sure that they cooperate to their fullest abilities with you?
I appreciate that request. I'll have to think about it some more. I will say that I personally traveled to Mexico twice to try to get cooperation with respect to these matters.
How important is FISA and 702 to your job when it comes to fighting narco fentanyl?
It's very important. Fentanyl poses a national security problem for the United States.
So can you work with us to assure that we put guardrails put guardrails, safety measures on 702 to assure that those investigative weapons are not turned against U.S. citizens?
Absolutely. 702 is a crucial, essential tool, but like all tools, it has to be properly controlled. And we would be happy to work with Congress to make sure the civil liberties are protected.
My last minute, I wanted to turn to the antitrust area, the European Union, and the Digital Marketing Act, which is this Digital Markets Act, which is designed to protect consumers in Europe. Yet, it looks like most of their focus is on American firms. No European companies or other foreign operators in the European Union are being targeted. It looks like it's only American firms operating in Europe. And it looks like the DOJ is working to support the efforts of the Europeans in implementing the Digital Marketing Act. I have 18 seconds. I'm going to submit a written question to your office. But my focus, my interest is making sure American jobs, American companies are successful around the globe and that they are not in any way hampered from working overseas. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I ran out of time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 5 minutes. Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Attorney General. You know, following your confirmation, Americans were promised they were getting a focused, nonpartisan to lead their federal law enforcement. I had my doubts back then. And the last 2 years have more than confirmed in my mind those fears. Never in my life would I have thought that I would see such a politicized, DOJ. Never in my life would I have thought I would see such a Department of Justice that didn't obey their own rules. Never in my life did I think I would see the egregious investigations conducted under your watch, or the blatant disregard of the First Amendment by FBI field offices under your watch. And never in my life did I think I would see our great DOJ turn into a politicized weapon to be wielded by an investigation to attack political rivals. I still hold the thousands of hardworking staff with high regard, but unfortunately there are some within the department, in my mind, who have betrayed their oaths. And for that, you must be held accountable. I hold you accountable for the labeling of parents as domestic terrorists standing up for their proper education of their own children. I hold you accountable for the anti-Catholic memo. Imagine sending agents undercover into Roman Catholic churches because they were supposedly domestic terrorists. And I hold you accountable for unleashing a special counsel with a history of botched investigations on our current president's political rival. The department under your leadership, I am sorry to say, has become an enforcement arm of the Democratic National Committee. If there is a perceived threat to the Democratic Party, this DOJ attacks every single time. But when there are actionable threats against conservatives, this DOJ stays put. Violent protesters outside the Supreme Court justice's home, unpunished. Attacks on pro-life centers, unpunished. The two-tiered system of justice is clear, and it's clear to the American public. And the buck stops with the man in charge. That man is you. The actions of the DOJ are on you. The decline of Americans' trust in our federal law enforcement is on you. The political weaponization of the DOJ is on you. Attorney General, I need a simple yes or no to the following, just yes or no, because we don't have much time. Do you agree that traditional Catholics are violent extremists? Yes or no?
Let me answer what you've said in that long list of statements, and I'll be happy to answer all of those.
Attorney General, I control the time. I'm going to ask you to answer the questions I asked.
You controlled time by asking me a substantial number of things. And
I didn't ask you those things. I made a statement. Attorney General, through the chair, I ask you, do you agree that traditional Catholics are violent extremists?
Look, I have no idea what the traditional means here.
Catholics, that go to church.
May I answer your question?
Yes or no?
The idea that someone with my family background would discriminate against any religion is so outrageous, so absurd.
Mr. Attorney General, it was your FBI that did this. It was your FBI that was sending, and we have the memos, we have the emails, we're sending undercover agents into Catholic churches.
Both I and the director of the FBI have said that we were appalled. Have said that we were appalled by that memo.
So then you agree that they're not extremists?
We were appalled by that memo.
Are they extremists or not, Attorney General?
I think that...
Are they extremists or not, Attorney General?
Everything in that memo is
Are they extremists or not? I'm asking a simple question. Say no if you think that was wrong.
Catholics are not extremists, no.
Was anyone fired for drafting and circulating the anti-Catholic memo?
You have in front of you the inspection division's investigation.
Just tell me yes or no, please.
I don't know.
We have no time.
I don't know the answer to that. There's
okay. Do you agree that parents attending school board meetings should be categorized? Should parents that go to school board meetings and are very vocal about their kids' education, should they be classified as domestic terrorists?
Of course not. And my memo made clear that vigorous objections to policies in schools are protected by the First Amendment.
The president this week accused you, not the president himself, his staff, and it was in the Wall Street Journal, and it was leaked out, of mismanaging the Hunter Biden probe. Do you agree? Yes or no? It was in the Wall Street Journal article. I'm not saying that.
I'm sorry. Do I agree with the Wall Street Journal?
Yes. And the information they released that said you botched this probe.
Yeah. I think I have dealt with the Hunter Biden investigation in the way I've told this.
Mr. Chairman, I yield my remaining time to you.
I appreciate it. The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Attorney General Garland, for your decades of service to the Department of Justice, to our country and to our Constitution. It's been truly honorable service, and I think the American public as a whole recognizes that. I was struck by and appreciate your opening statement in which you made crystal clear your fidelity to the U.S. Constitution and the rule of law, and your reaffirmation that the Attorney General is not the President's lawyer. This is a welcome change from the rhetoric and actions of some of your predecessors in the last administration when they appeared before us. As we all should know, the Justice Department works for the American people to prosecute crimes, uphold the rule of law and Americans' individual rights, and keep our country safe. And Congress, of course, has a legitimate duty of oversight. But the blatantly political and misleading rhetoric which we've been subjected to today undermines the seriousness of this committee's work and ultimately the legitimacy and core values of our American institutions. It's painfully obvious to anyone who cares about our Constitution that our colleagues have called this hearing not to conduct legitimate oversight, but to once again defend the indefensible actions of the disgraced, twice impeached, and now repeatedly indicted in multiple jurisdictions former president, and to distract from their inability to perform the most basic function of Congress, to fund the federal government. So they're baselessly accusing the U.S. Department of Justice of bias against the former president and his allies. But it's important to note that those who are noisily and shamelessly trying to subvert our justice system are the same ones who seem to have both the most to fear from those ongoing investigations and the most to gain politically and personally from impeding them. As others have noted, these attempts now include trying to defund the Office of Special Counsel, Jack Smith's office, altogether. I, like so many Americans, find this behavior contemptible and far beneath what we should expect from our country's leaders. Mr. Attorney General, why is it so important for both upholding the rule of law and maintaining public trust that our justice system be able to conduct investigations into wrongdoing free from political interference?
The criminal law can impose incredible sanctions on people. It can take away their liberty. That means due process has to be followed during investigations, and that partisan considerations not play a role. That civil liberties and civil rights are protected, and the only way that can happen is if prosecutors are permitted to go about their work without any external impermissible interventions or considerations.
Thank you. I did want to take the opportunity, since this is an oversight hearing, to conduct some actual oversight. And there was an important topic in your testimony, safeguarding the right to vote. During the previous administration, I asked department officials in this committee room what actions they were taking on this critical issue, and they couldn't answer me. So could you describe the efforts that your Department of Justice is taking to protect the right to vote, a fundamental pillar of our democracy?
Yes. The Congress, in the form of the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act, authorize the department to bring cases and to enforce the Constitution of the United States with respect to the right to vote. As I'm sure you know, in the Shelby County case, the Supreme Court eliminated one of our tools, Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act, but we retained Section 2, which the Supreme Court again endorsed in its last term. So we have brought cases in a number of jurisdictions where we felt that state laws unconstitutionally impinged on the right to vote. We have supported private parties when they've brought those cases, particularly in redistricting cases that violated the anti-dilution requirement of Section 2. We have a task force with respect to threats against election workers, because threatening election workers and stopping them from going about their work is a significant way in which the right to vote can be impinged. That's just a sampling.
And we certainly saw evidence of that in Pennsylvania during the last presidential election. So we really appreciate all those efforts. You know, I find this hearing very disturbing in that we have elected officials misleading the public, attacking the foundations of our democracy, trying to sow distrust on one of the most critical pillars of that democracy, the U.S. Department of Justice. It's unacceptable and it's un-American. Mr. Chair, I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record a fact sheet on the Department of Justice's work under Attorney General Garland's leadership to safeguard Americans' right to vote and protect our election officials and workers.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield back.
Committee will be in order. Committee will be in order. We ask the lady, please. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney General,
Thank you.
on August 11th, 2023, you appointed Mr. Weiss as special counsel. You wrote a letter to the House and Senate Judiciary Committees where you cited extraordinary circumstances requiring the appointment. You avoided answering the question when Mr. Bentz asked you. I'll give you another chance to answer it. What were those extraordinary circumstances?
I'm afraid I'll have to give you the same answer I gave before. I've gave as much as I can give, which is that he thought that he had reached a stage where it would be appropriate, that I had promised him that I would give him any resource that he needed, and that he asked for it. And to go further would go into a pending investigation.
Okay, let's talk about that authority. Back on March 1st, you told the Senate Judiciary Committee that Mr. Weiss had the full authority to bring cases in other jurisdictions if he felt it was necessary. On June 7th, Mr. Weiss wrote to the Judiciary Committee stating he had been granted ultimate authority over the matter, including responsibility for deciding where, when, and whether to file charges. But by June 30th, he had changed his tune and said that his charging authority was geographically limited, and it would be up to the U.S. Attorney's Office and then you to determine whether he can partner on the case, and if not, he can request special attorney status from the AG pursuant to 28 U.S.C. 515, and he had been assured that if necessary, he would be granted 515 authority in D.C., Central District of California, or any other district where charges could be brought. Let me ask you, is there some distinct legal authority known as special attorney status?
I'm sorry?
Is there some distinct legal authority known as special attorney status?
Yeah, Section 515 permits the Attorney General to sign an order to authorize a prosecutor to work in another district.
And if you had already decided that he had full authority, why did you feel it was necessary to sign that document?
I'm sorry?
Why did Mr. Weiss feel that he would need that extra authority if you had conveyed to him that he would have all that authority?
You'll have to speak with Mr. Weiss about that. I think his 3 letters are quite clear that he understood he would have the necessary authority and that no U.S. attorney could block him.
Okay. We asked you earlier about his request for this authority, and we need to know who he spoke to about this authority and when. Before he asked you in August, he had discussions about this with others at the department. Who did he discuss special counsel authority with, and when did he do that?
I'm not going to discuss internal deliberations of the department. I guaranteed that Mr. Weiss would have the authority that he needed, and the moment he asked for the authority, I gave it to him.
Did he discuss it with the Deputy Attorney General?
Again, I'm not going to get into discussions of deliberations within the Justice Department.
That is not a valid constitutional objection.
Well, that is a valid constitutional deliberation. It has to constitutional objection. It has to do with the ability of the Justice Department to do its communications, just as your deliberations with your staff and with other members are protected by the Constitution.
Detailing who had conversations and when does not implicate the internal deliberations at the department. The substance of those deliberations, simply detailing who and when, does not implicate those.
Yeah, I'm not going to get into the internal discussions of the department or who talked to who about what. Mr. Weiss has told this committee that he well understood his ability to bring a case wherever he wanted, and I have said that he had that ability.
Do you think that the extraordinary circumstances that you cited in the appointment have anything to do with the June 22nd and July 19th testimony of whistleblowers, Special Agents Shapley and Ziegler?
I don't think it has anything to do with Mr. Shapley, no.
Gentleman,
I'll yield to the chairman.
I appreciate the gentleman yielding. Mr. Garland, have you or are you investigating who leaked the information that appeared in the Washington Post on October 6, 2022 about this investigation, about the Hunter Biden investigation?
You're saying there was an October 2022...
October 6, 2022, Washington Post writes a story about the Hunter Biden investigation. I wonder, have you investigated who leaked that information to the Washington Post?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Has it been referred to the Inspector General? Do you know that?
I don't want my answer to suggest that there is or isn't such an investigation. I know that the Inspector General sent a letter to Congress explaining that he had an ongoing assessment with respect to the whistleblower's charges. I don't know if that's what you're referring to.
Time the gentleman's expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Colorado.
I thank the chairman and the ranking member for holding this hearing. Thank you, Attorney General, for your testimony, for appearing before us, and for your service to our country. I have great respect for my colleague from Virginia on the other side of the aisle. I'm a bit confused as to why they have zeroed in or focused in on this particular letter in such a myopic way. But your testimony, and I wrote down words here, that the moment he, meaning the Trump-appointed U.S. attorney, Mr. Weiss, asked for the authority, I gave it to him. Seems pretty straightforward. And as you said, the letters that Mr. Weiss has written to this committee are publicly available, and we encourage anybody who's watching these hearings to certainly review those. As you said, clearly they're consistent with each other in terms of reading those letters collectively. I think it's important, Mr. Attorney General, to perhaps talk a bit about your record and your background in light of the various attacks, unfortunately, by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. My understanding is that you served as a special assistant to the Attorney General of the United States early on in your career. Is that right?
It's my first job out of being a law clerk, yes.
Your first job out of law school. You later
after law clerking.
After law clerking, of course. You later were in private practice.
Yes.
And you left private practice to become a line attorney at the Department of Justice.
That's right, to be an assistant U.S. attorney.
An assistant U.S. attorney, a federal prosecutor, taking on organized crime cases, drug trafficking cases, violent crimes.
Yes, I don't know about the organized crime, organized drug trafficking, yes.
Following that service, you served in the Department of Justice as the principal associate
Attorney General. Deputy Attorney General, yes.
Deputy Attorney General. This is in the mid-90s.
That's right.
And in that capacity, you supervised a range of high-profile cases. Is that right?
Yes, they were high-profile cases.
The Unabomber case?
The what?
The Unabomber case.
The Unabomber case, yes.
The Atlanta Olympic bombing.
The Olympic bombing, yes.
The Oklahoma City bombing case.
Yes, that's
You
right.
received praise with respect to that latter investigation from the then Republican governor of the state of Oklahoma. Is that right?
Yes, who was a very good partner in the investigation with respect to Oklahoma.
You then were nominated and appointed to the federal bench, the U.S. District Court of Appeals here in Washington, D.C., correct?
For the U.S. Court of Appeals, yes.
Right. You were confirmed by a bipartisan majority. Over 20 Republican senators voted for your confirmation.
I'll take your word for it. I think that's correct.
You served on the bench for a significant period of time, ultimately becoming the chief judge.
Yes, that's right.
You left that position to return to the Department of Justice, where you had started your career.
Yes.
And you were confirmed into this position in which you now hold on a bipartisan basis in the Senate.
Yes.
I think it's unfortunate, Mr. Attorney General, that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have conflated questions about various cases that the department has brought with impugning your integrity. And I can assure you that the vast majority of the American people don't share their opinion, and that my constituents, the folks back in Colorado, are grateful for your lifetime of service that you have given to this country. And I recognize that this is, I suspect, a frustrating exercise in terms of this particular hearing, because I suspect that you'd like to be talking about the prevalence of fentanyl in our communities and the work that the Department of Justice is doing to interdict it, the gun violence epidemic in our country, and the work that the FBI and other law enforcement agencies are doing to stop it. And my hope is that the next oversight hearing, perhaps those can be the focus, the bulk of the hearing. I'd be remiss if I didn't say one note about a rule that the Department of Justice recently promulgated. As you may recall, in 2021, March of 2021, I sent a letter to the Department of Justice requesting that the Department of Justice issue a rule regulating stabilizing braces. One of these braces was used, as you might recall, at a mass shooting in my community in Boulder, Colorado, where 10 Coloradans tragically lost their lives, including one police officer. And the Department of Justice issued a final rule earlier this year on this precise topic. Unfortunately, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have made it their mission to overturn this rule. I wonder if you might be able to just elaborate a bit on how the rule was drafted and deliberated within the department.
Yes, well, that horrific event in Boulder was one of several examples of the use of attachment of a semi-automatic pistol to a stabilizing brace intended to permit its firing from the shoulder. That violates the rule, the congressional statute against short-barreled rifles being possessed without registration, anything under 16 inches. The reason for Congress's statute, which I think probably goes back to the Al Capone era, was the power of such a weapon and the ability to aim such a weapon when it's shouldered. All that was done in this rule was to make clear that if you convert a pistol into a rifle designed to be fired from the shoulder, you're subject to the registration requirement.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. I yield back.
The Attorney General has requested a short break, so the committee will stand in recess for a few minutes, and then we'll be back for the remainder of our members' questions.
We've been listening to a House Judiciary Committee hearing with Attorney General Merrick Garland. They're taking a quick recess right now, but Garland has been defending himself against accusations of favorable treatment for the investigation into Hunter Biden and unfavorable treatment for investigations into former President Trump. I want to bring in Jay O'Brien on Capitol Hill along with Justice reporter Alex Mallon for more on this. Alex, there have been some sharp allegations about interference with the investigation into Hunter Biden, favorable treatment given to Hunter Biden. As someone who's covered this investigation in depth, what allegation here surprised you most? Allegations, I should say, surprised you most. And what do you think of Garland's responses so far?
Well, I will say the revelation that surprised me the most, and this is a bit complicated, but from Attorney General Garland's testimony today, we actually did learn kind of what was going on with this meeting where an IRS investigator says they heard Weiss say that he wasn't getting permission to pursue charges against Hunter Biden in D.C. or California. And where we kind of are now finding out that there's a way to split the baby here is that Garland essentially acknowledged that U.S. attorneys in those districts may have refused to partner with Weiss when he went forward and asked to bring charges against Hunter Biden. But Garland maintains that that is very different than those U.S. attorneys saying that they cannot bring a prosecution in their districts. So you could see how this IRS investigator may interpret that as these U.S. attorneys in California and D.C. saying you can't bring these charges here. But Garland maintains that that's very different. And that is, I think, kind of the messiness of this entire investigation and how we got to this very complex part with the plea deal falling apart and then Weiss being asked to name special counsel and then the indictment that was brought last week. All of this leading up to this, it's a bunch of bureaucratic messiness that we've seen leading up to this point. But it doesn't change the fact that, obviously, I think that Attorney General Garland, looking back, believes that this all could have been handled probably better by Weiss, and leading up to this point, the deliberations and negotiations between Hunter Biden's attorneys. And I think that really what you're seeing play out in this hearing is that no matter how you look at it, it's a total mess.
And that's why we have not only you, Alex, but also our Chief Justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas, who's now joining us to help unpack this all. Pierre, in terms of that revelation by the Attorney General, how big is that for the Attorney General and this line of questioning that other U.S. attorneys may have refused to cooperate with David Weiss here?
I think it's interesting. What you see the Attorney General essentially say here is that at every turn, I told Mr. Weiss, you have the authority to pursue this investigation how you see fit. And the letters, according to the Attorney General, convey that fact. And I think until we get some kind of information, some specific information that Mr. Weiss wanted to do something, was rebuffed in a way that he could not pursue the investigation, it's classic Washington politics. And I tend to, in covering these issues, sort of get down to the nitty-gritty of, okay, did this have a material effect on what we're seeing take place? And what we're seeing take place right now is a special counsel appointed initially by former President Trump, now given special counsel status by the current administration's Attorney General, and with an outcome that, you know, so far is going to be very uncomfortable for Hunter Biden and the President of the United States. And I think the other back and forth is, you know, typical of Washington politics, which seeks to kind of slightly confuse the issue when the bottom line that the American public, I think, will end up wanting to see is, did Hunter Biden commit crimes? What kind of crimes did he commit? Is he being held accountable for those crimes? And is this prosecution taking place in a way that is fair and normal? And therein lies the fascinating part of this case.
Jay, what's it like there on Capitol Hill with this hearing underway today? And what are you watching for when they come back from recess and continue to question the Attorney General?
Well, I can tell you, Diane, there was a lot of anticipation amongst House Republicans. They hyped this hearing up. As you and I have been talking about over the course of the morning, they put out a hype video online talking about other appearances that Garland has had before the Congress and essentially promoting this as in a time when House Republicans were going to take the Attorney General to task. And that's very much what we saw play out a little bit in this hearing. In terms of what we saw and instructive of what we're looking for, I take you back to what Alex said about the various kind of administrative machinations that go on with an investigation this complex, either into Hunter Biden or into former President Trump, although those investigations are not equal. And the various machinations of those investigations, the little cracks in the foundation, that's what we're seeing Republicans seize on and trying to say, look, this is malfeasance. And what we're seeing the Attorney General say is, no, that's just how these investigations happen. That's how they play out. And also there are instances where he says, I can't talk about these investigations because they're ongoing.
All right, and that hearing's going to pick back up in a few minutes. We will go back to it when it resumes. Pierre Thomas, Jay O'Brien, Alex Malin, thank you. And again, that House Judiciary Committee hearing is just in a brief recess. We will come back to it when it resumes. More live coverage right after this quick break.
Whenever news breaks,
the crush of families here in Poland.
Here in Kentucky, no match for the tornado.
From Monterey Park, California, on the ground in Ukraine.
Reporting from Uvalde, Texas.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine. Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
From Kathmandu, Nepal.
In Truckee, California, covering record snowfall.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
Here at this airport in Tampa, it's already shut down.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Reporting from Jerusalem.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is. We're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Everybody in that home is okay.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. We are here at fashion's biggest night out.
What's happening today? YouTube has unveiled a new set of policies.
What people are talking about. The new ad campaign.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
A real-life Barbie dream house.
A name change for the Wienermobile.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
When I got sent to Idaho to cover the murders of 4 college students, it was a story that didn't make any sense. 4 students stabbed to death in their beds while 2 roommates were home.
You gotta think to yourself, okay, who's the target and how many people would a man go through to get to his target?
I'm Kana Whitworth with ABC News. This is the story of savage murders, a determined small-town police force, and a scholar of crime. This is the King Road Killings. The full series is out now. Listen to every episode wherever you get your podcasts.
Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey, I'm David Muir. Wherever the story, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. Our top story this hour, the fiery House Judiciary hearing. Attorney General Merrick Garland grilled by committee Republicans, accusing him and the Justice Department of political bias and being President Biden's lapdog. Garland pushing back, saying he's not the president's lawyer and he's also not the prosecutor for Congress.
Our job is not to do what is politically convenient. Our job is not to take orders from the president, from Congress, or from anyone else about who or what to criminally investigate. The Justice Department works for the American people. Our job is to follow the facts and the law, and that is what we do. All of us recognize that with this work comes public scrutiny, criticism, and legitimate oversight.
ABC's Jay O'Brien joining me now from Capitol Hill, along with Chief Justice Correspondent Pierre Thomas. So, Pierre, you know, the allegations being made by the committee here are pretty extraordinary. I mean, members even challenging Garland's ethics, even supporting his godson.
Well, I think, you know, the Attorney General knew this was coming. We got excerpts of his prepared remarks, and he went on to say, not in the soliloquy you presented a second ago, but he went on to say that, quote, I am not the president's lawyer. And I think what he's trying to do is push back against the notion that they're somehow, at the Justice Department, putting their finger on the scale, that they're trying to help Joe Biden and hurt his Republican rival Donald J. Trump. And he's being as forceful as the normally, you know, calm and collected AG is showing a bit of fight here in pushing back against some of these notions. And, you know, it's classic Washington politics is what we're seeing unfold today. Democrats basically lauding and supporting Merrick Garland, and Republicans suggesting that he's a man without ethics or ethos.
Well, Jay, what stood out to you?
Yeah, you're seeing Republicans in this hearing try to seize on little aspects of these Hunter Biden investigations, or in some instances the Trump investigation, although those investigations are not equal, to try to paint the Attorney General into a corner here. This is the first time we've seen the Attorney General sit before Congress since those IRS whistleblowers came out and said that they felt that there was political influence in the Hunter Biden investigation, something the now Special Counsel David Weiss has told Congress, has told the lawmakers sitting in that room is something he did not feel. It's something that is not, quote unquote, true. We've also seen, as Weiss puts it, we've also seen lawmakers try to press Garland on these active investigations. And one of the things Garland has repeatedly come back to and said is he can't divulge details of an ongoing investigation. I think we have, if we have time for it before they begin, an exchange with Jim Jordan that highlights that.
What stage are we in? We in the beginning stage, the middle stage, the end stage, the keep hiding the ball stage? What stage are we in?
I think this one I would go back to the videotape where I said I'm not permitted to discuss ongoing investigations.
Well, isn't that convenient? Something changed in 31 to 32 days from July 10th to August 11th. I think it's two brave whistleblowers came forward and a judge called BS on the plea deal. You guys tried to get past them. That's what I think happened.
So that's Jim Jordan trying to press the Attorney General on the Hunter Biden investigation. And the Attorney General, although he did take a lot of questions on that case, saying, as is understandable, as Pierre knows better than anybody, that he can't talk about various details of an ongoing probe. He's also made repeated attempts to say that he's not talking about the machinations of this case on a daily basis with David Weiss, saying that Weiss is not just a Trump appointee, but he's acting independently. That's why Garland says he's a special counsel.
So how are Democrats defending Garland here?
Well, Democrats are calling out Republicans for previous comments made by House Republicans about defunding the FBI because of the Trump investigations. They're asking Garland questions of what would defunding the FBI do to national security. They're also, as Pierre noted, praising the Attorney General's record. There was an exchange right before they went to this break with Joe Neguse, Democrat of Colorado, who walked Garland through his career from Oklahoma City to the Olympic Park bombing, all the praise that he's gotten from both sides of the aisle as a means of saying to the American people watching that Garland has a long history of public service.
Pierre, you know, the committee, as Jay pointed out, accusing Garland of being basically too timid when it comes to Trump and all these ongoing trials. Garland did fire back, but this seems to be a point of contention rather, that has been ongoing since the first trial even began.
It has been, and the most important thing, or the central theme, if you're watching this hearing at home, is the Republicans are locked in like a laser on Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden, Hunter Biden, Hunter Biden. And they're trying to suggest that somehow Hunter Biden has been treated, you know, in a way that is to his advantage. And the Attorney General is saying, look at the facts. He's the man prosecuting the case is appointed by former President Trump, that at every turn, whenever this prosecutor has asked for anything, he's been given the authority he needs. He's now a special counsel. And the Attorney General points out that he will do a report, that this special prosecutor, the special counsel, will do a report that will be made public and can come to Congress and answer their questions. So I think at the end of the day, we're in an election season, and you're seeing that election seasons washes over into Capitol Hill and what we're seeing take place. And, you know, the counter argument from the Hunter Biden camp, having talked to his attorneys who have been on our air recently, they're saying that Hunter Biden is being treated unfairly. Basically, that if his name was anyone else's name, that he wouldn't be facing the situation that he's facing, that the tax cases, he's repaid the taxes that he owes, that he's been under investigation for half a decade, 5 years, and that the gun charge that he's been now indicted on is not typically that the kind of case the Justice Department brings on its own. There's usually 2 or 3 other charges that come along with such a charge, which is basically filling out a federal form in which he stated that he was not a drug user when he was, and therefore would have been prohibited from purchasing and possessing the gun.
You know, to follow up, Pierre, with something that Jay pointed out, the conversation of defunding the FBI. You know, could just put that in perspective for a minute. Defunding the FBI. I mean, I even sat back and thought, okay, are we really going there? Let's just talk for a minute about what that would mean, just the impact of that, if it was even considered, which clearly I think the odds are 0 to none.
Well, you know, clearly the rhetoric is being used on Capitol Hill. It has made its way into the national dialogue, if you will. But suffice it to say, the FBI is viewed as the quintessential, most powerful law enforcement agency perhaps in the world. They are responsible for investigating acts of terrorism. They are responsible for investigating and fighting against espionage. It is responsible for helping local law enforcement deal with violent crime issues. So the notion of making them simply go away is one that some would argue. Again, we're just the referees in terms of watching. We don't make the final call, but some would argue it's not been well thought out what would happen if suddenly we existed in America without the FBI, notwithstanding both the good things they've done and some of the bad things they've done in the past.
Yeah, I can imagine Teddy Roosevelt would be turning in his grave right now after hearing that. Jay, David Weiss, the Trump-appointed attorney, named as special counsel in this investigation into Hunter Biden, was also mentioned. We've already kind of talked about this. Garland saying that he was not involved with the investigation at all. What do you think Republican lawmakers are trying to do here?
Well, that's a great question. And there's kind of a short game and a long game. And the short game right now, as you saw, if you watched any second of the hearing earlier today, as you guys both did, is to grill the Attorney General on a national stage. They have a lot of questions, these Republicans, for the Attorney General, and they want to put the screws to him in the House Judiciary Committee. They've been chomping at the bit to do this for quite a long time. That's the short game today. The long game, and you mentioned David Weiss, is to continually hold hearings and investigations like this and things like this going forward. House Republicans said this was a stated goal of theirs when they took control of the House after the last midterm elections. You mentioned David Weiss, and even the Attorney General said this in response to one question in the hearing today, that Weiss, when it's appropriate, at a certain standpoint in his investigation, presumably when that investigation is either concluded or wrapping up, or after he issues, as Pierre said, his special counsel report, will take questions in a similar format from lawmakers. And so that's this is kind of a preview, if you will, this hearing, of coming attractions. This is something that Republicans say they consistently want to do. Case in point, in a completely unrelated way, but also in a related way, there's a hearing into the House impeachment inquiry into President Biden for next week, in which Republicans are going to explain, they say to the American people, why this impeachment inquiry is needed in the first place, because there were some questions as to what new powers Republicans even have under an impeachment inquiry that they don't have previously in their other investigations into the president and into the president's son. I even talked to Republicans who said they weren't unaware of the powers they had. So there's going to be a lot like this on Capitol Hill in the coming weeks and months.
You know, just to kind of personalize it a little bit, Pierre, Garland got a bit emotional in his opening remarks. You really don't see him ever show emotion when he's holding his press conferences, that's for sure. But he was talking just about his journey and how he went from judge to the Justice Department. What did you just make of that moment?
Well, he's clearly trying to convey to the American public that he takes his job seriously, that he's a patriot, that his family was afforded some protections from the anti-Semitism that it was facing in Europe. That's why they came to the United States in part. He got emotional with me in his first interview as Attorney General back several years ago. And I think he's trying to make the case that someone thoughtful, someone who has a respect for the rule of law, is in the job and carrying it out as best as he sees forward. And he's also trying to make the case, when he says we don't prosecute with respect to Republican or Democrat status, that, you know, his supporters would tell you that there are two special counsel investigations involving President Biden on some level. One, President Biden is being looked at in terms of how he handled classified documents. His son, Hunter Biden, is under investigation. And the thing that is notable today, if you look at the breadth of the hearing, House Republicans aren't really making very many specific allegations about wrongdoing by President Biden himself. It's all focused on, by and large, Hunter Biden. The cases that former President Trump are facing in terms of criminal charges, 91 plus, involve, you know, activity allegedly done by the former president himself. And, you know, they've largely steered clear of having significant conversations about that. Merrick Garland wouldn't talk about that in great specificity anyway, but you saw Congressman Schiff, for example, sort of raise the specter of what took place on January 6th, raise the specter of how former President Trump was handling classified documents, hundreds that he allegedly did take to Mar-a-Lago. So in some ways, the American public is seeing firsthand that politics and reality and truth don't always combine.
We'll continue to follow the hearing. Pierre, Jay, I know you'll be both watching as well. We'll talk again. Thank you, gentlemen. Well, it's been quite a busy day for President Biden as well. Right now, he is meeting with the Brazilian president, Luiz Ignacio Lula da Silva, in New York. The two saying they want to find some type of common ground on climate issues and workers' rights, despite the recent differences on Russia's war in Ukraine, among other matters. Our White House correspondent, Mary Alice Parks, is joining us with more from the White House. What more can we expect to hear from Biden and Lula da Silva there?
Yeah, we know this is the second time they'll be meeting, actually the third time they've talked, but the relationship hasn't always been easy. Like you hinted at, there's been a lot of tension, a lot of friction around the war in Ukraine. We know the Brazilian president has said in the past that he thinks both sides are to blame. That did not sit well with this White House. So you can imagine they will be laying that on thick. They want to see more universal, more global condemnation of Russia as this war drags on. And then the other big topic, you mentioned climate, you mentioned workers' rights. rights, but we know that there is a conversation around China. We know that Brazil has been close to China in the last few years, working with them on investment in South America. The U.S. wants to counter that. They want to be an equal economic partner. They want to push back on Brazil when it comes to any human rights questions with China. So I imagine Ukraine, Russia, China, all a part of this conversation between President Biden and President Lula. Kira.
Also, Biden met with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Let's take a look at a bit of that.
We're going to discuss some of the hard issues, and that is upholding democratic values that lie at the heart of our partnership, including checks and balances in our systems, and preserving a path to a negotiated two-state solution, and ensuring that Iran never acquires a nuclear weapon. Because even where we have some differences, my commitment to Israel, as you know, is ironclad. I think without Israel, there's not a Jew in the world that's secure.
All right, let's talk about the differences and hard issues, checks and balances in a minute. But first, let's just start with the fact that they met in New York and not at the White House. How do you think that's being viewed?
Yeah, Kira, like so many things in diplomacy in Washington, the details matter. And it is lost on absolutely no one that since coming back into office, Prime Minister Netanyahu has not been invited here to Washington to the White House. They have not had a meeting here at the White House as you would expect. These two men are meeting now for the first time since Netanyahu came back into office. They're in New York, like you said, instead. And that is a big difference that everyone is paying attention to and paying attention to what it might say about the relationship right now.
All right, Mary Alice Parks from the White House, thank you so much. And we're going to head back. That recess has concluded. Attorney General Merrick Garland testifying before the House Judiciary Committee. Let's listen back in.
Consistent with your office's policy, if somebody said we're going to get up to 2,000 people on a particular crime. Is that consistent with your policy?
I think what that U.S. Attorney was referring to was a prediction for how many more cases would still be brought, because the court had asked how many more people have
been filed a letter with the court saying that we're looking at upwards of 2,000. We've got 1,200 more that we think we're going to get. So you don't do that for anything else, right? So you don't have anything like tax fraud. You're not saying, okay, we're going to have so many people that we want to get for tax fraud, so many people we want to get for lying on federal firearms application.
If a court asks us what the likely workload will be based on prosecutions and investigations that are pending, the U.S. Attorney is obligated to respond.
Did you guys provide any reference of the number of people you thought you would prosecute who were involved in the 2020 summer riots of the burning of the Portland courthouse while there were still people inside those courthouses? You didn't ever file with the court anything, say, oh, we think we're going to have another 300, 400, whatever it may be, because you didn't file those charges, did you?
I'm sorry, I'm not following. I believe that
I'm sure you're not.
The number that you're asking about was...
Let me ask you this question.
...objection that the court had asked the U.S. Attorney to make.
Let's switch topics. Maybe this one would be easier to follow, I suppose. Is it the policy of the DOJ to provide advance notice to subjects before conducting a search for evidence?
It totally depends on the circumstance.
If the circumstance were that you had a guest house where the U.S. Attorney, Deputy U.S. Attorney saying, well, we know that we suspect there's a lot of evidence there, but we're not going to really follow that up. And calls the attorney from the other side saying we were going to do a search warrant. Would that be consistent with your policy?
Okay, again, I know this is no hypothetical, and I don't know the facts of this case, and I don't know what happened. And I believe the events you're talking about, as reported in the press, occurred under the previous administration. So
no, that event didn't happen under the previous administration. Let's talk about that. I mean, you keep saying this happened under the previous administration. But let's talk about this for just a moment. You keep saying, I don't know what happened there, but I'm going to opine when it happened. Do you see the fallacy of that, the inconsistencies? I don't know when it happened. I don't know what happened because I'm not involved, but it happened under the previous administration. That's so logically fallacious.
I'm sorry, I'm not following what's
I know you're not following. So the question is, you've got one of your deputy U.S. attorneys calling the attorney on this side saying, look, we're going to go to these two places. probably go in the next couple of days. And of course, then ultimately the search warrant is called off. Is that, I just want to know, is it consistent to call up people and where you know that they've got boxes of information, or you suspect they have boxes of information, that's why you got the warrant, that's why you're going to go look, and you give them a heads up so they can move those boxes of information? Would that be consistent with DOJ policy?
I'm just going to say again, you're asking me actually to comment about allegations in a particular case about which
No, I'm not. I'm
context.
asking you, is that consistent with your overall policy? Forget Delaware and what they did and that they actually did that. Let's just talk about generic policy.
I'm sorry, I thought you were asking about Mar-a-Lago. I may not have understood then. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, la-di-da. So when we're talking about this, when we're talking about your general policy, is it your policy? Is that acceptable when you suspect that there are movable items to call up and say we're gonna be there to look?
Yeah, there's no policy on this question. The strategy and tactics to be used to preserve evidence are left up to the investigators and offices on the ground. Sometimes it would be a serious mistake to call up. Sometimes it would not.
Here once again, you don't know what happened in the Hunter Biden case because that's somebody else is doing it. But you can be sure of the timing of when all this took place. That is one of the biggest oddities of your testimony today. I yield back to the gentleman from Colorado.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. Thank you for your decades of faithful service to our country, to our Constitution, and to the rule of law. Thank you for putting up with this today. The American people are watching. They know what's going on here. This is a gross misuse of your time, your team's time, and our time. It is a shameful circus. It has a goal. The goal is to spew lies and disinformation, ultimately to tear away at the confidence of our independent institutions, in your case today, our very important Department of Justice. That's the exact MO of a former president. Tear away at the confidence of our independent institutions, whether it's our electoral system, the Department of Justice, the judiciary, and independent news media. The American people are watching this sham. But it's not just a circus, it's dangerous, and you know that, and you have mentioned that. I believe that these fictions and fantasies are dangerous. Dangerous for you and the 115,000 public servants with whom you work. Dangerous for national security. Dangerous for communities' security. Dangerous for the rule of law and our Constitution. All at the same time of a looming shutdown. The other side of the aisle cannot govern. And so they have this hearing, which was supposed to be oversight, and use it as a big distraction because they are failing to govern. Imagine if we go into a shutdown. What does that say to your members of your department? What does it say to our service members, U.S. troops who would be training, fighting without pay and without confidence in this country's governing ability? It's a great distraction. So let me pivot to something I care about, and I know you and your department cares about. It is Recovery Month. And for families like mine with a member in recovery, every month is Recovery Month. So I thank you for what you are doing on the fentanyl crisis, the overdose crisis that has claimed 110,000 lives in a single 12-month period. 300 souls a day, every day. Souls who have died while we were in this hearing, every day. What is the department doing to combat the trafficking, to combat the amount of fentanyl on the ground? As DEA has said, there's enough fentanyl on the ground right now to kill this entire population multiple times over. Tell us about your important work in fentanyl.
Well, Congresswoman, let me begin by saying I share your personal concern and grief over this. I have met with the families of children, of teenagers, of elderly people who have become addicted to fentanyl and who have died from fentanyl. Everything you're saying is correct, and it's a catastrophe for the country. So as a consequence, The Justice Department has poured its resources, particularly from DEA, with FBI assistance as well, and with fugitive arrests by the Marshal Service and with gun tracing by the ATF into the entire process by which fentanyl reaches the United States. So we have sanctioned the precursor companies in China. We have indicted some of them for their violations. We have arrested some as far off as in Fiji and brought them back to the United States. We have traced these precursors to Mexico, where they are made into the fentanyl pills. Fentanyl costs about 10 cents to make. It can be sold on the street in the United States between $10 and $30. You can see what the enormous profit motive is here. So we must stop the cartels themselves. I have, as I said, traveled to Mexico twice in order to work with our counterparts in the military and law enforcement there.
I thank you for all of that. I want to just pivot once, and I want to do anything I can to partner with you on this issue so that we stop losing people. I traveled recently with the Foreign Affairs Committee to The Hague, met with the extraordinary folks, the top prosecutor and his able team. They were very complimentary of the Department of Justice and your work. Can you tell us about your important role, or America's important role, in war crimes, especially in light of your powerful history?
Yes, I'm happy to. So I've traveled to Ukraine twice and to meet with the Prosecutor General there. And I'm going to meet with him again this week here, and he has met with me several times here. The Justice Department is pursuing the war crimes from Russia's unlawful and unjust invasion of Ukraine to help to investigate war crimes over which we have jurisdiction, to help the Prosecutor General in Ukraine investigate those prosecutions. I was, I believe, the first cabinet member ever to visit The Hague, the International Criminal Court of Justice, and to meet with Karim Khan, who is chief prosecutor, to talk about our cooperation in respect to the investigations that they are doing. I've assigned a Justice Department prosecutor to the investigatory body that's been set up in The Hague for the crime of aggression. And she is there now working with the ICC and with Europol and Eurojust. And I've assigned a prosecutor to our embassy in Kyiv to work with our ambassador there and to work with the Prosecutor General's office there.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing that answer to go on, because it is critically important. America is indispensable, and your work is indispensable. Thank you, sir.
Time of the gentlelady has expired. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Attorney General, do you support the consent decree that I believe was put in place in the city of Minneapolis?
I'm sorry, do I support the?
Do you support the consent decree that was put in place with the police department of Minneapolis?
The one was put in place by the federal government, yes.
Yes. Do you support fewer cops on the street?
Do I support?
Fewer cops on the street?
No, I don't support fewer cops on the streets.
That's what's happening as a result of what's
I don't think that's a consequence of the consent decree.
Do you support?
Minneapolis has been losing police officers for many years.
Do you support more crime?
Do I support more crime?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
So there was just a hearing in Minnetonka, Minnesota, a tiny suburb of Minneapolis, just I think this last week, where they're beside themselves with the amount of crime that continues in Minneapolis since the riots of 2020. And I would point out to you that I had an officer in my district. I lived right across the border in Wisconsin, or that's where my district begins. A police officer was shot to death as a result of a weak on crime prosecutor in St. Paul and Minneapolis, Minnesota. Guy served only 4 years for a violent crime. Do you think that that's a problem?
If an officer is shot to death, that is certainly not an appropriate sentence. That's outrageous. Let me be clear, we are doing everything we can to assist Minneapolis. We have a very aggressive U.S. attorney who's brought a number of RICO and Vicar cases been
let me continue.
extraordinarily successful.
I got a real short period of time here.
Sorry.
In regards to disrupting drug networks, why do you think there's so much fentanyl coming into the country?
Because it costs 10 cents to make, and it can be sold for $30.
So Sheriff Mark Daniels from Cochise County, Arizona, sat right where you were at a few months ago, and under oath he said, the reason there is such a drastic increase in fentanyl coming into the country is because on January 20th of 2021, open borders policies were announced by President Biden. Have you expressed concern about those open borders policies that have led to this rapid increase in the amount of fentanyl coming into our country?
I can't associate myself with the conclusion reached by the sheriff, although I can certainly commiserate with the concerns.
So the sheriff is incorrect.
Look, the cartels in Mexico are bringing this, are causing this drug to be transmitted into the United States, and we were doing everything we can to eliminate that incentive.
Yeah, you're not going to do it on doing that. Mr. Chairman, just so we're real clear here, this is the same answer we received from Secretary Mayorkas a couple months ago when he was in denial about a sheriff who lives, one of the most reputable sheriffs you'll find in the United States of America, sitting down there on that southern border. He sees it every day. He saw it working in 2020 because he told me when I was down there. And now he says it is not working, and it started January 20th of 2021. You can pretend that you're dealing with fentanyl. You're not, because the borders are wide open. Do you believe, I'm going to shift to combating gun violence. Do you believe that a prohibited person that acquires a gun illegally and disposes it in a dumpster where a criminal or an innocent child could gain access to it should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law?
This is no longer a hypothetical question. You're referring to a specific case which is now in judicial determination before a court of law. It's not appropriate for me to comment on that case.
So for the record, Mr. Chairman, let's understand that the same prosecuting attorney who is now the special counsel gave a sweetheart deal to that person. And yes, you are correct. We're referring to the president's son. He got a sweetheart deal, and the judge was smart enough to smell a rat when she saw it, and she said, you guys go back to the drawing board. That same special counsel is in charge of this investigation. Isn't that correct, Mr. Chairman? Absolutely. I want to close real quickly with this. There was a World Naked Bike Ride in Madison, Wisconsin, just a couple months ago, and I sent you a letter 2 months ago asking if you had a problem with that because it exposed a 10-year-old girl by the race organizer, the bike organizers, to pedaling around Madison, Wisconsin naked. Do you think that's a problem? And why did you not answer our letter from 2 months ago?
I'm sorry, I'll have to ask the Office of Legislative Affairs to get back to you about this.
Does it typically take 2 months to be able to answer questions like this?
No, it sounds like you're asking about a question about state and local law enforcement. We get hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of letters. I'll ask the Office of Legislative Affairs where that letter is.
State and local law enforcement would not act. We were hoping you would. It's obvious you're not. I yield.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you again, Mr. Attorney General, for joining us and for your patience with this questioning. I'm honored to represent a diverse community in North Carolina. Wake County has worked to welcome people of all backgrounds, ethnicities, and religions. The growth and success of my district in the Research Triangle Park depends on our commitment to celebrating the many cultures that contribute to our community. Unfortunately, over the past few years, these very communities that have contributed so much to my state and my district have found themselves under attack. Jewish leaders in my district have received threats to themselves and their synagogues as recently as last month. HBCUs across our state have locked down in response to bomb threats. Asian Americans in North Carolina and throughout the country have found themselves facing
slurs and threats spurred in large part by the racialized language about the COVID-19 pandemic. The Southern Poverty Law Center reported in late 2020 that the number of white nationalist groups grew 55% between 2017 and 2019, noting that the rise in hate-based attacks coincides with the growth of the white nationalist movement. And the Anti-Defamation League relatedly found that white supremacist propaganda incidents occurred over 14 times per day on average in 2020, with a total of 5,125 reported cases, nearly twice the number of cases reported in 2019, and the highest number the ADL has ever recorded. This dangerous trend has continued in the last few years and has recently included as active clubs have been increasing in their number and prominence. These active clubs started popping up in late 2020 and are a network of white nationalist groups that see themselves as fighters in training for an ongoing war against a system they claim is deliberately plotting against the white race. As Attorney General, I am deeply interested and concerned about the rise of these clubs, threats of violence, and actual violence, and wanted to know if you're familiar with these activities and what your department is doing to counteract them.
So I'm not familiar with the specifics of those clubs, and I will certainly look into what the department's doing in that respect. Very soon after I came into the department, I saw the spike in hate crime threats that were being made and in actual acts of violence. I directed the department to develop a strategy for responding to that. 30 days later, that was pretty much coincident with Congress's passage of the COVID No Hate Act. And we have now fulfilled, I think, all of the obligations under that act. We have task forces set up to investigate and prosecute hate crimes, both as hate crimes and where they satisfy the requirements as domestic violent extremism or as domestic terrorism. We have brought dozens of cases against people who have made these threats, as well as, in particular, those who have attempted to carry them out. And as you know, we have a prosecution pending in Buffalo with respect to the horrendous killing of Black Americans in the Tops grocery store by an avowed white supremacist.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your efforts in this regard. On a different subject with my last 45 seconds, North Carolina also saw the impact of cyber crimes with the Colonial Pipeline. Yes. And I'd like to know how your office is counteracting any cyber attacks and dealing with people who perpetrate them.
Yeah, so we are vigilant to the risk of these kind of cyber attacks. In that case, these were criminal gangs affiliated in Russia, resident in Russia. Fortunately, we had available intelligence from Section 702, which we were discussing a little bit earlier today. I have to say that's one of the principal sources of our ability to fight these kind of cyber attacks, whether they are criminal or whether they are launched by nation states, whether they are attempting to get ransomware and create ransom, whether they're simply trying or also simply trying to exfiltrate our information, or whether they're trying to prevent our computers from working at all. The Justice Department has established a cyber task force for this purpose, a ransomware task force, and we are recently working on cryptocurrency in exactly the same way.
Time of the gentlelady has expired. We want to try to move quickly.
Thank you. I yield back.
Attorney General, because we got votes and then we got a majority conference. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
I thank the chairman. Mr. Attorney General, welcome. And my friend and colleague from Colorado outlined your biography, I thought, very well. But he left out 2 points that I'd like to mention. One is not only did you lead the prosecution of the Oklahoma City bombing case, but in that case, the death penalty was asked for and actually received, and Timothy McVeigh was executed. Not exactly a Democrat priority to seek the death penalty in cases, but you did so because of the rule of law. You did so because the facts and the law demanded that you did so, and you followed the facts and the law in that situation. The other issue I wanted, or example in your bio that I wanted to point out, is my understanding that in your conference room, you have a portrait of Elliot Richardson. And the reason you have a portrait of Elliot Richardson is because he demanded that the Department of Justice stay independent from the Nixon administration. He had the backbone to stand up to the President of the United States and make sure that the Department of Justice would not become the government's lawyer. You put that portrait there soon after you became Attorney General because it was a signal. It was a signal to the world that you wanted to be known in the same way that others that had come before you were known. And frankly, one of the reasons I respect Attorney General Barr so much is because after January 6th, he made the very difficult decision to walk into the president's office and tell the president the election was not stolen. We have looked at this. And for that reason, he resigned before January 20th when power was turned over. But Mr. Attorney General, you're unable to answer some questions here, but I'll answer them for you. Do you know what people would have said if you had asked for U.S. Attorney Weiss's resignation when you became Attorney General? I'm sorry, U.S. Attorney, yeah, U.S. Attorney Weiss's resignation. They would have said that you were obstructing the Hunter Biden investigation, that you were firing a Republican appointee so that you could appoint a Democrat to slow walk this investigation and lose the leadership of that investigation. If you had made the same decision a year later because you were frustrated that the prosecution wasn't moving fast enough, they would have again said that you were interfering with the prosecution. If you, when U.S. Attorney Weiss asked to become special counsel, if you had made the decision then to appoint someone else to special counsel, people would have criticized you because you would have been taking someone out of the investigation that knew the facts, that could lead the investigation, and put someone in who would have had to come up to speed on the investigation and wouldn't have allowed major decisions to be made until they came up to speed. So in three different opportunities where you could have acted, you would have been criticized either way, whether you acted or did not act in that situation. Far from slow walking, really, once the Trump administration decided that that was the person leading the investigation, your hands were tied. You didn't have the opportunity to make a decision on the leadership of that investigation. But speaking of slow walking, I appreciate your reference in your opening remarks, your written opening remarks, to the Department of Justice strongly supports efforts by Congress to promote competition in digital markets by passing legislation to prohibit certain anti-competitive practices by dominant online platforms. You can't say who they are, but I can. Apple, Amazon, Facebook, and Google are monopolies, and they have been harming this country and harming competition in that particular market for years. And Congress for 5 years has been investigating and offering bills on that subject. They spent $250 million, according to reports, in the last Congress to defeat those bills. And now we do nothing in this Congress to try to deal with that very serious issue. In fact, there are efforts, I'm told, over in the Senate, and I use the word effort and Senate very carefully in the same sentence, but there are efforts in the Senate, S-2321, to take $50 million in funding for the Department of Justice Antitrust Division, and it would be an 18% cut, and to move that money to the General Department of Justice Operations Fund to try to further cripple the efforts that are going on in court. The state attorney generals and the Antitrust Division and Federal Trade Commission are doing a great job jointly in trying to combat the scourge of these monopolies. My question to you is, will you make sure that the Antitrust Division is properly funded so it can continue this very serious effort at stopping these monopolies from harming our children, from harming competition, and from further strengthening China's position in this area?
Yes, I absolutely will. And one of the first things I did in the first budget opportunity we had was to ask for more money for the antitrust division than had been given in quite a long time, and to ask for the fees that are paid for purposes of merger analysis be given to the antitrust division directly rather than to go into a general fund.
Thank you. I yield back.
I would just point out for the record that Attorney General Barr left the Trump administration on December 23rd, 2020, not between January 6th and January 20th, 2021. With that, I recognize the gentlelady.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, since he mentioned monopoly, could I also enter into the record this article about the MasterCard Visa duopoly by Proactive and their target of a bipartisan bill to reform this monopoly? Could I insert that into the record, please?
Yeah, without objection, unanimous consent accepted. Gentlelady from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here, Attorney General Garland. St. Louis and I are here today to make clear what it means to promote equal justice for every person in this country. Attorney General Garland, you often speak about your commitment to supporting civil rights and the rule of law. But I have concerns about whether the department under your leadership is doing the absolute most it possibly can to advance these goals. In the limited time I have, I want to share my concerns about specific issues with you directly and to make clear the steps that I believe that the department needs to take. First off, as this hearing has shown, a small number of the department's cases get an outsized level of attention in politics. But the reality is you preside over most of the federal system of mass incarceration. And every day in courtrooms around the country, including St. Louis, prosecutors who ultimately report to you are continuing to disproportionately prosecute disproportionately Black and brown people for disproportionately low-level immigration and narcotics and firearm offenses. And under your watch, the federal incarceration rate has increased for the first time in nearly a decade. Meanwhile, corporate crime enforcement is lower than it was during the Trump administration. The department needs to rethink its entire approach to prosecution, but let me also say I thank you for what you're doing with the insurrectionists. And I urge you to take specific steps towards ending mandatory minimums and prosecutory misconduct waivers and actively supporting alternatives to incarceration, funding federal public defenders, use of clemency power, and reporting on disparities in federal prosecutions. I'm also deeply concerned about the Bureau of Prisons. Director Peters is not doing enough to address the rampant issues of abuse and mismanagement at the Bureau, which affects both correctional staff and people in custody. It is shameful that solitary confinement has increased in the Bureau of Prisons during the Biden administration, despite the president claiming he supports ending it. We need to see more from the department across the board on Bureau of Prisons oversight. And you should implement the president's commitment to end the torturous practice of solitary confinement once and for all. I'm also incredibly disheartened that the department has continued to pursue the death penalty despite the president's pledge to end it. I urge the department to reverse course, including by dismantling the federal death chamber in Indiana and advocating for the commutation of the sentences of everyone on federal death row. I'm also still waiting to see any meaningful progress on the commitments that Associate Attorney General Gupta announced in June 22 around the enforcement of Title VI and the Safe Streets Act. I'd also like to, and I'm going on, but I'm taking my time. I also like an update on when the department will respond to the Oversight Committee Democrats' letter from June 2021 about the memo issued by the Trump administration's Office of Legal Counsel concerning the Equal Rights Amendment. That deeply flawed memo is preventing the Archivist of the United States from publishing the Equal Rights Amendment as the 28th Amendment. I know that OLC issued a short clarification after you took office, but the wording was not a clear repudiation of the Trump-era memo. I urge you to fully withdraw the Trump OLC memo, which is baselessly obstructing constitutional gender equality for all. Finally, I cannot overstate how shocked I am by the targeting of protesters who oppose the construction of the Atlanta Public Safety Training Center, or Cop City, and I urge the department to investigate these obvious violations of civil rights. These may all seem like unrelated issues, But to me, to my constituents, to countless advocates, and to people who are most directly impacted, they are interconnected, and they all speak to whether the department under your leadership will advance justice or simply pay lip service to it. Given the limited time that we have, I don't expect you to comment on all of these issues, but I have a question. Will you commit to working with me in my office on these issues, including having your staff promptly, by writing your position and sending that to us, reaching out to us about all of the issues that we just spoke about?
I'd be happy to have the Office of Legislative Affairs to work with your staff. I want to say I could not be prouder of the civil rights record of this department. It is the fundamental basis for why the Justice Department was founded. We have a history of also being obviously involved in the 1960s when I came to the Justice Department.
I'm going to stop you. I'm not disagreeing with any of that. I just want you to understand where I'm coming from, the things that I would like to see. I don't mean to cut you off, but I need to reclaim my time. Finally, I want to remind everyone yet again that this is what good faith oversight looks like, not the Republican playbook of running interference for a twice impeached, 4 times indicted white supremacist demagogue who would rather overthrow our democracy than admit he lost an election. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank the chairman. Thank the Attorney General for being here before us today. On October 21st, 2021, before this committee, I asked you about Mr. Scott Smith, a father in Loudoun County, Virginia, who was arrested at a school board meeting where he questioned the rape of his daughter in a bathroom in the public school there. You said at the time you were unfamiliar with the case. Are you now, yes or no?
I'm only familiar to the extent I've read about it in the press.
You sent a memo on October 4th, 2021, directing the FBI and U.S. Attorney offices to address, quote, harassment, end quote, of school boards. Yes or no?
Sent a memo to address violence and threats of violence in connection with school personnel.
Directed at school boards.
Not directed at school boards, directed at school personnel, school administrators.
Throughout the country as a priority for the federal government, for the United States Attorney's Office. That followed a letter on September 29th, 2021 from the National School Board Association to President Biden and emails from the National School Board Association Director Chip Slavin to the White House in which the White House asked for specific threats. And one of the examples was Scott Smith. Subsequent to our hearing 2 years ago, 26 states left the National School Board Association and Slavin resigned on November 23rd of 2021. Last week, Mr. Smith was pardoned by Governor Youngkin. Do you think the governor was correct, yes or no?
Pardon authority belongs to the governor.
You don't have an opinion on whether the governor was correct?
I don't know the facts of the case, so I'm not in a position to make...
Have you rescinded the memo that you issued in 2021, yes or no?
What we're discussing...
Have you rescinded the memo, yes or no?
What we're discussing here occurred...
Does the memo still exist? Is it still going, yes or no? Has it been rescinded?
The memo was intended to have meetings within 30 days.
Has it been rescinded?
The 30 days have finished. Nothing has happened in more than a year and a half with respect to that
But it has not been rescinded. It has not been pulled back.
Nothing to rescind.
Despite evidence that has come out from the National School Board Association commissioned report that White House officials discussed this with DOJ more than a week before the letter was sent, the NSBA apologized. Have you apologized? Yes or no?
I've testified 7 times since that original memo.
Well, it's the first time you're back here since we talked about it.
I'm sorry?
It's the first time you're back here in front of us. Have you apologized for putting that memo out that implicated Scott Smith as a domestic terrorist, something the governor of Virginia has now pardoned him from all of these accusations?
The memo said nothing about him, nothing about parents being terrorists, nothing about attending school boards.
So the answer is it's not been rescinded and you haven't apologized for it.
The answer is that's not
labeling an American citizen a domestic terrorist in a memo and referring to it and a memo that's built on the back of that. But now we had this compliments being driven to the Civil Rights Division. Let's talk about Mark Houck in Pennsylvania, a father who was arrested with heavily armed federal and local law enforcement in front of his wife and children. This after Mark Houck's lawyers had said he would appear voluntarily. Local authorities investigated, found no case. Mark Houck was arrested by the FBI for FACE Act violations. The jury met for an hour. Houck was acquitted. Now, when I was in federal court, I don't remember that being my result very often. In fact, I don't remember happening at all, where we took it to a jury and it was acquitted after an hour. Did you investigate this or question the United States Attorney why they wasted resources for such an obvious result? And can you explain, yes or no, that that was a good use of the Department of Justice's authority?
The Justice Department respects the jury's verdict. The decisions in that case were made by agents and prosecutors on the ground.
Are you concerned that enforcement of the FACE Act has been biased towards pro-lifers over anti-life protesters, 126-4 by our count? And we're asking information to be able to track down the information of such prosecutions, but 126 times against pro-lifers versus 4 times for people who dare to question the issue of life. I'll leave that out there just to say that is the Civil Rights Division at play. Meanwhile, we've got the very liberal progressive groups being targeted as well. Senator Cruz and I sent a letter to you asking for information about how the FBI informant had gone to a liberal group's pro-life meeting, and yet we didn't get any response from you. So I'd ask if you would respond to our letter that we sent back in March asking about FBI infiltrating such a meeting.
I don't know what you're referring to, but I will ask the Office of Legislative Affairs to look into this letter.
Thank you. Finally, our tax cases require approval by Maine Justice no matter what district has venue, yes or no? Do tax cases as a general matter require approval by Maine Justice no matter what district has venue, yes or no?
It depends on the circumstances in the example that I know you're referring to.
Generally speaking, yes. Since Maine Justice runs tax division, yes or no? Maine Justice runs the tax division.
In the Hunter Biden case, I assured Mr. Weiss that
that's not what I'm asking about. I didn't ask it. I haven't mentioned that guy's name. I didn't. I very simply asked a very simple question. Okay. Do tax cases require approval by Maine Justice? As a general matter?
Most of the time, but not when the Attorney General has granted authority to a U.S. attorney to do what he thinks is best.
And in a turf battle, if tax division approves changes...
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
I mean, I recall my colleague in Texas having a minute and a half of additional time.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Attorney General Garland, thank you first and foremost for your public service and your dedication to justice. I'm delighted to see you here today. Thank you for appearing before us. I represent El Paso, Texas, a community right on the U.S.-Mexico border. And so we have been witnessing firsthand the abuses at the hands of Governor Greg Abbott through Operation Lone Star, which began in 2021. Governor Abbott has deployed state resources and Texas National Guard's members to the state's border with Mexico. And Operation Lone Star has created border management challenges. It's resulted in countless humanitarian and due process violations for migrants. It's harmed guardsmen assigned to the mission. It's cost the state billions of dollars, and it has completely undermined the federal government's authority over immigration. I sent you a letter, my colleagues and I, Democratic colleagues from Texas, sent you a letter in July about Abbott's floating barriers. I know that that case is going through appeal. But we have also learned that the National Guard a guardsman shot at a Mexican national across the Rio Grande. And in September, on September 1st, I sent you a letter asking that the DOJ investigate that. We also know that Governor Abbott, we've learned from whistleblowers that he has ordered National Guardsmen to prevent migrants from turning themselves in to CBP, has even ordered that they push people back into Mexico. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like unanimous consent to enter into the record an El Paso Times article from earlier this week. Texas National Guard orders hundreds of asylum seekers on U.S. territory back into Mexico.
Without objection.
This, in addition to Governor Abbott separating fathers from their children and their families, it's egregious what is happening on the border via Operation Lone Star. Attorney General Garland, are you able to speak to any responses the department has had to Governor Abbott's blatant undermining of federal immigration authority?
I can obviously speak on the boys question. When we brought suit under the Rivers and Harbors Act for the interference with navigable waters, that case is still under adjudication in the district court.
I understand that. There are other issues, and want to make sure I flag them for you today at this hearing, but would also like for your folks to take a close look at the investigation that I've requested. And I will be sending a follow-up letter after what we've learned just this week from the El Paso Times.
Thank you.
Switching gears, I do want to offer you an opportunity for some rebuttal, because what we've seen from some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle is their penchant for performance for Twitter and for other news programs. Mr. Attorney General, we've heard a lot of accusations regarding some U.S. attorneys' offices not partnering with Mr. Weiss and hypotheticals about what that means. Can you please explain the difference between partnering with a U.S. Attorney's Office and acting as a special attorney or special counsel?
I can talk about it, obviously, in the abstract and the theoretical. It's a normal process of the department. If prosecutors from one area of the country and has a case that has significance in another, to speak with the U.S. Attorney in the other district, to find out what the policies of the district are, to find out what the practices are, to see how judges in that district react to different kinds of charges. Sometimes decision is made to partner together in those investigations, and sometimes a decision is made for the U.S. Attorney from the other district to have his or her own people bring those cases. I have personally been involved in, I think, 3 those cases during the period when I was an assistant U.S. attorney. And over my entire career, I have been given 515 authority twice myself for this purpose. It is not it is just a mechanical question of what courts require in order to make an appearance.
Thank you so much, Mr. Garland. Again, appreciate your public service to the American people. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Garland, for being here today. Every time I'm in my district, constituents are concerned about the weaponization of government, them being selected because they happen to be conservatives. And I think on your watch now, the DOJ actually is at a mid-30% approval rating. And you know, every time the DOJ goes after Trump, he goes up in the polls. I think the American people are starting to wake up to what's going on, and I think it's fairly obvious. And the first question I have is, I understand now that we know that thanks to an FBI whistleblower, that the FBI received information on Americans from Bank of America. Specifically, Bank of America sent the FBI a list of customers who made transactions in the days on and around January 6, 2021. My question for you is, did the Department of Justice acquire any geolocation data from January 1st, 2020 through December 31st, 2021? Yes or no?
I'm sorry, did you say locational data?
Geolocational data.
Geolocational, I believe everything that was done with respect to geolocational data was disclosed in the public filings in the January 6 cases. I don't have that at my fingertips, but this is a matter of public record.
Do you remember any specific analyses that you may have done with that data?
I'm sorry, I can't.
Any specific analyses that you may have gotten from that data? Was there anything particular you were looking for, Mr. Attorney General? Like, did they exercise their rights? Did they maybe buy a firearm?
I'm sorry, I don't know anything about the second thing. The purpose, as I understood of the location data, was to determine whether people who claim they weren't inside the Capitol actually were inside the Capitol.
Well, where did the, I guess the question is, to your knowledge, and where the DOJ, geolocation data from external sources, entities, or organizations, to your knowledge, did you receive that from external sources, or are you buying that data?
So I don't know the exact answer in general, but I believe with respect to January 6th, these were the results of subpoena as issued to telephone companies.
So you subpoenaed the telephone companies and they got the data
Well,
from
this requires orders authorized by the court.
Does it concern you that, you know, we talked about Durham's report earlier, that he said that the FBI's activities were somewhat sobering. Does that worry you on your watch, that the activities of the FBI have been called sobering now?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand. Who calls it sobering?
John Durham in his report. Did you read his report?
I'm sorry, who?
John Durham.
Durham?
Yes, sir.
I did read the report. All those events had to do with the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. Is that what
that was part of it, yes, sir?
Yes.
Were you concerned when he said it was sobering what the FBI was doing?
I think Mr. Durham, and I just want to make sure everybody understands, Mr. Durham thanked me for not interfering with his investigation. I had promised he would be able to go forward without interference, just as I promised Mr. Weiss. Mr. Durham's, and I did not interfere with his report. His report reported a lack of analytical rigor and a number of other problems with respect to the investigation. I think both the Inspector General made a similar comments, and Director Wray has made the same.
Thank you, Attorney General. I don't have a whole lot of time. I want to yield a little bit to the chairman, but is it a crime in the U.S. to question an election?
I'm sorry.
Is it a crime in the U.S. to question an election? Is that a crime?
I'm sorry. It's my fault. I can't hear. To request a what?
Is it a crime to question an election in the United States of America? It is a crime. Is it a crime for the U.S. citizens to say, we want to ask about this election, we want to question this election, we actually want to look into the election? Is that a crime when citizens just question an election in America now?
Again, I think you're asking not a hypothetical, but something specific about specific.
I think that's just general. I don't think that's specific. Elections have been questioned for decades past. Is that now a crime in America?
Did you say to ask questions about an election? Is that what you said?
To question an election. Just to question the results.
It's not a crime to question an election.
Because I questioned the election results in 2020. And there are a lot of people in America that do. And they question the weaponization of government attacking American citizens. And so you, sir, have an issue with trustworthiness of the American people and with Congress at this point. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I'll yield 36 seconds.
No problem. Mr. Garland, did you consider, I just want to go back to this question, did you consider anyone else when David Weiss requested special counsel designation on August 8th?
No, Mr. Weiss asked to be made special counsel, and I did not consider an alternative. Of course, to have put in an alternative would have greatly disrupted an investigation that was already ongoing.
I want to be clear, he was the only one under consideration. It was either no special counsel, or if there was a special counsel, it was going to be the guy who presided over the investigation for the previous 5 years.
I thought about the possibility, what the consequences would be, both of not appointing him and trying to find somebody else at that time, but there was no other.
And you had no concerns. I mean, the whistleblowers have brought forward all kinds of concerns. Earlier, when someone brought those up, you said, well, those are allegations. I think they stand up well. They've been cross-examined for 4 hours by Democrats in the Oversight Committee. But there were two facts that can be questioned. Two facts about the investigation into Hunter Biden. Fact number one, they let the statute of limitations run. They let it expire. And fact number two, the plea deal fell apart. So I just wanted to make clear that the guy who presided over all that was the only guy under consideration for special counsel designation. Is that right?
Mr. Weiss is a person known for high integrity, for great experience in the prosecutorial realm, and he was appointed by the president.
That's fine. You can see how that. I appreciate what you're saying there.
I have no doubts about his abilities in this area.
He was the only one under consideration.
The question was whether to appoint someone, and I thought, I will say, what the consequences would be of trying to switch horses in midstream, but I did not consider any other person.
On July 10th, he wrote Senator Graham, and he said, I've had discussions with departmental officials. He said, I haven't sought special counsel status, but I've had discussions with departmental officials. And I don't know if this was asked earlier, who did he talk with then?
I'm sorry, you're talking about the letter that he sent to
Senator Graham on July 10th.
Again, I'm not going to get into internal deliberations of the Justice Department.
Okay, fine. Is there one person, though, who's like the point person at the Justice Department for David Weiss as he now is functioning as a special counsel in this investigation?
Mr. Weiss is now subject to the special counsel regulations, which require urgent reporting under certain circumstances, require him to consult with numerous places within the Justice Department.
Fine, you're following the statute. God bless you. That's where it's supposed to happen. But you said there's reporting. Who does he report to?
Again, I'm not going to get into this.
Is it you?
I'm ultimately responsible.
Is it the DAG?
Mr. Weiss did not have to report to anybody. He was the supervisor and decision maker in these matters.
Okay. We have votes on the floor. We're going to have to take another break, Mr. Attorney General. We'll get back here as quick as we can, and we'll start with the Democrats.
Sure.
You've been listening to the Judiciary Committee there on Capitol Hill. Pretty fiery hearing there with Attorney General Merrick Garland in the hot seat, taking all kinds of questions there from committee members, accusing Garland time and time again from cases all across the country, just challenging him on his ethics and also political bias. Let's bring in our Jay O'Brien up there on the Hill. He has been following this along with Justice reporter Alex Mallon. So a lot of sharp allegations about interference with the Hunter Biden investigation. Why don't we start there, Jay, and sort of unravel everything else? I mean, it's sort of been a potpourri of topics here, depending on where the committee member is from. Yeah. There seems to be a number of folks that have sent a letter to Merrick Garland at one time or another about a concern, feeling that they never got the response that they expected. But why don't we go ahead and start with Hunter Biden, and then we'll just we'll continue the conversation as we wait for them to come back from a quick break.
Well, yeah, and as the hearing has gone on, as these hearings so typically do, it starts to become kind of a grab bag of topics towards the end. Every topic you didn't get in the early hours of the hearing, you get in towards the end. But it's not unfair to say that the stated goal of this hearing was to push the Attorney General mainly on the Hunter Biden investigation and a little bit on the investigations into former President Trump. But we keep coming back to this. But the reason why we say it's the stated goal of the hearing was because if you were on Twitter yesterday, you would have seen there's this video that the Judiciary, the House Judiciary Committee, the Republican side of it put out, that it was essentially a tease video or a hype video of what this hearing was going to be. And it's centered entirely on the Attorney General's previous comments as it related to the Hunter Biden investigation. So you got a flavor of what Republicans were looking to ask the Attorney General hours before this hearing even began. And there have been clashes over the course of the hearing about that investigation, particularly as it relates to what Republicans, as you said, allege was political interference into that investigation, something that the special counsel David Weiss has denied. And a lot of the times Republicans ask these pointed questions of the investigation, and the Attorney General's only response is that he can't disclose the aspects of an ongoing investigation because this investigation is very much ongoing. We've seen frustration from Republicans on that front. The other answer the Attorney General repeatedly gives Republicans when they try to poke at various aspects of this special counsel investigation is that he's not in direct coordination with David Weiss because David Weiss is independent and is a special counsel. So when Republicans try to pick at various elements of this investigation, the Attorney General says, look, I'm not aware of that element. I'm not having conversations with David Weiss about it because, as the Attorney General says, Weiss is independent.
Alex, was there any type of evidence or proof that supported these allegations that Merrick Garland was, giving favorable treatment to Hunter Biden in any shape or form?
I mean, I don't think that we saw what Republicans want, which is that smoking gun that's going to stop Merrick Garland in his tracks, and everybody's gonna, there's gonna be a record scratch, and they say, oh, we've got him. And I just don't think that they got that today. I think that, they could point to previous statements that he made in those hearings, and that they made that, that edited video that Jay brought up. But I don't think that they brought up anything today that really showed that he had contradicted himself at any point. I think we did learn today, for example, that Attorney General Garland mentioned that David Weiss, when he was prepared to seek charges against Hunter Biden in Washington, D.C. and in Central California, that there was a deliberation with those offices, and the U.S. attorneys there, we learned today, said that they didn't want to partner with him. But that's different than them saying that that Weiss could not bring charges in their districts. That is a new revelation that we learned today, and I think that is honestly productive. And it also shows why that IRS whistleblower who came forward, who claimed that Weiss's investigation was being hampered, that perhaps that's what he saw and that he interpreted as Weiss was being blocked. And that, I think that helps us kind of split the baby. So in that sense, it was a substantive hearing. But when you're talking about, did we prove allegations of substantial political bias in the Justice Department or directives from Attorney General Garland or the people around him to hamper the Hunter Biden investigation, I just don't think that we saw that today.
So among the issues, Alex, of course, that we have been following on a regular basis surrounding Hunter Biden, the president, the Trump trials, you did see committee members here from Texas to Wisconsin, among other states, just throwing out, as Jay put it, sort of a, grab bag of issues where they weren't satisfied that they got the response they wanted from Merrick Garland. Why do that today? I mean, is that going to go anywhere? Do they actually expect answers? You can imagine Merrick Garland gets flooded with emails and requests and concerns, and he's not going to have a thick folder of every single one of those in front of him. But what's the point of that?
I think it's probably to be able to cut it down an ad, play it for your constituents back home and say, look, I'm paying attention to the local issues. But it also shows, as we saw today, that the Justice Department has such broad jurisdiction in what it pursues, what it can't pursue, the difference between state crimes that are pursued by state officials and when the federal government has to step in. And I think that that's kind of what we saw exhibited today, is that Garland would be leaning in and squinting his eyes, trying to conjure up what this person, what the specific Congress member was talking about. I had sent this letter to you. It raised all these concerns about this local action that happened, and often Garland would just be at a loss for words and say, I will have the Legislative Affairs Office reach out to your office and we'll coordinate on that. I think after this hearing, the Legislative Affairs Office is probably going to be quite busy if they actually do follow up.
Swamped. So, Jay, what happens next? Where does the committee go from here?
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you kind of the timeline of what happens next today and then what happens next in the long term. What happens next today is right now the House is in a vote. It's actually happening right over here to my right. You can't see it, but that's the House floor. And that's why you saw the chair of the committee, Jim Jordan, say, we got to go vote. We're going to take a break. We're going to vote, and we're going to come back here. When they come back, you're going to have some Democrats ask questions of the Attorney General. One of the things we've consistently heard from Democrats over the course of this hearing is using their questions, as so often happens in hearings like this, to jab at their Republican colleagues, to say Republicans have called on defunding the FBI. Some in the House Republican Conference have even threatened funding for the new FBI headquarters because they don't like what the FBI is doing. So you can expect Democrats to make mention of that, as well as Garland's long career of public service, including the Oklahoma City bombing and investigations that he ran and prosecutions he ran of that nature. That's what's going to happen in the near term. In the long term, as you and I have been talking about, Kira, as Alex has alluded to as well, this hearing is very much a preview of coming attractions because it's meant to ask pointed questions of the Attorney General, but it comes amid this broader impeachment inquiry in the House. There are 3 House committees that have been conducting investigations into President Biden and into his son. The Oversight Committee, the Judiciary Committee, where these proceedings are today, and the House Ways and Means Committee. And that impeachment inquiry was Speaker McCarthy's way of saying those investigations will continue, but they will now do so under the umbrella of an ongoing quote-unquote impeachment inquiry. So you can expect hearings that look a lot like what we just saw to play out over the next few weeks and months. Case in point, the Oversight Committee is having a hearing next week to justify the existence of this impeachment inquiry, to say why they say it's constitutionally allowed. That's just next week. And we've got a lot of runway left to go here. So you can expect to see elements like this play out in Congress for the foreseeable future.
All right, Jay, Alex, guys, thanks so much. The other story that we're following now is the Federal Reserve just announced its decision not to raise interest rates. It was a decision being watched closely on Wall Street and Main Street. Although the Fed is leaving rates unchanged, it is signaling the likelihood of another hike this year to fight inflation. For more, let's bring in our ABC News business correspondent, Alexis Christoforous. All right, so the decision has been made. Let's kind of lay out now where we go from here.
So, Kira, this is the second time this year that the Fed has left interest rates unchanged as they try to see the results of those 11 interest rate hikes since last March. What is that really doing to the economy and to inflation? We've seen inflation come down from its peak of 9% last year, but at 3.7%, it's still far away from the Fed's 2% target. So what happened today is, while the Fed didn't do anything with interest rates today, they are leaving the door open for at least one more interest rate hike before the end of this year. The Fed meets again again in November and then again in December. And then, of course, next year, Wall Street was betting the Fed would start cutting interest rates. The Fed's going to have to see the data before it does something like that. Most were expecting 4 rate cuts next year, and now the Fed is projecting just about 2. So again, we've got ourselves a cautiously optimistic Federal Reserve, Kira.
All right, so stocks trading higher as investors focus on the Fed decision. For how long will the Fed keep rates steady, you think?
Right, and that's the big question. There are lots of challenges for this economy moving forward. First of all, we got this ongoing UAW strike. We've got the writer's strike and the actor's strike. We have the resumption of student loan payments next month. Add to that, you've got a possible government shutdown, and oil prices have been on the rise. So there are lots of reasons here to be very cautious moving forward. And again, today, the Fed signaling that they are not done with their interest rate hiking cycle, and we could see another rate hike at that November or December meeting, which would bring the overall number of rate hikes during this cycle to 12, Kira.
Well, consumers are getting hammered as rising wages have contributed, as you know, significantly to inflation in several categories for all of us. When can we expect inflation to go down, maybe see some relief where we're spending every day?
That'd be nice, especially with, holiday shopping season right around the corner. Inflation had been, behaving itself a little bit, but over the past 2 months, we've seen it tick up, and that's mostly because of that rise in oil prices. But today, the Fed seems very optimistic we're going to continue to have a strong economy. The Fed actually raised its economic projections for next year, which means that the Fed is basically taking off the table the possibility of a recession. That's certainly good news for Americans, but there are still so many folks out there struggling to make ends meet because overall inflation has become sort of sticky, right? It's holding on in areas of our economy, and the Fed just can't seem to break on through.
So Powell will speak, later today? What can we expect?
Yeah, we're going to probably have him get grilled on, how many more interest rate hikes are there going to be? Where do you see inflation heading? And when are you going to start cutting interest rates? So lots of questions for Fed Chair Jay Powell. We'll have to see how many of them he's actually going to be willing to answer, Kira.
All right. Alexis Christoforous, great to see you.
Thanks.
We'll be right back. A lot more news right after this.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television.
Give it to me. Give it to me. Everything is so fine. Little bit of sunshine. Some more, just a little bit. Breathe more, just a little bit. Smile a little more in a minute. I've been running through this strange life. Pictures on my phone life. Everything is so fine. Little bit of sunshine.
Good morning, America.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on. Everybody in that home is okay.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. We are here at fashion's biggest night out.
What's happening today? YouTube has unveiled a new set of policies.
What people are talking about. The new ad campaign.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
A real-life Barbie dream house.
A name change for the Wienermobile.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you? Yes.
So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do?
Hey, I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 2 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
Glad Glad you're streaming with us. Well, a New York City daycare owner is facing federal drug charges now after a 1-year-old died from exposure to fentanyl. The owner and her tenant are also charged with murder after investigators say they found a kilo of the deadly drug stored on top of the play mats at the facility. Police say 3 other children were exposed but are now recovering. Senior investigative reporter Aaron Katursky is in the Bronx with more.
The owner of Divino Nino Daycare is locked up on federal drug charges, accusing her of storing fentanyl on play mats children use to take naps.
One of the most reckless things that a human can do, to endanger the life of a child like that.
Inside the daycare, investigators say they found large quantities of fentanyl along with machines and supplies to package it for sale.
Was this daycare meant to hide a drug operation?
So, Aaron, these drug traffickers, they don't care. They could care less about the people that they're putting in harm's way. And in this case, these babies were poisoned by the reckless, irresponsible behavior of drug traffickers.
4 children became ill after they were exposed, but the owner, Gray Mendez, allegedly called her husband twice before dialing 911. And while waiting for paramedics, prosecutors say her husband was seen carrying heavy shopping bags out a back alley.
All of that happened while the children, the babies, were suffering from the effects of fentanyl poisoning and in desperate need of help.
1-year-old Nicholas Dominici died at the hospital. 3 others were revived with the overdose reversal drug Narcan. The DEA says the case demonstrates the danger fentanyl poses to the country. It's often now mixed into other drugs, but since it's odorless and tasteless, users may never know. Fentanyl-related deaths have increased every year in the last decade. As little as 2 milligrams can be lethal, and the DEA says it seized enough just last year to kill every American.
And Kira, you can see the mementos left here in memory of little Nicholas. The DEA says fentanyl has now become the nation's most urgent threat. It's killing tens of thousands of Americans every year. Kira?
All right. Aaron, thank you. And crisis on the border, a new surge of migrants flooding into the U.S. by way of Mexico. How some countries are willing to go big lengths to stop the flow. Next.
Whenever news breaks,
the crush of families here in Poland.
Here in Kentucky, no match for the tornado.
From Monterey Park, California, on the ground in Ukraine.
Reporting from Uvalde, Texas.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine.
Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
From Kathmandu, Nepal.
Truckee, California, covering record snowfall.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
Here at this airport in Tampa, it's already shut down.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Reporting from Jerusalem.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is. We're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
30 years. My brother's death was this mystery. Was he pushed? Did he kill himself?
There's been some human remains found at the bottom of North Head, and the body was naked.
Committing suicide naked is almost unheard of. What's going on here?
You had some chilling evidence.
Oh my goodness. No one knew it was coming.
It's about finding justice for my brother.
Sometimes you just have to stir the pot.
Kerry Washington, you ready?
Movie star, television icon, adored by millions. But now, a side of her life she's never publicly shared.
You are bearing your soul.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, raw, deeply emotional, and the text that changed her life.
What was that text? You're not supposed to make me cry. I'm supposed to try and make you cry.
Kerry Washington, Thicker Than Water. Sunday night at 10, 9 Central on ABC and stream on Hulu.
So U.S. Border Patrol officials say they are overwhelmed by a new surge in migrants crossing the U.S.-Mexican border from Texas to California. Some areas say it's gotten so bad they're considering declaring a state of emergency to try to handle the influx of arrivals. Our Matt Rivers is in San Diego.
Migrant crossings all along the southwest border on the rise. In El Paso, Texas, the region has seen a 7-day spike in encounters, averaging more than 1,200 per day. Title 42, the health policy that allowed officials to quickly expel most migrants at the border, was repealed back in May. Since then, city officials say the lowest number of daily encounters was around 300, but last week it spiked to roughly 1,700. And in Pima County, Arizona, the county saying CBP encountering an average of more than 2,000 migrants per day throughout the region. In Tucson, Arizona, one local group says they're helping shelter around 1,200 migrants per day, but say Border Patrol is also dropping other migrants well outside the city.
It's a challenging time, a scary time for those families to be dropped off in very rural communities and oftentimes with very little support or resources.
And here in San Diego, Border Patrol bringing more than 2,000 migrants into the county in less than a week. City officials warning the numbers show no sign of slowing down. The mayor of nearby El Cajon writing, quote, "This is a disaster. Every emergency room is at capacity. Our homeless shelters are full. Resources are stretched thin." CBP says they are working with NGOs and local governments to coordinate community releases. But even non-border towns like New York City are being overwhelmed with new migrants. More than 113,000 asylum seekers have arrived in the last year. And overnight in Staten Island, protesters blocked a bus carrying migrants headed to a former school to be used as a shelter.
And Kira, we're just back from a reporting trip where we went down to the Colombia-Panama border, where we saw record numbers of migrants moving from South America up into Central America, the vast majority of whom want to come here to the United States. That means that these numbers of migrant crossings that we're seeing here along the southwest border, very much likely to continue. Kira?
We'll track it. Matt, thanks so much. And thanks for streaming with us. I'm Kira Phillips from Breaking News to all the stories that matter to you. You can always find us on Hulu, Roku, the ABC News app, and of course on abcnews.com. The news never stops, and neither do we. We'll be right back. A lot more right after the break.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you? Yeah.
So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do?
Hey, I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 2 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show. It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
You know, that sounds pretty good.
Give it to me. Your health, your money, breaking news, pop culture, with the biggest stars, music, trends, and of course, good food. GMA 3, what you need to know. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us, afternoons.
For everything you need to know. I love that.
Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me.
When I got sent to Idaho to cover the murders of 4 college students, it was a story that didn't make any sense. 4 students stabbed to death in their beds while 2 roommates were home.
You gotta think to yourself, okay, who's the target and how many people would a man go through to get to his target?
I'm Kana Whitworth with ABC News. This is the story of savage murders, a determined small-town police force, and a scholar of crime. This is the King Road Killings. The full series is out now. Listen to every episode wherever you get your podcasts.
From America's #1 news comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter, and customizable to your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Everybody in that home is okay.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. We are here at fashion's biggest night out.
What's happening today? YouTube has unveiled a new set of policies.
What people are talking about, the new ad campaign.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
A real-life Barbie dream house.
A name change for the Wienermobile.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
whenever news breaks.
Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
Here in Kentucky, no match for the tornado.
From Monterey Park, California, on the ground in Ukraine.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike.
ABC News Live everywhere.
Reporting from Jerusalem, from Uvalde, Texas.
On the 2024 campaign trail.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Wherever the story is,
we're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere.
Reporting in Atlanta, Georgia, outside the Fulton County Courthouse, I'm Em Nguyen. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
And hello, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. Our top story this hour, the fiery House Judiciary hearing. Attorney General Merrick Garland getting grilled by committee Republicans, accusing him and the Justice Department of political bias and working for President Biden. Garland pushing back, saying he's not the president's lawyer, and he's also not the prosecutor for Congress. ABC's Jay O'Brien joined me now from Capitol Hill, along with ABC News Justice reporter Alex Mallon. So, Jay, I mean, if you just look at how Republicans have been going after Merrick Garland, basically accusing him of being the president's lapdog.
Yeah, and Republicans have been chopping at the bit, Kira, to have this hearing. This is the first time, remember, the Attorney General has testified before Congress since those two IRS whistleblowers came out and alleged that there was political interference into the Hunter Biden investigation in Delaware by that Trump-appointed U.S. attorney, something that U.S. attorney, who's now special counsel David Weiss, refuted and told the lawmakers who were sitting in that room, as well as senators, that there was no political interference in his investigation. Nonetheless, that's the atmosphere that the Attorney General is walking into here. He's getting a lot of pointed questions on how the special counsel has conducted, once the U.S. Attorney, now the special counsel, has conducted this Hunter Biden investigation. And a lot of his answers are, A, I can't talk about an ongoing investigation, or B, I'm not coordinating with the special counsel because he's an independent, because he's a special counsel. We have an exchange between the Attorney General and the chair of this committee, Jim Jordan, that really highlights that. Here's that exchange.
What stage are we in? We in the beginning stage, the middle stage, the end stage, the keep hiding the ball stage? What stage are we in?
I think this one I would go back to the videotape where I said I'm not permitted to discuss ongoing investigations.
Well, isn't that convenient? Something changed in 31 to 32 days from July 10th to August 11th. I think it's too brave. Whistleblowers came forward and a judge called BS on the plea deal. You guys tried to get past them. That's what I think happened.
He's referring to when he talked about something changing and all of that timeline is the Hunter Biden investigation. So that is what Republicans said even before this hearing they wanted to grill the Attorney General on. It's what we have seen them grill the Attorney General on. And when they come back into that hearing after their vote, which is happening right now, we expect it's what they're going to continue to grill the Attorney General on.
And just to be fair here, Alex, I mean, that plea deal fell apart. I mean, completely just dismantled right there in the courtroom.
It sure did. I mean, and it was, I think that there's acknowledgement within the Justice Department that it was a total mess, that there was never real concrete agreement between David Weiss's team and Hunter Biden's legal team, that before they went into that courtroom to secure this deal and get it done, that it fell apart right in front of all of America's eyes watching it that day. And I think that that's unusual, and I think that's probably why Special Counsel Weiss, after that fell apart, asked for special counsel status, because now he's actually going to be able to tell the full story of his investigation. We're going to read a final report that's going to be produced by him for Attorney General Garland and then released publicly that will tell us all the avenues that he explored, all the different decisions that he made before deciding to charge which crimes and which charges not to pursue, which investigative leads he chased down and which ones he did not. And I think that that is what is going to tell the full story of this. And I think that that is one of the reasons why you see a sort of frustrated Attorney General Garland. Obviously, he's bound by the restrictions of departmental policy, of not being able to discuss details of ongoing investigations, not being able to discuss internal deliberations within the department. That's all going to have to wait until the release of that final report from David Weiss.
I mean, Jay, when it comes to it, and you look at all this conversation surrounding Hunter Biden and this plea deal, and now the charges that exist, and talking about, you know, from guns to drugs to not paying his taxes. I mean, isn't the goal here on behalf of Republicans to somehow lead, you know, take Hunter and his background and his business dealings and his mistakes, whatever they may be, and try and tie it to President Joe Biden?
That's certainly the goal, and that's what several Republican members we've talked to say is the stated goal of their impeachment inquiry. In fact, when we asked a lot of Republicans what was the need for this impeachment inquiry that was opened by Speaker McCarthy, remember, into President Biden and tying it to, or attempting to tie it to his son's overseas business dealings, several Republicans we talked to on prominent committees, like the one you're looking at, the Judiciary Committee, told us it was to find evidence of a linkage between President Biden and Hunter Biden's overseas business dealings, in acknowledgement of the fact that they say that evidence isn't there yet. That's why they're looking to find it. And the other thing this hearing is instructive in, Kira, is it's a coming attraction of things to come. It's a demonstration of what you're likely to see play out in the House of Representatives going forward, and what we've seen over the last few months, but also additionally what you're likely to see over the next few weeks and months, which is we know that there is this impeachment inquiry into President Biden. This hearing isn't part of that impeachment inquiry on paper. Instead, it's the House Judiciary Committee conducting oversight into the Department of Justice, which is run by the Attorney General. But it comes amid this impeachment inquiry and what are promised hearings from that impeachment inquiry. Case in point, the House Oversight Committee is going to hold a hearing next week, the first hearing of its impeachment inquiry. So when you look at what's playing out in the House Judiciary Committee today, expect some stuff like that to be playing out in the halls of Congress for the next few weeks and months.
So then, Alex, what do we know and what do we, I guess, not know to this point today when we're talking about this impeachment inquiry that Kevin McCarthy is calling for when we're referring to Hunter Biden and his father? I mean, we know they traveled together. We know that Hunter Biden met certain individuals, met with various companies that his father knew of, was able to introduce them. But just to kind of recap, because there really is no solid evidence to this point of anything that President Biden has done wrong tied to Hunter Biden's business dealings. So just recap, what do we know and not know at this point?
Well, obviously, I mean, we know that Hunter Biden, during President Biden's vice presidency, did take liberties with his father's name and tried to use his father's position as vice president in the Obama administration to gain access and to make money. Now, was that illegal in itself? He's not charged currently with anything, at least criminally, connected to that. Right now, the charges that he's currently facing criminally related to, lying on a gun form and being a drug addict and having possession of a gun. But with respect to the foreign access, or the access that he sought with foreign partners, we understand that that is still under investigation by the Justice Department too. We heard Special Counsel Weiss say at that plea hearing that fell apart that they were still considering potential FARA charges. That's when somebody needs to register as a foreign agent and does not do it properly. And so I think there's still much more to learn about that from not just Congress, but the Justice Department angle. But as you mentioned, Kira, and I think Jay pointed this out too, basically Republicans in the House have acknowledged that they're opening this inquiry to find the facts that they don't yet have, which is that direct smoking gun tie between what Hunter Biden was doing, seeking to try and make money off of his father's name, and his father not only being aware of that, but soliciting that from his son, and then using that money in ways that was corrupt of his office at the time.
Committee members starting to work their way into the hearing room once again. As soon as it begins, we'll follow it. Jay O'Brien, Alex Mellon, thank you so much. And we will be right back with more news right after a quick break.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers
In Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine.
Close to the front line.
From the capital, destructive Cat 4 storm.
You're along I-5. Boston is in the bullseye.
Let's go.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
You know, that sounds pretty good.
Give it to me. Your health, your money, breaking news, pop culture, with the biggest stars, music, trends, and of course, good food. GMA 3, what you need to know. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us, Afternoons.
For everything you need to know. I love that.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Everybody in that home is okay.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. We are here at fashion's biggest night out.
What's happening today? YouTube has unveiled a new set of policies.
What people are talking about. The new ad campaign.
Fast, straightforward,
With some fun in between.
a real-life Barbie dream house.
A name change for the Wienermobile.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning
America's #1 early morning news.
on ABC News Live.
When I got sent to Idaho to cover the murders of 4 college students, it was a story that didn't make any sense. 4 students stabbed to death in their beds while 2 roommates were home.
You gotta think to yourself, okay, who's the target and how many people would a man go through to get to his target?
I'm Kana Whitworth with ABC News. This is the story of savage murders, a determined small-town police force, and a scholar of crime. This is the King Road Killings. The full series is out now. Listen to every episode wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it. Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now. This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you? Yes. So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do? Hey, I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 2 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
Everything is so fine, little bit of sunshine. Some more, just a little bit. Breathe more, just a little bit. Smile a little more in a minute. I've been running through this strange life. Pictures on my phone, like everything is so fine, little bit of sunshine.
Good morning, America.
All right, we are now coming back from a quick recess where Attorney General Merrick Garland is testifying before the House Judiciary Committee. We're going to go ahead and dip back in.
Committee chair sent a letter, I think 2 actually, to DA Bragg. At the time he was still investigating former President Trump for potential prosecution. And then after he was indicted, they raised the issue again. And the concern I had on that front was multiple. One was, one of the letters that the committee chair sent was demanding information that potentially would have violated state law in New York, similar to the federal grand jury secrecy laws that we have in some of the matters that you govern. If he had complied with what the committee had demanded. But more importantly, I thought it was pretty clear cut that it was an effort to undermine and derail DA Bragg's investigation. There was a similar version of that with DA Willis. I know there have been a lot of calls.
Would the gentleman yield for just a second?
Not at this point. Although I'd be willing to make your letters a part of the record at the end of the... DA Willis in Georgia face similar calls. In fact, there are a number of prosecutors across the country, frequently they're in blue jurisdictions, cities, in red states, where they face pressure from usually state officials to curtail the way they're doing investigations. And in some instances, the state AGs have stripped them of their authority, even though they've been duly elected by citizens in those states. And then with respect to the Jack Smith investigations, at the beginning of the hearing, the chairman brought up Trump did everything DOJ asked him to do. Now, this is with respect to the search warrant. And I was appalled at what was said. Frankly, as the record bears out, both in the indictment and frequently in statements made by Mr. Trump himself, there were multiple efforts by the Department of Justice to reach out through the attorneys that represented Mr. Trump and have him comply and turn over documents. He refused to do so. In fact, the allegations are he, in fact, moved documents and tried to hide them so the Department of Justice couldn't get them. And that also led to the issue where Mr. Trump's lawyers ended up having to provide information and testimony about what had happened, which is highly unusual, but this scenario is highly unusual. And we know that's the case because former Vice President Trump, or Pence, and current President Biden had similar issues, but they complied with the request by the Department of Justice, turned over the documents, and so you didn't need a search warrant. But the news here is, I guess, if you don't comply with subpoenas from the Department of Justice, they will go get the information. They'll get a search warrant and go get it. And I know that because I've seen that in multiple cases in my career. There's no surprise, and there's certainly no two tiers of justice with respect to what was done in that instance. In fact, the fact that they took so long to do it, I think, is based entirely on the fact that he had been president. And then with respect to Mr. Weiss, because this is the most recent version, and I get why they're doing it. They want to try and build a case to impeach President Biden. The Weiss angle seems to be one of the ways they're trying to do that. But as Congressman Buck said, everything the department did with respect to Mr. Weiss was correct. Because if the Biden administration had removed him when it came into power, there would have been howls from the Republican side that you were derailing the investigation because Weiss was already on it. And if you brought in somebody new, they'd have to start over again. And in fact, the Senate Republicans, as you testified earlier, sought your assurances that you would let him continue going forward. And as you've testified today, you've done exactly that. So I want to be clear. I know the committee's talking about bringing Mr. Weiss into testimony. They brought all these other people in to testify who were part of an active investigation. But it is a horrible precedent to be bringing in prosecutors in the middle of an investigation that's about to go to trial, that's already been indicted. That's not the way this committee should be doing business. We should allow prosecutors to move forward. If we got questions after the fact, we can raise them, as you pointed out. Mr. Weiss is going to issue a report at the end. Let's let them do their jobs and stop politicizing these cases. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to Chairman to clear the record on some issues.
Yeah, I thank the gentleman for yielding. Just two responses to the gentleman, my friend from Maryland. He said they'll get a search warrant and go get it unless it's Hunter Biden. Then they tip off the defense counsel. We know that happened. Second, relative to Mr. Bragg. Mr. Bragg sued me, and it went to court. And guess what the court said? They said we were right, and the guy we wanted to talk to, one of his prosecutors, came here and testified in this room. So the court was on our side there. Yield back to the gentlelady from Indiana.
Would the gentlelady yield?
I need to get to my question. Sorry.
All right.
Attorney General, you had a very moving statement about your grandparents coming here from Belarus to live in the country without fear of prosecution. I grew up in a very similar country, Ukraine now, and when I came here as a young person, I believed in the value as an American not to be afraid of my government. But I wanted to tell you, and I want to share with you and get your thoughts on that. Are you aware that a lot of Americans are now afraid of being prosecuted by your department? Are you aware about that? Are you aware of that? I'm just saying, are you aware or not?
I think that constant attacks on the department and saying
it's not attacks. Well, let me give you an example.
I don't know.
We talk about January 6th. People.
I'm sorry?
Here, there are some people came on January 6th. There probably were some people that came on January 6th here, that had bad intent. But a lot of good Americans from my district came here because they are sick and tired of this government not serving them. They came with strollers and the kids, and there was chaotic situation because the proper security wasn't provided. That's a question that was answered really why. Why we debated for 45 minutes on the floor and didn't stop the debate after the people broke into the Capitol. But these people came, they were throwing the smoke bombs into the crowd with strollers with kids. People who showed up, you know, FBI agent to people's houses. You had in my district, in my town, FBI phone numbers all over the district. Please call that. People are truly afraid. I just want to make sure if you're not aware that you are. And this is a big problem when people are afraid of their own government. And I'll share some other things. We're talking about justice system. I don't question, you're probably not a bad person. I don't know you, but what I'll tell you, you're in charge of the department. And people right now feel, you know, I look at Durham report and I called on the FISA violations of queries of millions of Americans, right? It's like KGB, but when I read Durham reports, we have this, you have a nice, you know, playbook. First, let's have a special counsel, and then you don't have to answer any questions here. Then, let's extend slow walk investigation on Hillary Clinton, on Hunter. Everything is slow walk. We were very quick on Donald Trump, but you were very slow walk. Then, by the time, you know, that investigation and its statute of limitation expired, and all of your agents need to be tested for amnesia. No one recalls anything. Okay, you probably should have as part of your hiring policy. So no one held accountable, which was egregious what happened, you know, in that report. When I read about them, I can't believe it happened in the United States of America. This is my frustration. I'll be honest with you. Then it's very interesting, you know, regardless what it is, even people in Obama administration raised concerns. You know, how can President's sons be serving on, you know, corrupt Ukrainian oligarchs? Do you understand that it actually can undermine the one Ukrainian effort and policy? I think these concerns were raised. The Obama administration didn't do anything about it. These people are dying right now, and Americans don't trust this president. So I want to ask you one thing. You know, as you know, I don't need answer because I know you're not going to, but I think you're probably a good American and you care. And a lot of these people are so afraid they cover up this stuff, I think, in your department because they're embarrassed that what we became as a country to say that what our Department of Justice became. That allows Russians to do propaganda in Chinese. It allows them to destabilize our country. That is danger to our republic. It is significant danger. And I have just one more question from you. You know, I mean, I agree on corporate crimes and FISA stuff, even with Democrats, that we need to do a better job. One more question for you. Do you believe that, you know, you talk about rights to vote, but do you believe that only U.S. citizens should be voting in this election and doing anything to make sure that only eligible people vote in elections?
Yes and yes.
Okay, I would like to see that, what you do. Thank you. Yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Vermont is recognized for her 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. General Garland, thanks so much for being here today. I know it's been a long day for you. Now, I'm relatively new to the committee, and I'm still getting my feet under me. But as far as I can tell, what we are doing here today is talking about a lot of conspiracy theories. And it's frustrating and tedious for those of us in the committee, but I can tell you it is absolutely maddening for my constituents back home in Vermont. We have so much important work to do to keep the government open. We're days away from a shutdown, and I just want to remind folks that we're in this situation because my colleagues across the aisle are reneging on a deal that a majority of their conference made along with their speaker. That's why we are in this situation. If they are successful in shutting down the government, seniors who rely on Social Security benefits will be impacted. Thousands of Medicare recipients and applicants will be impacted. Service members will stop receiving paychecks. Veteran services will be curtailed. Those are the grim consequences from Republicans' inability and unwillingness to govern. I needed to start with that. Let's do some level setting here. Now, let's get to the real work of the DOJ and how Congress can help the agency better serve its mission. Gun violence continues to plague our nation. We see the wreckage every day on our television sets, on our computers, and in our communities. As a member of the Gun Violence Prevention Task Force, this issue is incredibly important to me and so many of my constituents. Now, I believe there's actual room for bipartisan congressional action on gun violence, at least in some areas. One of those areas, red flag laws. It's a great place to start. Vermont is one of 21 states that was able to pass red flag laws. These laws are working to keep guns out of the hands of people who are in crisis. And yet, many states did not even apply for funding from the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act to better implement red flag laws and to raise awareness about the program. In June 2021, DOJ published model legislation to help states craft their own extreme risk protection order. Now, Republicans continue to make unfounded accusations that these laws violate civil rights by taking guns away from Americans without any due process. Can you explain the due process protections that are put into place in the model legislation that DOJ proposed?
Yes, and I would start by saying, of course, there's room for bipartisan agreement, and the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act is a very good example. And that includes the ability to have funding for states that want to craft and put into place red flag laws. The requirement is that the red flag law include due process protections. So I don't know every element of the model legislation, but the general idea is that relatives or friends of the person have to go to a court and get some kind of adjudication that the person is a danger to themselves or to others. This normally relates to mental illness problems. It may relate to some others. And so if a gun is taken away under those circumstances, there's then a right to appeal, to have a full hearing in order to adjudicate the question. I can't say I know every technicality, but I think that's about it.
No, I appreciate that. And it's especially important to states like mine, rural states that have real issues with the silent killers, domestic violence, and also suicide. And so these are instances in which red flag laws can really make a difference. Shifting gears here, I, along with Senator Warren and 20 of our colleagues, recently submitted a comment letter applauding the draft merger guidelines and urging agencies to finalize them. Corporate concentration remains a pressing problem for the U.S. economy, and I fear that we're falling behind in this area, and American consumers continue to feel the pain because of this. With the introduction of the draft merger guidelines, how does the department plan to ensure that future mergers and acquisitions do not stifle competition or harm consumers? Because that's often the pushback that we get.
Yeah, I think obviously the intention of the merger guidelines is to set forth the enforcement policy of the department. The different generations of the guidelines, which I hate to say it, go all the way back to the time when I was in law school, have been adopted and or been helpful to generations of judges. I've sat on at least 2 or 3 merger cases myself where we used some of the learning from the merger guidelines, and the current guidelines reflect really an adjustment to the current technology, two-sided platforms, network effects that simply did not exist at the time that the last set of merger guidelines were passed.
Thank you, Attorney General. Just briefly in closing, last year you spoke on the subject and said that DOJ's enforcement against corporate crime has waxed and waned, but it's waxing again. That is news to my ears. Thank you so much for your service. I yield back.
Lady yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Garland, what is a confidential human source?
Well, it's an FBI term. I don't know all the technicality, but it's...
Let me define it for you. It's in your own policy here. Okay. An individual who is believed to be providing useful and credible information to the FBI from any authorized information collection activity, and from whom what the FBI expects or intends to obtain additional, useful, and credible information in the future, all right? And whose identity, information, or relationship with the FBI warrants confidential handling. So these guys are individuals. You pay them $42 million a year. Did you know that? The IG said you're paying these sources $42 million a year. Did you know that?
I know informants are
It's $42 million a year. So do you believe that they're credible, they're valuable? The FBI's using these guys. We're paying them a lot of money. Would you agree with that?
I agree. Some are more
Very good. So they're credible. You're paying them a lot of money. You got a lot of them out there. So let me paint the picture for America. Hunter Biden joins Burisma in 2014. Burisma, very, very corrupt Ukrainian energy company. He has no experience in oil and gas. He admits it. He says, I don't have any experience. I know why I'm there. I have a dad. I have with me a document called the FD 1023. Have you seen this? You're
Yes, sir.
familiar with it?
Yeah,
Okay,
I
it's
have
used
seen
by the FBI, everybody in America. It's used by the FBI. It is a confidential human source reporting document dated June 2020. You're familiar with it. In this document, the FBI's confidential human source says Burisma, now the corrupt company, needed to keep Hunter on the board so everything would be okay. And according to the human source, they hired Hunter Biden to, quote, protect us through his dad for all kinds of problems. Mr. Garland, does that concern you? Okay, it should. I got limited time. Remember, your sources are credible, trustworthy, honest, and valuable. Are you familiar with Victor Shokin?
The document that you're...
Who is Mr. Victor Shokin? So I got 3 minutes left.
You want me to answer that?
Yeah, Victor Shokin. Who is he?
I don't know. Do you want me to answer
he's
the
the
first
prosecutor, folks. He's the prosecutor that was, he oversees all the corruption in Ukraine. We know there's corruption over there. For the American people watching, after a few months after Hunter Biden joined the Burisma board, Victor Shokin was named Prosecutor General for Ukraine to target corruption. And one of his investigations was into Burisma. In this FD 1023 document, the human source clarified that Burisma's CEO, the man in charge of Burisma, said he has many text messages and recordings that show he was coerced to make such payment to ensure Victor Shokin was fired. Matter of fact, there were 17 of them. Mr. Garland, it's clear Joe Biden wanted Shokin fired so he would stop looking into Burisma, where Hunter was on the board. Would you agree? All right, let's let the American people decide. Play the clip. Play the clip.
I remember going over convincing our team, or others, to convincing us that we should be providing for loan guarantees. And I went over for, I guess, the 12th, 13th time to Kyiv, and I was supposed to announce that there was another $1 billion loan guarantee. And I had gotten a commitment from Poroshenko and from
Pay attention, sir, please.
Yatsenyuk that they would take action against the state prosecutor, and they didn't. So they said they were walking out to press conference. I said, no, I said, we're not going to give you the $1 billion. They said, you have no authority. You're not the president. The president said. I said, call him. I said, I'm telling you, you're not getting the $1 billion. I said, you're not getting the $1 billion. I'm going to be leaving here. And I think it was, what, 6 hours? I looked, I said, I'm leaving in 6 hours. If the prosecutor's not fired, you're not getting the money. Oh, son of a bitch. Got fired. And they put in place someone who was solid.
Mr. Attorney General, what you just saw there was Joe Biden in his arrogance and role as the vice president of this country saying if you don't fire Shokin, the United States isn't given the $1 billion loan. Why would Joe Biden say that as the vice president? Why would he say such a thing? Was it policy? Was it our policy at the time? Yes or no? It wasn't. I have documents here. Interagency Policy Committee dated October 15th.
Point of information, is the gentleman ever going to let the gentleman
I'm on my
answer a question?
time, pipe down. Saying Shokin had made significant reforms.
Texas.
He's made significant reforms, Shokin did. Matter of fact, John Kerry says he was impressive. And you know, within a few months after Shokin was fired, they appoint a prosecutor that said, we're not going to look into Burisma anymore. Cancel that, forget it, we're not looking into Burisma. Boom, here comes the $1 million. Joe Biden threatened the Ukrainian president and the prime minister, everybody can see it, to fire Shokin, or the United States won't give the $1 billion. If that is not quid pro quo, sir, what is? I will tell you what it is, and America agrees with me. It's bribery and it's impeachable. Are you going to do something about it? I bet you're not, and that's why you, sir, also need to be impeached. I yield back.
Time of the gentleman has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Moran.
Attorney General, you were a line assistant U.S. attorney for years and a federal judge after that. You have significant experience with the processes surrounding criminal investigations. Tell me, what's the normal process for obtaining and executing a search warrant?
You go to a federal judge, you present an affidavit, which you believe constitutes probable cause. The federal judge looks at it, makes a determination of whether it does constitute probable cause. He then signs a search warrant, and it's then executed.
And what's the purpose of a search warrant?
The purpose of a search warrant is to find to find evidence of a crime for which there has to be probable cause that it's in that location.
When executing a search warrant on a location that may contain evidence of a crime, what benefits are there for doing so without notifying the putative defendant or the target of the investigation or his attorney ahead of time that execution of the search warrant is forthcoming?
Sometimes you make notifications, sometimes you don't. If you think that the person who has the evidence of a crime is obstructing justice or is going to move the evidence or will secrete it, if you warn them in advance, then you don't give it. If you don't have those concerns, you may give advance notice.
Yeah, so in the instance of not withholding notice, you do so because sometimes they're going to actually move the evidence if you give them a heads up, correct?
It's a general hypothetical matter, yes.
And in most instances, in your experience of decades of law enforcement, have you seen that more times than not, you give a heads up to the defendant, or is it odd to give a heads up to the defendant?
I can't actually make a statistical resolution. I think it's the case that the government tries to use less intrusive methods if they can, and if they can't, use more intrusive and more emergency methods.
I agree with that, but typically when you're going to execute a search warrant, typically I think people would understand this from common knowledge, you would not actually give the heads up. Would you agree with that?
I think as a general matter, that's correct.
IRS Supervisory Special Agent Gary Shapley, one of the whistleblowers, testified that AUSA Leslie Wolf told investigators, quote, optics were a driving factor in the decision not to request a search warrant for the guest house at the Biden's Delaware residence where Hunter Biden had stayed for a time. AUSA Wolf further told the investigators that, quote, there was more than enough probable cause for the physical search warrant there, but the question was whether the juice was worth the squeeze. And she further said, quote, a lot of evidence in the investigation would be found in the guest house of former Vice President Biden, but there is no way investigators will get that approved. Now, do you agree with Ms. Wolf that optics of an investigation should be the driving factor in law enforcement decisions when investigating potential crimes?
I have to say again, as I said before, singling out assistant U.S. attorneys is a dangerous matter. The supervisor of that case is Mr. Weiss. He is the one who made decisions in that case. He is the one who can answer questions as to whether those things happened or whether they didn't.
So let's take her out of the equation then. Let's just take the statement generally. Do you believe that optics of an investigation should be a driving factor in law enforcement decisions as to whether or not to execute a search warrant or not?
The Justice Department has standards for its work, and improper considerations are not part of those. The only questions are those driven by the facts and the law.
Mr. Shapley also testified that AUSA Wolf objected to a search warrant IRS investigators requested for a storage unit purportedly containing all of the documents from the vacated office of the law firm owned by Hunter Biden. Investigators scheduled a call with U.S. Attorney Weiss, who agreed that they could search the storage unit if it remained abandoned for 30 days. But immediately after the call, investigators learned that AUSA Wolf had reached out to Hunter Biden's defense counsel to tell them about the storage unit, effectively ruining investigators' chance to access potentially critical evidence. In your experience, as you said earlier, this is not the typical thing that happens, correct?
Look, once again, I don't know anything about these allegations. I don't know whether they are correct or not. These are questions most appropriately put to Mr. Weiss at the appropriate time and to be covered in his report if he thinks that's the appropriate way to resolve.
Can you conceive of a reason why Mr. Weiss or Ms. Wolf would have given a heads up to Hunter Biden's legal team that the search of the storage unit was forthcoming?
I'm not going to get into hypotheticals about this.
For somebody that was involved in the investigation at that point, who was literally delaying obtaining potential evidence in the case, do you think it was appropriate that then she was involved in the negotiation of the IRS deal with Hunter Biden?
I'm not actually following the question. I'm assisting U.S. attorneys who participate in investigation, also participate in prosecutions. Is that what you're asking?
Attorney General, I appreciate your time here today, but I'm concerned that these facts are just some examples of what's been going on here where, I apologize, I know my time's out. I yield back. Thank you for your time.
Time of the gentleman's expired. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I had my 5 minutes. I would ask for the unanimous consent to offer some exhibits. First, I would offer...
Without objection.
District Attorney Bragg's March 31, 2023 letter in response to the committee.
Okay.
I would offer the letter from Attorney Abby Lowell, Hunter Biden's attorney, to the Committee of Judiciary Oversight and Ways and Means dated September 14, 2023, and its attachments.
Objection.
I would offer the letter from Ms. Willis to the chairman on September 7, 2023.
Without objection.
And I would offer this article from CNN, Annie Grayer, top IRS official, latest witness to dispute allegations from whistleblower on Hunter Biden tax case.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You bet. The gentlelady from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman. We got.
We have been investigating very serious charges made about your department and other elements of the Biden administration, which allege ignoring the law to protect political allies from being held accountable for their wrongdoing. One aspect of this allegation, brought by two very credible whistleblowers from the IRS, demonstrates a strategy of delaying criminal investigation into Hunter Biden and blocking any investigations into the corruption of Joe Biden. The whistleblower testimony notes that U.S. Attorney David Weiss in November 2022 allowed the statute of limitations to expire, even though Hunter Biden's attorney had already agreed to extend the statute on the 2014 and 2015 charges, which charges included an attempt to evade or defeat taxes and the fraud and false statements related to the $1 million that Burisma paid to Hunter Biden while his father was vice president. During a recent transcribed interview with the committee, FBI officials from the Baltimore field office refused to answer questions about the expired 2014 and 2015 tax charges because they were allegedly part of a, quote, ongoing investigation. Are the tax charges related to these years, in fact, part of an ongoing investigation?
Again, I have no familiarity with the details of this particular investigation.
So you don't know one way or the other?
That's right. I left it up to Mr.
So how are
Weiss.
charges for which the statute of limitations have already expired part of an ongoing investigation?
Again, I don't know anything about this case.
So why would charges that have already expired because of the statute of limitations be part of an ongoing investigation?
To answer in the hypothetical, because I don't know the facts, often charges from previous times are used as part of an ongoing investigation to inform information about intent, about patterns and practices.
For other investigations? So are there other investigations into Hunter Biden where this information may become relevant?
I think it's a matter of public record that there is a tax investigation of Mr. Hunter Biden with respect to other years.
Beyond the 2014 and 2015?
Beyond the ones that are, that you're referring to, I think
Mr. Garland,
Mr. Weiss has already said that during the plea proceeding.
Okay, Mr. Garland, is it standard operating procedure in your Department of Justice for prosecutors to allow the statute of limitations to expire on very serious crimes when the potential defendant has already agreed to an extension?
So there, as I said before, there's no standard operating procedure here.
Maybe there should be. Well, if this is an oversight hearing, maybe there should be. Maybe you should adopt standard operating procedures to avoid this kind of a circumstance. Would you agree?
No.
Okay.
Because it's left
According
to the
one of the IRS,
of...
You've answered my question, thank you. According to one of the IRS whistleblowers, quote, the purposeful exclusion of the 2014 and 2015 tax years sanitized the most substantive criminal conduct and concealed material facts, end quote. How can Americans trust an investigation run by a special counsel who, by allowing the statute of limitations to expire, irreversibly, quote, sanitized the most substantive criminal conduct and concealed material facts?
The prosecutor in question is an experienced veteran career prosecutor who was appointed by
And we have no reason to trust him, do we?
By President Trump.
Okay. How much in terms of taxes would Hunter Biden have owed on the $1 million he was paid by Burisma?
Well, as you can imagine, since I don't know anything about the facts of the case, I can't answer
Probably
that question.
about $400,000. Isn't that right? I mean, you can do the math. You know the tax code.
I don't know anything about the facts of this case, so I'm not able to do the math to apply it to
And
facts.
by failing
I
to
don't know.
pay the taxes on those ill-gotten gains, what would the typical penalty have been, for example, if it was someone who didn't have the last name of Biden or a D behind their name?
I'm sorry. These are all questions you'll have to direct to Mr. Weiss, and that Mr. Weiss will address in his final.
By allowing the statute of limitations to lapse, did Mr. Weiss effectively gift the tax money Hunter Biden owed for the 2014 and 2015 tax years to Mr. Biden?
To say again, the decisions about whether in this area and whether these allegations are correct are ones that Mr. Weiss will be able to answer.
Mr. Garland, one of the things you have done over and repeated over and over and over again is that to point out that Mr. Weiss was appointed as U.S. Attorney by President Trump, as though that somehow inoculates him from criticism by us. Is that really how this game is played? That if someone is appointed by a Republican, then they're supposed to be on the Republican team? Or if they're appointed by a Democrat, they're on the Democrat team? You were appointed by Mr. Biden, weren't you? Are you on the Democrat team?
Let me just be clear. The point of that he was appointed by a Republican counteracts the claim that this was a partisan decision to benefit Democrats.
He remained as a member of the Department of Justice.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman. Time of the gentlelady has expired. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized again for a unanimous consent request.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to offer into evidence the testimony or segments of the testimony of Thomas Sobocinski, dated September 7th. It was taken here and before this committee. Goes to the deconfliction issue with respect to Hunter Biden's security detail and the search warrant
Without objection.
executors. Thank you.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from California.
Good afternoon, Mr. Attorney General. Do you believe Christopher Wray is a competent director of the FBI?
I think Mr. Wray is a person of the highest integrity, for whom I have great admiration, who has extraordinary experience, both as
Thank
a
you.
career
And so you
prosecutor.
certainly don't think he would knowingly give false testimony to this committee, do you?
I am sure that he would not.
Are you aware that Director Wray, a couple months ago in sworn testimony, implicated you in a sweeping abuse of power?
I doubt he would characterize whatever he said in that way.
Well, he testified about the school board memo that you issued on October 4th of 2021, in which you mobilized federal law enforcement powers against American parents. Now, of course, you didn't put it quite like that. Instead, you found a pretext, which is stated right here in the first line of the memo. In recent months, there has been a disturbing spike in harassment, intimidation, and threats of violence against school administrators, board members, teachers, and staff. What was your basis for making that claim?
I will say again, as I've testified numerous times in response to exactly the same question, that I saw numerous reports in the press of violence and threats.
You saw reports in the press, and so you decided to instigate a nationwide law enforcement initiative?
If I may be permitted to answer the question.
Please.
Numerous reports in the media of violence and threats of violence against school personnel of all kinds.
Did you consult with the FBI director?
We received a letter from the National Association of School Boards reporting.
Yes, that letter contained anecdotes. It didn't contain data of an increase. Did you, yes or no, consult with the FBI director before issuing the memo?
I don't believe I spoke with the FBI director, no.
Why not? Why wouldn't you consult with the FBI director?
Because the purpose of the memo, as is very clear from the memo, is to ask the FBI to assess the situation, to hold meetings, and to determine whether this was...
Mr. Attorney General, you started with a conclusion that there was an increase in threats. Now, if you had bothered to consult with the FBI director, here's what he would have said. This is from his sworn testimony, that he was not aware of any such evidence. So my question to you, sir, sitting here today, is can you substantiate your claim that there was an increase? Of course, there will always be sporadic criminal activity in all quarters of society, but your claim was there was an increase. Can you substantiate that sitting here today?
I can substantiate that by the reports in the press of violence and threats of violence and by the letters sent by representatives of thousands.
That's a no. You're giving us anecdotes. I'm asking you if you had data. You also said in your memo that you were committed to using the department's authority and resources to discourage these threats, identify them when they occur, and prosecute them when appropriate. Were there any such prosecutions?
The emphasis should be there on when appropriate, and there were no such prosecutions, and that's good news, not bad news.
There were no prosecutions, and in fact, Director Wray said there were no arrests, there were no charges. So you have no data to show us that there was any increase. You didn't even bother to consult with the FBI director, and then there were no resulting prosecutions, even though you said that they were coming. So I have to ask you now, in retrospect, was there a compelling law enforcement justification for the memo?
I think you're mischaracterizing the memo. The purpose of the memo was to hold meetings, to open lines of communication with state.
So is that a no? Yes or no? Was there a compelling law enforcement justification for the memo?
I believe there was a reason to ask for those contacts to be made with state and local law enforcement.
Well, the FBI director disagrees with you. When I asked
that's
him,
not what the FBI director said.
Look at it right here, Mr. Attorney General. When asked, do you have any reason to dispute the conclusion that there was no nationwide law enforcement justification? He said he didn't.
Either he didn't see the reports or he didn't see the National
This is a
Association of
transcript. I've sent you this transcript, Mr. Attorney General. So my question is this. Will you retract the memo, and by that I mean issue a formal document to the effect that it is no longer operative?
I will not, because there was absolutely nothing wrong with the memo, as I have testified several times already.
Even though your own FBI director says there was no justification for it, you will not retract it?
The memo is mine. It's my decision whether it's necessary to make assessments like this. And I asked the Bureau to make these assessments and the other.
Are you familiar with the concept of a chilling effect?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Are you familiar with the concept of a chilling effect?
I'm very familiar, and that's the very reason.
How would you define a chilling effect as it relates to First Amendment jurisprudence?
That's the very reason why the second sentence of the memo says
Please tell me what you consider to be the definition of a chilling effect.
That memo has no chilling effect.
I didn't ask you your opinion on whether the memo has one. I asked you what is a chilling effect.
I'm telling you that the second sentence of that makes clear.
I've read the full memo. I'm asking you, what do you define a chilling effect as?
A chilling effect is when people's exercise of First Amendment rights are chilled by coercive activity by the government, which did not occur here.
So here we're dealing with moms and dads.
Mr. Chairman,
You and I
point
are
of
public
order
officials.
with respect to the time?
Yeah.
Point of order?
The gentleman's time has expired, but it was a pretty darn important question when the Attorney General of the United States can't define what a chilling effect is, so I thought I would let it go a few seconds.
The Attorney General did define what a chilling effect is and said it didn't occur here.
I don't think he defined it, he just dismissed it. The gentleman's time has expired. I thought it was a very important 5 minutes. We now recognize the gentlelady from Florida for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Attorney General. I'd like to return to the earlier discussion about FISA process and the FISC. A number of the members of this committee and of my community are gravely concerned about the well-documented abuses of the FISA process and within the FISC proceedings. In declassified opinions from the FISC in 2018 and 2019, the presiding Judge Boasberg admonished the FBI, stating there still appears to be widespread violations of the querying standard by the FBI, and that there appears to be a fundamental misunderstanding of some FBI personnel about what the standard reasonably likely to return foreign intelligence information means. Mr. Attorney General, what measures has the FBI instituted since that time to ensure that these abuses are stopped?
So we're talking about FBI FISA Section 702?
Yes, sir.
Which is a central part of our ability to find out what foreign nation states, foreign terrorists are trying to do in the United States. I read, when I first came into the Justice Department as Attorney General, I read the opinions you talked about, and they deeply concerned me. And I agreed when I looked into it that there was a misunderstanding by operators as to, and analysts as to what the query standard were. So one of the very first things I did was send a memo to the FBI directing that the way in which the Justice Department, and particularly the FBI, did the querying be examined and that corrections be made. This was an extension of a memorandum that Attorney General Barr had likewise, after he read similar concerns, sent to the FBI at the end of 2020.
And Mr. Attorney General, in addition to other things, the ultimate adjustments included additional attorney oversight, requiring FBI users to affirmatively opt in to search the 702 database, updated guidance and training, and enhanced approval requirements, correct?
You're following live coverage along with us here from Capitol Hill, the Senate Judiciary Committee. They're questioning Attorney General Merrick Garland been going on for several hours now, questioning him about his ethics and how he's handled various cases, from Hunter Biden to former President Donald Trump and the ongoing trials. Lead committee members there taking advantage of this opportunity as well to talk about even letters that they have sent the AG over the years, requesting assistance, investigations into various problems their constituents are having. Basically, as our Jay O'Brien on the Hill said, just a grab bag of issues here among those that we've been following on a regular basis involving Hunter Biden, former President Trump, and also President Joe Biden. Our Jay O'Brien on the Hill covering this for us, along with Alex Mellon. And really, I guess the question, Jay, is where will this go? What will happen? A lot of conversation, a lot of allegations, a lot of talking, frankly. Merrick Garland numerous times not even getting a chance to respond. So how much of this will be really effective versus just political theater right now?
Well, it's a lot of political theater in this hearing, Kira. And House Republicans said their stated goal going into this hearing was to voice their criticism of the Attorney General and of the Department of Justice's handling of the Hunter Biden investigation mainly, but also investigations into former President Trump. We've heard some of that as well. And oftentimes the Attorney General's response is twofold. One, he says he can't talk about an ongoing investigation because those investigations are ongoing. And two, when he gets really pointed criticism of actions taken by once U.S. Attorney David Weiss in Delaware, who's a Trump appointee who was investigating Hunter Biden, now Special Counsel David Weiss, when he gets really pointed questions, he says Weiss is independent. He's not talking to Weiss.
Okay. And Alex, just looking at where we stand now and these allegations, pretty extraordinary and challenging the Attorney General when it comes to, in particular, Hunter Biden and the plea deal that was made months ago, fell apart in the courtroom. Now, obviously, it was presented once again. He's been formally charged. But at the end of the day, Republicans trying desperately to connect the actions of Hunter Biden to his father, a sitting president, and clearly looking into the 2024 campaign as a way to paint a certain picture about the president and all these allegations of corruption.
Yeah, I think that we heard the Attorney General just in his opening remarks today try and dispense with that there's any notion that he's taking directives from this president. And I think that what we saw in this hearing is that Republicans, at least at this point, don't have any evidence connecting President Biden and any actions taken by Garland's Justice Department in criminal matters, especially with ones regarding the president's son, Hunter Biden. And I think that as much as they wanted to present him with a lot of contradictory statements, we just did not see that at all, at least to my mind, at any point during this hearing.
All right, Alex, Jay, guys, thanks so much. And thank you for streaming with us. I'm Kira Phillips from Breaking News to all the stories that matter to you. You can always find us on Hulu, Roku, the ABC News app, and, of course, on abcnews.com. The news never stops. Neither do we. We've got a lot more on the other side. Stay with us.
Tonight, ahead of President Zelensky's trip to D.C., where House Republicans stand on U.S. aid to Ukraine. Plus, how the Fed's decision on interest rates could impact your budget. More Americans turn to the most watched newscast on television. World News Tonight with David Muir.
Give it to me. Give it to me.
It was the ideal marriage. Little did I know I was married to a man who had done something so horrible that it would devastate our lives forever.
Teacher of the Year is now charged with sex crimes.
Only on Hulu.
He was living a double life.
The shocking story behind a #1 true crime podcast.
Prostitutes, escorts. He even cheated on me the week of our wedding.
Betrayal, the perfect husband.
He had a lot of fantasies.
Now streaming only on Hulu.
From America's #1 news source comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter. And it can customize to you and your interests. If you love being in the know you're gonna love this. Experience what all the buzz is about. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now. We're honored ABC's 2020 winner of 3 Emmy Awards for excellence. Thank you for making 2020 Friday night's most watched and most honored news magazine.
Imagine if you had an institution where it was almost impossible to be held accountable.
What happened with the police made me scared of them.
No mother should have to bury their child.
Amir Locke was killed in a botched, no-knock warrant situation.
How these cops operate in this country has been America's dirty secret.
Because of the color of his skin, he didn't have a chance. That's the sound of the police.
And hello, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. Our top story this hour, the fiery House Judiciary Committee coming to a close. Attorney General Merrick Garland just got grilled, basically, by committee Republicans, accusing him and the Justice Department of political bias and acting as the president's lapdog. Garland pushed back throughout the entire time, saying he's not the president's lawyer and he's also not the prosecutor for Congress. Our Jay O'Brien joining us now from Capitol Hill, along with ABC News Justice reporter Alex Mallon. Things finally wrapping up. All right, how long did that go, Jay? I'm trying to count back.
I think it started
4 or 5 hours.
We're dealing with that, plus the government shutdown, plus all the lawmakers who are running through this hallway. So forgive my mental clock here, but I think it started at 10 o'clock. Alex, check me on that. So I think we're in we just finished hour 5.5 about, right? So it was about a 5.5 hour hearing, if my math holds. But anyway, one of the things we've heard from that, Kira, is Republicans saying their stated goal, really, of this hearing was to, in many ways, try to pick apart that ongoing investigation into Hunter Biden. This is the first time the Attorney General had sat before lawmakers since those 2 IRS whistleblowers came out and said that they alleged there was political interference into the Hunter Biden investigation. On the flip side of that, the special counsel, David Weiss, a Trump appointee, mind you, said he never felt any political interference and told that to Congress himself. Nonetheless, Republicans really wanted to look at the timeline of that Hunter Biden investigation, and the Attorney General many times said he couldn't answer questions because it's an ongoing investigation, or that he's not coordinating with the special counsel because the special counsel is independent. Here is one exchange with Jim Jordan, the chair of this committee, that kind of illuminates that.
What stage are we in? We in the beginning stage, the middle stage, the end stage, the keep hiding the ball stage? What stage are we in?
I think this one I would go back to the videotape where I said I'm not permitted to discuss ongoing investigations.
Well, isn't that convenient? Something changed in 31 to 32 days from July 10th to August 11th. I think it's 2 brave whistleblowers came forward and a judge called BS on the plea deal. You guys tried to get past them. That's what I think happened.
You didn't have to watch all however many hours. That was a snapshot, really, of the dynamic of this hearing today, Kira.
So, Alex, what do you see as the most dynamic part of what we observed for the past 5.5 hours?
Well, I think dynamic is an understatement. I think that probably the most dynamic thing was Republicans lobbying all these concerns, criticisms of Attorney General Garland, him trying to answer and them not letting him. And I think that that is some of the frustration that we saw on his face, because he really does, I think in the end, and we saw by his opening statement, he takes really seriously this idea that the American people believe the Justice Department is not treating all others equally under the law. And I think that he really wanted to be able to make that case. Now, whether he felt after this hearing that he made it effectively, we're going to see how he feels and how his aides react. But I do think that what we did see on display was Republicans not really able to put a smoking gun on him, where he conceded that something that happened under his tenure was a result of blatant politicization by him. And also, there was no indication put forward by Republicans that Trump or that A.G. Garland is taking orders from President Biden. And I think that that is what they wanted to showcase with this hearing today and did not.
So where do we go from here, Jay?
Yeah, well, first and foremost, my math was right. The hearing did start at 10. It has been 5.5 hours, which, not that it matters, but if you know me, is a feat. My math is never right. Where do we go from here is this is really a snapshot of what you expect House Republicans to play out in the coming weeks and months. This hearing on paper was not about the impeachment inquiry that House Republicans have now launched into President Biden, but it comes as that is playing out. The first hearing of that impeachment inquiry will be in the House Oversight Committee next week, but we know that this committee, where the Attorney General was today, the House Judiciary Committee, they're going to play a big role in that impeachment inquiry as well. So partisan hearings with Republicans lobbing shots at whoever's sitting in the chair, but also at the administration, is very much going to be a consistent sight that you see here on Capitol Hill, Kira.
Jay, Alex, thanks, guys. Appreciate it. And the Federal Reserve now announcing its decision not to raise interest rates, a decision being watched very closely on Wall Street and Main Street. Although the Fed is leaving rates unchanged today, it is signaling the likelihood of another hike this year to fight inflation. Let's bring in our business correspondent, Alexis Christoforous, for more. So, Alexis, what is your takeaway from just the Fed Reserve Chair Jerome Powell and the press conference that he held? And also, how are the markets reacting now?
Yeah, lots to sift through here, Kira. And I think the big takeaway from that press conference is that the Federal Reserve knows its job isn't done. There is more to do. It's in sort of that last mile in its fight against inflation. And Fed Chair Powell basically said as much today. While they are holding interest rates steady this time, second time they've done that, by the way, this year, the Fed is leaving the door wide open for another interest rate hike this year. Remember, they have a meeting in November and again in December. And while, you know, Fed Chair Powell said inflation has come down from its peak, it is still at 3.7%, far from the Fed's 2% target. And he also recognized that inflation is a big burden for Americans. Take a listen.
Inflation has moderated somewhat since the middle of last year, and longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. Nevertheless, the process of getting inflation sustainably down to 2% has a long way to go.
A long way indeed. And the Federal Reserve today acknowledging that the economy remains strong. The job market, while cooling, is still very solid. The Fed's actually raising its economic projections for next year, which means that the Fed is signaling interest rates could stay higher for longer, Kira.
So, looking at consumers and what they're dealing with now, just getting hammered by rising wages, it's contributed significantly to inflation in a number of categories for all of us, right? So what can we expect, or when can we expect inflation to actually go down and maybe see a little more relief for everyday spending?
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice, especially with the holidays around the corner? Look, inflation was at 9.1% in June of last year. We're now at 3.7%. Clearly, there has been progress, and the Fed's 11 interest rate hikes since last March have taken hold. But inflation still remains very high, especially in certain pockets of the economy, including in the grocery store. You know, down the food aisle, we're all getting, killed with these higher prices. And so the Fed is acknowledging that, and they're saying, look, our job isn't done here. We may have to raise interest rates yet again to get inflation at least very close to, if not at, its 2% target.
The Fed also has a brand new challenge, the $100 for oil, Saudi Arabia and Russia tightening the supplies. Gas is liquid gold. What does it mean for prices when we're heading up to fill up the car?
Yeah, gas prices had been moderating and then moved up recently. And, we saw that play out in those inflation numbers. Inflation actually ticked higher for 2 straight months. And a big reason why were these higher oil prices. And that's not the only thing that's putting pressure on inflation right now. We have a number of different strikes going on. The UAW strike, which can be inflationary. We also have a possible government shutdown. And don't forget, those student loan repayments start up again next month. So all of those things combined could put more pressure on consumer prices.
Do I even ask, with today's move, has the Fed all but taken a recession off the table?
All right, we have to talk about recession at some point in here, Kira. And the Federal Reserve now, projecting that the economy is going to be stronger than they initially thought. Signals that the Fed pretty much thinks we're in the clear when it comes to a full-on recession. They're still walking that tightrope, though, trying to raise interest rates enough to bring down, to cool off the economy and bring inflation down, but not so much that it tips the economy into an overall recession. Kira?
Great to see you, Alexis. Thank you so much for all the insight.
You bet.
Well, the historic UAW strike is now in its 6th day as the deadline that United Auto Workers have for the big 3 automakers to make progress in negotiations is fast approaching. Union leaders say if no progress is made by Friday at noon, then the strikes will expand. And this is just one major automaker announcing more potential layoffs. Our Alex Brachet is still there in Toledo, Ohio, right on the front lines of the strikes. So let's start with the big news from Stellantis today, announcing more than 350 layoffs. Let's talk more about that, Alex.
Hey, Kira. Well, so this is the trickle-down effect, right? I mean, when you have a plant like this Stellantis plant closing, it also impacts some of the other plants that manufacture parts for these Jeeps that are made here. And so we got news from Stellantis that they're going to be immediately temporarily laying off 68 employees from the Toledo machining plant in Perrysburg, Ohio, and also the Kokomo transmission and Kokomo casting in Indiana. Another 300 employees temporarily laid off there for a total of more than 350. And listen, we've heard about this kind of trickle-down effect happening at plants that employ workers that aren't a part of the UAW over the last couple of days. And as these talks continue on, now we're on day 5, we're likely going to hear more about this.
So another development is that Ford and one of Canada's largest unions struck a deal. Does that put any more pressure on the big 3?
Well, Kira, what's interesting about this is, so with Ford striking a deal with Unifor, it basically, it's a union that was representing about 5,600 workers in Canada. They work on V8 engines at plants for the F-150, also for the Ford Mustang. Ford didn't want to be fighting strikes on both sides of the border. And while we don't know the details of this tentative agreement that's in place, it still has to be ratified. And so there could be a leverage point there for the UAW being able to lean into, okay, well, if you want this ratified, well, let's figure out something over here as well. So we'll see how that plans, how that kind of plans out over the next couple of days. Obviously, UAW President Shawn Fain has set that noon deadline on Friday, really hoping to have something knocked out by then.
All right, and as, of course, all the supporters going by as usual, honking their horns with the protesters right behind you. Yep, they've been getting that type of support. What are they telling you as you've been able to talk to them, just a foot away from you, about the layoffs and about where things stand right now?
Well, Kira, as we have a motorcycle convoy come by, there's worry now. We're now in day 5. It's a full week for many here, and so it's starting to feel real. We were up at the local 900 up in Wayne, Michigan, which is across the street from a Ford plant there, and you see donations coming in because there's an understanding that, look, for some of the folks that have, decades here, they have a little bit more of a runway in savings and can weather this strike a little better. But there are a lot of part-timers here, actually, at this particular strike station here. A lot of these folks have been part-time for years. And so this is taking a major hit on their pockets. And so now it's the circling of the wagons, figuring out, okay, how do we sustain this as it now enters into a full week and in subsequent days?
All right, we'll continue to follow it with you, Alex. Thank you so much. Well, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky slamming the United Nations on Wednesday for not doing enough to stop the war in Ukraine. Speaking before the UN Security Council in New York, Zelensky outlined his 10-point plan to restore peace in the region. He also called on the General Assembly to strip Russia of its veto power and expand membership in the council. That move would make it easier to take the action against the war.
be voluntarily suspended, but we can also observe that Russia will not give up this stolen privilege voluntarily. It is impossible to stop the war because all efforts are vetoed by the aggressor.
And this comes as House Speaker Kevin McCarthy and a bipartisan group of lawmakers plan to meet with Zelensky in D.C. on Thursday.
I want to make sure there's accountability where the resources are going. I want to see a plan of what we're looking for.
Sorry, having a little technical problems there. We'll bring in Executive Director of the International Spy Museum, Chris Costa, joining us from Washington now. Also, he's former Special Assistant to the President and Senior Director for Counterterrorism at the National Security Council. So, Chris, let's just talk about the role that the UN can and should play right now when it comes to ending the war in Ukraine. You know, there's always a lot of criticism that these summits happen and the leaders come and speak and address everybody within the General Assembly, and then nothing happens.
Yeah, Kira, thanks. It's great to see you. So first and foremost, I think it's a platform. It was a platform yesterday for President Zelensky to talk about and engender international cooperation. He had a platform to talk about genocide again. He had a platform to again talk about justice, long-term, war criminal tribunals, those kinds of things. So first and foremost, it's a tribunal, and a lot happens on the sidelines that the average person is not aware of. So I am hopeful that there will be some momentum, but clearly this is about generating international support, and Zelensky did that yesterday. And of course, today, he underscored the importance of the the Security Council on the UN and some of the flaws with that council, in particular, the fact that Russia has a veto power, and that seems to be a little anachronistic, right? So I think there could be some positive developments down the line. But also President Duda from Poland had an opportunity to talk about the kinds of threats that his country and the Baltics face. So I think it's an important platform.
You recently visited Poland. Let's talk about some of the biggest concerns, out of there and neighboring countries.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to talk about that. So first and foremost, again, Poland is a great example of a tremendous power in terms of its ability to work with NATO. It's a strong ally for the West. And at the same time, it has very capable security services. And I had the opportunity to engage with those security services. And just since this summer, there have been multiple individuals that have been arrested linked to Russia's intelligence services. They're on the ground in Poland to subvert the nation. So, I mean, this sounds very World War II-esque, but it is happening on the ground in Poland. So I think President Duda's remarks were spot on. Russia poses a significant threat to the region. As I alluded to or referenced the Baltic countries, Poland, and in the past I've talked about Moldova.
So you mentioned things happen on the sidelines after these speeches at the UN. Can you dive into that a little bit and tell us, what we don't see? I mean, we watch our leaders, from our president, and we saw Zelensky and others step to the podium, but it's a speech. But what happens on the sidelines that we don't know about necessarily? What have you seen within your experience?
So I've gone as a special assistant to the president. I've been to UNGA, the UN General Assembly, and I had the opportunity to arm more senior diplomats to engage with their counterparts from other countries, to ensure they understood the position of the United States government. To be clear, I am not a diplomat, but my role was to arm diplomats with exactly the right messaging, so those countries could go back and consider some of the proposals that were made informally on a sideline, it might be just a future conference. But to your point, a lot of talking eventually will move towards some level of action. And the UN is the best that we have. It's imperfect, to be sure, but it is very much needed. And that's the point President Duda from Poland made yesterday.
Chris Costa, great to see you. Always love your perspective.
Great to see you, Kira. Bye now.
Coming up, just 1 week until the second GOP debate, and our ABC News Live anchor Lindsay Davis sits down with presidential candidate Ron DeSantis for exclusive interview next.
Whenever news breaks,
the crush of families here in Poland.
Here in Kentucky, no match for the tornado.
From Monterey Park, California, on the ground in Ukraine.
Reporting from Uvalde, Texas.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine.
Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
From Kathmandu, Nepal.
In Truckee, California, covering record snowfall.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
Here at this airport in Tampa, it's already shut down.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Reporting from Jerusalem.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is. We're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Everybody in that home is okay.
To catch you up with what happened overnight.
We are here at fashion's biggest night out.
What's happening today? YouTube has unveiled a new set of policies.
What people are talking about. The new ad campaign.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
A real-life Barbie dream house.
A name change for the Wienermobile.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
She opened the door. There was a man holding a knife.
12-year-old Polly Klaas was in her own bedroom having a slumber party.
It was like a boogeyman came in and stole her out of that house.
Police say they have significant new information.
What did you find? I thought, this is a crime scene. All the alarm bells started going off.
The Polly Klaas case really changed everything.
Friday, 2020 is all new.
I said, you better get down here. This could be it.
Friday night on ABC.
Glad you're streaming with us. ABC News Live Prime anchor Lindsay Davis sat down for an exclusive interview with a man who's been making a lot of headlines lately, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. The conversation took place at an oil field in Texas just ahead of a big energy announcement from the governor. Lindsay pushed him on the issue of abortion rights and his decision to sign a 6-week ban on the procedure earlier this year. Take a listen.
A number of your opponents have been really critical of your 6-week abortion ban in Florida. Donald Trump, who's in Iowa today, has called it a terrible mistake. He says that you've gone too far. Can you trust that Donald Trump still has the views with regard to abortion that reflect the base of the GOP party?
Well, when you provide pro-life protections that says when a baby has a heartbeat, that there's protections, that is not something that pro-lifers think is terrible. They think that that is a noble and just thing to do. Of course, there have been many other states that have also done that. He claimed to be pro-life. He spoke at the March for Life and was waxing eloquently about how everybody counts. For him to then attack people like Iowa, South Carolina, Florida, all these other states, I thought was a big mistake. But look, I mean, I think he's taking positions that I think are different from what he took in 2015 when he first came onto the scene. And I do think he's a different candidate today than he was back then. And I think the one back then was probably closer to where Republican voters want to be than the latest iteration.
You said he claimed to be pro-life. Do you think he is pro-life?
Well, you tell me. I think that if you have something where you have a baby that has a detectable heartbeat, if you're pro-life, you would want to say that there should be protections there. And if he's saying that that's a terrible thing, I know most pro-life voters would think that he's wrong.
You can catch the full interview tonight on ABC News Live Prime with Lindsay Davis. That's streaming at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Coming up, why the federal government is bringing back free COVID tests. Check your doorstep in the coming weeks.
Tonight, ahead of President Zelensky's trip to D.C., where House Republicans stand on U.S. aid to Ukraine. Plus, how the Fed's decision on interest rates could impact your budget. More Americans turn to the most watched newscast on television. World News Tonight with David Muir.
From America's #1 news comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter, and customizable to your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now.
It was the ideal marriage. Little did I know I was married to a man who had done something so horrible that it would devastate our lives forever.
Teacher of the Year is now charged with sex crimes.
Only on Hulu.
He was living a double life.
The shocking story behind a #1 true crime podcast.
Prostitutes, escorts. He even cheated on me the week of our wedding.
Betrayal, the perfect husband.
He had a lot of fantasies.
Now streaming only on Hulu.
From America's #1 news source comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter, and it can customize to you and your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience what all the buzz is about. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now. We're honored ABC's 2020 winner of 3 Emmy Awards for Excellence. Thank you for making 2020 Friday night's most watched and most honored news magazine.
Imagine if you had an institution where it was almost impossible to be held accountable.
What happened with the police made me scared of them.
No mother should have to bury their child.
Amir Locke was killed in a botched, no-knock warrant situation.
How these cops operate in this country has been America's dirty secret.
Because of the color of his skin, he didn't have a chance.
Reporting from Cole, Oklahoma, I'm Mola Lengi. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Glad you're streaming with us. Some other headlines we're following this hour for you. The federal government is relaunching its program to send free COVID tests to American homes in the coming weeks. The program has been on and off again, and now the Department of Health and Human Services is making the move in time for the winter season. And as hospitalizations are starting to climb up again, Americans can go to covidtest.gov in the coming weeks and get your free tests. An investigation is underway after the death of a fan at a Patriots game Sunday night. Witnesses say the man died after a fight in the stands that was all caught on video. The local medical examiner released the results of an autopsy just a short time ago, indicating no evidence of a traumatic injury, but did identify it as a unnamed medical issue. And this video out of Atlanta, pretty stunning, as a gas main breaks and sets a road on fire. It started late this morning. Authorities say no one was hurt, but several cars were torched and several roadways were shut down. Thanks for streaming with us. I'm Kira Phillips. From breaking news to all the stories that matter to you, you can always find us on Hulu, Roku, the ABC News app, and of course on abcnews.com. The news never stops. We'll be right back.
Tonight, ahead of President Zelensky's trip to D.C., where House Republicans stand on U.S. aid to Ukraine. Plus, how the Fed's decision on interest rates could impact your budget. More Americans turn to the most watched newscast on television. World News Tonight with David Muir.
Give it to me. Give it to me.
Fact, black children are more likely to drown than white children, and the reason is deeper than you think. Continuing Tuesday on GMA3, a groundbreaking 2-part series, from smashing stereotypes that black people don't swim to empowering and conquering fears. Plus, GMA3's DeMarco Morgan's brave personal journey, showing it's never too late to try.
There's one thing that I don't believe I can do, and that is swim.
Swimming While Black continues Tuesday on GMA3.
Imagine if you had an institution where it was almost impossible to be held accountable.
What happened with the police made me scared of them.
No mother should have to bury their child.
Amir Locke was killed in a botched, no-knock warrant situation.
How these cops operate in this country has been America's dirty secret.
Because of the color of his skin, he didn't have a chance.
From America's #1 news source comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter, and it can customize to you and your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience what all the buzz is about. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now.
Reporting in St. Petersburg, Florida, in the aftermath of Hurricane Idalia, I'm Em Nguyen. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
What you need to know right now on GMA3. After urging world leaders to stand up to Russia and stand by Ukraine, President Biden meets with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, their first face-to-face amid tensions brewing since Netanyahu took the helm of the far-right government last year.
And after dismantling affirmative action in college admissions, new efforts to end the first venture capital fund by women of color for women of color. Civil rights attorney Ben Crump and the Fearless Fund CEO on the fight back. Plus, their mom was one of the world's top-selling novelists with over 500 million books sold in more than 40 countries. Now, Jackie Collins' daughters release a new edition of Hollywood Wives.
All right, you guys, coming up on GMA3, I'm here with this guy, the Chris Hemsworth. We're about to do a massive surprise. Do you want like a little nugget of information? What's the surprise?
It's going to be hot and sweaty.
Woo!
Yeah.
Stay with
Miami Heat. Yeah.
The GMA3 exclusive, America's favorite doctor, Dr. Jen, teams up with a superhero to help get students fit.
Plus, the deals and steals that won't break the bank. Tori's here with your favorites, just $20 and under.
Hitting just the right note against gun violence, the new coalition of musicians determined to make a difference. He joins us right here in Times Square.
Now, from Times Square, DeMarco Morgan and Eva Pilgrim with Dr. Jen Ashton and what you need to know.
And a good afternoon to you, and welcome to What You Need to Know. It is Hump Day Wednesday, and somebody's over here scoring good interviews.
I mean, I just go and where I'm told. I had to go to Miami to interview Chris Hemsworth.
She's been excited about this for the past couple of weeks.
Yes,
so
we are
cool.
all looking forward to seeing that chat that you guys had.
It's very good.
We also want to thank our friends at our sister show, The View. They sent lunch over yesterday, y'all, to celebrate our 4th season. Pizza and dessert. It was so good that everyone ate it before we even had a chance to get a picture. So thank you, ladies.
Yeah, we appreciate that. Good looking out there.
Yeah.
We'll take all the pizza we can get.
Yep.
All right, let's talk medical news. Dr. Jen, if we can. The United States Preventative Task Force is out with new recommendations for high blood pressure screening for pregnant women.
Yeah.
What do we need to know?
And you guys, as a board-certified OBGYN, I was so happy to hear these recommendations, even though, in my opinion, they should have come out a while ago. Let's go through them right now. They are recommending that all pregnant women be screened for hypertension, that's high blood pressure. So we're talking about things like chronic or gestational high blood pressure, preeclampsia, which occurs during pregnancy, and eclampsia, which occurs after pregnancy. The women most at risk: Black pregnant women and Native American, Alaskan Native pregnant women, and those ethnic groups in general at baseline. Big picture here, preeclampsia, which occurs during pregnancy, is responsible for 70,000 plus maternal deaths and 500,000 fetal deaths each year worldwide. So this is a massive problem.
And let's be real about this. The U.S. has one of the highest maternal death rates in the world, which is mind-blowing for a country that has such amazing health care available in some places. That disproportionately impacts Black women.
That's right.
How are these recommendations going to help?
So a Black woman during or after pregnancy has a 3-fold greater chance of dying than a white woman in this country. This is a national embarrassment. By focusing or targeting those most at risk, then we can screen that population greater and potentially intervene earlier. Cardiovascular disease, one of the top 2 causes of death of pregnant women and after pregnancy. But again, this is one small drop in the bucket, but at this point, every little bit helps.
We've got to do something to get those numbers down.
Yep.
Yeah, and these deaths are preventable.
Yeah.
Correct. All right, Dr. Jen, thank you.
Thank you.
We turn now to ABC's Melissa Adon with the latest headlines. Good afternoon to you, Fred.
Always a pleasure to be here with you all. Feeling amazing being here in New York and also watching so many of the headlines that have been going on. I want to get started with that because President Biden on the national stage at the United Nations holding a high-stakes meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, their first face-to-face since Netanyahu took back the helm last year. Now, Biden's been withholding a sit-down said to be a symbol of the administration's displeasure with the far-right government there and their move to overhaul the judicial system. And here at home, another setback for House Speaker Kevin McCarthy under new pressure as GOP hardliners block a defense spending bill, the rebellion within his own ranks, with some lawmakers now urging fellow Republicans to reverse course 11 days until that possible government shutdown. And we're learning more about that daycare overdose death. The owner there accused of storing a kilo of the deadly drug fentanyl where the children slept. Now, 4 of those kids became ill, a 1-year-old dying because of this. Investigators say they found large quantities at the daycare center, and the owner says she knows nothing about it. She's being held without bail on federal drug charges. And now to the popular game Fortnite. Do your children play it? Well, the FTC wants to know. The government says some 37 million Americans may actually be eligible for refund compensation. The creator Epic Games preparing to shell out $245 million in penalties for violating provisions of the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act. Now, Epic Games saying in December they accepted the agreement because they want to be at the forefront of consumer protection and that they have made charges and changes regarding in-game purchases. And over to the big sweep for the New York Liberty, advancing to the semifinals for the first time since 2015. Impressive star Breanna Stewart leading New York in that effort in overtime action. Next, the ladies, they're going to play either Connecticut or Minnesota starting on Sunday. And it is always so impressive to see the women in action. And it's so cool knowing, I know, Eva, you love soccer. I played track and field. We learned where DeMarco was playing on the band this morning.
We still got to keep talking about it. You know, I thought we buried that under the chair.
Such a feat. Dr. Jen, where did you?
Sports fans.
Yes.
Well, I'm hockey. Ice hockey is my jam.
Yeah, it was also very cool to see all the people who showed up, all the celebrities who showed up to watch the women play.
Yeah,
there's so many great sports. It was the scene to be at.
Bravo, and good to have you back with us as well.
Thank you so much, guys.
All right, still ahead on GMA3, a fund to help bridge the gap faced by women entrepreneurs of color. Now on the firing line by conservatives. Civil rights attorney Ben Crump is here to weigh in.
And Hollywood wives for a new generation. The family of late best-selling author Jackie Collins joining us. GMA3 is back in just a bit.
Whenever news breaks,
the crush of families here in Poland.
Here in Kentucky, no match for the tornado.
From Monterey Park, California, on the ground in Ukraine.
Reporting from Uvalde, Texas.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine.
Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
From Kathmandu, Nepal.
Truckee, California, covering record snowfall.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
Here at this airport in Tampa, it's already shut down.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Reporting from Jerusalem.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is. We're going to take you there.
You're streaming
ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
30 years. My brother's death was his mystery. Was he pushed? Did he kill himself?
There's been some human remains found at the bottom of North Head, and the body was naked.
Committing suicide naked is almost unheard of. What's going on here?
We had some chilling evidence.
Oh my goodness. No one knew it was coming.
It's about finding justice for my brother.
Sometimes you just have to stir the pot.
Kerry Washington, you ready?
Movie star, television icon, adored by millions. But now, a side of her life she's never publicly shared.
You are bearing your soul.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, raw, deeply emotional, and the text that changed her life.
What was that text? You're not supposed to make me cry. I'm supposed to try and make you cry.
Kerry Washington, Thicker Than Water. Sunday night at 10, 9 Central on ABC and stream on Hulu. It's the interview everyone will be talking about.
Kerry Washington, you ready?
Sunday night on ABC.
You are bearing your soul.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, but first, the exclusive first look is tomorrow on Good Morning America.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Everybody in that home is okay.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. We are here at fashion's biggest night out.
What's happening today? YouTube has unveiled a new set of policies.
What people are talking about, the new ad campaign.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
A real-life Barbie dream house.
A name change for the Wienermobile.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
From America's #1 news comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter, and customizable to your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now.
Welcome back to GMA3. According to the investment database Crunchbase, black women received less than 0.35% of venture capital spending in the U.S. in 2021. The Fearless Fund is hoping to bridge that gap. It's a venture capital firm dedicated to investing in women entrepreneurs of color.
And now it's being sued by a conservative group over claims of racial bias. That group's leader is the same man who led the fight to take down affirmative action in higher education. And joining us now is Fearless Fund co-founder and CEO Arian Simone and national civil rights attorney Ben Crump. Thanks to the both of you for being with us.
Thank you for having us.
All right, Arian, we'll start with you. What was your reaction when you first heard about the lawsuit?
When I first heard about the lawsuit, I actually thought it was ChatGPT. We got emails and I thought, okay, we're being punked. But when I realized it was real, I immediately called one of our attorneys, Ben Crump, and I said, we have a situation and we need your help immediately. But we knew that we would continue the work that we do at the Fearless Fund. We invest in women of color businesses, and we know that it's needed and necessary, and we were not going to let this stop us.
So this lawsuit targets the fund's $20,000 grant program. It alleges the money's only open to black female entrepreneurs, and it's calling it a violation of the Civil Rights Act. What's your response to that?
Well, we have two vehicles at our company. We have our foundation that awards grants, and we also have our fund that makes investments. At the foundation where we award grants, we have awarded over 350 grants, deployed over $5 million in grant capital. And on our fund side, we have invested in over 40 companies and have deployed over $26 million in investment capital. The grant that they are referring to for the $20,000 is a partnership that we have with MasterCard. And MasterCard has a commitment to the black community, stating that they would like these initiatives to take place, and we've partnered with them on their initiative.
And Ben, the man behind this lawsuit, we talked about it, helped to take affirmative action down at the Supreme Court level. How confident are you that he won't be successful this time around?
Well, DeMarco, he's on the wrong side of history, and no matter what intellectual justification of discrimination the courts try to impose, the court of public opinion has spoken on this issue. And what Arian Simone and Ayanna Parsons have done is sea changing. They have created a seat at the table for women, especially women of color, and this is but a frivolous attempt to stop the progress of women. They won't be successful.
Arian, I'm so curious because a lot of people are calling this a test case. What do you think is at stake here?
A lot is at stake here. We are not the focus. We are just the lawsuit. So what I mean by that is this case is a precedent case. It's a case to create a baseline so that any other DEI funding, any other funding that is beneficial to women or people of color is what's at stake. That is what is at stake here.
And Ben, with that said, why do you believe race-based policies are being targeted here in the United States?
I think that they're trying to roll back the civil rights. They're trying to roll back the progress that women and minorities have made. When you look at these statistics, they're deplorable. I mean, less than 0.035 And so they're saying, oh, that's so awful that now white men who are underprivileged are going to suffer, that we got to sue these young black women for doing something remarkable, for raising $100 million to help invest in women to finally have access to capital. And how's that bad? How's that unlawful? I mean, what it speaks to is our children being able to see what's right and what's wrong, and they are watching us. Supreme Court, they are watching us.
We will be watching this case as well. Fearless Fund co-founder and CEO Arian Simone and National Civil Rights Attorney Ben Crump, thank you both for being here with us today.
It's good to see you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, much more here ahead on this Wednesday. The daughters of a world-famous novelist celebrate their mom's legacy.
Yeah, 40 years since the Jackie Collins book, Hollywood Wives, came on the scene. How her daughters are celebrating this milestone. More GMA3 when we return.
Tonight, ahead of President Zelensky's trip to D.C., where House Republicans stand on U.S. aid to Ukraine. Plus, how the Fed's decision on interest rates could impact your budget. More Americans turn to the most watched newscast on television. World News Tonight with David Muir.
Imagine if you had an institution where it was almost impossible to be held accountable.
What happened with the police made me scared of them.
No mother should have to bury their child.
Amir Locke was killed in a botched, no-knock warrant situation.
How these cops operate in this country has been America's dirty secret.
Because of the color of his skin, he didn't have a chance.
What's good to watch, read? Where can I get a great deal on what I'm just dying to buy? Oh, it's all right here. GMA Life. Get the latest celebrity buzz, deals and steals, and the coolest lifestyle tips from GMA.
I love that so much.
Streaming weekends on ABC News Live.
1, 2, 3, let's go!
Non-stop drama.
Scandal. It is shocking. Kanye West.
Ciao.
Complicated.
The website runs! Meg, how do you feel?
I was shocked.
It was horrifying. The kids were gone.
Are these miracle drugs to lose weight?
I wanted that body.
Close your eyes right now.
Holy
There's nothing else like Impact by Nightline.
Enjoy the ride.
Mind-blowing.
Feel the impact. The all-new season premieres this Thursday, only on Hulu.
She opened the door. There was a man holding a knife.
12-year-old Polly Klaas was in her own bedroom having a slumber party.
It was like a boogeyman came in and stole her out of that house.
Police say they have significant new information.
What did you find?
I thought, this is a crime scene. All the alarm bells started going off.
The Polly Klaas case really changed everything.
Friday, 2020 is all new.
I said, you better get down here. This could be it.
Friday night on ABC.
Give it to me. Give it to me.
With so much at stake in our world right now, we wanted to thank you for your trust and for making ABC News America's #1 news.
And thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
It was the ideal marriage. Little did I know I was married to a man who had done something so horrible that it would devastate our lives forever.
Teacher of the Year is now charged with sex crimes.
Only on Hulu.
He was living a double life.
The shocking story behind a #1 true crime podcast.
Prostitutes, escorts. He even cheated on me the week of our wedding.
Betrayal, the perfect husband.
He had a lot of fantasy.
Rolling Fork, Mississippi, wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
We're back now, and it's been 40 years since trailblazer and top-selling novelist Jackie Collins released the iconic book, Hollywood Wives, unveiling the scandalous and glamorous life of the Beverly Hills elite.
4 decades ago, and juicy too, right? Now to celebrate a special anniversary edition of the book, Collins' daughters reflect on their mother's legacy. Let's take a look.
It's incredible that it is the 40th anniversary of Hollywood Wives because we can't actually believe that that book was published 40 years ago.
Our mother, Jackie Collins,
was a best-selling author. She wrote 32 novels in her lifetime. She was known for being a trailblazer in fiction, for writing strong women in her novels. She was known for selling over 500 million books. She was translated globally into probably over 30 languages across the years. Hollywood Wives was one of the best-selling books of 1983. And I believe at the time she was one of the highest paid authors in the early 1980s.
A lot of people ask her why she wrote Hollywood Wives. And she said she was having lunch and she looked around her and there were all of these Hollywood wives having lunch. And she thought to herself, well, what do they do every day? What are they doing? And she said, I'm going to write about them.
I really remember from being a teen in the 80s was when the Aaron Spelling miniseries was broadcast and people were having parties to watch Hollywood Wives. And it was this powerhouse cast. There was Anthony Hopkins, there was Candice Bergen, there was Suzanne Summers, like all the top stars of the 80s at the time.
Our mum was a feminist and she used to say, why can't women be a part of this? Or why can't women be a part of this conversation? She told us growing up that girls can do anything.
There are people who will use the language beautifully, which is the direct opposite of Jackie.
Get your clothes off now. There was a documentary made about her in 2016, which is on Netflix, Lady Boss, the Jackie Collins story. And the documentary shows her very dimensional story, her narrative, and it's an inspirational film. Hollywood Wives has a foreword written by Colleen Hoover, and Colleen Hoover is one of the most successful authors of our time. Currently writes this foreword to Hollywood Wives edition, and she really pays homage to our mother. We want our mother, Jackie Collins, to be remembered for the powerhouse that she was. Just before she died, you know, she said, I just did things my way, which was fearless, unapologetic. She really does have a legacy, and that's why my sisters and I are just having a really joyful time celebrating her legacy.
Elaine had indulged in 2 affairs during the course of her marriage.
Because there's so much to celebrate, and we want her to be remembered for her whole story and all the stories that she wrote.
I love it. And to think she was ahead of her own time 40 years ago. Wow.
Years and years before Real Housewives was ever a thing.
All of that, yeah.
Well, just ahead, what you need to know when it comes to post-surgery healing.
Yeah, Dr. Jen has that and a big surprise for students and all of the Chris Hemsworth fans out there in the universe. You don't want to miss it. Come on back.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Everybody in that home is okay.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. We are here at fashion's biggest night out.
What's happening today? YouTube has unveiled a new set of policies.
What people are talking about, the new ad campaign.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
A real-life Barbie dream house.
A name change for the Wienermobile.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
Imagine if you had an institution where it was almost impossible to be held accountable.
What happened with the police made me scared of them.
No mother should have to bury their child.
Amir Locke was killed in a botched, no-knock warrant situation.
How these cops operate in this country has been America's dirty secret.
Because of the color of his skin, he didn't have a chance.
1, 2, 3, let's go!
Non-stop drama.
Scandal. It is shocking. Kanye West.
Child.
Complicated.
Meg, how do you feel?
I was shocked.
It was horrifying. The kids were gone.
Are these miracle drugs?
To lose weight. I wanted that body.
Close your eyes right now.
Holy There's nothing else like Impact by Nightline.
Enjoy the ride.
Mind-blowing.
Feel the impact. The all-new season premieres this Thursday, only on Hulu.
It's the interview everyone will be talking about.
Kerry Washington, you ready?
Sunday night on ABC.
You are bearing your soul.
Yeah.
Why?
Well,
But first, the exclusive first look is tomorrow on Good Morning America.
With so much at stake in our world right now, we wanted to thank you for your trust and for making ABC News America's #1 news.
and thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
Kerry Washington, you ready?
Movie star, television icon, adored by millions. But now, a side of her life she's never publicly shared.
You are bearing your soul.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, raw, deeply emotional, and the text that changed her life.
What was that text? You're not supposed to make me cry. I'm supposed to try and make you cry.
Kerry Washington, Thicker Than Water. Sunday night at 10, 9 Central on ABC and stream on Hulu.
Give it to me. Give it to me.
From America's #1 news comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter, and customizable to your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now.
All right, Dr. Jen, there's an outbreak in India of a potentially serious virus. Break this down for
us.
us.
So we've talked before about the importance of keeping our eye on global public health and infectious diseases, particularly emerging infectious diseases. Nipah virus, which was first discovered or reported around 1999, now a bit of an outbreak in a southern part of India. The CDC and the World Health Organization are following this. Think of this similarly to Ebola in terms of it has a 40 to 75% mortality rate. That means people infected, 40 to 70% approximately will die. Normally, it's in the classification of zoonotic diseases, so it started in animals and then now has demonstrated its ability to spread from animals to humans. Low likelihood of A, coming to this country, and B, extensively spreading human to human. Why is that? Because the people are so sick with this, right? So unlike COVID, where you can have it and have no symptoms, you are so sick when you're infected with Nipah virus that typically you're not in touch with a lot of people. You're not passing it along to others. But again, this is largely a consequence of climate change, habitat shifting, more human-animal interaction, and this is what we're seeing. So it's really important to follow what's going on in other parts of the world.
But I mean, after COVID, how confident can we be that it won't spread?
I think the thing is, as psychologically fatigued as we are about these kind of headlines, we have to pay attention to them, and that's what the disease detectives in the World Health Organization and the CDC are doing, not just here in this country, but all over the world.
All right, Dr. Jen, thank you. We're back in a moment.
She opened the door. There was a man holding a knife.
12-year-old Polly Klaas was in her own bedroom having a slumber party.
It was like a boogeyman came in and stole her out of that house.
Police say they have significant new information.
What did you find?
I thought, this is a crime scene. All the alarm bells started going off.
The Polly Klaas case really changed everything.
Friday, 2020 is all new.
They said, you better get down here. This could be it.
Friday night on ABC.
Tonight, ahead of President Zelensky's trip to D.C., where House Republicans stand on U.S. aid to Ukraine. Plus, how the Fed's decision on interest rates could impact your budget. More Americans turn to the most watched newscast on television. World News Tonight with David Muir.
From America's #1 news comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter, and customizable to your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now.
It's the interview everyone will be talking about.
Kerry Washington, you ready?
Sunday night on ABC.
You are bearing your soul.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, but first, the exclusive first look is tomorrow on Good Morning America.
1, 2, 3, let's go!
Non-stop drama.
Scandal.
It is shocking. Kanye West.
Ciao. Complicated.
Meg, how do you feel?
I was shocked.
It was horrifying. The kids were gone.
Are these miracle drugs to lose weight?
I wanted that body. Close your eyes right now.
Holy
There's nothing else like Impact by Nightline.
Enjoy the ride.
Mind-blowing.
Feel the impact. The all-new season premieres this Thursday, only on Hulu.
What's good to watch, read? Where can I get a great deal on what I'm just dying to buy? Oh, it's all right here. GMA Life. Get the latest celebrity buzz, deals and steals, and the coolest lifestyle tips from GMA.
I love that so much.
Streaming weekends on ABC News Live.
ABC News, America's #1 news source.
And
Hello, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. Some top headlines we're watching for you right now on ABC News Live. After more than 5 hours, that fiery House Judiciary Committee meeting has finally adjourned. Attorney General Merrick Garland grilled by committee Republicans, accusing him and the Justice Department of political bias and acting as President Biden's lapdog. Garland pushing back, saying he's not the president's lawyer, and he's also not the prosecutor for Congress.
Our job is not to do what is politically convenient. Our job is not to take orders from the president, from Congress, or from anyone else about who or what to criminally investigate. The Justice Department works for the American people. Our job is to follow the facts and the law, and that is what we do. All of us recognize that with this work comes public scrutiny, criticism, and legitimate oversight.
Garland answered questions on everything from the investigations into former President Trump to the recent indictment of Hunter Biden. Federal Reserve announcing its decision to keep interest rates unchanged today. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell hinting at the likelihood of another hike later this year to rein in inflation, and said that he feels confident that the end of the rate hiking cycle is near. Gas prices lurching a little higher again, reaching a national average of $3.80 a gallon. Wall Street closing lower on the session. The Dow, S&P 500, NASDAQ all in the red as investors react to today's Fed decision. And a busy day for President Biden on the world stage, meeting with Brazilian President Lula da Silva in New York. The two saying they want to find some type of common ground on climate issues and workers' rights, despite some recent differences on Russia's war in Ukraine.
We're working in lockstep to tackle the climate crisis, including mobilizing hundreds of millions of dollars to conserve the Amazon. And we've advanced our work together through the Partnership for Atlantic Cooperation, to promote inclusive economic growth. And the two largest democracies in the Western Hemisphere are standing up for human rights around the world and in the hemisphere. That includes workers' rights.
Biden also meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, the pair discussing the years-long partnership between the U.S. and Israel.
We're going to discuss some of the hard issues, and that is upholding democratic values that lie at the heart of our partnership, including checks and balances in our systems, and preserving a path to a negotiated two-state solution, and ensuring that Iran never acquires a nuclear weapon. Because even where we have some differences, my commitment to Israel, as you know, is ironclad. I think without Israel, there's not a Jew in the world that's secure.
The meeting also the first opportunity for the leaders to come face-to-face amid tensions over the Israeli leaders' judicial reform efforts. Glad you're streaming with us. I'm Kira Phillips. ABC News Live is here for you anytime with the latest news, context, and analysis. And you can always find us on Hulu, Roku, the ABC News app, and, of course, on abcnews.com. The news never stops. More GMA 3 right now.
America's favorite doctor back with us here on the couch with a subject our viewers are curious about. Take a look at this question. My C-section scar still hurts years later. What could be causing the pain? That's from Chantel T.
Okay, so first of all, OBGYNs, a lot of people don't know this. We are surgeons. We have surgical training. Why? Because we do major abdominal and pelvic surgery like C-sections, laparotomies, hysterectomies, etc. When you talk about a C-section scar, the most common one is also known as the bikini cut. It's called a Fan and Stale incision. When we make that incision, we cut through nerves, and so pain, residual pain from a scar anywhere in your body could be superficial or it could be deep. Typically, we think of superficial pain as involving the nerves on the surface of the skin, which tend to heal the vast majority of time, so that's unusual to have that residual pain. Deep pain after any surgical procedure could be due to internal scar tissue, which we call adhesions, which is much more difficult to test for because there's not a simple way to test for it. But this is something that any OBGYN, any surgeon is usually familiar with dealing with. And it's rare. Fortunately, it's rare, but if it happens to you, it's super annoying.
But how can you rid the pain?
That becomes difficult. Again, if you try to find the root cause of it, you deal with that. If it's something very superficial, There's ways to numb that area. You know, you want to go away from something long-term like a pain-killing medication. For that, you want to try to deal with the root cause.
But that's a hard area to have constant pain in.
Yes, it is.
All right, your prescription for wellness.
Okay, staying on the surgical theme, just some tips on how to heal well in terms of your skin incision after surgery and after having done hundreds and hundreds of operations. This was kind of my tips as well. You want to wash your hands before and after touching your incision. Even though there's always bacteria on the surface of your skin, you want to keep that area clean and dry. So after you shower, using a hair dryer, believe it or not, from a far distance can dry those stitches or those steri strips. You want to monitor for unusual redness, warmth, or swelling in the area. And if you notice that, you want to call your surgeon right away. And I used to literally take a ballpoint pen and mark that area of redness so you can see if it expands. And then you should always obviously ask when those stitches or steri strips or tapes can be removed. If you have little tapes on your skin, we normally say leave them on until the edges start to roll off on their own, and then you can peel them off.
All right, Doc, thank you very much. And folks, we'd love to hear from you, so hit us up on Instagram with all of your medical questions for Dr. Jen at ABC GMA3. Well, coming up on GMA3, superstar Chris Hemsworth on a cause close to his heart with our very own Dr. Jen, working out and helping a new generation make fitness a priority. She's got the exclusive, and here's a surprise.
Plus sweet deals and steals for just $20 and under. Don't go anywhere.
She opened the door. There was a man holding a knife.
12-year-old Polly Klaas was in her own bedroom having a slumber party.
It was like a boogeyman came in and stole her out of that house.
Police say they have significant new information.
What did you find? I thought, this is a crime scene. All the alarm bells started going off.
The Polly Klaas case really changed everything.
Friday, 2020 is all new.
They said, you better get down here. This could be it.
Friday night on ABC.
For 30 years, my brother's death was this mystery. Was he pushed? Did he kill himself?
There's been some human remains found at the bottom of North Head, and the body was naked.
Committing suicide naked is almost unheard of. What's going on here?
You had some chilling evidence.
Oh my goodness. No one knew it was coming. It's about finding justice for my brother.
Sometimes you just have to stir the pot.
Kerry Washington, you ready?
Movie star, television icon, adored by millions. But now, a side of her life she's never publicly shared.
You are bearing your soul.
Yeah.
Why?
Well,
Raw, deeply emotional, and the text that changed her life.
What was that text? You're not supposed to make me cry. I'm supposed to try and make you cry.
Kerry Washington, Thicker Than Water. Sunday night at 10, 9 Central on ABC and stream on Hulu. It's the interview everyone will be talking about.
Kerry Washington, you ready?
Sunday night on ABC.
You are bearing your soul.
Yeah.
Why?
Well,
But first, the exclusive first look is tomorrow on Good Morning America.
From America's #1 news comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter, and customizable to your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now.
Tonight, ahead of President Zelensky's trip to D.C., where House Republicans stand on U.S. aid to Ukraine. Plus, how the Fed's decision on interest rates could impact your budget. More Americans turn to the most watched newscast on television. World News Tonight with David Muir.
What's good to watch, read? Where can I get a great deal on what I'm just dying to buy? Oh, it's all right here. GMA Life. Get the latest celebrity buzz, deals and steals, and the coolest lifestyle tips from GMA.
I love that so much.
Streaming weekends on ABC News Live.
Come on, baby, just pump it. All right, welcome back to GMA3. Now, we all know fitness can be challenging for anyone, especially this trio right here. We've got it, but the CDC says physical activity among children has dropped significantly.
Especially for those who don't have access to the right equipment. Enter Chris Hemsworth. Our Dr. Jen Ashton have the very difficult assignment of spending time with a superstar in sunny Miami.
That's a very difficult assignment.
I mean, this was hard, but I took one for the team. I know you guys were very busy, but this was for a really great cause. We know Chris is a fitness fanatic. He even founded a fitness app. Now he wants to help kids make wellness a habit, starting with a group of student athletes in Miami.
The power
Chris Hemsworth plays a superhero in Thor and is a seemingly limitless athlete in real life.
I want to discover how we can all unlock the secrets of living a healthier, longer life.
He's also a father of 3 and the founder of the fitness and wellness platform Center, encouraging people to make wellness a habit.
My Center team and I, we're on a mission to help the next generation with their healthy habits.
Now he wants to ensure all kids have access to physical fitness, and for good reason. Research shows that less than a quarter of school-aged kids get the recommended amount of physical activity, just 1 hour each day. Talk about how big of a part in your life fitness and wellness has been.
Massive part. From a very young age, I was very active. It taught me about discipline, patience, persistence. Taught me about, seeking my full potential and see how far you could push yourself.
What kind of stuff did you used to do?
Played a lot of sport, a lot of surfing, did a lot of boxing, played Australian rules football, a lot of athletics, the 110 hurdles.
I visited the Seed School of Miami, a boarding school for underserved students, as Center and the nonprofit Good Sports were about to surprise student athletes with a very special guest. Are you excited?
I'm very excited. This is fantastic. A wonderful opportunity we have here.
And so those kids don't know that you're here. They're about to get to see you, meet you.
Let's bring out our special guest. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome founder of Center, Chris Hemsworth.
It's an honor to be here. I know you guys are some of the best students, athletes in this school. We wanted to give you guys a whole bunch of equipment here to help you guys train, continue to stick with it. At your age, when I was training and competing, I hold true still now, those lessons where in the face of that adversity and those challenges, to continue to push through, you go, right, I am that type of person. I do have that within me. So continue to seek your potential, continue to sit within those places of struggle on the athletic sports court, on the field, in the gym, because that struggle, the biggest lessons come from that. You guys are an absolute inspiration, and if you're keen, I'd love to train with you all. So who's into that? Jump in.
Give me 3 wellness lifestyle things that you would never do.
3 things I wouldn't do.
Yeah. For wellness, fitness.
Procrastinate.
Okay.
Make excuses, and quit.
Come on. I mean, if I'm not here, he is a slacker. He would be.
Anytime he turns the camera into a different direction, I stop.
3 things you always do.
Move. Surround yourself with individuals who also like to train, and find something that you love. You got to enjoy it. What kind of sports do you play?
I play basketball and grass football.
Yeah.
Is anyone dying now? No one is dying. Oh.
Thor was here. Thor was here in the building, and it was amazing. Dr. Jen was here, and it was amazing. This was an amazing day, and the kids are going to be talking about this forever. Seeing their enthusiasm and their passion for sports and athletics, and being able to give them equipment to assist them on that journey, pretty special.
So when can I become an Avenger?
You're becoming one right now.
Thank you, my friend.
Thanks so much.
Oh, love that.
And we want to say a special thanks to Chris. And I was so moved by the amazing work by Good Sports, giving equitable access to fitness in high-need communities. They've given over $95 million in sports equipment nationwide since 2003, something Chris supports wholeheartedly, as do I. I know you guys do too, because we can all use some physical activity, and it starts with that age group.
Of course, but just a reaction from the kids.
Oh my God.
So cool to watch.
It was so great. And I do want to add that it was probably about 100 degrees then, so just so that we're clear, it was hot.
Oh, gotta love it.
Yeah.
All right, get ready to save. When we come back, Tori Johnson's here.
Her deals and steals finds for $20 and under. You can't beat that. GMA 3 when we come back.
One, two, three, let's go!
Non-stop drama.
Scandal.
It is shocking. Kanye West.
Ciao.
Complicated.
Meg, how do you feel?
I was shocked.
It was horrifying. The kids were gone.
Are these miracle drugs to lose weight? I wanted that body.
Close your eyes right now.
Holy
There's nothing else like Impact by Nightline.
Enjoy the ride.
Mind-blowing.
Feel the impact. The all-new season premieres this Thursday, only on Hulu.
She opened the door. There was a man holding a knife.
12-year-old Polly Klaas was in her own bedroom having a slumber party.
It was like a boogeyman came in and stole her out of that house.
Police say they have significant new information.
What did you find? I thought, this is a crime scene. All the alarm bells started going off.
The Polly Klaas case really changed everything.
Friday, 2020 is all new.
I said, you better get down here. This could be it.
Friday night on ABC. From America's #1 news comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter, and customizable to your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now.
With so much at stake in our world right now, we wanted to thank you for your trust and for making ABC News America's #1 news.
And thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
It was the ideal marriage. Little did I know I was married to a man who had done something so horrible that it would devastate our lives forever.
Teacher of the Year is now charged with sex crimes.
Only on Hulu.
He was living a double life.
The shocking story behind a #1 true crime podcast.
Prostitutes, escorts. He even cheated on me the week of our wedding.
Betrayal, the perfect husband.
He had a lot of fantasies.
Now streaming only on Hulu.
Reporting from Monterey Park, California, I'm Robin Roberts. Wherever the story is, we're going to take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Welcome back. It is time for Deals and Steals. Joining us is the always incredible Tori Johnson. She's bringing the bargains to fit your budget. Everything you see here today, $20 and under. That is like speaking in my love language.
Yeah, we love seeing Tori, and you can get these deals by pointing your cell phone camera to the QR code on your screen to start shopping. All right, Tori, what you got for us?
So, first up, and I do love the idea of $20 or under. It's just like a little treat yourself opportunity. So this is Brainstream, and what's great is they make this, it's called a Drip It, and this just goes across your kitchen sink, no matter which direction, no matter the size of the sink, and it allows you then to dry things easily. So whether you're drying sponges and towels so they don't just sit there in their own sort of, wetness.
Cool. But it doesn't take the whole sink.
Yeah,
it's just like a part of the
it
sink.
doesn't take a lot. And you could do it vertically, horizontally, either way, and it's just a really smart addition to your kitchen. They start at $10.
Amazing.
Smart. Very smart.
These are really cool, and they seem simple to use.
So simple to use. So this is Maji. It looks like glass, but it's plastic that lays flat. So it takes up absolutely no storage space in your counter. So we've got their vases, they're collapsible vases. All you do is add water and the water makes it stand up. And then they make these luminary lanterns, which are one of my favorite things. I have a little to do for you guys. So just put that in there straight. Just like that. Yep, pop it right in there. Yep, so look at that. Here,
nice,
you could do it too.
Okay,
it gets a little addictive. You could do another one. I've got a second one for you.
Nice.
And what's great is this allows flameless ambiance anywhere. These are all $5 to $7.50.
Oh, that's amazing.
That's
also
bad.
good
Really
for clumsy people.
Yeah, it's literally, yes.
We came right up here right away.
You did, and you grabbed the Sagittarius and the Virgo. They both happen to smell really nice. This is the Pretty Honest Pretty Honest shop, and they make these incredible candles. Okay, so that fireside one was Russell's favorite. He does these displays, so that's why that got front and center, the fireside.
It's very similar to a really insanely expensive candle.
Yeah, and it's like, you said you were like, it's that like fireplace chalet vibes.
Yes.
It's really nice. But you know what? So are like all of these scents, that a little apple for the season. I think their candles are fabulous, no matter the ones you choose. The Zodiacs are really great for gifts. They're all $14.
They smell so good.
They do smell good. They do smell good.
I'm gonna hide my nails during the segment.
Oh, you are? So we'll have to hook you up then. This is Butter London. And what's great is they make all these great products from your lips to your fingertips. We've got their makeup collection as well as their nail collection. The nail collection is, it's not just great colors, but they also have strengthening and nourishing ingredients in them, so they're good for your nails while you do that manicure. And we have lots of their treatments as well. They happen to make a really fun candle too, because once you burn it, it like doubles then as a little moisturizing, like that you could use like a little massage massage oil that comes with it for your hands.
Wow.
It's really delightful.
Wait a minute, as it's melting, you can just pour it on?
Yeah, you wait till it melts a little bit, and then it's like we got a little 2-in-1 there. All of these $4 to $20.
I like that from your lips to your fingertips.
You got it.
This was cracking me up.
Yes.
What is this?
So this is BioRepublic, and of course, one of their fan favorite products are their eye masks that they're called
Lost Baggage.
Yeah, that's like, the baggage that you don't want to have. You want it to be gone. And so that is their emergency repair for under eyes, which is a really great product. We also have their lip mask, which is really great. And it's like an instant kind of smoothing around both lips and kind of the smile lines so that it's just instant nourishing moisturization. And dry lips, like no one likes dry lips.
Nobody.
Like no one likes dry lips. So their masks are really what they're known for, but we've got some of their serums as well. This glow serum's really terrific. These prices are fabulous. They start around $3.
Okay.
Yeah,
They're taped down.
They are taped down. Sorry.
Just pick up the display.
Exactly. And then finally, lock laces. So these are really cool. These are shoelaces that turn any shoe into a no-tie shoe. So that if you are somebody who has either a kid, it goes from kids to adults to people who with mobility challenges where it might be difficult to tie your shoelaces. You don't have to tie your shoelaces when you use these. They created a pickleball collection, which is pretty fabulous, with Annalie Waters, the #1 pickleball women's champion in the world.
Nice.
And so whether you are a pro like that playing pickleball or a novice like me, like whatever your activity, if you're wearing shoes with laces, this is a great one to have. You'll get 2 packs for $10.
Oh, that's amazing. So
It's
no
really
more
good.
bunny ears teaching how to tie.
Yeah.
Or tied it in a double knot. Yeah, I like that.
Thanks, Tori. And we partner with these amazing companies on these great deals. To get yours today, just scan that QR code right there on your screen and visit our website for all the best deals.
Oh, we love it when Tori is here. Up next, music's Gavin Rossdale on a cause close to his heart.
He's bringing together some of the top names in music to take aim at gun violence. He joins us here when GMA3 comes back.
One, two, three, let's go!
Non-stop drama.
Scandal. It is shocking. Kanye West.
Ciao.
Complicated.
Meg, how do you feel?
I was shocked.
It was horrifying. The kids were gone.
Are these miracle drugs to lose weight?
I wanted that body.
Close your eyes right now.
Holy
There's nothing else like Impact by Nightline.
enjoy the ride.
Mind-blowing.
Feel the impact. The all-new season premieres this Thursday, only on Hulu.
It's the interview everyone will be talking about.
Kerry Washington, you ready?
Sunday night on ABC.
You are bearing your soul.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, but first, the exclusive first look is tomorrow on Good Morning America.
With so much at stake in our world right now, we wanted to thank you for your trust and for making ABC News America's #1 news.
And thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
Kerry Washington, you ready?
Movie star, television icon, adored by millions. But now, a side of her life she's never publicly shared.
You are bearing your soul.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, raw, deeply emotional, and the text that changed her life.
What was that text? You're not supposed to make me cry. I'm supposed to try and make you cry.
Kerry Washington, Thicker Than Water. Sunday night at 10, 9 Central on ABC and stream on Hulu.
With so much at stake in our world right now, we wanted to thank you for your trust and for making ABC News America's #1 news.
And thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
All right, welcome back. Some of the biggest names in the music world are joining forces to help combat gun violence, and they call themselves Artists for Action.
Our next guest is one of the stars at the forefront of the effort, and he's here to tell us more about it. Please help us welcome to the GMA3 studio, Grammy-nominated singer, musician, and frontman of the band Bush, Gavin Rossdale.
Gavin, good to see you, man.
This is quite a group that you're a part of. Billie Eilish, Sheryl Crow, Peter Gabriel, just some of the big names participating.
I signed up.
And
to
you.
know those guys.
What are you hoping to accomplish by banding together?
Well, it's insanity. Everyone feels it. Everyone sees it. We witnessed it. 400 mass shootings this year alone, and just something's got to give, and I think that the reason with the musicians coming together like that is because we're really focusing on like the mental health, the wellness. Why do these people do that? Not just about the guns they're using and access to guns. It's really about what makes these people want to do that from the get-go, and you know how isolated they are. And so mental health, which has been such at the forefront of so much recently, and quite rightly, it's part of that conversation. And we're doing the show Irving Plaza on Friday to kick off Artists for Action. And so it's an honor to be part of something that tries to help the situation, you know what I mean?
And this is a series of live performances. You mentioned the one for Friday. Yep. Let's talk about that a little more.
Yeah, well, we're playing Friday, and I'm hoping that everyone else is going to follow suit and be having shows and benefits and just raising awareness. I mean, with those names alone, you know, anyone would go and see those people for any good reason, but this is an amazing reason to go and support and be part of it, because it really takes the dialogue to change things. And, you know, by staying silent, we've just been, in some ways, complicit in it, you know?
And the artist part is impressive and obviously essential in getting this message out, but you're calling for action. So when people go to these shows or they hear of this initiative, what steps can they take? What kind of action are you hoping for?
Right, really just to join the causes. When you sign up, they provide you all helpful information, things that you can do, and it's really about aligning with these charities. And once you join them, they lead the way and help you to just, you know, talking to you know, your general community. It's talking about to political leaders, letters to people, and just general awareness and general talking about it, because it's only through dialogue that we get change, you know, and here we are.
I want to switch gears because we have you here. I hear there's new music coming out.
Well, yeah, there is new music. We have a greatest hits coming out called Loaded, comes out November the 10th, and so there's a new song from that and a couple of new songs, and so we'll be playing that song on Friday, kicking off there. Yeah, so I've been in the city all week doing promo for that, and then come on here to talk about things. So it's a combination of the Artists for Action and then a little bit of self-promotion about the greatest hits, very secondarily, but yeah, that's what we're doing.
Well, thanks for making time for us.
Of course, thanks for having me.
Special, of course.
So important.
Yeah, Gavin Rossdale, again, thank you very much. And you can check out Gavin and Bush live here in New York this Friday at Irving Plaza. And that is what you need to know for this Wednesday. Come on back tomorrow, everybody. I'm DeMarco Morgan.
I'm Eva Pilgrim.
And I'm Dr. Jen Ashton.
For all of us here at ABC News, make it a great one.
She opened the door. There was a man holding a knife.
12-year-old Polly Klaas was in her own bedroom having a slumber party.
It was like a boogeyman came in and stole her out of that house.
Police say they have significant new information.
What did you find? I thought, this is a crime scene. All the alarm bells started going off.
The Polly Klaas case really changed everything.
Friday, 2020 is all new.
I said, you better get down here. This could be it.
Friday night on ABC.
For 30 years, my brother's death was his mystery. Was he pushed? Did he kill himself?
There's been some human remains found at the bottom of North Head, and the body was naked.
Committing suicide naked is almost unheard of. What's going on here?
We've had some chilling evidence.
Oh my goodness, no one knew it was coming.
It's about finding justice for my brother.
Sometimes you just have to stir the pot.
Tonight, ahead of President Zelensky's trip to D.C., where House Republicans stand on U.S. aid to Ukraine. Plus, how the Fed's decision on interest rates could impact your budget. More Americans turn to the most watched newscast on television. World News Tonight with David Muir.
With so much at stake in our world right now, we wanted to thank you for your trust and for making ABC News America's #1 news.
And thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
From America's #1 news source comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter, and it can customize to you and your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience what all the buzz is about. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now.
Reporting from a flood-ravaged Montpelier, Vermont, I'm Trevor Ault. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
I'm Kana Whitworth here in Los Angeles, and right now on ABC News Live, Attorney General Merrick Garland grilled for hours on Capitol Hill, facing questions over his handling of several cases, including Hunter Biden, President Biden, and Donald Trump. We'll break down some of those heated exchanges. And another potential government shutdown drawing closer, now just days away. What Speaker Kevin McCarthy is now saying about the deep divisions among Republicans in the House. And Ron DeSantis sitting down for an exclusive interview with ABC News Live Prime anchor Lindsay Davis in Texas. What the Republican presidential candidate told her about Donald Trump's position on abortion. We start story here. Attorney General Merrick Garland grilled for hours on Capitol Hill, facing questions on cases again involving Hunter Biden, President Biden, and Donald Trump. Garland called to testify as House Republicans accuse him and the Justice Department of protecting President Biden and his son Hunter, and of having political motivations for taking actions against Donald Trump specifically. Garland pushing back, saying that he's not the president's lawyer and he doesn't work for Congress.
Our job is not to do what is politically convenient. Our job is not to take orders from the president, from Congress, or from anyone else about who or what to criminally investigate. The Justice Department works for the American people.
Well, ABC News Justice reporter Alex Mallon is joining me now. Thank you for being here, Alex. First of all, Garland was questioned for is really focusing on these allegations that the Justice Department interfered in this case against Hunter Biden. What was Garland's response to that?
Well, Kana, he rejected that very forcefully. I think the Attorney General came to Congress today really wanting to make the case that the political interference was not a factor at any point in the investigation into the president's son, Hunter Biden. It was led by a Trump-appointed U.S. attorney. He said before that Trump-appointed attorney asked for special counsel status after a plea deal that they sought to reach with Hunter fell apart. And at one point in an exchange, Garland was asked directly, has anyone from the White House provided any direction at any time to you related to this investigation? He said no. And also, in another exchange, he said this.
Have you had personal contact with anyone at FBI headquarters about the Hunter Biden investigation?
I don't recollect the answer to that question, but the FBI works for the Justice Department. It's.
I'm sorry. You don't recollect. You don't recollect whether you've talked with anybody at FBI headquarters about an investigation into the president's son?
And obviously, Republicans really seizing on that exchange to try and pin Garland down. But that's pretty much a standard answer from this Attorney General. When he says, and he goes before Congress talking about cases, he notes that he cannot talk about deliberations that occur inside the Justice Department between prosecutors or the FBI, and he also can't talk about ongoing criminal cases.
Well, what did he say about his actions against former President Trump?
I think he really wanted to stay away from that. Again, talking about this ongoing criminal cases, 2 criminal cases brought by Special Counsel Jack Smith. He really deferred to the independence of all 3 special counsels that now he has appointed since becoming Attorney General.
And Garland was also pressed on his response to the nationwide fentanyl crisis as well. What did he say?
Yeah, Attorney General Garland really pointed to 2 actions that the Justice Department has been taking recently, going after what are called fentanyl precursors, those chemicals that could be shipped in from places like China and Mexico legally that are used to manufacture mass quantities of fentanyl that are poisoning American communities across the country. And he also pointed to recent actions the Justice Department has been taking in Mexico to go straight after the cartels that, again, are pushing that fentanyl through the border and into America's cities. And he said this in another exchange.
We have traced these precursors to Mexico, where they are made into the fentanyl pills. Fentanyl costs about 10 cents to make. It can be sold on the street in the United States between $10 and $30. You can see what the enormous profit motive is here. So we must stop the cartels themselves.
Yeah, drawing some emotion there from Attorney General Garland. Obviously, the fentanyl crisis gaining a lot more attention this week, especially in the wake of the tragic death of that one-year-old at the daycare in the Bronx. Kana?
Right, certainly highlighting an unbelievable situation in this country right now. Alex Mallon, our thanks to you. And as you know, it's been a busy week there on Capitol Hill as lawmakers work to hammer out a deal to avert a government shutdown. With that deadline now just 10 days away, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says there is still time to reach a deal, vowing to try and convince his colleagues to pass a temporary funding bill through the House. ABC's Jay O'Brien is joining me now there from Capitol Hill. Jay, glad to have you with us this evening. So what is the latest right now on any potential deal here?
Yeah, the reality is, Kana, the clock is winding down for Kevin McCarthy. Right now, House Republicans, including the Speaker, are huddling behind closed doors as House Republican leadership try to tell those holdout votes that they need everybody pulling in the same direction to, as you said, pass that temporary stopgap funding measure to keep the doors of the federal government open while that broader funding fight plays out. House Republicans came together on an agreement for what's called a CR, a continuing resolution, that stopgap funding measure, but it's got a lot of conservative priorities in it. Even with all those conservative priorities, a lot of them about border security, there are still not enough House Republicans to pass this right now through the House. There is at least 10, by our count, more than 10, who have come out and said they are not going to vote for this. And if you're Kevin McCarthy, you can't afford to lose 5 Republican votes. So 10 and more than 10 puts you in a very difficult position. That is why he's trying to whip those holdout votes now and try to get enough Republicans to put this temporary stopgap measure over the line and send it over to the Senate. But the reality is, Kira, even if he does get the votes to pass that measure, because of its conservative border priorities, is dead on arrival in a Democrat-controlled Senate and very much wouldn't be signed by the president into law if it gets through the Senate in the first place. And so they're very much at square one here in terms of funding the federal government. And we've heard from the Senate that if the House can't get this across the goal line, if the House can't pass their temporary stopgap funding measure, the sense I can tell you that we get from the Senate is they're going to try to step in, they're going to try to do something, but the clock is very much ticking. We know House Republicans say they're going to work the weekend, but even that might be not enough time for them to get their measure over the goal line.
All right. Wow. Jay O'Brien, our thanks as always to you there on Capitol Hill. Also tonight, ABC News Live Prime anchor Lindsay Davis sat down for an exclusive interview with a man who's been making headlines a lot lately, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. The conversation took place at an oil field in Texas ahead of a big energy announcement from the governor. Lindsay is joining us now from Odessa. And Lindsay, you sat with the governor as he spoke about his vision for energy dominance there in Texas. But it's the issue of abortion and his contrast with Trump that is making the news. What did he say to you?
Yeah, hey, Kana, the DeSantis campaign for quite a bit of time at this point has really been trying to portray this as a two-man race. And now the strategy really seems to be, let's really point out the daylight between these two candidates, and one of them is abortion. I asked, among the many questions that we talked about today, I asked the governor how he responds to all of the criticism that he's getting from the Republican opponents who are also running for president, among them Donald Trump, who's in Iowa today, who has said that it's a terrible mistake, his 6-week abortion ban in Florida. He says that he's gone too far, and this is how DeSantis answered. A number of your opponents have been really critical of your 6-week abortion ban in Florida. Donald Trump, who's in Iowa today, has called it a terrible mistake. He says that you've gone too far. Can you trust that Donald Trump still has the views with regard to abortion that reflect the base of the GOP party?
Well, when you provide pro-life protections that says when a baby has a heartbeat, that there's protections, that is not something that pro-lifers think is terrible. They think that that is a noble and just thing to do. Of course, there have been many other states that have also done that. He claimed to be pro-life. He spoke at the March for Life and was waxing eloquently about how everybody counts. For him to then attack people like Iowa, South Carolina, Florida, all these other states, I thought was a big mistake. But look, I mean, I think he's taking positions that I think are different from what he took in 2015 when he first came onto the scene. And I do think he's a different candidate today than he was back then. And I think the one back then was probably closer to where Republican voters want to be than the latest iteration.
You said he claimed to be pro-life. Do you think he is pro-life?
Well, you tell me. I think that if you have something where you have a baby that has a detectable heartbeat, if you're pro-life, you would want to say that there should be protections there. And if he's saying that that's a terrible thing, I know most pro-life voters would think that he's wrong.
And so there you see him even questioning if Donald Trump is pro-life, something that he says at least is one of the central tenets, core values of the GOP base. And he also talks about how he really feels, again, the debate is just 1 week from today, how he's saying how Donald Trump owes it to the American voters to be up on that stage. At this point, at least Donald Trump is not planning on being at that debate. But I hope that you'll join us tonight, Kana. We have a wide-ranging interview where we talk not just about abortion and Donald Trump, but also energy. He's rolling out and launching his energy plan today, hoping to get gas down to $2 a gallon by 2025. We also talk about the feud with Disney, with COVID, and a whole lot more.
So many headlines out of this interview. Lindsay Davis, our thanks to you, of course. And again, you can catch Lindsay's full interview with the 2024 Republican presidential candidate tonight on ABC News Live Prime at 7 p.m. Eastern and streaming on Hulu. And coming up next here, as the climate warms and natural disasters increase, we dive into what is left in the wake, the invisible scars and mental anguish that many are suffering years after the destruction, especially among children.
As soon as I started hearing people without hesitation just connect climate change to the fire, I was like, whoa, this is not something that just randomly happened that like destroyed my life as a 12-year-old.
Whenever news breaks,
The crush of families here in Poland.
Here in Kentucky, no match for the tornado.
From Monterey Park, California, on the ground in Ukraine.
Reporting from Uvalde, Texas.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine.
Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
From Kathmandu, Nepal.
In Truckee, California, covering record snowfall.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
Here at this airport in Tampa, it's already shut down.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Reporting from Jerusalem.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is. We're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
30 years. My brother's death was his mystery. Was he pushed? Did he kill himself?
There's been some human remains found at the bottom of North Head, and the body was naked.
Committing suicide naked is almost unheard of. What's going on here?
We've had some chilling evidence.
Oh my goodness. No one knew it was coming.
It's about finding justice for my brother.
Sometimes you just have to stir the pot.
Kerry Washington, you ready?
Movie star, television icon, adored by millions. But now, a side of her life she's never publicly shared.
You are bearing your soul.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, raw, deeply emotional, and the text that changed her life.
What was that text? You're not supposed to make me cry. I'm supposed to try and make you cry.
Kerry Washington, Thicker Than Water. Sunday night at 10, 9 Central on ABC and stream on Hulu.
And welcome back to ABC News Live. Climate change is taking center stage at the United Nations in New York this week as 2023 is on track to be one of the hottest years on record. That's according to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Now, climate experts say that rising temperatures and changing weather patterns have contributed to an increase in the frequency of environmental disasters, and that has caused more death, destruction, and mental health challenges for people in those hard-hit areas. Will Carr shows us the mental toll for several Californians infected by those wildfires that destroyed everything around them.
I was in bed. It was like 11:30. We got a robocall saying that there were 3 houses on fire 7 miles away. I remember my mom saying to me, it's probably better if we just evacuate. If we just sleep at a hotel for the night, we'll be less worried.
We're gonna die, dude. We gotta get out of here.
Let's go.
As a firestorm closed in on Santa Rosa, not even hospitals were safe.
And as soon as we got to the bottom of the hill, we could see the flames kind of on the whole hill behind us and could immediately see that it had just spread so quickly, and it was a firestorm. We later found out that at 12:30, our house was burned. So it was like about 20 minutes after we left. I remember my mom was shockingly calm. I was totally freaked out. I was also a little bit in denial, though. Like, I don't think any 12-year-old really, like, pictures everything they have being gone.
The physical destruction is unmistakable. You can touch it, feel it, see the loss all around. But while the physical scars are obvious, it's often the invisible wounds that cut just as deep.
I started to think about it more when I was 16, when I got my license, and I started to be able to come up here by myself. That was when I was able to really feel like the impact of this fire, which was 4 years later. I have had anxiety since I was younger. I've also had struggles with depression in my older teenage years. When you're dealing with mental health issues and also going through something traumatic, it can just like be so hard to deal with those two things at once.
Flames like 15, 20 feet high.
Like it was a nightmare.
I called my daughter and I told her, Mija, if I don't see you again, remember I love you.
According to some doctors, these types of life-altering disasters can cause some people to experience anxiety, depression, and post-traumatic stress disorder.
There's probably about 10 different major reactions that you'll see in people after a disaster. One would be fears and anxieties, so people may be afraid after a tornado whenever there's severe weather. So they fear something that reminds them of what happened. But they may also have anxiety, which means they become more fearful. And it may not be something directly related to what occurred. So you may see, for example, fear of the dark, even if the disaster happened during daylight.
My room would be like right here, kind of right in front of us right here. We're moving again from the house we currently live in, which is where we moved kind of right after the fire, and it started to really feel like home. And moving again has brought up so much PTSD. Just so many feelings of like, no, I've already lost one house, I don't want to lose another one. I think it's really hard. I never would have imagined that like the physical structure of the house would be so like as important to me as it was.
But sometimes moving forward means looking back, coming to grips with the loss and seeking help if necessary. In Los Angeles, the Didi Hirsch Suicide Prevention Center offers a critical lifeline.
We're really there to help people feel safe, grounded, and direct them back to next action steps to feel more in control of their daily lives and their emotions.
With disasters stretching from coast to coast all the way to Hawaii, the LA Call Center, one of 6 in the nation taking calls for the National Disaster Distress Helpline.
Mental health concerns exist before, during, and after a disaster, whether that's hours, days, weeks, or even months after the event. And so the Disaster Distress Helpline, we provide brief supportive interventions that help people feel listened to and heard in a situation that to them feels out of control.
We hear people who Maybe they're just getting through the physical recovery part, and they haven't even started to think about mental health recovery and emotional recovery. We also get calls from people that may have experienced a disaster years ago, but because of social media or the news, they see a disaster that triggers and activates those previous feelings again, and they have a need for emotional support.
A row of mailboxes in Santa Rosa still standing, each of the homes they go to demolished. Nothing seems real yet.
Now I'm going to start crying if I talk about it.
The natural course after disasters is to experience distress, to have people come together as a community and family and friends, and to start to rebuild and to recover. But if we withdraw the support too soon, some individuals may not return to their baseline and may have continued impairment. And then a minority will go beyond that and have post-traumatic growth, where they actually develop new skills, become more empathic.
Fire conditions that made the 2017 wildfire season so extreme were amplified by climate change, and in return sparked something in Madigan. She's now using her trauma to protect future generations.
There was a whole generation of my parents and people who were affected by the fire who were older than us, but it wasn't normal for a whole group of 12-year-olds and children and teenagers to be losing their home in a climate-related disaster. This was a new thing. As soon as I started hearing people without hesitation just connect climate change to the fire, I was like, whoa, this is not something that just randomly happened that destroyed my life as a 12-year-old.
Madigan is a youth climate activist out on Capitol Hill not long ago advocating to make climate change a mental health emergency, co-writing House Resolution 259, promoting youth mental health and well-being in a changing climate.
It was really, really incredible. It was the first time there had been a federal resolution addressing the mental health effects of climate change. It was just not an issue that was talked about. With climate change right now, you see so many children who are dealing with depression and extreme anxiety about the future. So I think it's really important to also, for adults to offer mental health help and education to kids, rather than just assuming they're going to be fine.
Today, Madigan is focused on a new chapter.
About to go to Berkeley?
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And while her experience has shaped so much of the woman she is, her future is hers to write.
I think the biggest thing is reaching out for help. None of anything I've done has been possible without the support and connection of my peers and my teachers and the adults in my life, my parents, my siblings. It's all been so important. If you're going to go into activism or advocacy, really making sure that you're doing that with a group, because it's so important and it's so hard to handle any of these topics on your own, especially as so many of these responsibilities are being put on youth.
Wow, and our thank you to Will Carr for that report. Coming up next here, how the U.S. Post Office is putting their stamp of approval on Hispanic Heritage Month. It's a fiesta when we come back.
One, two, three, let's go!
Non-stop drama.
Scandal. It is shocking. Kanye West.
Ciao.
Complicated. Meg, how do you feel? I was shocked.
It was horrifying. The kids were gone.
Are these miracle drugs to lose weight?
I wanted that body.
Close your eyes right now.
Holy There's nothing else like Impact by Nightline.
Enjoy the ride.
Mind-blowing.
Feel the impact. The all-new season premieres this Thursday, only on Hulu.
Give it to me. Give it to me.
Tonight, ahead of President Zelensky's trip to D.C., where House Republicans stand on U.S. aid to Ukraine, plus how the Fed's decision on interest rates could impact your budget. More Americans turn to the most watched newscast on television. World News Tonight with David Muir.
She opened the door. There was a man holding a knife.
12-year-old Polly Klaas was in her own bedroom having a slumber party.
It was like a boogeyman came in and stole her out of that house.
Police say they have significant new information.
What did you find?
I thought, this is a crime scene. All the alarm bells started going off.
The Polly Klaas case really changed
everything.
Friday, 2020 is all new.
I said, you better get down here. This could be it.
Friday night on ABC. From America's #1 news source comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter, and it can customize to you and your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience what all the buzz is about. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now.
I'm Marcus Moore covering the wildfires in Greece. Wherever the story is, we will take you there. You're streaming with ABC News Live.
Welcome back. The U.S. Postal Service has kicked off Hispanic Heritage Month with a new festive stamps featuring piñatas. So the stamps showcase donkeys and pointed stars, and they're honoring the traditional Mexican fiesta favorites. Victor Maldenez, a Mexican artist, created the art and designed the stamps. The Postal Service says that part of their proud history is celebrating our multifaceted heritage through stamps. And we have a lot more ahead here on ABC News Live. In today's big story, the 84-year-old white man charged with shooting Ralph Yarl, the black teenager who mistakenly went to the wrong house to pick up his siblings, pleading not guilty. I'll speak with Ralph's mother and his aunt for their reaction to today's court hearing. And in our spotlight, increases in migrant arrivals overwhelming American cities. We'll discuss the recent influx of asylum seekers and the immigration debate heating up across the nation. That's straight ahead.
Imagine if you had an institution where it was almost impossible to be held accountable.
What happened with the police made me scared of them.
No mother should have to bury their child.
Amir Locke was killed in a botched, no-knock warrant situation.
How these cops operate in this country has been America's dirty secret.
Because of the color of his skin, he didn't have a chance.
1, 2, 3, let's go!
Non-stop drama.
Scandal. It is shocking. Kanye West.
Child. Complicated.
Meg, how do you feel? I was shocked.
It was horrifying. The kids were gone.
Are these miracle drugs to lose weight?
I wanted that body.
Close your eyes right now.
Holy There's nothing else like Impact by Nightline.
Enjoy the ride.
Mind-blowing.
Feel the impact. The all-new season premieres this Thursday, only on Hulu.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Everybody in that home is okay.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. We are here at fashion's biggest night out.
What's happening today? YouTube has unveiled a new set of policies.
What people are talking about, the new ad campaign.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
A real-life Barbie dream house.
A name change for the Wienermobile.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
She opened the door. There was a man holding a knife.
12-year-old Polly Klaas was in her own bedroom having a slumber party.
It was like a boogeyman came in and stole her out of that house.
Police say they have significant new information.
What did you find? I thought, this is a crime scene. All the alarm bells started going off.
The Polly Klaas case really changed everything.
Friday, 2020 is all new.
I said, you better get down here. This could be it.
Friday night on ABC.
Fact, black children are more likely to drown than white children, and the reason is deeper than you think. Continuing Tuesday on GMA3, a groundbreaking two-part series, from smashing stereotypes that black people don't swim to empowering and conquering fears. Plus, GMA3's DeMarco Morgan's brave personal journey, showing it's never too late to try.
There's one thing that I don't believe I can do, and that is swim.
Swimming While Black continues Tuesday on GMA3.
Kerry Washington, you ready?
Movie star, television icon, adored by millions. But now, a side of her life she's never publicly shared.
You are bearing your soul.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, raw, deeply emotional, and the text that changed her life.
What was that text?
You're not supposed to make me cry. I'm supposed to try and make you cry.
Kerry Washington, Thicker Than Water. Sunday night at 10, 9 Central on ABC and stream on Hulu.
When I got sent to Idaho to cover the murders of 4 college students, it was a story that didn't make any sense. 4 students stabbed to death in their beds while 2 roommates were home.
You gotta think to yourself, okay, who's the target and how many people would a man go through to get to his target?
I'm Kana Whitworth with ABC News. This is the story of savage murders, a determined small-town police force, and a scholar of crime. This is the King Road Killings. The full series is out now. Listen to every episode wherever you get your podcasts.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland.
Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi.
Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City, getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
The 84-year-old white man charged in the shooting of a black teenager, his name was Ralph Yarl, appearing in court today. I'm Kana Whitworth in Los Angeles, and this is our big story. Andrew Lester pleading not guilty after prosecutors say he shot Yarl in the head when the teen mistakenly went to the wrong home. A trial date is now set, and I'll speak live with Yarl's mother and aunt who were in the courtroom today for their reaction and the justice they would like to see in this shocking case. And in our spotlight, an increase in migrant arrivals overwhelming American cities. We'll discuss the recent influx of asylum seekers and the immigration debate heating up across the nation. But we begin with our big story. Andrew Lester, the 84-year-old Kansas City man who shot Ralph Yarl in the head, pleading not guilty at his arraignment today. The trial now set to begin in October of next year. Ralph Yarl's mother, Cleo Nagby, and his aunt, Faith Spoonmore, were both in court today, and they are joining us now. Ladies, it is an honor to have you here with us tonight, and I would love to hear from you, Cleo, first, just on your reaction to Lester's court appearance today.
I was not surprised, but it seems as if the justice system is more keen on protecting Lester than representing Ralph.
And Faith?
Yeah, that's basically what it came down to. I feel like nobody is taking into consideration that this is a boy who is currently a senior in high school, and he would like to move on with somewhat of a normal life, you know? But instead, when he goes to college, a few months into that, he's gonna have to come back and relive this. And we don't know how long the entire process is gonna take. We don't know how long that's gonna take him away from things that he should be doing as a freshman in college. But instead, he's gonna have to relive the most traumatic night of his life over and over again. And no one took that into consideration today.
Yeah, long-lasting effects for this very talented young man. This case, as you know, sparking a lot of discussions about race in America. Ralph himself, though, telling our Robin Roberts that justice is just the rule of the law, regardless of race, ethnicity, and age. He also talked, about what he wants for his future. But as his mother and his aunt, what does justice look like for you?
For me, I'll say justice looks like the persecutor in this case trying to represent a real person in this instance and not just representing what's black and white in front of him in what he sees on paper. He should be representing a child that has a future, and the future without reliving every instance of what happened like 6 months ago. But all the prosecutor is representing now is the black and white that he sees in front of him and whatever Mr. Lester lawyer pushes. And that's how I see it, is whatever Lester lawyers pushes, that's what happens. Nothing that, affects Ralph and how he lives his lives moving forward is important in this instance.
And I think, Cleo, what you're saying there is so important when you talk about the fact that he has to relive this terrible moment in his life. Together, I'd like for all of us to listen to what Ralph told Robin Roberts about what happened that April evening when he was shot.
Then it happened, and then I'm on the ground. I fall on the glass, the shattered glass, and then before I know it, I'm running away, shouting, "Help me, help me."
So,
Cleo, you yourself
just said that. So, think about sending a child to college, right, in his freshman year, and then 6 weeks later, you pull him out of there and say, "Come and relive all of this." Is it bad that he wants to try it? Is that a problem? Should he be not thinking about going to college? Is that what they want him to do?
Those are incredibly hard questions for you to face, especially we know he is such a talented and smart young man. And Faith, I know for you as well, this has been incredibly painful for your entire family. Tell me about the lasting impact.
As his aunt, when we first started this entire process, it was me asking Ralph, what would you like me to do? I have a platform, I have a community of people. What would you like me to do? And he said, Intifit, let people know about it. And I feel like it has been my promise to him since the night that I saw him in the hospital to see this through. And one of my fears is that Mr. Lester is gonna be dead before he even gets to court. And then there Ralph will be, didn't get the justice that he deserved because the justice system felt sorry for an 84-year-old man instead of seeing a 16-year-old Black boy. So I love my nephew, but this is a work that I am doing, and I definitely feel like it impacts my family because it takes time away from my family. Like right now, I should be making dinner for my kids, but I have to do this because this is my nephew. And this is not okay. There are so many other Black boys out there. There are so many other Black kids that deserve to see justice. It should not just be, this man is old. He should have known better. He knew well enough to call the police after shooting. You should have known better. That's what we need to think about, is that he should have known better, and he knows better. But because he valued the life of Ralph Yarl with little to no respect, he did what he did. And America needs to value Black boys' lives because it needs to be protected.
Cleo and Faith, I really appreciate your time in speaking with us tonight, and we certainly wish you a lot of luck as you are doing everything you can to protect the future of this young man. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us. Thank you so much.
Of course. I want to bring this big story to our panel now. So joining us today is ABC News contributor Mike Muse, former congressman for New York, John Katko, co-author of the Politico Playbook newsletter, Rachel Bade, and ABC News legal contributor Brian Buckmeyer. I have to be honest with you, as our panel, my heart is racing a little bit after hearing from those two women. I imagine yours is as well. Mike, if we start with you, I'd like to get your thoughts here on the shooter, pleading not guilty. What do you think the defense's strategy is here? Because some say that, that plea is likely procedural.
Yeah, it is. I'm curious to see what the defense strategy is going to be, but I think it was something really interesting that Ralph Yarl's attorney, Lee Merritt, what he said is that we oftentimes don't see the scales of justice being equal when it comes to Black versus white. You always want to go in hopeful, but far too often we've seen patterns where it isn't the outcome that we're looking for, even though we believe that the evidence is on our side to protect Black bodies and Black individuals. So as Lee Merritt, his attorney, said, we don't know what their defense is going to be. But as the aunt, Faith, said that there is no justice when it comes to his age or any leniency that he may be given. And so this is a situation of shoot first, ask questions later.
And John, to you, the defendant said that he thought someone was trying to break into his house, but some question if this should be considered a hate crime given the racial undertones of the case. What's your take on that?
Well, first of all, the facts aren't in dispute. The 84-year-old defendant admits that he shot this young man. The young man admits he knocked at the wrong door, and when the door opened, he put his handle on the door to open it, thinking he's going to go inside and see his young brother. So facts aren't in dispute. The only question, and he's charged with a very serious crime. I checked the law. He's facing a 10-year mandatory minimum sentence and a maximum of 30 and a possible life sentence. So it's not like he's getting a slap on the wrist. But I think what's going on here, unfortunately, is that the defense lawyer is doing the only thing he can do. And that is he's going to put this guy on the stand at trial, this 84-year-old, and try and elicit sympathy from the jury that he was confused. And that's just not okay. It's not okay to shoot someone when they knock on your door, and the law is pretty clear about that.
And Rachel, to you, this story resonated across the country. Your reaction to hearing from Ralph's mother and his aunt?
Yeah, look, it's really heart-wrenching when I read, the headlines about this story. You see, a positive ending for a terrible story, and that a lot of these accounts of young, unarmed Black Americans who are shot, oftentimes they're killed. Ralph survived. He's going back to high school. He's looking at colleges. He had an internship, has a future in chemical engineering. So he has that, positive ending. But then you hear from his family and how he is still very much struggling from this. I mean, his family had to pick up and move. Couldn't even stay in the house that they had been living in because of the trauma and the memories of what had happened. And, when you think about the fact that they want justice, but this could drag out for years, and that means he is going to have to come back to this sort of tragedy in his life and this very difficult time when he has such a positive future. So, it's a really a bittersweet picture that we're seeing here.
Right, that was clearly a point of contention for this family. And if you don't mind, Brian, I'd like to ask you about that. Is there anything that they could do so that this young man wouldn't have to return, wouldn't have to leave college for this trial?
Fortunately, I don't think that is a possibility here. I was actually shocked when I saw the trial date. I actually thought it was October of this year, but it's October of 2024. And for so many reasons that didn't make sense, both in terms of what's going on in his life. I mean, we all remember graduating high school. He's supposed to be thinking about prom, what suit he's going to wear, how to tie a tie. He's supposed to be thinking about who he's going to ask out to go to prom. But instead, he's probably going to have to be preparing for testifying in court about being shot twice and running for his life. I share the sympathies, or my sympathy is shared with the family, that why couldn't this have been done next spring or next summer at a time that was more convenient, but still enough time to get all the discovery to the defense and make sure that his rights to a trial are protected, but also the rights of the victim here.
Right, our young victim, Mike Muse, John Katko, Rachel Bade, and Brian Buckmeyer. Our thanks to all of you. And coming up next here in our spotlight, crisis at the southern border, a new surge of migrants flooding into the U.S. by way of Mexico. Why the influx and where will they go?
Whenever news breaks,
the crush of families here in Poland.
Here in Kentucky, no match for the tornado.
From Monterey Park, California, on the ground in Ukraine.
Reporting from Uvalde, Texas.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine.
Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
From Kathmandu, Nepal.
Truckee, California, covering record snowfall.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
Here at this airport in Tampa, it's already shut down.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Reporting from Jerusalem.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is. We're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
30 years. My brother's death was this mystery. Was he pushed? Did he kill himself?
There's been some human remains found at the bottom of North Head, and the body was naked.
Committing suicide naked is almost unheard of. What's going on here?
You had some chilling evidence.
Oh my goodness, no one knew it was coming.
It's about finding justice for my brother.
Sometimes you just have to stir the pot.
Kerry Washington, you ready?
Movie star, television icon, adored by millions. But now, a side of her life she's never publicly shared.
You are bearing your soul.
Yeah.
Why?
Well,
Raw, deeply emotional, and the text that changed her life.
What was that text? You're not supposed to make me cry. I'm supposed to try and make you cry.
Kerry Washington, Thicker Than Water. Sunday night at 10/9 Central on ABC and stream on Hulu.
She opened the door. There was a man holding a knife.
12-year-old Polly Klaas was in her own bedroom having a slumber party.
It was like a boogeyman came in and stole her out of that house.
Police say they have significant new information.
What did you find? I thought this is a crime scene. While the alarm bells started going off.
The Polly Klaas case really changed everything.
Friday, 2020 is all new.
I said, you better get down here. This could be it.
Friday night on ABC.
And welcome back. In our spotlight today, the urgent crisis at the border, the number of migrants crossing the U.S.-Mexican border on the rise. In fact, Eagle Pass, Texas, across the Rio Grande, has just declared a local state of disaster. The mayor telling ABC News they've had 2,500 migrant arrivals today alone. El Paso has seen a 7-day spike, averaging 1,200 encounters per day. A freight company in Mexico temporarily suspending its routes after nearly half a dozen migrants were killed. Others were injured traveling on those trains north. Communities in the U.S., even those thousands of miles from the southern border, places like New York City, grappling to find solutions to this influx. Some cities considering declaring a state of emergency. So we want to dive into what's behind the surge in migrants crossing the border to the U.S. from Texas to California. I want to bring back our panel, and we're adding ABC's Matt Rivers, who is covering the border for us. He is joining us now from San Ysidro. And so, Matt, let's start with you. Look, you've been speaking firsthand with these people who risk their lives willingly crossing the Darien Gap. That's a dangerous stretch of jungle between Colombia and Panama. Many of these people ending up at the U.S. border. And, Matt, you've said this potentially could be the new normal. Why is that?
Well, I think very simply it's because you're seeing record numbers of people moving throughout the hemisphere heading towards the United States, not just the people moving through the Darien Gap, which is from Colombia up into Panama. You also see immigration officials in Honduras saying they've never seen more people moving through. You're hearing similar things in Mexico. And so when you have that many people moving, I don't think it's one specific reason why people are arriving to the U.S. in these numbers, at least right now. I think you're just talking about hundreds of thousands of people all across this region that want to come to the U.S., and when they get here, they're going to cross. That's what I'm hearing from the migrants, the dozens I've spoken to over the last several weeks alone.
And Rachel, we want to ask you, you said that the surge at the border could make a government shutdown even more likely. So why is that? Why is this adding to the dysfunction on Capitol Hill?
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you up here, it's less a question about if the government is going to shut down and more a question about how long a shutdown will last. And I can tell you a surge of migration at the border, that is likely to only make this fight draw out even longer. And one of the reasons I know that is because I just interviewed Chip Roy. He's a congressman from Texas, a Republican. He's one of the congressman who is saying we need to see a crackdown at the border or you're not going to get government funding. He's one of the ones encouraging his leadership to fight. And I asked him, I said, well, what about political consequences on this? Aren't you worried that Republicans are going to be blamed in a shutdown if you're the one sort of cheering this? And his response was, look, my constituents are more concerned about what's happening on the border. If we get to that point, they're going to be cheering me on and telling me to keep fighting. So with that sort of in their ears, that sort of feedback and what's happening at the border, you can bet that these conservatives are going to be even more emboldened to keep this fight going.
And John, to you, these big cities with Democratic leadership are feeling the strain. New York City specifically, the mayor there, Eric Adams, has increasingly been sounding the alarm, pleading for President Biden to ease the crisis. So how has the Biden administration responded, if at all?
Well, I don't think they've responded very much because whether people want to accept it or not, the Biden administration unfortunately signaled that there was a change in policy on the border when they came in. And because of that, the cartels exploited that. Cartels can completely control the border. You cannot cross the border. I know this because I was an organized crime prosecutor going after cartels in El Paso for many years. They completely control the border. They charge at least about $12,000 per person to come across, and those people are all paying the cartels to come across. They're marketing this on TikTok and Facebook and everything because they know with this administration, they're going to have a high batting average of people being allowed to stay in the country. And so perception has become reality, and that's why the people, the pull factor is the fact that they think they can get across, they think they can get into the U.S., and they think they can stay here, and that's actually what's happening. So what they really need to do is secure the border, but also have immigration reform in a bipartisan manner so people can come and go in this country and work and make a living without subject themselves to the hell they're going through just to get to the border.
Right, and Mike, to you, what is the pulse here of everyday Americans who are now seeing influxes of migrants in cities that are not along the border?
I think we have to look at this from a multi-pronged approach. We've been looking at immigration from a very binary perspective of looking at just what happens when you get to the border. We need to have, a comprehensive immigration reform, which Congress just cannot come together on. This cannot be singularly placed on anyone who sits inside the Oval Office. Whoever sits behind the Oval Office cannot just wave a magic wand and make immigration be fixed. It takes an act of Congress and legislation. We also, too, have to look at soft diplomacy. We have to look at why they're moving, coming from South America into Central America. We have to look at what can be done from a soft diplomacy of education, of schools, of infrastructures, and then we have to work with the governments within Central America in order to help facilitate to prevent them from actually getting to the United States. With non-border states, you take, for instance, the state of New York and the city of New York, we have a right to shelter. We're very unique like that. Only Massachusetts has that whenever you arrive into the city of New York, you are guaranteed shelter. Governor Hochul has been asked for federal legislation to change in the interim in order for those migrants who do come to be able to get permitted to work temporarily so that they become self-sufficient, as it's putting a strain on the resources here in New York City. And so we really have to look at this from a very comprehensive perspective, a multi-pronged approach, and not just a binary choice of what happens once we just get to the border. It's a much larger discussion, and when we don't have that discussion, we're going to be back here with this conversation every year.
Right, and essentially that's what Matt is saying. This potentially could be the new normal. Matt Rivers, thank you so much. Mike Muse, John Katko, Rachel Bade. Don't go anywhere, all right? Coming up in our last call here, the wild new trend taking TikTok by storm, the revelations about men, and just how often they think about the Roman Empire. We'll be right back.
1, 2, 3, let's go!
Non-stop drama.
Scandal. It is shocking. Kanye West.
Ciao. Complicated.
The website ran!
Meg, how do you feel?
I was shocked.
It was horrifying. The kids were gone.
Are these miracle drugs?
To lose weight. I wanted that body.
Close your eyes right now.
Holy
There's nothing else like Impact by Nightline.
Enjoy the ride.
Mind-blowing.
Feel the impact. The all-new season premieres this Thursday, only on Hulu.
Give it to me. Give it to me.
Tonight, ahead of President Zelensky's trip to D.C., where House Republicans stand on U.S. aid to Ukraine, plus how the Fed's decision on interest rates could impact your budget. More Americans turn to the most-watched newscast on television. World News Tonight with David Muir.
She opened the door. There was a man holding a knife.
12-year-old Polly Klaas was in her own bedroom having a slumber party.
It was like a boogeyman came in and stole her out of that house.
Police say they have significant new information.
What did you find?
I thought, this is a crime scene. While the alarm bells started going off.
The Polly Klaas case really changed everything.
Friday, 2020 is all new.
They said, you better get down here. This could be it.
Friday night on ABC.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Everybody in that home is okay.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. We are here at fashion's biggest night out.
What's happening today? YouTube has unveiled a new set of policies.
What people are talking about, the new ad campaign.
Fast, straightforward,
With some fun in between.
a real-life Barbie dream house.
A name change for the Wienermobile.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning
America's #1 early morning news.
on ABC News Live.
From America's #1 news source comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter, and it can customize to you and your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience what all the buzz is about. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now.
Reporting from the Fulton County Courthouse in Atlanta, Georgia, I'm Olivia Rubin. Wherever the story goes, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
That noise means it is time for our last call. The brand new TikTok trend is having some women scratching their heads. There are these viral videos where women are asking their boyfriends, husbands, other men in their life, how often do you think about the Roman Empire? So anyone watching, I want you to consider this. And we're talking here about, Julius Caesar, Marcus Aurelius, other famous gladiators. Based on the answers that we're seeing, men think about the vast ancient empire quite often. Former Bachelorette star Hannah Brown was one of many who shared her interaction with her fiance on social media. So take a look.
Ask you a question.
Okay.
How often do you think about the Roman Empire?
How often do I think about the Roman Empire?
Yeah.
Pretty consistently.
Wait, you're kidding.
Pretty consistently. Mike, let's start with you. Be honest. How often do you think about the Roman Empire, not in the context of Nicki Minaj?
Kana, I will only be honest if you promise not to judge me after I give my answer. I need you on record.
No judgment.
Okay. I do think about it.
I'm judging you.
But
okay.
it's I know, Judge, right? But it's because there's something unique about I love the Greco-Roman time period. I mean, it's a formation of modern sports. It's a formation of religion and Christianity. It's a formation of our government. We're constantly seeing everyone's favorite costume for Halloween from a guy is to be a gladiator. Gladiator was such a great movie. I literally can watch Gladiator when it comes on syndicated television all the time.
I don't know.
I love that one too.
I'm not
and
thinking about being a gladiator.
I do think it's sports driven. John, to you, my husband's in sports, and he told me he thinks about it like 5% of the time when he's not thinking about other things. What about you?
Yeah, well, I look at it this way. I'd much rather be wearing a toga right now than this suit, coat, and tie. And I think that their fashion was cool. They get to wear swords once in a while. They have cool fashion. It's just a fascinating culture, and I think the fashion has a lot to do with it. It's pretty cool. I'd much rather be wearing sandals and a toga in Washington when I was in Congress in the summer than this stuff I have on right now.
Ooh, that'd be making headlines. Rachel, feel free to judge away. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm definitely judging you all right now. I will be honest. Can I just tell you, when I read these stories, my initial reaction was, men are so weird, okay? If I actually have a free moment to think about anything other than work, my 15-month-old baby, the laundry that needs to be folded, the dishes that are dirty, and my sink, it's not gonna be thinking about Rome, people. It's about what am I gonna eat for dinner, and then I should probably be working out. But hey guys, dream on, you do you.
Brian, you also have a baby in the house, though. How often are you thinking about it?
So let me defend myself first. I think about it a lot, but I think it's a profession thing and also a bit of a jokester. I mean, you know what we're doing right now where one person poses a question and other people answer and then ask questions themselves? That's called the Socratic method. That's how we learn in law school. I think about it when I'm fixing the plumbing in my house. I think of aqueducts. I'm teaching my son the planets. So Mercury, Mars, Jupiter, those are all Roman gods. So it's more like something connects me to it. But of course, when I do something very good in the house, I do walk up to my wife and I say, "Are you not entertained?" So it's a whole list of things that feel free to judge me.
Oh, Brian, the gladiator. I love it. That is it for our last call. You do not have to go home, but you cannot stay here. Mike Muse, John Katko, Rachel Bate, and Brian Buckmeyer, thank you. And thank you all for streaming with us. I'm Kana Whitworth. Follow ABC News Live on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, and more. Coming up here at 7 p.m. Eastern, be sure to catch ABC News Live Prime with Lindsay Davis for more of her exclusive interview with GOP presidential candidate Governor Ron DeSantis, where he will discuss his campaign, immigration, and more. The news never stops, and neither do we. We'll have more news right after the break.
One, two, three, let's go! Non-stop drama.
Scandal. It is shocking. Kanye West.
Ciao.
Complicated.
Meg, how do you feel?
I was shocked.
It was horrifying. The kids were gone.
Are these miracle drugs?
To lose weight.
I wanted that body.
Close your eyes right now.
Holy
There's nothing else like Impact by Nightline.
Enjoy the ride.
Mind-blowing.
Feel the impact. The all-new season premieres this Thursday, only on Hulu.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Everybody in that home is okay.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. We are here at fashion's biggest night out.
What's happening today? YouTube has unveiled a new set of policies.
What people are talking about. The new ad campaign.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
A real-life Barbie dream house.
A name change for the Wienermobile.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
She opened the door. There was a man holding a knife.
12-year-old Polly Klaas was in her own bedroom having a slumber party.
It was like a boogeyman came in and stole her out of that house.
Police say they have significant new information.
What did you find? I thought, this is a crime scene. While the alarm bells started going off.
The Polly Klaas case really changed everything.
Friday, 2020 is all new.
I said, you better get down here. This could be it.
Comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter, and it can customize to you and your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience what all the buzz is about. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now.
Reporting from Ocala, Florida, I'm Victor Okendo. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
I'm Kana Whitworth here in Los Angeles, and right now on ABC News Live, the man charged in the ambush killing of a Los Angeles sheriff's deputy appearing in court today, pleading not guilty. What we're learning about his defense. And Attorney General Merrick Garland grilled on the House on Capitol Hill for hours, facing questions over his handling of several cases, including Hunter Biden, President Biden, and Donald Trump. We'll break down some of the heated exchanges. Our top story at this hour, though, the suspect in the execution-style murder of a Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy has pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity. Kevin Salazar appeared during an arraignment today and entered his dual plea of not guilty through his attorney. The 29-year-old is facing one charge of murder with special circumstances after he shot and killed Deputy Ryan Klinkenbroomer over the weekend. Authorities describing the murder as an ambush. ABC's Alex Stone has been tracking the latest and is joining us now. Alex, thank you for being here. First of all, tell us what happened during Salazar's arraignment today.
Well, Kenny, it was a quick hearing today. He came in, he was in a bulletproof vest, no shirt on underneath that vest, and he didn't say anything during the hearing. The judge did all of the talking about the plea, not guilty by reason of insanity, and that was about it. We know there will be a preliminary hearing in November. We know, based on this hearing today, that there will be a mental health part of this case moving forward, that his attorneys are going to claim that he is mentally ill. He remains in jail.
And Alex, multiple law enforcement sources telling ABC News here that Salazar already confessed to investigators, but the motive is still unclear. Is that still the case?
The motive is still unknown today, and at this point, investigators may not learn a motive as they go down this road of mental health. His family is saying that he has been mentally ill for a very long time, and that this is a man who has been paranoid, schizophrenic for quite some time. That they say that they didn't think he had a gun. He apparently was able to legally go and buy a gun. But what that motive was, you know, sometimes in these, think back to Boulder, Colorado a couple of years ago and the King Soopers shooting. We still don't know in that case. That suspect survived, but there has been a mental aspect to that as well, and we still don't know there. They are working on it right now. If this does come down to mental health, there may not be an answer that appeases everybody.
All right, Alex, and potentially we could get some answers here as authorities
Sheriff
right now
Luna
are holding a
said the
press
other
conference
day
to update us on the case. Let's
that
listen
Ryan
in.
was a superstar. He became a training officer, which is a position of honor and reserved for the best of the best, very early in his career. He dedicated himself to the calling that carries with it the weight of responsibility and the promise of making our community safer. But his life wasn't only about the uniform he wore or the star that he proudly adorned on his chest. It was also about the potential, the lives that he could have touched, the crimes that he could have prevented, and the difference that he could have made in the life of those he swore to protect. He was newly engaged to be married. He's a beloved son, a brother, a colleague to many, and a friend and a community member. His sacrifice serves as a reminder of the courage and dedication that defines our law enforcement community. The loss of any life is a tragedy, but when it's a sworn officer, someone who has taken an oath to protect our communities and is taken from us, it cuts deeper. It's an assault on the very fiber of our community and civilization. It is a stark reminder of the dangers our law enforcement officers face every day while selfishly serving and protecting our neighborhoods. Having served as a police officer myself, I have personally experienced the bond that exists among law enforcement community. In light of the charges filed today, it is imperative that justice be served. If the defendant is found guilty, he will face severe consequences. If convicted, the defendant will face sentence of life and imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Let me emphasize that our pursuit of justice does not end with these charges. Our dedicated team of prosecutors, alongside the Sheriff Department and other agencies, will work tirelessly to ensure every aspect of this case is thoroughly examined and that all the evidence is meticulously presented and the truth is brought to light. We owe it to Ryan, his family, and every member of our community. The pursuit of justice is a solemn duty, and I want to assure you that we will leave no stone unturned in our efforts to bring closure and accountability. I want to thank the community for their help and the Los Angeles County Sheriff Department for their swift and unrelenting work apprehending the defendant in this cowardly and senseless murder of Ryan. I want to thank Sheriff Luna for his leadership during this incredible tragedy. And to Ryan's family, we want you to know that our hearts ache with you. We share our grief, and we stand with you during this profound time of sorrow. Ryan's bravery and unwavering commitment will never be forgotten, and his legacy will live on the hearts of our community. We will honor him, his memory, by continuing to work tirelessly in our pursuit of justice in this case. I'm going to turn it over now to Sheriff Luna, and then we will have, I believe it's Brittany that is going to say a few words, and then we'll answer any questions in English, and then at the end, we'll answer any questions that you may have in Spanish. With that, I'm going to turn it over to our sheriff.
Again, thank you all for coming here. And a lot of what I'm going to say up here is really just a lot of thank yous. Most importantly, the biggest thank you goes to the family here to my right. Not only for having the courage to stand here today, which you can only imagine how difficult it is for them. They just delivered their son's body from the coroner's office to a mortuary. Think about that for a second. They are amazing. When you hear about all the stories about Ryan and the incredible human being he was, you spend 2 minutes with this family and you understand right away why he was the way he was. Grandfather, father, mother who served with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, brother who serves with another law enforcement agency, a neighboring agency. Just incredible people, service running through their veins. And I want to personally, publicly thank you for sharing Ryan with us. We can't thank you enough. Over to my left, you have standing very proudly deputies from the Palmdale station who are his brothers, who work with him day in and day out. They put their life on the line every day, just like Ryan did. And to remind everybody, Ryan had just left the station in uniform in a black and white police car, sitting there just waiting for a red light to turn. And he's never coming home again. Thank you for what you do. And I know you did everything you could to take care of Ryan and to take care of each other. We're hurting right now. The family's hurting. This department's hurting. So I do appreciate all the work that all of you did because you helped us bring this case. You helped us arrest this individual who committed this ambush, murder of our deputy. You came, you reported, people came forward, and in true partnership with our community in Palmdale, people stepped up to the plate and provided information to our detectives who were relentless. I had to tell some of these men and women, hey, you got to go home and get some rest. They would look at me, turn away, and continue to work. That's the level of commitment they showed to solve this case, all the way through to the arrest, the professionalism, the discipline that they showed. And I also want to end because, honestly, you need to hear, you need to hear from Brittany. That's who we're here to listen to. Before I turn it over to her, just please remember the pain that she's going through and will continue to go through. And I'm going to be standing right next to her, and I'm going to protect her like a lion. So just please respect her. But before I turn the mic over to Brittany, I would like to thank our district attorney. Him and I had several conversations during the last several days. We promised the parents that we would arrest this individual. They talked to me about prosecution, and based on the DA's announcement today, we are hoping for nothing less than the maximum punishment available under the law for this individual. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Brittany. I'll have her step up. Please remember what she's been through the last 3 or 4 days.
My name is Brittany Lindsay. I'm Ryan's fiance. Brittany Lindsey. First of all, I want to thank each and every officer from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for everything you've done for our family the last few days. I also want to say thank you to anyone that helped solve this case. Ryan was the best guy I've ever met. He was so thoughtful, caring, and everyone who met him or knew him loved him. I'm so happy I was able to love him. It was not long enough. I couldn't wait to start our lives together. We were just engaged, planning to get married and start a family. Ryan, I miss you and I love you so much. I don't know how to live without you, and I didn't ever want to imagine it. Now look down on all your brothers and sisters in blue. Keep them safe so this never happens to anyone else. Protect them and watch over them as they continue to serve their community. Until we meet again.
Amen.
Are there any questions in English before we turn it over to Spanish?
Mr. Gascon, good afternoon. Thank you for doing this. Can you talk a little bit about the special circumstances and how you came to those conclusions, and was that a tough decision?
It was not a tough decision. We have a process. I'm going to turn it over to the trial team to get into the details, but I can tell you that what made it tough is a tragedy. You know, my family and I have been around policing since I left the Army many years ago. I have been to way too many funerals. I have talked to way too many families, both as a police officer, assistant chief, and chief of police. And I can tell you there's nothing more difficult for me than what I've gone through in the last few days. And I know that Sheriff Luna has had a lot of sleepless nights. And clearly, the family will be in trauma for the rest of their life. So the decision was not difficult. We follow a process, and I'd like to turn it over to our prosecutors that can give you more details.
Did you have a further question? Yeah, I wanted to find out about the weapon, and if it was purchased legally. Step to the microphone, identify yourself, please.
All right, so you just heard an update here. You first heard from Los Angeles County District Attorney George Gascon, and you also heard from our Sheriff Robert Luna here in LA County. And then most poignantly, you then heard from Brittany Lindsay, who is the fiance of the deputy who was murdered ambush style. That deputy's name, Ryan Klinkenbroomer. It was a very emotional moment. As we heard from his fiance, they had been engaged only 4 days, and you heard her thank all of the other service members for everything that they are doing and everything that they did to help bring this perpetrator in. The suspect right now faces murder charges with 3 special circumstances allegations here. The crime was committed against a peace officer, lying in wait, and also discharge of a firearm from a motor vehicle. Now, if he is convicted, he does face life in prison, and you heard from Sheriff Luna that they want the maximum punishment under the law. I want to bring in Alex Stone. And Alex, again, this was an emotional press conference. As we know, it was challenging to hear from Brittany Lindsay, to imagine what she's going through. Sheriff Luna said he was going to stand by her and protect her like a lion. And Alex, as you know, Klinkenbroomer had a service heart, and he was born into that, right? His father and his grandfather also served, and so this has sent incredible ripple effects throughout the department and really throughout the state, Alex.
Absolutely. His family, they were police officers, are police officers, and members of the Sheriff's Department. You saw the Kleenex there next to the lectern, and this was extremely emotional. You heard in the voice of DA George Gascon and in Sheriff Luna and then in Brittany Lindsay that it was about a week ago that she was having the happiest day of her life, that she was engaged to Deputy Klinkenbroomer, that it was 4 days before she was murdered, that he was murdered, that they got engaged, and how in this last week her life has changed, the family's life has changed from one of the happiest days of her life to standing up there at the lectern today.
And Alex, we know that this Salazar will appear in court next on November 7th for a preliminary hearing. But Alex, if you would, I'd like for you to share with our viewers what this community out there in Palmdale is like. Remind our viewers that when people were calling to defund the police, what were the folks in Palmdale doing?
Yeah, Palmdale and neighboring Lancaster, that they are rural areas in northern LA County, that they are very conservative on the edge of Edwards Air Force Base. This is an area that next door in Lancaster, they're in fact creating a police department right now. They announced last week that in addition to the sheriff's department, they want their own police department as well. They want more law enforcement in the area, that they are very pro law enforcement. Typically, a Republican mayor in Palmdale and Lancaster and representation in the area with the military base right there, that this is an area that supports law enforcement, the military, and service in general. And we've seen that with the outpouring of support going on right now.
We certainly have. Alex, our thanks to you in helping us cover this. And again, a reminder to everybody that Sheriff Robert Luna has asked for the maximum punishment under the law for the defendant in this case. Also now, Attorney General Merrick Garland has been grilled on the House today for hours, grilled on Capitol Hill for hours, facing questions on cases involving Hunter Biden, President Biden, and Donald Trump. Garland called to testify as House Republicans accusing him here and the Justice Department of protecting President Biden and his son Hunter and of having political motivations for taking actions against Donald Trump. Garland, though, pushing back. He went on to say, he is not the president's lawyer and that he doesn't work for Congress.
Our job is not to do what is politically convenient. Our job is not to take orders from the president, from Congress, or from anyone else about who or what to criminally investigate. The Justice Department works for the American people.
Well, ABC News Justice reporter Alex Mallon is joining me now. Alex, thank you for being here. So Garland questioned for most of the day. Republicans clearly focus on the allegations that the Justice Department interfered in the case against Hunter Biden. What was his response to that?
Yeah, well, Kana, he rejected that very forcefully. He really came out of the gate today trying to make the case to the American people that the investigation into Hunter Biden has not been tainted or influenced in any way by senior officials at the Justice Department. Garland was asked flat out whether anyone from the White House provided direction to him or any other senior DOJ officials as part of the investigation. He said no, and there was also this exchange.
Have you had personal contact with anyone at FBI headquarters about the Hunter Biden investigation?
I don't recollect the answer to that question, but the FBI works for the Justice Department. It's.
I'm sorry. You don't recollect. You don't recollect whether you've talked with anybody at FBI headquarters about an investigation of the president's son?
Now, obviously, that question and the answer from Garland raising some eyebrows among Republicans, thinking that they may have nailed him down. But it's really standard language from Garland. He basically wants to hew to the Justice Department's policy where they don't speak about internal department deliberations and they don't speak about ongoing cases. He's really trying to emphasize the importance of independence of the Hunter Biden investigation at this stage.
And Garland was also pressed on his response to the nationwide fentanyl crisis. And how did he respond to that?
Yeah, Kana, he really emphasized that the Justice Department is trying to tackle this nationwide epidemic in two ways. One is by going after what are called precursor chemicals, things, the chemicals that are coming in from China and Mexico, shipped legally into the U.S., that are then used to make massive quantities of fentanyl that are shipped throughout American communities. And then he also noted that the Justice Department has been really aggressive as of late, going after the cartels in Mexico that are responsible for, the shipping, the getting it over the border illegally, and then spreading it throughout the country. And I think we saw him talk about those precursor chemicals in this next exchange.
We have traced these precursors to Mexico, where they are made into the fentanyl pills. Fentanyl costs about 10 cents to make. It can be sold on the street in the United States between $10 and $30. You can see what the enormous profit motive is here. So we must stop the cartels themselves.
Obviously, the Attorney General getting very emotional there. This comes as obviously the attention to the fentanyl crisis is growing, especially in the wake of that tragic death of that 1-year-old in the Bronx at that daycare this week. Kayna?
Yeah, that has certainly highlighted the crisis. Alex Mallon, our thanks to you, as always. And coming up next here, how the U.S. Post Office is putting their stamp of approval on Hispanic Heritage Month. It's a fiesta when we come back.
Whenever news breaks,
The crush of families here in Poland.
Here in Kentucky, no match for the tornado.
From Monterey Park, California, on the ground in Ukraine.
Reporting from Uvalde, Texas.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine. Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
From Kathmandu, Nepal.
In Truckee, California, covering record snowfall.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
Here at this airport in Tampa, it's already shut down.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Reporting from Jerusalem.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is. We're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
30 years. My brother's death was his mystery. Was he pushed? Did he kill himself?
There's been some human remains found at the bottom of North Head, and the body was naked.
Committing suicide naked is almost unheard of. What's going on here?
We've had some chilling evidence.
Oh my goodness. No one knew it was coming.
It's about finding justice for my brother.
Sometimes you just have to stir the pot.
Kerry Washington, you ready?
Movie star, television icon, adored by millions. But now, a side of her life she's never publicly shared.
You are bearing your soul.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, raw, deeply emotional, and the text that changed her life.
What was that text? You're not supposed to make me cry. I'm supposed to try and make you cry.
Kerry Washington, Thicker Than Water. Sunday night at 10, 9 Central on ABC.
Well, the U.S. Postal Service has kicked off Hispanic Heritage Month with new festive stamps featuring piñatas. The stamps showcase donkeys and pointed stars, and they honor the traditional Mexican fiesta favorites. Victor Melendez, a Mexican artist, created the art and designed the stamps. The Postal Service says that part of their proud history is celebrating our multifaceted heritage through these stamps. Beautiful. Much more news ahead here on ABC News Live. In today's big story, the 84-year-old white man charged with shooting Ralph Yarl, the black teenager who mistakenly went to the wrong house to pick up his siblings, pleading not guilty. I'll speak with Ralph's mother and his aunt for their reaction to today's court hearing. And in our spotlight, increases in migrant arrivals overwhelming American cities. We'll discuss the recent influx of asylum seekers and the immigration debate heating up across the nation. That's just ahead.
1, 2, 3, let's go! Non-stop drama.
Scandal.
It is shocking. Kanye West.
Ciao. Complicated.
Meg, how do you feel?
I was shocked. It was horrifying. The kids were gone. Are these miracle drugs to lose weight?
I wanted that body.
Close your eyes right now.
Holy.
There's nothing else like Impact by Nightline.
Enjoy the ride.
Mind-blowing.
Feel the impact. The all-new season premieres this Thursday, only on Hulu.
Give it to me. Give it to me.
Tonight, ahead of President Zelensky's trip to D.C., where House Republicans stand on U.S. aid to Ukraine. Plus, how the Fed's decision on interest rates could impact your budget. More Americans turn to the most watched newscast on television. World News Tonight with David Muir.
She opened the door. There was a man holding a knife.
12-year-old Polly Klaas was in her own bedroom having a slumber party.
It was like a boogeyman came in and stole her out of that house.
Police say they have significant new information.
What did you find?
I thought, this is a crime scene. All the alarm bells started going off.
The Polly Klaas case really changed everything.
Friday, 2020 is all new.
I said, you better get down here. This could be it.
Friday night on ABC. Whenever news breaks.
The crush of families here in Poland.
Here in Kentucky, no match for the tornado.
From Monterey Park, California, on the ground in Ukraine.
Reporting from Uvalde, Texas.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine. Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
From Kathmandu, Nepal.
Truckee, California, covering record snowfall.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
Here at this airport in Tampa, it's already shut down.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Reporting from Jerusalem.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is, we're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news. We're honored ABC's 2020 winner of 3 Emmy Awards for Excellence. Thank you for making 2020 Friday night's most watched and most honored news magazine. From America's #1 news source comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter, and it can customize to you and your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience what all the buzz is about. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now.
Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey, I'm David Muir. Wherever the story, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
The 84-year-old white man charged in the shooting of a black teenager, his name was Ralph Yarl, appearing in court today. I'm Kana Whitworth in Los Angeles, and this is our big story. Andrew Lester pleading not guilty after prosecutors say he shot Yarl in the head when the teen mistakenly went to the wrong home. A trial date is now set, and I'll speak live with Yarl's mother and aunt who were in the courtroom today for their reaction and the justice they would like to see in this shocking case. And in our spotlight, an increase in migrant arrivals overwhelming American cities. We'll discuss the recent influx of asylum seekers and the immigration debate heating up across the nation. But we begin with our big story. Andrew Lester, the 84-year-old Kansas City man who shot Ralph Yarl in the head, pleading not guilty at his arraignment today. The trial now set to begin in October of next year. Ralph Yarl's mother, Cleo Nagby, and his aunt, Faith Spoonmore, were both in court today, and they are joining us now. Ladies, it is an honor to have you here with us tonight, and I would love to hear from you, Cleo, first, just on your reaction to Lester's court appearance today.
I was not surprised, but it seems as if the justice system is more keen on protecting Lester than representing Ralph.
And Faith?
Yeah, that's basically what it came down to. I feel like nobody is taking into consideration that this is a boy who is currently a senior in high school, and he would like to move on with somewhat of a normal life, you know? But instead, when he goes to college, a few months into that, he's gonna have to come back and relive this. And we don't know how long the entire process is gonna take. We don't know how long that's gonna take him away from things that he should be doing as a freshman in college. But instead, he's gonna have to relive the most traumatic night of his life over and over again. And no one took that into consideration today.
Yeah, long-lasting effects for this very talented young man. This case, as you know, sparking a lot of discussions about race in America. Ralph himself, though, telling our Robin Roberts that justice is just the rule of the law, regardless of race, ethnicity, and age. He also talked, about what he wants for his future. But as his mother and his aunt, what does justice look like for you?
For me, I'll say justice looks like the persecutor in this case trying to represent a real person in this instance and not just representing what's black and white in front of him in what he sees on paper. He should be representing a child that has a future, and a future without reliving every instance of what happened like 6 months ago. But all the persecutor is representing now is the black and white that he sees in front of him and whatever Mr. Lester Lawyer pushes. And that's how I see it. It's whatever Lester Lawyers pushes, that's what happens. Nothing that, affects Ralph and how he lives his lives moving forward is important in this instance.
And I think, Cleo, what you're saying there is so important when you talk about the fact that he has to relive this terrible moment in his life. Together, I'd like for all of us to listen to what Ralph told Robin Roberts about what happened that April evening when he was shot.
Then it happened, and then I'm on the ground. I fall on the glass, the shattered glass, and then before I know it, I'm running away, shouting, "Help me, help me."
So,
Cleo, you yourself
just said that. So, think about sending a child to college, right, in his freshman year. And then 6 weeks later, you pull him out of there and say, come and relive all of this. Is it bad that he wants to try it? Is that a problem? Should he be not thinking about going to college? Is that what they want him to do?
Those are incredibly hard questions for you to face, especially we know he is such a talented and smart young man. And Faith, I know for you as well, this has been incredibly painful for your entire family. Tell me about the lasting impact.
As his aunt, when we first started this entire process, it was me asking Ralph, what would you like me to do? I have a platform, I have a community of people. What would you like me to do? And he said, Intifid, let people know about it. And I feel like it has been my promise to him since the night that I saw him in the hospital to see this through. And one of my fears is that Mr. Lester is gonna be dead before it even gets to court. And then there Ralph will be, didn't get the justice that he deserved because the justice system felt sorry for an 84-year-old man instead of seeing a 16-year-old black boy. So I love my nephew, but this is a work that I am doing, and I definitely feel like it impacts my family because it takes time away from my family. Like right now, I should be making dinner for my kids, but I have to do this because this is my nephew. And this is not okay. There are so many other black boys out there. There are so many other black kids that deserve to see justice. It should not just be, this man is old. He should have known better. He knew well enough to call the police after shooting. You should have known better. That's what we need to think about, is that he should have known better, and he knows better. But because he valued the life of Ralph Yarr with little to no respect, he did what he did. And America needs to value black boys' lives because it needs to be protected.
Cleo and Faith, I really appreciate your time in speaking with us tonight, and we certainly wish you a lot of luck as you are doing everything you can to protect the future of this young man. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us. Thank you so much.
Of course. I want to bring this big story to our panel now. So joining us today is ABC News contributor Mike Muse, former congressman for New York, John Katko, co-author of the Politico Playbook newsletter, Rachel Bade, and ABC News legal contributor Brian Buckmeyer. I have to be honest with you, as our panel, my heart is racing a little bit after hearing from those two women. I imagine yours is as well. Mike, if we start with you, I'd like to get your thoughts here on the shooter, pleading not guilty. What do you think the defense's strategy is here? Because some say that, that plea is likely procedural.
Yeah, it is. You know, I'm curious to see what the defense strategy is going to be, but I think it was something really interesting that Ralph Yarl's attorney, Lee Merritt, what he said is that we oftentimes don't see the scales of justice being equal when it comes to black versus white. You always want to go in hopeful, but far too often we've seen patterns where it isn't the outcome that we're looking for, even though we believe that the evidence is on our side to protect black bodies and black individuals. So as Lee Merritt, his attorney, said, we don't know what their defense is going to be. But as the aunt, Faith, said that there is no justice when it comes to his age or any leniency that he may be given. And so this is a situation of shoot first, ask questions later.
And John, to you, the defendant said that he thought someone was trying to break into his house, but some question if this should be considered a hate crime given the racial undertones of the case. What's your take on that?
Well, first of all, the facts aren't in dispute. The 84-year-old defendant admits that he shot this young man. The young man admits he knocked at the wrong door, and when the door opened, he put his handle on the door to open it, thinking he's going to go inside and see his young brother. So facts aren't in dispute. The only question, and he's charged with a very serious crime. I checked the law. He's facing a 10-year mandatory minimum sentence and a maximum of 30 and a possible life sentence. So it's not like he's getting a slap on the wrist. But I think what's going on here, unfortunately, is that the defense lawyer is doing the only thing he can do. And that is he's going to put this guy on the stand at trial, this 84-year-old, and try and elicit sympathy from the jury that he was confused. And that's just not okay. It's not okay to shoot someone when they knock on your door, and the law is pretty clear about that.
And Rachel, to you, this story resonated across the country. Your reaction to hearing from Ralph's mother and his aunt?
Yeah, look, it's really heart-wrenching when I read, the headlines about this story. You see, a positive ending for a terrible story, and that a lot of these accounts of young, unarmed black Americans who are shot, oftentimes they're killed. Ralph survived. He's going back to high school. He's looking at colleges. He had an internship, has a future in chemical engineering. So he has that, positive ending. But then you hear from his family and how he is still very much struggling from this. I mean, his family had to pick up and move. Couldn't even stay in the house that they had been living in because of the trauma and the memories of what had happened. And, when you think about the fact that they want justice, but this could drag out for years, and that means he is going to have to come back to this sort of tragedy in his life and this very difficult time when he has such a positive future. So, it's a really a bittersweet picture that we're seeing here.
Right, that was clearly a point of contention for this family. And if you don't mind, Brian, I'd like to ask you about that. Is there anything that they could do so that this young man wouldn't have to return, wouldn't have to leave college for this trial?
Fortunately, I don't think that is a possibility here. I was actually shocked when I saw the trial date. I actually thought it was October of this year. It's October of 2024. And for so many reasons that didn't make sense, both in terms of what's going on in his life. I mean, we all remember graduating high school. He's supposed to be thinking about prom, what suit he's going to wear, how to tie a tie. He's supposed to be thinking about who he's going to ask out to go to prom. But instead, he's probably going to have to be preparing for testifying in court about being shot twice and running for his life. I share the sympathies, or my sympathy is shared with the family, that why couldn't this have been done next spring or next summer at a time that was more convenient, but still enough time to get all the discovery to the defense and make sure that his rights to a trial are protected, but also the rights of the victim here.
Right, our young victim, Mike Muse, John Katko, Rachel Bade, and Brian Buckmeyer, our thanks to all of you. And coming up next here in our spotlight, crisis at the southern border, a new surge of migrants flooding into the U.S. by way of Mexico. Why the influx and where will they go?
It was the ideal marriage. Little did I know I was married to a man who had done something so horrible that it would devastate our lives forever.
Teacher of the Year is now charged with sex crimes.
Only on Hulu.
He was living a double life.
The shocking story behind a #1 true crime podcast.
Prostitutes, escorts. He even cheated on me the week of our wedding.
Betrayal, the perfect husband.
He had a lot of fantasies.
Now streaming only on Hulu.
Kerry Washington, you ready?
Movie star, television icon, adored by millions. But now, a side of her life she's never publicly shared.
You are bearing your soul.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, raw, deeply emotional, and the text that changed her life.
What was that text? You're not supposed to make me cry. I'm supposed to try and make you cry.
Kerry Washington, Thicker Than Water. Sunday night at 10, 9 Central on ABC and stream on Hulu.
Imagine if you had an institution where it was almost impossible to be held accountable.
What happened with the police made me scared of them.
No mother should have to bury their child.
Amir Locke was killed in a botched, no-knock warrant situation.
How these cops operate in this country has been America's dirty secret.
Because of the color of his skin, he didn't have a chance.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
And welcome back. In our spotlight today, the urgent crisis at the border, the number of migrants crossing the U.S.-Mexican border on the rise. In fact, Eagle Pass, Texas, across the Rio Grande, has just declared a local state of disaster. The mayor telling ABC News they've had 2,500 migrant arrivals today alone. El Paso has seen a 7-day spike, averaging 1,200 encounters per day. A freight company in Mexico temporarily suspending its routes after nearly half a dozen migrants were killed. Others were injured traveling on those trains north. Communities in the U.S., even those thousands of miles from the southern border, places like New York City, grappling to find solutions to this influx. Some cities considering declaring a state of emergency. So we want to dive into what's behind the surge in migrants crossing the border to the U.S. from Texas to California. I want to bring back our panel, and we're adding ABC's Matt Rivers, who is covering the border for us. He is joining us now from San Ysidro. And so, Matt, let's start with you. Look, you've been speaking firsthand with these people who risk their lives willingly crossing the Darien Gap. That's a dangerous stretch of jungle between Colombia and Panama. Many of these people ending up at the U.S. border. And Matt, you've said this potentially could be the new normal. Why is that?
Well, I think very simply it's because you're seeing record numbers of people moving throughout the hemisphere heading towards the United States, not just the people moving through the Darien Gap, which is from Colombia up into Panama. You also see immigration officials in Honduras saying they've never seen more people moving through. You're hearing similar things in Mexico. And so when you have that many people moving, I don't think it's one specific reason why people are arriving to the U.S. in these numbers, at least right now. I think you're just talking about hundreds of thousands of people all across this region that want to come to the U.S., and when they get here, they're going to cross. That's what I'm hearing from the migrants, the dozens I've spoken to over the last several weeks alone.
And Rachel, we want to ask you, you said that the surge at the border could make a government shutdown even more likely. So why is that? Why is this adding to the dysfunction on Capitol Hill?
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you up here, it's less a question about if the government is going to shut down and more a question about how long a shutdown will last. And I can tell you a surge of migration at the border, that is likely to only make this fight draw out even longer. And one of the reasons I know that is because I just interviewed Chip Roy. He's a congressman from Texas, a Republican. He's one of the congressmen who is saying we need to see a crackdown at the border or you're not going to get government funding. He's one of the ones encouraging his leadership to fight. And I asked him, I said, well, what about political consequences on this? Aren't you worried that Republicans are going to be blamed in a shutdown if you're the one sort of cheering this? And his response was, look, my constituents are more concerned about what's happening on the border. If we get to that point, they're going to be cheering me on and telling me to keep fighting. So with that sort of in their ears, that sort of feedback and what's happening at the border, you can bet that these conservatives are going to be even more emboldened to keep this fight going.
And John, to you, you know, these big cities with Democratic leadership are feeling the strain. New York City specifically, the mayor there, Eric Adams, has increasingly been sounding the alarm, pleading for President Biden to ease the crisis. So how has the Biden administration responded, if at all?
Well, I don't think they've responded very much because whether people want to accept it or not, the Biden administration unfortunately signaled that there was a change in policy on the border when they came in. And because of that, the cartels exploited that. Cartels can completely control the border. You cannot cross the border. I know this because I was an organized crime prosecutor going after cartels in El Paso for many years. They completely control the border. They charge at least about $12,000 per person to come across, and those people are all paying the cartels to come across. They're marketing this on TikTok and Facebook and everything because they know with this administration, they're going to have a high batting average of people being allowed to stay in the country. And so perception has become reality, and that's why the people, the pull factor is the fact that they think they can get across, they think they can get into the U.S., and they think they can stay here, and that's actually what's happening. So what they really need to do is secure the border, but also have immigration reform in a bipartisan manner so people can come and go in this country and work and make a living without subject themselves to the hell they're going through just to get to the border.
Right, and Mike, to you, you know, what is the pulse here of everyday Americans who are now seeing influxes of migrants in cities that are not along the border?
I think we have to look at this from a multi-pronged approach. We've been looking at immigration from a very binary perspective of looking at just what happens when you get to the border. We need to have a comprehensive immigration reform, which Congress just cannot come together on. This cannot be singularly placed on anyone who sits inside the Oval Office. Whoever sits behind the Oval Office cannot just wave a magic wand and make immigration be fixed. It takes an act of Congress and legislation. We also, too, have to look at soft diplomacy. We have to look at why they're moving, coming from South America into Central America. We have to look at what can be done from a soft diplomacy of education, of schools, of infrastructures, and then we have to work with the governments within Central America in order to help facilitate to prevent them from actually getting to the United States. With non-border states, you take, for instance, the state of New York and the city of New York, we have a right to shelter. We're very unique like that. Only Massachusetts has that whenever you arrive into the city of New York, you are guaranteed shelter. Governor Hochul has been asked for federal legislation to change in the interim in order for those migrants who do come to be able to get permitted to work temporarily so that they become self-sufficient, as it's putting a strain on the resources here in New York City. And so we really have to look at this from a very comprehensive perspective, a multi-pronged approach, and not just a binary choice of what happens once we just get to the border. It's a much larger discussion, and when we don't have that discussion, we're going to be back here with this conversation every year.
Right, and essentially that's what Matt is saying. This potentially could be the new normal. Matt Rivers, thank you so much. Mike Muse, John Katko, Rachel Bade. Don't go anywhere, all right? Coming up in our last call here, the wild new trend taking TikTok by storm, the revelations about men and just how often they think about the Roman Empire. We'll be right back.
She opened the door. There was a man holding a knife.
12-year-old Polly Klaas was in her own bedroom having a slumber party.
It was like a boogeyman came in and stole her out of that house.
Police say they have significant new information.
What did you find?
I thought, this is a crime scene. While the alarm bells started going off.
The Polly Klaas case really changed everything.
Friday, 2020 is all new.
I said, you better get down here. This could be it.
Friday night on ABC.
For 30 years, my brother's death was his mystery. Was he pushed? Did he kill himself?
There's been some human remains found at the bottom of North Head, and the body was naked.
Committing suicide naked is almost unheard of. What's going on here?
We've had some chilling evidence.
Oh my goodness, no one knew it was coming.
It's about finding justice for my brother.
Sometimes you just have to stir the pot.
Kerry Washington, you ready?
Movie star, television icon, adored by millions. But now, a side of her life she's never publicly shared.
You are bearing your soul.
Yeah.
Why?
Well,
Raw, deeply emotional, and the text that changed her life.
What was that text? You're not supposed to make me cry. I'm supposed to try and make you cry.
Kerry Washington, Thicker Than Water. Sunday night at 10, 9 Central on ABC and stream on Hulu.
Tonight, ahead of President Zelensky's trip to D.C., where House Republicans stand on U.S. aid to Ukraine, plus how the Fed's decision on interest rates could impact your budget. More Americans turn to the most watched newscast on television. World News Tonight with David Muir.
With so much at stake in our world right now, we wanted to thank you for your trust and for making ABC News America's #1 news.
And thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
From America's #1 news source comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter, and it can customize to you and your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience what all the buzz is about. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now.
Reporting from Oroville, California, I'm Rob Marciano. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
That noise means it is time for our last call. The brand new TikTok trend is having some women scratching their heads. There are these viral videos where women are asking their boyfriends, husbands, other men in their life, how often do you think about the Roman Empire? So anyone watching, I want you to consider this. And we're talking here about, Julius Caesar, Marcus Aurelius, other famous gladiators. Based on the answers that we're seeing, men think about the vast ancient empire quite often. Former Bachelorette star Hannah Brown was one of many who shared her interaction with her fiance on social media. So take a look.
Ask me a question.
Okay.
How often do you think about the Roman Empire?
How often do I think about the Roman Empire?
Yeah.
Pretty consistently.
Wait, you're kidding.
No.
Pretty consistently. Mike, let's start with you. Be honest. How often do you think about the Roman Empire, not in the context of Nicki Minaj?
Kana, I will only be honest if you promise not to judge me after I give my answer. I need you on record.
No judgment.
Okay. I do think about it.
But I'm judging you.
But
okay.
I know, Judge, right? But it's because there's something unique about I love the Greco-Roman time period. I mean, it's a formation of modern sports. It's a formation of religion and Christianity. It's a formation of our government. We're constantly seeing everyone's favorite costume for Halloween from a guy is to be a gladiator. Gladiator was such a great movie. I literally can watch Gladiator when it comes on syndicated television all the time.
I don't know.
I love that one too.
Yeah, I'm not thinking about being a gladiator.
I do think it's sports driven. John, to you, my husband's in sports, and he told me he thinks about it like 5% of the time when he's not thinking about other things. What about you?
Yeah, well, I look at it this way. I'd much rather be wearing a toga right now than this suit, coat, and tie. And I think that their fashion was cool. They get to wear swords once in a while. They have cool fashion. It's just a fascinating culture, and I think the fashion has a lot to do with it. It's pretty cool. I'd much rather be wearing sandals and a toga in Washington when I was in Congress in the summer than this stuff I have on right now.
Ooh, that'd be making headlines. Rachel, feel free to judge away. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm definitely judging you all right now. I will be honest. Can I just tell you, when I read these stories, my initial reaction was, men are so weird, okay? If I actually have a free moment to think about anything other than work, my 15-month-old baby, the laundry that needs to be folded, the dishes that are dirty, and my sink, it's not gonna be thinking about Rome, people. It's about what am I gonna eat for dinner, and then I should probably be working out. But hey guys, dream on, you do you.
Brian, you also have a baby in the house, though. How often are you thinking about it?
So let me defend myself first. I think about it a lot, but I think it's a profession thing and also a bit of a jokester. I mean, you know what we're doing right now where one person poses a question and other people answer and then ask questions themselves? That's called the Socratic method. That's how we learn in law school. I think about it when I'm fixing the plumbing in my house. I think of aqueducts. I'm teaching my son the planets. So Mercury, Mars, Jupiter, those are all Roman gods. So it's more like something connects me to it. But of course, when I do something very good in the house, I do walk up to my wife and I say, "Are you not entertained?" So it's a whole list of things that feel free to judge me.
Oh, Brian, the gladiator, I love it. That is it for our last call. You do not have to go home, but you cannot stay here. Mike Muse, John Katko, Rachel Bate, and Brian Buckmeyer, thank you. And thank you all for streaming with us. I'm Kana Whitworth. Follow ABC News Live on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, and more. Coming up here at 7 p.m. Eastern, be sure to catch ABC News Live Prime with Lindsay Davis for more of her exclusive interview with GOP presidential candidate Governor Ron DeSantis, where he will discuss his campaign, immigration, and more. The news never stops, and neither do we. We'll have more news right after the break.
For 30 years, my brother's death was his mystery. Was he pushed? Did he kill himself?
There's been some human remains found at the bottom of North Head, and the body was naked.
Committing suicide naked is almost unheard of. What's going on here?
We've had some chilling evidence.
Oh my goodness, no one knew it was coming.
It's about finding justice for my brother.
Sometimes you just have to stir the pot.
Kerry Washington, you ready?
Movie star, television icon, adored by millions. But now, a side of her life she's never publicly shared.
You are bearing your soul.
Yeah.
Why?
Well,
Raw, deeply emotional, and the text that changed her life.
What was that text? You're not supposed to make me cry. I'm supposed to try and make you cry.
Kerry Washington, Thicker Than Water. Sunday night at 10, 9 Central on ABC and stream on Hulu.
Tonight, ahead of President Zelensky's trip to D.C., where House Republicans stand on U.S. aid to Ukraine. Plus, how the Fed's decision on interest rates could impact your budget. More Americans turn to the most watched newscast on television. World News Tonight with David Muir.
With so much at stake in our world right now, we wanted to thank you for your trust and for making ABC News America's #1 news.
And thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
From America's #1 news source comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter, and it can customize to you and your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience what all the buzz is about. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now.
I'm Aaron Katursky in Worcester, Massachusetts. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Tonight, on the road in Texas with all the day's major developing stories here on Prime.
She's saying she left Ecuador because there's a lot of crime there right now. Extortion, violence, all of that.
Consistently high numbers of migrants fleeing a slew of countries worldwide attempting to enter the U.S. We're looking at the new normal along the border. Plus,
there will not be business as usual when I become president. There will be changes the way things are done business. And, you know, that doesn't necessarily sit well with everybody. And that's true with people in both parties up there.
From abortion and immigration to energy and COVID, my exclusive sit-down with presidential candidate Ron DeSantis as he looks to separate himself from the rest of the 2024 pack. And
our Jasmine, Sonia, had fallen ill. The other understudy in the building had an injury. That's what kind of pushed us into Nick needs to get to the theater.
She got the call of a lifetime to make her Broadway debut. But when a plane mishap nearly derailed that, this actress got the magic carpet ride of her dreams and a fairy tale ending to remember. Good evening, everyone. I'm Lindsay Davis here in Odessa, Texas. Thank you so much for streaming with us. We're here in this oil-rich corner of the country talking with one of the leading Republicans vying to be the next president of the United States, Ron DeSantis. You know the saying, everything is bigger in Texas. And DeSantis is hoping the Lone Star State will help his energy agenda in a big way. He launched his new energy policy this morning at an event not far from here. Shortly before that announcement, we had the opportunity to sit down with the presidential hopeful for an exclusive interview covering a wide range of issues, including energy, abortion, former President Trump, and immigration. Of course, Texas shares more than 1,200 miles of border with Mexico, and border crossings have been spiking in recent days. Today, the mayor of a border town here declared a state of emergency. Many of the leading Republicans, including DeSantis, have proposed extreme measures to try to address what they call a crisis at the border. We'll have our interview with Governor DeSantis in a moment from Texas here. But first, let's go to California's southern border, where we find our Matt Rivers.
Tonight, tensions high across the country. Police pinning protesters down in New York City, arresting 10 people on Staten Island, many outraged over the influx of migrants into the city. From New York to Illinois to Arizona, states overwhelmed, buses arriving daily. In San Diego County, Border Patrol forced to release about 4,000 migrants in just the past week. Processing centers and shelters filled to capacity. Many dropped off at places like this bus stop. Local officials frustrated, demanding action in Washington.
This isn't a political situation. This is not a left or right issue. This is an immigration system that has failed. As a county, we are not resourced to handle this many people, coming in.
Lourdes Gutierrez arrived here 2 days ago from Ecuador. She says she's escaping violence and extortion there.
Por la delincuencia no se puede estar ahí.
Basically, they can't exist because of all that crime.
Lourdes, like so many here, making the dangerous journey. Down the border in Texas, new drone video showing a crush of migrants crossing the Rio Grande River into Eagle Pass, where today officials declared a state of emergency. And hundreds more are coming. Migrants today on top of this freight train, riding for miles to Ciudad Juarez, just across the border from El Paso. Braving the danger just 1 day after Mexican authorities temporarily suspended train operations after several migrant deaths.
Scenes of such desperation there. Matt Rivers joins us now from San Ysidro, California, in San Diego County. Matt, do we know why so many people are showing up at the border right now?
Yeah, Lindsay, I don't think it's one specific reason. I think it's a mixture of several things, including the fact that it's a little bit seasonal. The temperatures are getting a little bit cooler. That encourages people to move. Human smuggling also on the rise. But the very simple fact of it all is that there are more people, more migrants on the move in this part of the world than really ever before. Lindsay?
Matt Rivers, our thanks to you. And now to our exclusive sit-down with Governor DeSantis. We pressed him about his stance on immigration, of course, abortion, and his showdown with Disney. But first, we talked about why he was in Texas today, touting a plan to get gallons of gas down to $2. So you're here in Midland, Texas, to launch your energy plan. Part of that would include having gas prices go to $2 a gallon by 2025. But early on as governor, you really were pushing electric vehicles. Now, this plan really has a heavy emphasis on fossil fuels. Why the change?
Well, there has been a change. So as governor, I got money from the Volkswagen settlement to do EV infrastructure, so I could either use it or lose it. So that's why we did it. We put in the charging stations, but I would never support mandating the production of EVs. I think that should be driven by the market. We're also now in a situation where this is the worst inflation and the highest costs families have faced in America for many decades, and they're getting hit from all sides. Energy dominance, using the resources we have, that is one way to reduce prices at the pump, which is hurting people, but also prices throughout the economy, because energy prices permeate the cost of goods, it affects businesses, and then, of course, the larger context of this helps our national security to be energy dominant. And so that's the message that we're delivering. And our goal is, come 2025, if we implement all these policies, we have gas close to $4 nationally. Let's get it down to $2. That's the goal.
A number of your opponents have been really critical of your 6-week abortion ban in Florida. Donald Trump, who's in Iowa today, has called it a terrible mistake. He says that you've gone too far. Can you trust that Donald Trump still has the views with regard to abortion that reflect the base of the GOP party?
Well, when you provide pro-life protections that says when a baby has a heartbeat, that there's protections, that is not something that pro-lifers think is terrible. They think that that is a noble and just thing to do. Of course, there have been many other states that have also done that. He claimed to be pro-life. He spoke at the March for Life and was waxing eloquently about how everybody counts. For him to then attack people like Iowa, South Carolina, Florida, all these other states, I thought was a big mistake. But look, I mean, I think he's He's taking positions that I think are different from what he took in 2015 when he first came onto the scene. And I do think he's a different candidate today than he was back then. And I think the one back then was probably closer to where Republican voters want to be than the latest iteration.
You said he claimed to be pro-life. Do you think he is pro-life?
Well, you tell me. I think that if you have something where you have a baby that has a detectable heartbeat, if you're pro-life, you would want to say that there should be protections there. And if he's saying that that's a terrible thing, I know most pro-life voters would think that he's wrong.
When abortion has been on the ballot, whether it's been in battleground states or deeply red states, it's been a losing issue. If we look ahead to the general election, as you know, the polls indicate that the majority of Americans do support some access, at least, to abortion. How do you convince them to support you?
Well, I think a couple things is one, we have a very big, diverse state. There's our country. There's a lot of differences of opinion on this. Here in Texas, they're going to have a much different policy with respect to right to life than California or New York. And so we understand that. We understand that this is a bottom-up movement, that ultimately, you make progress in your communities, in your states. Some will be more than others. But I do think that almost all Americans agree, at some point there should be protections. You wouldn't want to say that the day before birth, it would be fine, to abort an unborn child. You do have national Democrats that have very difficult time articulating when that limit would be. And so I think what you'll see is you'll see different states probably come to different conclusions over the ensuing years. And I understand it'll continue to be an issue. But one of the things you need to do, and I think this is where hopefully we can bring people together, is, okay, once the baby's born, are you still pro-life then? And, people on my side haven't always done a good job of doing that. In Florida, we expanded postpartum medical care for a year for poor women after birth. We've also launched a fatherhood initiative to make sure that the dads are there to help. And then we have programs like Universal School Choice for mothers, which a lot of single mothers use. And then we've made all baby items tax-free. So diapers, wipes, cribs, strollers in Florida, you raise kids tax-free. We think that that's something that's good. And then finally, under my wife's leadership, we have a program called Hope Florida, which is not limited to just single mothers, but that's a lot of people that go in to seek government assistance. We're linking charities, churches, businesses in each community through a care portal so that they can offer help for what's needed. And you know what happens? When those groups get involved, a lot of times there's no more government assistance that's needed. So it's really helped lift people up.
Of course, we're here in Texas. Recently, you've talked about that you would get the military involved to shoot drug cartel members who are at the border. And I want to quote, you said, when somebody's got a backpack on and they're breaking through the wall. How would you be able to tell who a cartel member is?
Same way you would tell for anything. I mean, for example, I served in Iraq back in the day. The Al-Qaeda didn't wear uniforms. The typical Arab male had the man dress on. You didn't know if they had a bomb strapped to them or not. They carry around AK-47s, normal civilians would. So you couldn't even say if they had. So you had to make a determination. Can you positively identify somebody as hostile through either hostile action or hostile intent? And then you do it. Same way anyone would do that, even in the United States. So you will do that. We'll be collecting intelligence, but we are not going to let this state get our country overrun with fentanyl. We have tens of thousands of fentanyl deaths every year now, and it's all coming from across the border. And I've met parents in Texas, angel moms in Texas, who've lost kids because of the fentanyl overdose. And the thing is, yes, there are some people that get addicted to opioids, and it's a tough thing to handle. But there's also people who think they're taking a Xanax, and it may be laced with fentanyl, and then their kid dies. And that's a tragic thing. We actually had a case in Florida where a baby died. The family rented an Airbnb. The baby was crawling on the floor. There was fentanyl residue left over from the previous tenant, and the baby died. So this is lethal, lethal stuff. They are killing our citizens. They are invading our country. We have every right to hold them accountable and to fight back.
But with regard to bringing the military in to shoot them, just want to say you have touted yourself as the law and order candidate. How is that not a recipe for chaos?
It's not a recipe for right now is the recipe for chaos. I mean, you see all the people coming across the border. A lot of these countries like Venezuela, they're letting people out of prison and they're sending them to the border. I mean, what is happening in this country is a problem. There's Russians coming across the border. There's people from the Middle East. As much as I hate to say this, I think it's true that we're going to look back at some point and say there's going to have been some terrorist attack in this country that is going to be traced to what's happened to the border. And then, of course, we know run-of-the-mill crimes that are happening. So we've never had a more chaotic situation. As Commander-in-Chief, you have to defend your people, and you have to ensure the territorial integrity of your country. Right now, we have the drug cartels are controlling parts of our border more so than our own U.S. government. That will change when I become president. We will make sure we're defending the country.
Even before you announced that you were running, you were seen by and large as the one Republican who could take down Donald Trump. But recently, we've seen top GOP donors like Ken Griffin, billionaire who supported you for a long time, fellow Floridian, who's saying, you know, he's going to stand on the sidelines. And recently, referring to you, he said, I don't know his strategy. It's not clear to me what voter base he's intending to appeal to. How do you answer his criticism?
Well, here's the thing. I'm a leader. I'm not a follower. So we lead and we do what we think is right. And people can support us or not support us financially. But you should not be led by trying to please very wealthy donors. And I've never operated that way. So, for example, it's been in the press that he's been upset with, us having the tussle with Disney over the school curriculum. Well, look, we were right on the school curriculum. We stood for parents' rights and education. And I'm not going to back down from that because I think it's the right thing to do, especially as a dad of a 6, a 5, and a 3-year-old. So sometimes if people are expecting you to kind of dance to their tune, as a leader, that's not the type of leader that you want. You want someone that's going to do what they think is right and is going to stand by that, regardless of some of the fallout that happens. Sometimes you got to do the right thing, knowing that you may upset some donors. But you know what? That's what we should expect from our leaders.
But Disney aside, and we can get to that in a moment, what do you say, just on the face of his criticism that I don't know his strategy, it's not clear to me the voter base?
Well, our strategy is very clear. We're actually showing up in the early states. We're doing the type of meetings and events that you need to do so that voters get to know you. These voters in these early states, they take their responsibilities very seriously. They want to kick the tires. They want to learn about what you've done. They want to learn about you, what you're going to do for the country. And so we're doing that, and we're going to continue to do that. And so there's always going to be people who are going to say this or that, but we're delivering the message. When we do that, we have a great deal of success. We got a lot more work to do because there's a lot more people to meet, but we're pleased with our progress.
You brought up Disney. It's a feud that's become rather public. I should say, for the record, that ABC News is owned by Disney. Disney, of course, now has this litigation against you. Nikki Haley has criticized you, saying businesses are our partners. Mike Pence has called this fight, quote, beyond the scope of what I, as a conservative, limited government Republican, would be prepared to do, and following the footsteps of the radical left. As president, would you wage these battles with private companies?
First of all, this is about kids. So we had a parents' rights and education bill that said we're not going to have things like transgender ideology in the elementary schools. Disney opposed that. They have a right to, I guess, take these positions. I signed the bill. And then the company came out and said they were going to use their corporate resources to repeal the bill or get it struck down in the courts. And so that's an attack on our policies, on our parents, on our kids, that the vast majority of Floridians supported those policies. So I'm going to fight to defend those policies. I think a lot of that you cited, that's kind of the old guard Republicans, where they basically always just bend the knee to the big, powerful corporations. You've got to stand for what's right. So I'm always going to stand for our kids. I'm the parent of a 6, 5, and a 3-year-old. And it's not just me and my wife. There's people who have different political perspectives than us that are in the same boat as parents. We want the schools focused on reading, writing, math, science. It is wrong to tell a kindergartner that their gender's fluid. That should not be in the schools. So we were right to take that stand. I think Disney made a mistake in doing what they're doing, but we have every right to push back and defend our policies against those who are seeking to undermine them. And that was the right thing to do.
But are you concerned at all that it might give other businesses pause about locating in Florida out of fear that perhaps there'll be some retaliation?
Look what's happening on the ground. We're the #1 state for new business formations. We're the #1 state for net in-migration, fastest growing state in America, top GDP growth amongst all large states. People they're walking over broken glass barefoot to come down to Florida because it's a great business environment. And oh, by the way, Disney parks, they had an arrangement that Universal, SeaWorld, they've got special treatment. And a good economy is not about giving one company special treatment. A good economy is about creating a good environment for everybody. So Disney is operating in a great business environment, but so is Universal and SeaWorld, only now Disney's not getting to basically be exempt from things that their competitors have to follow. That's actually a better form of a market economy because you do want the rules to be uniform.
Our thanks to Ron DeSantis for the conversation. We'll have much more from our conversation with the governor coming up in just a few minutes, including what a President DeSantis would advise the country on boosters and what separates him from the current leader of the GOP field, Donald Trump. But first, to some other big headlines playing out across the country, including in Washington, and the contentious hearing on Capitol Hill. With Attorney General Merrick Garland on the hot seat, Republicans are accusing him and the Department of Justice of weaponizing prosecutions against former President Trump. Republicans also lashed out over the Hunter Biden investigation and the, quote, sweetheart deal with Hunter Biden that a judge has since rejected. Here's ABC's Chief Justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas.
Tonight, Republicans on the attack, accusing Attorney General Merrick Garland of running a weaponized Justice Department.
Never in my life would I have thought that I would see such a politicized DOJ. Never in my life would I have thought I would see such a Department of Justice that didn't obey their own rules.
But the Attorney General clearly expecting the incoming barrage, on offense in his opening statement.
Our job is not to take orders from the president, from Congress. I reaffirm today, I am not the president's lawyer. I will add, I am not Congress's prosecutor.
Much of the Republican fire centered on the president's son, Hunter, despite the fact that Hunter Biden is being investigated by David Weiss, a U.S. attorney initially appointed by Donald Trump and appointed special counsel by Garland himself, giving Weiss more independence than a typical federal prosecutor. Today, Republicans claiming that Hunter Biden is getting preferential treatment, even though nearly a week ago he was indicted on felony gun charges.
What stage are we in? We in the beginning stage, the middle stage, the end stage, the keep hiding the ball stage? What stage are we in?
I think this one I would go back to the videotape where I said I'm not permitted to discuss ongoing investigations.
Well, isn't that convenient?
The 5.5-hour hearing at times testy and personal. At one point, a Republican congressman suggesting that Garland approve the targeting of Catholics for unfair investigation. Garland, who often speaks emotionally of the anti-Semitism his grandparents faced, was indignant.
Yes the idea that someone with my family background would discriminate against any religion is so outrageous, so absurd.
Meanwhile, Democrats aggressively defending Garland and suggesting that House Republicans were really there to harm President Biden politically and to help Donald Trump, who has been twice indicted by a DOJ special counsel.
Mr. Jordan hopes to camouflage his assault on the rule of law by falsely claiming that Donald Trump is the victim of unequal justice and Hunter Biden its beneficiary. It is a claim as transparently political as it is devoid of any factual basis.
Pierre Thomas joins us now. Pierre, there's a new ruling from a federal judge assigned to Hunter Biden's case. What are you learning?
Leslie, even though House Republicans fixated today on Hunter Biden getting preferential treatment, we just found out that a federal judge has ruled that Hunter Biden will have to appear in person in the Delaware courtroom next week, despite his attorney's request for him to appear virtually. The judge writing that Hunter Biden should be treated just as any other defendant in our court. Lindsay?
Pierre Thomas for us. Pierre, thank you so much. Next to a manhunt after a murder suspect was mistakenly released from an Indiana jail just 2 days after his arrest. Authorities say it took 2 years to capture him, but a clerical error led to that release. Here's ABC's Alex Perchet.
Tonight, a massive manhunt underway in Indiana for 28-year-old accused murderer Kevin Mason, who authorities say walked out of jail, no questions asked, because of a clerical error. The fugitive suspect is charged in connection with the killing at a funeral in Minneapolis in June of 2021. He was finally captured, but then was only behind bars for 2 days.
He was on the run for nearly 2 years, and he was in custody for a short 48 hours.
Mason was arrested September 11th in Indianapolis, but walked out of jail 2 days later due to that alleged clerical error. Picked up by a girlfriend, officials not realizing the mistake for more than 6 hours.
He called for a ride, and we've been tracking that girlfriend since that point in time.
That girlfriend arrested this afternoon, but no sign of Mason, whose escape was kept under wraps for 6 days. Authorities say they kept it out of the media to have a, quote, tactical advantage in finding him.
We knew we're following. We didn't want anyone else to follow him, and we thought it was to our advantage to follow her until we find where they have him.
Lindsay, 2 county clerks involved in that clerical error have been fired. The sheriff is urging Mason to turn himself in and says anyone with information should come forward immediately. Lindsay.
Alex Perche for us. Thanks so much, Alex. President Biden sat down with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly meeting today. It was the first meeting since Netanyahu returned to power in Israel, where hardliners are pushing through a judicial overhaul that has prompted massive protests across the country. President Biden stressed upholding democratic values, and the two leaders also discussed a possible peace deal between Israel and Saudi Arabia. And there's still much more ahead on Prime tonight. A natural gas line ignites, setting a roadway and cars on fire. What happened right before the flames took over a street? But next, much more from our interview with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Would a President DeSantis advise against boosters for those under 65? And we push him on why voters should choose him over the former president. Age aside, what's the biggest difference between you and Donald Trump?
Whenever news breaks,
The crush of families here in Poland.
Here in Kentucky, no match for the tornado.
From Monterey Park, California, on the ground in Ukraine.
Reporting from Uvalde, Texas, ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine.
Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
From Kathmandu, Nepal.
Truckee, California, covering record snowfall.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
Here at this airport in Tampa, it's already shut down.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Reporting from Jerusalem.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is. We're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Everybody in that home is okay.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. We are here at fashion's biggest night out.
What's happening today? YouTube has unveiled a new set of policies.
What people are talking about. The new ad campaign.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
A real-life Barbie dream house.
A name change for the Wienermobile.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you? Yeah.
So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do?
Hey, I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 2 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here in Texas, where we spoke with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis earlier today as he tries to bolster what some have called a struggling campaign. A new CNN poll out today has him 5th in the critical state of New Hampshire. DeSantis has also faced questions about a lack of support in his home state, where he's leaned into culture war issues like Black history education standards. Here's more of our exclusive interview with Governor DeSantis. You're governor of Florida. You're a congressman from Florida. You're arguably the state's biggest cheerleader. Why is it that you suppose that the Florida Republican congressional delegates, the majority at any rate, support Donald Trump, who's been indicted 4 times, over you?
Well, I have almost the uniform support of the Florida legislature, who's in Florida. So those are the guys I work with. We've been able to deliver huge wins for Florida. We've really set the standard for the nation. Right now, our economy is ranked #1 in the nation, according to CNBC, education #1, according to U.S. News and World Report. We have businesses flocking to the state, people are flocking to the state. And I think those folks who we work with on a daily basis, almost 90-some% of them, come to the conclusion that what I've been able to do, the leadership, if I could do that in Washington, it'd be good for the country. You know, I've never really been a guy that got along in D.C. I don't like the way it operates. I think we need a house cleaning up there. There will not be business as usual when I become president. There will be changes the way things are done business. And, you know, that doesn't necessarily sit well with everybody. And that's true with people in both parties up there.
But how does that work as president if you say, you know, I've never really gotten along with the people in D.C.?
Well, because there's a culture that's developed, I think, that has put the interest of D.C. ahead of the interests of the American people. And you look, right now, 5 of the 8 wealthiest counties in the United States are suburbs of Washington, D.C. How does that happen? It isn't like they have abundant resources there, or they're producing much of anything. They're producing a lot of debt, a lot of spending. People that are politically connected to the government are doing better. Meanwhile, Americans outside that area are basically bearing the cost with all these higher prices that the spending and the inflation have fueled. So what I represent is really saying, you know what? It's time that we, the people, come and that we're leading the charge up in D.C. It's not just about the people in D.C. It's about what you can do for folks throughout the country. And there's a lot of people that are struggling. If we can't have in this country people that are working hard, trying to raise kids, if they can't afford to buy a home or buy a car or even afford groceries, if America doesn't work for those people, we are not going to be successful as a country.
Let's talk about COVID for a moment. As governor of Florida, you've told residents who are under 65, don't get the boosters. As president, would that be your policy? No more shots?
Certainly we're not going to fund them. I think that that Biden's spending billions and billions of dollars on these. So they've done studies. They have not demonstrated the benefit of the boosters. I think they did studies on mice for Pfizer. Moderna did do 50 humans, but you had one medically significant event that required physician attendant out of the 50. And so the question is these things have not been studied long enough. And there's not a need.
Well, the CDC disagrees with that.
How good has CDC done, with all due respect, over the last few years? How many people trust CDC at this point? And I was somebody 5 years ago, if you would have said CDC said this, that would have carried a lot of weight for me. I was in the trenches during COVID. They were citing flimsy studies saying that masks will stop COVID. They were citing flimsy studies about the mRNA shots originally. Remember, they said, the CDC director said, if you take these shots, you will not get COVID. That is not true. We know it's not true. People got COVID. They would make representations which were not true. So the trust that's been lost, I think, has been incalculable. And one of the things that I said is, when I come in, we're going to have a reckoning about all these COVID policies. We're going to hold people accountable who got it wrong, people that clung to the lockdowns, people that clung to the school closures. How is it that we had kids locked out of school in this country for over a year in certain jurisdictions? That was not scientifically valid. And I honestly thought when we had our kids in school, we were the first big state to do it in the summer of 2020. We got a lot of criticism. I mean, I remember ABC was down in one of our rural counties, reporting, and I think there was a lot in the media wanted it to not do well or expected it not to do well. We did great. Parents were happy. I really thought after 3 or 4 weeks of that every kid would have to go back in school because we showed that that's what should happen. And yet kids got locked out of school. So there was incalculable damage done. There's been so much misinformation pushed on society. You got to go back to, what does the evidence tell you? Is there evidence that this benefits a 6-month-old baby to give them one of these new shots? We don't see that evidence there.
Well, there are suggestions, reports, in fact, that say that you're more likely to have a heart issue if you did get COVID than if you got a booster shot.
Well, there's stuff that's the opposite. I mean, my Surgeon General in Florida did a study on, I think it was males 18 to 39. He saw a significant increase in myocarditis for people that had taken the booster shots in that generation. And here's the thing. it seems like a lot of the side effects are for the people that are the least likely to have significant impacts from COVID. So to push it on somebody where there's not really a benefit, where there could even be a small risk, that's wrong. But clearly, you do have, even Dr. Fauci acknowledged the other day that there are examples of the myocarditis from the shots. It should have never been mandated on anybody. I mean, there were the President Biden, he wanted people to lose their jobs if they didn't get the shot. And that's totally wrong. That will never happen when I'm president.
Want to get to your education department in Florida that, as there's been much ado about the new curriculum for middle schoolers, that would include, among other things, the idea that the enslaved develop skills which in some instances can be applied for their personal benefit. One of your rivals, Tim Scott, has said what slavery was really about was separating families, about mutilating humans and even raping their wives. That curriculum has obviously faced a lot of backlash. You have not backed down. I'm so curious, Governor, why you think there's any value to trying to teach a concept to students that there was any upside to slavery.
We're not doing that. We don't think that. And that's not what that provision means. That's not how it's being taught. The guy that wrote that, this was written by a cadre of black history scholars, most of whom were black. The guy that wrote that, Dr. Allen, pointed out it was not saying that slavery benefited. It was saying that these folks were resourceful. They did things they weren't allowed to do to develop skills and then use. So they did it in spite of slavery, not because of it. That's how it's taught in Florida. And that was made clear early on. Now, Kamala Harris came down to Florida, demagogued it. Some of these other people took her side. I think that that's a mistake. But we got to stop demagoguing. Why would those black history scholars want to shill for slavery? There's no reason to do it. They were tasked with creating strong black history standards. Because remember, when we eliminated critical race theory a few years ago, we were accused of not wanting to teach about black history. The reality is that bill required teaching about black history, but particularly racial discrimination throughout all of American history. So that's where that genesis was. So they produce very robust standards. They pull no punches. They make it very clear, if you read all of that thing, that slavery was an abomination and directly contrary to the founding principles of the country. That's what Florida students are going to be taught. And when you have somebody like a Dr. Allen that's explaining that, why would people want to demagogue? Why would they suggest that somehow he is pursuing some type of agenda? That's not true. These guys were professionals. They didn't have political involvement. They just were told to do standards, and they did it right.
Debate is 1 week from today. You're going to be on that debate stage. It doesn't seem likely that Donald Trump will be. Age aside, what's the biggest difference between you and Donald Trump?
Well, first, he owes it to people to be there. He owes it to people to make the case and to defend his record. You can't be just not showing up to these things. So he does owe it to that. Look, in terms of, we've got a lot of differences. I mean, he was born to great wealth. I'm a blue-collar kid that had to work minimum wage jobs to get where I was. He did obviously a lot young in business. I volunteered to serve in Iraq and serve in the military. I could serve 2 terms. He would be a lame duck on day 1. I ran 16 points better than him in Florida in my most recent race than he did in his most recent race. I've also delivered on these America First policies more than I think anybody in the country, and would have a much better chance of actually delivering all this as president. So I think that there's a lot of things that people can look at, but I'm going to be there. We're going to talk about the country's future. We know the country is in a state of decline. We've got to reverse that decline, and we need to restore this country to the greatness it deserves. Everybody who wants this job has a responsibility to step up there and make their case.
Our thanks to Governor DeSantis for the conversation. We do have to note public health officials have made clear that the COVID vaccines, like the annual flu shot, are intended and have proven to lower the risk of severe illness and death. Independent scientific advisors to the FDA and CDC say the benefits far outweigh the risks. The updated vaccines are based on the same vaccines that have protected hundreds of millions of people around the world and are updated to address the current circulating subvariants. And we should reiterate, the risk of myocarditis from vaccination has been shown to be uncommon and much less likely than from a COVID-19 infection. And we still have much more to get to tonight. Coming up, Democratic National Committee Chair Jamie Harrison joins us to talk about whether the party is concerned about President Biden's latest polling and the potential of another matchup with Trump. And new details on a possible cause of death for an NFL fan who died after an altercation at a stadium. But next, the Federal Reserve makes a decision on whether to raise interest hikes again. We take a closer look at the state of our economy by the numbers.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers
In Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine.
Close to the front line.
From the capital, destructive Cat 4 storm.
Along I-5. Boston is in the bullseye.
Let's go.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thanks is #1 streaming news.
From America's #1 news comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter, and customizable to your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you? Yes.
So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do?
Hey, I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 2 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Everybody in that home is okay.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. We are here at fashion's biggest night out.
What's happening today? YouTube has unveiled a new set of policies.
What people are talking about. The new ad campaign.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
A real-life Barbie dream house.
A name change for the Wienermobile.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
It was the ideal marriage. Little did I know I was married to a man who had done something so horrible that it would devastate our lives forever.
Teacher of the Year is now charged with sex crimes.
Only on Hulu.
He was living a double life.
The shocking story behind a #1 true crime podcast.
Prostitutes, escorts. He even cheated on me the week of our wedding.
Betrayal, the perfect husband.
He had a lot of fantasies.
Now streaming only on Hulu.
When I got sent to Idaho to cover the murders of 4 college students, it was a story that didn't make any sense. 4 students stabbed to death in their beds while 2 roommates were home.
You gotta think to yourself, okay, who's the target and how many people would a man go through to get to his target?
I'm Kana Whitworth with ABC News. This is the story of savage murders, a determined small-town police force, and a scholar of crime. This is The King Road Killings. The full series is out now. Listen to every episode wherever you get your podcasts.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
You know, that sounds pretty good.
Give it to me. Your health, your money, breaking news, pop culture, with the biggest stars, music, trends, and of course, good food. GMA 3, what you need to know. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us, afternoons.
For everything you need to know. I love that.
Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey, I'm David Muir. Wherever the story, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Welcome back, everyone. The Federal Reserve hit the pause button on further interest rate hikes today, but the economy isn't out of the woods just yet. Let's take a look by the numbers. The Fed's benchmark interest rate remains between 5.25% and 5.5%, the highest level in 22 years. That's led to major costs for consumers on everything from mortgages to car loans to credit card interest rates. The Fed raised interest rates 11 times since March of 2022, a historically fast pace as it sought to get runaway inflation under control coming out of the pandemic. Inflation has come down significantly since then, but prices are still up 3.7% year over year. That means the average American family is spending $236 more a month to buy the same goods and services as they did a year ago. One of the biggest recent drivers of inflation, oil and gas prices. Oil stands at about $90 a barrel right now, up nearly 30% in the past quarter. And the national average for gas is now at $3.88 a gallon. That's according to AAA, 21 cents higher than a year ago. 9 states in the West are paying more than $4 a gallon, with the price jumping in recent weeks. In California, the average is up to $5.76 a gallon, with some drivers even seeing prices over $7. That's been driven in part by cuts in production by Saudi Arabia and Russia and limited production at U.S. refineries this summer because of the extreme heat. But there are hopes that those prices could soon start to drop as a cheaper winter blend of gas gets to pumps in late October. But an extended auto strike could bring another layer of complication to the economy and American pocketbooks. And we still have much more ahead here on Prime tonight. It's a hotspot for tourists to take selfies, but now officials are taking a major step to keep them away. Why they're now closing this beach year-round. And it could be the future, getting an implant in your brain. How Elon Musk's startup company is moving closer to that goal.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on. Everybody in that home is okay.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. We are here at fashion's biggest night out.
What's happening today? YouTube has unveiled a new set of policies.
What people are talking about. The new ad campaign.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
A real-life Barbie dream house.
A name change for the Wienermobile.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers
in Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine.
Close to the front line.
From the capital.
Destructive Cat 4 storm.
You're along I-5.
Boston is in the bullseye.
Let's go.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
When I got sent to Idaho to cover the murders of 4 college students, it was a story that didn't make any sense. 4 students stabbed to death in their beds while 2 roommates were home.
You gotta think to yourself, okay, who's the target and how many people would a man go through to get to his target?
I'm Kana Whitworth with ABC News. This is the story of savage murders, a determined small-town police force, and a scholar of crime. This is the King Road Killings. The full series is out now. Listen to every episode wherever you get your podcasts.
Get ready, America, every Friday.
The hottest trends, styles, and must-have. What's the right stuff to buy right now? I really love that. It's time to buy the right stuff.
Yes!
And save big time, too.
The right stuff.
Fridays on GMA. You're going to love it.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you? Yes.
So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do?
Hey, I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 2 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show. Wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Streaming free on ABC News Live.
New details on the death of an NFL fan following a confrontation at a stadium. California makes a controversial decision to close a popular beach year-round, and the latest developments in the quest to allow chips to be implanted in your brain. These stories and much more in tonight's Rundown.
There are new details of a Patriots fan who died after an argument at a Sunday night football game. Medical examiners say the results of a preliminary autopsy do not suggest a traumatic injury, but did identify a medical issue. They still haven't determined the exact cause of death. A witness's video shows several people involved in a fight in the upper seating sections of Gillette Stadium. The man appeared to be struck in the face by another fan. Paramedics took him to a nearby hospital where he died.
Flames shot up from the ground and burned vehicles on a road in Atlanta. Fire crews responded after a contractor for Atlanta Gas Light damaged a gas line underground. The gas ignited and reached a nearby trailer with diesel fuel in it that was also set on fire. Officials say no one was injured and it did not result in any outages for customers.
The city of San Diego is closing a popular beach due to safety worries for the sea lions that give birth nearby. The iconic Point La Jolla is a unique stretch of California coast where visitors and sea lions come in close contact. The city says people have tried to touch and take selfies with the animals, but human interaction is not always safe. Sea lions can weigh up to 800 pounds and are territorial if they feel threatened.
For Saliki Corley, hair is a form of self-expression.
It's different styles, and people choose different styles, and it's something that I choose.
Corley says everyone accepted his locks until October 2022.
As my hair began to grow, they had an issue. They were treating me different.
Corley says that his job at an Ohio Chevrolet dealership gave him a choice to cut his hair, wear a hat, or to take a pay cut. Corley filed a complaint with the Akron Civil Rights Commission alleging the ultimatum was race-based employment discrimination. The dealership has not commented on the complaint.
Kraft Heinz says there was a problem with a machine that wraps each slice of its Kraft Singles American cheese, and that problem means that it's possible a thin strip of film from the wrapper could remain on the cheese, creating a possible choking risk. Nobody's been hurt and the machine's been fixed, but Kraft Heinz is recalling more than 83,000 cases of its cheese. Company's website has more information on the recall, but says individual packages affected will contain the letter S and the number 72 in their manufacturing code.
Elon Musk's Neuralink says it's recruiting the first human trial of its brain chip implant. The company says a robotic operation will surgically implant the device for paralysis patients in part of the brain that controls movement. They expect the trial will last 6 years and hope it will help patients accomplish tasks including controlling a mouse or keyboard using their thoughts. Musk says the brain chip could one day be used to treat obesity, depression, and schizophrenia.
As the GOP field fights it out for the Republican nomination, on the Democratic side of the aisle, party leaders have stayed firmly behind President Joe Biden, even as voters have expressed concerns about a Biden 2024 run and the prospects of a Biden-Trump rematch. For more on the contest, let's bring in Democratic National Committee Chair Jamie Harrison. Thanks so much for joining us tonight.
Thank you so much for having me.
A recent analysis found a big drop in support for President Biden among minority voters. It showed that Biden leads Trump by just 53 to 28% among registered non-white voters in a New York Times Siena polls in the past year. Biden won 70% of those same voters in 2020. So what can your party do to revitalize that key base of support?
Well, listen, I've been going all across the country, Lindsay, and I can tell you that people are very excited about Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And this is the thing with polls at this point in time. You know, Joe Biden's been underestimated his entire career. And the one thing we know is when you underestimate Joe Biden, he proves you wrong time and time again. We are seeing the most important poll, which is at the elections, at the ballot box, where Democrats are overperforming our partisan lean by 11 points. Just last night, we flipped in New Hampshire a seat that was Republican that Donald Trump won by 6. The Democrat won by 12. We won in important elections in Jacksonville, in Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. And so Democrats are overperforming, and that is because they got something to run on. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and Democrats have been delivering for the American people. When we put our case out there, when we make our case to the American people, we win time and time again. And I believe that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will win again in 2024.
While polls are flawed, they often can be, in some scenarios, indicators for the future. And so I do want to point to a CNN poll earlier this month that found that 67% of Democrats and Democratic-leaning voters said that the party should not nominate President Biden to a second term. 49% of those voters cited Biden's age as their biggest concern on him running again. Given that concern, should Democratic voters get to see a competitive primary process for the nomination?
Well, again, in terms of the polls, I can point to polls in 2022 that said that there was going to be this big red wave. But what we had was a bunch of red tears from Ronna McDaniel and the Republicans. It never materialized because in the end of the day, people go to the polls to vote for somebody who will deliver for them. And there hasn't been a president that has delivered as much for the American people as Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And so I believe that folks will see the record. They will see how this president gets up every day to work for them, and will vote for them once again. As it relates to the primary, listen, we are following the tradition. Never have we had a debate during when we've had an incumbent president, and on either side, Democrat or Republican. And so we're not starting in 2024 under my tenure as DNC chair.
So are you comfortable with critics potentially saying that you're anointing President Biden despite members of the party asking for a contest?
Well, I'm comfortable with staying with the precedent that both parties have had when you have an incumbent president. And in the end of the day, this is about delivering for the American people. Joe Biden has delivered from the American Rescue Plan to the infrastructure bill, to making sure that our judiciary looks like the rest of the country, to even when Republicans stand in the way on things like student loans or when they stood in the way for the George Floyd Policing Act, Joe Biden has taken executive action to deliver for the American people. And he said that the job is not done, that he, Kamala Harris, and Democrats in the House and the Senate still have more work to do. And we're going to do everything that we can to make sure that they get that opportunity to do that work and finish the job.
And I do understand that there is a precedent here, and you're relying on that. But one thing that we have not seen also is a president this age. President Biden will be 82 at the start of a new term. And I do want to point to something that a longtime Democratic strategist James Carville recently said about that. He said that the voters don't want this, and that's in poll after poll after poll. You can't look at that and not feel some apprehension here. And so just want to put it to you one more way. How can you justify having zero competition for the Democratic nomination when your own party's voters are raising concerns? And this, I know that you're going to say the polls, you dispute maybe or disagree with the polls, but this particular question, though, Jamie, is about his age, him being 82. And would you at least say that people do have it's fair for people to be concerned about him being 82?
Well, I think the president has addressed the age thing. I was just with him recently in New York, and he addressed it. And he said, in the end of the day, it's about getting things done. When we think about, that's why people go to the polls to vote. What president has gotten as much done for the American people as Joe Biden? And his wisdom that comes along with that age is part of the package that folks have gotten. This president, for the first time since I've been alive, we've been talking about allowing Medicare to negotiate prescription drugs. Well, guess what? This president got it done. For 4 years, Donald Trump talked about infrastructure week, never filled a pothole. But guess what? This president got it done in a very split Congress. And I can go on and on about how he has transformed and improved this nation because he has the wisdom and the judgment to navigate Washington, D.C. to get it done. You know, I leave you with this. Jim Clyburn once, I was complaining to him about the age of politicians, and he said to me, he said, Jamie, what would you prefer, an old Thurgood Marshall or a young Clarence Thomas? And I said, enough said, Congressman, because it's about your perspective. It's about what you will fight for. And I know that Joe Biden's going to fight for the American people because that's what he's been doing every single day in the White House.
Fair enough. Last question for you. Let me ask you about Hunter Biden. I understand that he's not on the ballot, but are you concerned at all that his case and House efforts on impeaching Biden could be a distraction for your party and for the president during what's sure to be a competitive general election?
Well, again, Jim Clyburn put it so clearly. Are we going to impeach a president for being a good father, for standing up for your child? I have 2 boys that I love all so dearly. And sometimes they do things good, sometimes they don't do things so good. But I will always stand with my sons because I love them as a father. Joe Biden loves his son as a father, and he's going to stick with him. That's what we all do as parents. We try our very best to do our very best for our kids. Sometimes they will fall down, sometimes they will pick themselves up. But Joe Biden is just like all of us. We're going to always be with our kids.
All right, fair enough. DNC Chair Jamie Harrison, really appreciate you coming on the show. Thanks so much for making the time. Changing gears now, one rising star got her own magic carpet ride to Broadway. She was prepared to miss her role in Disney's Aladdin when her flight was delayed. But that same night, she got a text from producers that they'd need her to fill a different role as the lead Jasmine. Our Janae Norman has this magical story.
How did I get here? A fairy tale ending that almost didn't happen. Michaela Renfro, an ensemble actress in Broadway's Aladdin, was on her way back from Europe when her flight got delayed. Then she got this message saying they needed her to play Jasmine.
I was 4 hours into my flight. Our Jasmine, Sonia, had fallen ill. The other understudy in the building had an injury. That's what kind of pushed us into Mick needs to get to the theater.
The task is seemingly impossible to deplane, make it through customs, JFK Airport, and into Manhattan by showtime. But Michaela had a genie of her own. Delta flight attendant Leisha.
This was a Disney production, and we were just going to make sure that we got the lead where she needed to be.
The crew arranging a magic carpet ride of sorts in the form of a Blade helicopter, taking her from JFK to Manhattan in just 7 minutes, in time to shine as Jasmine. And there in the audience, Leisha, who helped make it all possible.
We wanted to make it happen for Michaela. You know, she's following her dreams.
It was just a gift for her to be there. I did the show for her. I wouldn't have been in the show without her. Thank you for everything.
Rather magical. Our thanks to Janae for that. And that is our show for this hour. I'm Lindsay Davis on assignment here in Texas. Be sure to stay tuned to ABC News Live for more context and analysis of the day's top stories. Thanks so much for streaming with us. Coming up in the next hour, the latest developments in court for the man accused of killing an LA County Sheriff's deputy in his patrol car, and an emerging crisis in Sudan. The warnings about the ripple effect of a viral outbreak that's already killed 1,000 children.
Wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Getting you behind the stories as they happen.
ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Streaming free on ABC News Live. From America's #1 news comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter, and customizable to your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
You know, that sounds pretty good.
Give it to me. Your health, your money, breaking news, pop culture, with the biggest stars, music, trends, and of course, good food. GMA 3, what you need to know. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us, afternoons.
For everything you need to know. I love that.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers.
In Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine.
Close to the front line.
From the capital, destructive Cat 4 storm.
You're along I-5.
Boston is in the bullseye.
Let's go.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
It was the ideal marriage. Little did I know I was married to a man who had done something so horrible that it would devastate our lives forever.
Teacher of the Year is now charged with sex crimes.
Only on Hulu.
He was living a double life.
The shocking story behind a #1 true crime podcast.
Prostitutes, escorts. He even cheated on me the week of our wedding.
Betrayal, the perfect husband.
He had a lot of fantasies.
Now streaming only on Hulu.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you?
Yeah. So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do?
Hey, I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 2 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
When I got sent to Idaho to cover the murders of 4 college students, it was a story that didn't make any sense. 4 students stabbed to death in their beds while 2 roommates were home.
You gotta think to yourself, okay, who's the target and how many people would a man go through to get to his target?
I'm Kana Whitworth with ABC News. This is the story of savage murders, a determined small-town police force, and a scholar of crime. This is the King Road Killings. The full series is out now. Listen to every episode wherever you get your podcasts.
Reporting from Atlanta, I'm Steve Osunsami. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Lindsay Davis here in Odessa, Texas. Thanks so much for streaming with us. We are here in this oil-rich corner of the country talking with one of the leading Republicans vying to be the next president of the United States, Ron DeSantis. At an event not far from here this morning, DeSantis launched his new energy policy. Shortly before that announcement, we had the opportunity to sit down with the presidential hopeful for an exclusive interview covering a wide range of issues, including energy, abortion, and immigration. And of course, Texas shares more than 1,200 miles of border with Mexico, and border crossings have been spiking in recent days. Many of the leading Republicans, including DeSantis, have proposed extreme measures to try to address what they call a crisis at the border. We'll have our interview with Governor DeSantis in a moment from here in Texas. But first, Matt Rivers leads us off with more from the border.
Tonight, tensions high across the country. Police pinning protesters down in New York City, arresting 10 people on Staten Island, many outraged over the influx of migrants into the city. From New York to Illinois to Arizona, states overwhelmed, buses arriving daily. In San Diego County, Border Patrol forced to release about 4,000 migrants in just the past week. Processing centers and shelters filled to capacity. Many dropped off at places like this bus stop. Local officials frustrated, demanding action in Washington.
This isn't a political situation. This is not a left or right issue. This is an immigration system that has failed. As a county, we are not resourced to handle this many people, coming in.
Lourdes Gutierrez arrived here 2 days ago from Ecuador. She says she's escaping violence and extortion there.
Por la delincuencia no se puede estar ahí.
Basically, they can't exist because of all that crime.
Lourdes, like so many here, making the dangerous journey. Down the border in Texas, new drone video showing a crush of migrants crossing the Rio Grande River into Eagle Pass, where today officials declared a state of emergency. And hundreds more are coming. Migrants today on top of this freight train, riding for miles to Ciudad Juarez, just across the border from El Paso. Braving the danger just one day after Mexican authorities temporarily suspended train operations after several migrant deaths.
Such scenes of desperation. There are thanks to Matt Rivers for that. Next to our exclusive with GOP presidential hopeful Ron DeSantis, we asked the Florida governor about what's happening at the border. But first, we got his reaction to former President Trump calling his state's 6-week abortion ban a terrible mistake. A number of your opponents have been really critical of your 6-week abortion ban in Florida. Donald Trump, who's in Iowa today, has called it a terrible mistake. He says that you've gone too far. Can you trust that Donald Trump still has the views with regard to abortion that reflect the base of the GOP party?
Well, when you provide pro-life protections that says when a baby has a heartbeat, that there's protections, that is not something that pro-lifers think is terrible. They think that that is a noble and just thing to do. Of course, there have been many other states that have also done that. He claimed to be pro-life. He spoke at the March for Life and was waxing eloquently about how everybody counts. For him to then attack people like Iowa, South Carolina, Florida, all these other states, I thought was a big mistake. But look, I mean, I think he's He's taking positions that I think are different from what he took in 2015 when he first came onto the scene. And I do think he's a different candidate today than he was back then. And I think the one back then was probably closer to where Republican voters want to be than the latest iteration.
You said he claimed to be pro-life. Do you think he is pro-life?
Well, you tell me. I think that if you have something where you have a baby that has a detectable heartbeat, if you're pro-life, you would want to say that there should be protections there. And if he's saying that that's a terrible thing, I know most pro-life voters would think that he's wrong.
When abortion has been on the ballot, whether it's been in battleground states or deeply red states, it's been a losing issue. If we look ahead to the general election, as you know, the polls indicate that the majority of Americans do support some access, at least, to abortion. How do you convince them to support you?
Well, I think a couple things is one, we have a very big, diverse state. There's our country. There's a lot of differences of opinion on this. Here in Texas, they're going to have a much different policy with respect to right to life than California or New York. And so we understand that. We understand that this is a bottom-up movement, that ultimately, you make progress in your communities, in your states. Some will be more than others. But I do think that almost all Americans agree, at some point there should be protections. You wouldn't want to say that the day before birth, it would be fine, to abort an unborn child. You do have national Democrats that have very difficult time articulating when that limit would be. And so I think what you'll see is you'll see different states probably come to different conclusions over the ensuing years. And I understand it'll continue to be an issue. But one of the things you need to do, and I think this is where hopefully we can bring people together, is, okay, once the baby's born, are you still pro-life then? And, people on my side haven't always done a good job of doing that. In Florida, we expanded postpartum medical care for a year for poor women after birth. We've also launched the Fatherhood Initiative to make sure that the dads are there to help. And then we have programs like Universal School Choice for mothers, which a lot of single mothers use. And then we've made all baby items tax-free. So diapers, wipes, cribs, strollers. In Florida, you raise kids tax-free. We think that that's something that's good. And then finally, under my wife's leadership, we have a program called Hope Florida, which is not limited to just single mothers, but that's a lot of people that go in to seek government assistance. We're linking charities, churches, businesses in each community through a care portal so that they can offer help for what's needed. And you know what happens? When those groups get involved, a lot of times there's no more government assistance that's needed. So it's really helped lift people up.
Of course, we're here in Texas. Recently, you've talked about that you would get the military involved to shoot drug cartel members who are at the border. And I want to quote, you said when somebody's got a backpack on and they're breaking through the wall. How would you be able to tell who a cartel member is?
Same way you would tell for anything. I mean, for example, I served in Iraq back in the day. The Al-Qaeda didn't wear uniforms. The typical Arab male had the man dress on. You didn't know if they had a bomb strapped to them or not. They carry around AK-47s, normal civilians would. So you couldn't even say if they had. So you had to make a determination. Can you positively identify somebody as hostile through either hostile action or hostile intent? And then you do it. Same way anyone would do that, even in the United States. So you will do that. We'll be collecting intelligence, but we are not going to let this state get our country overrun with fentanyl. We have tens of thousands of fentanyl deaths every year now, and it's all coming from across the border. And I've met parents in Texas, angel moms in Texas, who've lost kids because of the fentanyl overdose. And the thing is, yes, there are some people that get addicted to opioids, and it's a tough thing to handle. But there's also people who think they're taking a Xanax, and it may be laced with fentanyl, and then their kid dies. And that's a tragic thing. We actually had a case in Florida where a baby died. The family rented an Airbnb. The baby was crawling on the floor. There was fentanyl residue left over from the previous tenant, and the baby died. So this is lethal, lethal stuff. They are killing our citizens. They are invading our country. We have every right to hold them accountable and to fight back.
But with regard to bringing the military in to shoot them, just want to say you have touted yourself as the law and order candidate. How is that not a recipe for chaos?
It's not a recipe for right now is the recipe for chaos. I mean, you see all the people coming across the border. A lot of these countries like Venezuela, they're letting people out of prison and they're sending them to the border. I mean, what is happening in this country is a problem. There's Russians coming across the border. There's people from the Middle East. As much as I hate to say this, I think it's true that we're going to look back at some point and say there's going to have been some terrorist attack in this country that is going to be traced to what's happened to the border. And then, of course, we know run-of-the-mill crimes that are happening. So we've never had a more chaotic situation. As Commander-in-Chief, you have to defend your people, and you have to ensure the territorial integrity of your country. Right now, we have the drug cartels are controlling parts of our border more so than our own U.S. government. That will change when I become president. We'll make sure we're defending the country.
Our thanks to Ron DeSantis for the conversation. We turn now to Washington and the contentious hearing on Capitol Hill with Attorney General Merrick Garland on the hot seat. Republicans are accusing him and the Department of Justice of weaponizing prosecutions against former President Trump. Republicans also lashed out over the Hunter Biden investigation and the, quote, sweetheart deal with Hunter Biden that a judge has since rejected. Here's ABC's Chief Justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas.
Tonight, Republicans on the attack, accusing Attorney General Merrick Garland of running a weaponized Justice Department.
Never in my life would I have thought that I would see such a politicized DOJ. Never in my life would I have thought I would see such a Department of Justice that didn't obey their own rules.
But the Attorney General clearly expecting the incoming barrage, on offense in his opening statement.
Our job is not to take orders from the President, from Congress. I reaffirm today, I am not the president's lawyer. I will add, I am not Congress's prosecutor.
Much of the Republican fire centered on the president's son, Hunter, despite the fact that Hunter Biden is being investigated by David Weiss, a U.S. attorney initially appointed by Donald Trump and appointed special counsel by Garland himself, giving Weiss more independence than a typical federal prosecutor. Today, Republicans claiming that Hunter Biden is getting preferential treatment, even though nearly a week ago he was indicted on felony gun charges.
What stage are we in? We in the beginning stage, the middle stage, the end stage, the keep hiding the ball stage? What stage are we in?
I think this one I would go back to the videotape where I said I'm not permitted to discuss ongoing investigations.
Well, isn't that convenient?
The 5.5-hour hearing at times testy and personal. At one point, a Republican congressman suggesting that Garland approve the targeting of Catholics for unfair investigation. Garland, who often speaks emotionally of the anti-Semitism his grandparents faced, was indignant.
The idea that someone with my family background would discriminate against any religion is so outrageous, so absurd.
Meanwhile, Democrats aggressively defending Garland and suggesting that House Republicans were really there to harm President Biden politically and to help Donald Trump, who has been twice indicted by a DOJ special counsel.
Mr. Jordan hopes to camouflage his assault on the rule of law by falsely claiming that Donald Trump is the victim of unequal justice and Hunter Biden its beneficiary. It is a claim as transparently political as it is devoid of any factual basis.
Our thanks to Pierre Thomas for that. Next to a manhunt after a murder suspect was mistakenly released from an Indiana jail just 2 days after his arrest. Authorities say it took 2 years to capture him, but a clerical error then led to his release. Here's ABC's Alex Perche.
Tonight, a massive manhunt underway in Indiana for 28-year-old accused murderer Kevin Mason, who authorities say walked out of jail, no questions asked, because of a clerical error. The fugitive suspect is charged in connection with the killing at a funeral in Minneapolis in June of 2021. He was finally captured, but then was only behind bars for 2 days.
He was on the run for nearly 2 years, and he was in custody for a short 48 hours.
Mason was arrested September 11th in Indianapolis, but walked out of jail 2 days later due to that alleged clerical error. Picked up by a girlfriend, officials not realizing the mistake for more than 6 hours.
He called for a ride, and we've been tracking that girlfriend since that point in time.
That girlfriend arrested this afternoon, but no sign of Mason, whose escape was kept under wraps for 6 days. Authorities say they kept it out of the media to have a, quote, tactical advantage in finding him.
We knew we're following. We didn't want anyone else to follow him, and we thought it was to our advantage to follow her until we find where they have him.
Our thanks to Alex Verche. A chilling new discovery. A child was exposed to fentanyl and weapons in New York City. Investigators say some of the drugs were found across the hall from the room where a 10-year-old slept. It comes after a toddler was killed at a New York City daycare where police say fentanyl was being dealt. ABC senior investigative reporter Aaron Katursky has the latest.
Tonight, for the second time in less than a week, authorities in New York City say they found potentially lethal amounts of fentanyl frighteningly close to children. Just before 5 a.m., NYPD officers moving in, raiding this house in Queens and arresting 5 people. In the basement, police say they found an arsenal, including a rifle and several handguns. Upstairs, officers found 4 kilos, nearly 9 pounds of cocaine and heroin mixed with fentanyl, along with these devices used to press the drugs into bricks, suggesting a large-scale operation. But the more troubling discovery was where the drugs were stored, just feet from a 10-year-old's bedroom.
Fatal doses of legal narcotics is just across the hall from where a 10-year-old child is sleeping. It is completely unacceptable.
It comes just days after 4 children were poisoned at their daycare in the Bronx, where a brick of fentanyl was found atop a pile of playmats. 1-year-old Nicholas Dominici died. The 3 other children had to be revived with Narcan.
Fentanyl is a killer. Fentanyl crept into our illicit drug supply like a cancer, slowly and deceptively, and is now in everything and everywhere.
The 10-year-old in this latest case has been removed from the home and is with Child Services. The kid is going to be fine, but Lindsay, it takes just a tiny amount of fentanyl, what can fit on the tip of a pen, to potentially be fatal. Lindsay?
Just so dangerous. Our thanks to you, Aaron. Now to the deadly ambush of an L.A. County Sheriff's deputy while sitting in his patrol car. The suspect has pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity to murder charges. His family says he suffers from mental illness, and authorities say he purchased a gun legally. Here's our Mola Lengi.
Tonight, Kevin Cateno Salazar, now charged in the ambush murder of L.A. Sheriff's Deputy Ryan Klinkenbrummer.
Kevin Salazar is facing charges of murder, accompanied by 3 special circumstances.
Those special circumstances: killing committed against a peace officer, lying in waiting, and discharge of a firearm from a moving vehicle. Earlier today, Cateno Salazar in court wearing what appears to be a suicide prevention vest, entering a dual plea of not guilty and not guilty by reason of insanity. Law enforcement sources telling ABC News Cateno Salazar confessed to fatally shooting Deputy Klinkenbrummer Saturday evening as he sat in his patrol car outside the L.A. County Sheriff's Office in Palmdale. The 29-year-old taken into custody Monday after an hours-long standoff. Investigators saying they recovered numerous firearms and a vehicle of interest from the scene. Law enforcement sources saying that the gun allegedly used in the shooting appears to have been legally purchased by Cateno Salazar. Investigators are now actively trying to determine whether Cateno Salazar had an officially documented history of psychiatric problems and whether that should have prompted red flags to stop him from purchasing firearms. His family saying he struggled for years with mental disorders, including schizophrenia.
It wasn't him on his right state of mind. It was that sickness, the sickness controlling him.
And today, Deputy Klinkenbrummer's body was transported to a funeral home, his family walking behind a flag-draped casket. Today, his fiancée speaking for the first time.
We were just engaged, planning to get married and start a family. Ryan, I miss you and I love you so much.
Well, Lindsay, the L.A. County Sheriff saying tonight they are hoping for nothing less than the maximum punishment under the law. If convicted, Salazar faces life in prison without the possibility of parole. He's currently being held without bail, Lindsay.
Mola, thank you. Still much more to get to tonight here on Prime. Coming up after a major controversy and a player boycott, Spain's women's soccer team is back on the field. The deal athletes made with the country's football federation. But next, the aftermath of devastating and deadly floods in Libya, the desperate search for thousands of people still missing.
Whenever news breaks,
the crush of families here in Poland.
Here in Kentucky, no match for the tornado.
From Monterey Park, California, on the ground in Ukraine.
Reporting from Uvalde, Texas.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine.
Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
from Kathmandu, Nepal.
Truckee, California, covering record snowfall.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
Here at this airport in Tampa, it's already shut down.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Reporting from Jerusalem.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is, we're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
Everything is so fine, little bit of sunshine. Some more, just a little bit. Breathe more, just a little bit. Smile a little more, and I'm into it. I've been running through this strange life. Pictures on my phone, like everything is so fine, little bit of sunshine.
Good morning, America. All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you? Yes.
So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do?
Hey, I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 2 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
I'm Whit Johnson, reporting from Maui. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Welcome back, everyone. We're tracking several developing headlines around the world. In Libya, the search continues for thousands of people still missing 10 days after floods devastated the country. In the city of Derna, international recovery teams are helping desperate families find their loved ones. The World Health Organization says hospitals in the country have reported around 4,000 deaths so far. A warning about an emerging health crisis in war-torn Sudan. More than 1,000 children in refugee camps have died of suspected measles and malnutrition, with thousands more at risk. The country's medical sector is crumbling 5 months into a raging conflict between the country's army and a paramilitary group. And Spain's World Cup winning women's soccer team is back on the field after the country's football federation agreed to make immediate and profound structural changes. The players boycotted their national team after the head of Spain's football federation, Luis Rubiales, kissed Captain Jenny Hermosa after the World Cup finals. As part of the deal, a number of senior officials at the Football Federation will be dismissed. And still to come, she's made history on the football field and helped to crack the glass ceiling for women working in the sport. The first female NFL referee reflects on her career and the struggles that threatened to stop her rise.
When I got sent to Idaho to cover the murders of 4 college students, it was a story that didn't make any sense. 4 students stabbed to death in their beds while 2 roommates were home.
You gotta think to yourself, okay, who's the target and how many people would a man go through to get to his target?
I'm Kana Whitworth with ABC News. This is the story of savage murders, a determined small-town police force, and a scholar of crime. This is the King Road Killings. The full series is out now. Listen to every episode wherever you get your podcasts.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television. From America's #1 news comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter, and customizable to your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you? Yes.
So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do?
Hey, I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 2 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
Welcome back, everyone. We've been coming to you from Odessa, Texas. And while this area is largely known for its energy production, the other big popular pastime here Football. Just a couple of miles from where I stand is where you'll find Permian High School, home of the Panthers, who cemented their legacy with so many wins they were made famous in Friday Night Lights. And as the country gets back into the football groove, our next guest is no stranger to the gridiron, making her story in the NFL. Shannon Easton is a former NFL referee and the first woman to ever do it. Though officiating in the NFL has been a lifelong dream of hers, nothing could fully prepare her for the road ahead. In Easton's new memoir, Lady Ref, Making Calls in a Man's World, the former official candidly shares the obstacles she faced during her journey. Shannon's inspiring story details the hard work, sacrifice, and fight to make it in the male-dominated world of sports. And Shannon is kind enough to join us now. Thank you so much for being here. You are the first woman official. You became an NFL referee back in 2012. What made you decide that 10 years later, you're going to tell your story?
I felt it was a story that needed to be shared. It is something that I believe can inspire women that coming after me. And I just wanted women and really anybody to know that dreaming big is something that they don't need to be afraid to do.
And what was that process like for you as you were rising up through the ranks with the NFL?
It was a challenging process. It was long. I started at the lowest level, youth football, worked my way to junior college. And then when I had the opportunity in 2012, got the email asking if I'd be interested in working, I felt that the timing for me was perfect and it was the right time to make the move and to just do what I came to do.
In your book, you describe experiences with sexual harassment, sabotage, and misogyny within your NFL career. How did you keep the motivation to keep on going despite all the odds stacked against you?
A couple things. Number one, faith in God definitely helped me to persevere through a lot of things. And then just the wonderful people that were supporting me. Yeah, there was, of course, going to be some challenges, some people that were fighting against me, but I always say for every person that says, no, you can't, just surround yourself with 3 or 4 or 5 people that say you can. And the support I had, I couldn't have been more blessed with the people that were surrounding me.
Always got to find those people who are
Absolutely.
in your corner and can say yes. Really good advice for people in all different walks of life. You mentioned that after you were grabbed by a coach, you cemented your authority. You wrote, I stayed true to myself and to the rules and did what I've always done. I remained calm and professional and did my job as if none of the hostile actions had taken place. You coined the term good presence. What does that mean to you?
Good presence is something that you really can't teach in an official. You either have it or you don't. And it's a presence that borderlines on cocky, but doesn't quite cross that line. And that presence helps people to know that you are in a state of calm and cool, that no matter what happens, you're in control and you are going to remain professional.
Why did you ultimately decide to leave the NFL?
It wasn't my decision to leave the NFL. When the officials came back, we were all let go. And through many circumstances, which you can definitely read about in the book, why I wasn't asked back. My support team, one by one, left my corner, so to speak. Things just kind of fell apart for me in terms of making my road back to the NFL.
What's your message to readers, and especially to women who work in male-dominated fields?
Simply put, dream big, please work hard. You know, the doors have swung wide open for women, but that doesn't mean that you don't have to work hard. You still have to work hard. So dream big, work hard, and most importantly, trust God.
Some good advice there, Shannon Easton. We thank you so much. Shannon's book, Lady Ref, Making Calls in a Man's World, is now available wherever books are sold. And that is our show for tonight. I'm Lindsay Davis on assignment here in Texas. ABC News Live is here for you all night with the latest news, context, and analysis. You can always find us on Hulu, Roku, the ABC News app, and, of course, on abcnews.com.
When I got sent to Idaho to cover the murders of 4 college students, it was a story that didn't make any sense. 4 students stabbed to death in their beds while 2 roommates were home.
You gotta think to yourself, okay, who's the target and how many people would a man go through to get to his target?
I'm Kana Whitworth with ABC News. This is the story of savage murders, a determined small-town police force, and a scholar of crime. This is the King Road Killings. The full series is out now. Listen to every episode wherever you get your podcasts.
ABC News, America's #1 news source.
Reporting from Manhattan, I'm Diane Macedo. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live. This is Nightline.
Jess Ickes wasn't planning on leaving LA anytime soon. And at this stage in life, she definitely didn't think she'd be moving back in with her folks in Vero Beach, Florida.
It's very embarrassing to feel like I'm a grown person who can't pay my bills, but I know I'm not the only one.
She's in the industry, as they call it here in LA, and even though she's not a writer or an actor, the ongoing strikes in Hollywood have left her out of work for months, leaving her to pack up over 20 years of memories.
I have to think about what will fit in a 10 by 10 storage unit. So that has been stressful.
Ickes is one of hundreds of thousands who have done the work that have helped Hollywood tick, working as location manager on shows like The Dropout.
What if you could test your blood in your own home? And what if it wasn't a whole vial, but just a drop?
And Hacks.
It's going to be hard to work together if we can't communicate.
We don't work together. You work for me.
You're making it really hard.
Most people think, oh, people in Hollywood, they must be actors or producers or writers. What is it that you actually do, Jess?
Sometimes I scout. I'll do the contracts, agreements, negotiate the price. Once we get the location set, then I find parking lots, crew parking, base camp parking, truck parking, put in the permits, kind of like being an event planner, but planning a wedding every week.
When SAG-AFTRA joined picket lines in July, the industry had already been reeling for months from the domino effect of the writer's strike.
I know that this strike is not easy. In fact, it's hard. It's very hard. And with the passing of time, it's going to even get harder.
And just last week, a show of force as A-listers hit the picket lines.
Here to support the union as a proud SAG-AFTRA member.
Margot Robbie, Oscar Isaac, Kal Penn, and John Cho, among the biggest names to join in solidarity. Actors, writers, makeup artists, crew members, all fighting as one as the SAG-AFTRA and Writers Guild strikes wage on. And thousands of people like Jess are having a hard time making ends meet.
I was collecting unemployment, which is helpful, but not survivable.
Not in LA,
Yeah,
really.
it's $450 a week, and that is not a lot. So yeah, I borrowed money. I got money from my dad. My aunt randomly sent me a check. I did food stamps for the first time.
Between the WGA and SAG-AFTRA, over 170,000 people are out of work. And while Jess isn't in either union, she's one of more than 700,000 Californians included in the industry.
This has affected everyone top to bottom. It's not just writers and actors. It affects the sound editors that work on these shows. It affects the production designers who build the sets, the cinematographers who shoot, the editors that put these shows together.
Both unions have their own contracts and lists of demands for the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers.
For writers, their big sticking point is surrounding the writer's room. They want a minimum writers on shows for X amount of weeks. For SAG, one of their main sticking points is regarding residuals and data transparency.
The strike is trickling down to every part of the Los Angeles economy.
As I'm estimating right now that the overall impact is upwards of $5 billion right now total in terms of the economy of California. And that's not just the losses certainly that the studios might incur, things like that, but that's also the discretionary income that that workers and things like that, your actors and your writers aren't able to spend on goods and services that they normally would.
And now entering what should be the fall premiere season, viewers will feel the effect as some of the most popular shows are delayed.
There's not going to be fall returning TV, no Abbott Elementary, no Shrinking, no, all these shows that you've grown to love are going to return and won't return for some time, because when we go back to work, it's not like just turning a switch and everyone's back to work.
And the 2023 Emmys were supposed to air last night, but have been rescheduled to early 2024.
I cannot wait to see this human. Let's get him right on out here.
One of daytime TV's biggest stars, Drew Barrymore, was set to return for her show's season 4 premiere this week after previously standing in solidarity with the unions.
I've been through so many ups and downs in my life, and this is one of them.
Thank you. The host was hit with fierce backlash online and stood by her decision in this since deleted social media video.
We aren't going to break rules, and we will be in compliance. I wanted to do this because, as I said, this is bigger than me, and there are other people's jobs on the line.
But after mounting pressure online, Barrymore reversed course, announcing the show would go on pause until the strikes conclude.
And when they come back, people remember who stood with them during these negotiation times, who stood with them when they were fighting for their livelihood.
I first spoke with Kendrick Sampson back in July on the first day of the SAG-AFTRA strike.
There are no excuses. Right now, you're being greedy and inhumane.
He expressed his frustrations about what he deems unfair residual compensation for his work on HBO's Insecure and countless other popular shows.
I got an envelope of 56 checks, and out of 50 of them, I would even venture to say 10 of them didn't equal $1.
How many times do you think you've come out to picket? We caught up with Kendrick back on the picket lines as the strike continues into its second full month. Are people getting desperate at this point?
People were desperate in the beginning. We're just exhausted. It's breaking my heart to see how many people, and people don't understand, especially for black folks, every person that leaves is a bit of the infrastructure that we have to protect our stories.
Is there a point at which people have to relent and be like, okay, we're going to lose, but maybe we can moderate our demands?
No. No. If you do that, you lose sight of what we're fighting for. So if we relent, we get the pennies that we started with. And we know we deserve more.
The AMPTP and WGA head back to the negotiating table tomorrow, but in the meantime, some big-name stars have used their larger platforms to advocate in solidarity. Promoting his independent film at the Venice Film Festival, Adam Driver spoke out about the discrepancies between big studio and indie projects.
Why is it that a distribution company, a smaller distribution company, like Neon and STX International, can meet the dream demands of what SAG is asking for, but a big company like Netflix and Amazon can't?
The likes of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, Nicole Kidman, Ben Affleck, and more contributing millions to the strike fund, which provides emergency funds and health care for striking actors.
Now, if The Rock were to stand on a picket line, the perception might be you make hundreds of millions of dollars. What are you fighting for? There are people that are out there that are fighting for the people that need help, but they also don't want to suck up all the oxygen in the room.
All right, well, we're all moved into storage. Behind me is my whole life in a 10x10 storage unit.
For now, Jess is trading the life she knew in Tinseltown for a new one in the Sunshine State, but she says this isn't goodbye, it's see you later. How long do you think you're going to be out there for?
I'd like to think that sometime after January 1st, I will drive back and there will be work. Every time I talk to someone, everyone thinks we won't be back to work until the new year.
It's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you?
Yes. So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do?
Hey, I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 2 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show. Hit me with them good vibes, pictures on my phone lights. Everything is so fine, little bit of sun.
America every Friday.
The hottest trends, styles, and must-have. What's the right stuff to buy right now? I really love that. It's time to buy the right stuff.
Yes!
And save big time, too.
The right stuff.
Fridays on GMA. You're going to love it.
With so much at stake in our world right now, we wanted to thank you for your trust and for making ABC News America's #1 news.
And thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news. First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Everybody in that home is okay.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. We are here at fashion's biggest night out.
What's happening today? YouTube has unveiled a new set of policies.
What people are talking about, the new ad campaign.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
A real-life Barbie dream house.
A name change for the Wienermobile.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television. From America's #1 news comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter, and customizable to your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now.
When I got sent to Idaho to cover the murders of 4 college students, it was a story that didn't make any sense. This is the story of savage murders, a determined small-town police force, and a scholar of crime. I'm Kana Whitworth with ABC News. This is The King Road Killings, a new podcast from ABC Audio. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
You're watching America's #1 streaming news. Keep streaming with ABC News Live.
Variety is the spice of life.
Tony Saxon creates things for a living, like melodies as a musician, and million-dollar mansions as a construction consultant for some of the most demanding and particular jobs on the market, like this so-called Barbie Palace in Northridge, California.
And when I find myself in many different fields, that's when you find yourself meeting a lot of people, and that's when you find yourself getting crazy referrals. And that's the next thing you know, you end up in that house.
That house. A Malibu beachfront home purchased by Ye, formerly known as Kanye West.
What did you know about Ye before?
Nothing. I just knew who he was. You see him everywhere. Never voluntarily listened to any of his stuff.
Saxon says it was a referral, turned walkthrough, turned job offer.
Day 3 of this.
From the artist behind Stronger, one of the highest profile celebrities in Hollywood.
That's how long I've been on ya. What was your understanding of what you were going to Malibu for?
Nothing. I just went. That walkthrough turned into me walking in and seeing there's all these people there scrambling around. I see all of them scrambling around trying to be like, okay, now he wants this, now he wants that, now he wants this.
Saxon, who's not a licensed contractor or electrician, says he was tasked to remodel the property Ye reportedly purchased in 2021 for more than $57 million.
I was the project manager, as an umbrella term, the caretaker, security guard. I was the coordinator. I was the cleaner. I was the direct line between him and a lot of the different facets of his organization.
But he says it also came with another cost.
I can't do any kind of physical labor again. I feel like a 75-year-old man now.
Saxon is now suing Ye, claiming he is owed nearly $1 million in unpaid wages and was forced to work in dangerous conditions.
And you're saying you were eating, sleeping, living here the whole time?
Yeah. Yeah.
What did that look like?
A little POW cot in the corner of the, you know, whatever. It's not like I need to stay at the Ritz-Carlton.
It's just so bizarre. It's something that an employer would be on notice of and that no reasonable person would say that's okay. You just can't have employees do that. It's not safe.
Now, Ye never explicitly asked him to sleep there, but while he was there, he says he does recall seeing some familiar faces.
And then get this.
Yeah.
Kim Kardashian walks in with the 3 kids. And then one of my guys walks in and he sees Kim from far away. And he did the worst thing in the world he could ever do. Hi, Bianca. Now, I didn't even realize that one of the other guys, well, look, we're all old. We all don't know what the heck is going on.
According to sources that ABC News has spoken to, Kim, having been mistaken for her ex-husband's new wife, laughed the interaction off.
What's up, Ye?
Ye is one of the most prolific and dominating personalities in music history, and the man behind the explosive brand, Yeezy. But last year, the 46-year-old mogul, making headlines for his repeated offensive and anti-Semitic remarks. Balenciaga cut ties with the rapper, and Adidas, Ye's collaborator on the hugely popular Yeezy brand, ended its partnership since his comments last October. He married designer Bianca Censori in a private ceremony at the beginning of the year. Ye now thrust back in the spotlight, and not for good reasons. According to the lawsuit, Saxon made constant complaints to Ye of various safety hazards, including workers unsafely demolishing various parts of the house with no safety equipment. No action was taken by Ye to address the complaints. Saxon claims that the working conditions worsened to the point that he told Ye that he had injured his back severely and needs time off to rest. The star allegedly disregarded Saxon's concerns and instead responded by asking to discuss the next phase of the project.
I told him I got hurt. I said, my back and my neck are destroyed. I can't be up there, and I can't be sleeping there. Now, look, admittedly, I always had back, but like my neck, that was the nail in the coffin. So you can only pay people so much to do crazy work.
Then Saxon says things came to a head one day when Ye allegedly demanded Saxon to remove all of the electricity and windows from the house, which led to Saxon expressing concerns about the extreme danger of such actions. Despite his explanations, Ye allegedly persisted, raising his voice, and insisted on moving large generators inside the house.
He goes, well, you got generators, just do the generators. And I'm like, we can't have them outside, it's gonna blow our spot. And he goes, well, put them inside. I said, you cannot have carbon monoxide running into a building, exhaust from generators. We're gonna suffocate everyone. So that's when he looks at me and he goes, he was just furious. He's like, if you don't do what I ask you to do, you're a Clinton, you're a Kardashian, you're an enemy. And I'm not gonna be your friend anymore, and you're only gonna see me on TV. I just looked at him, and the first thing I said, I don't watch TV. And I walked out. And he said, get the hell out.
See, before things got sour, was there any part of you that liked, that you liked that kind of kept you around?
I liked him. I liked him.
But some of Saxon's claims could be difficult to prove in court. Saxon didn't sign a contract before he started working, and says he voluntarily put in extra hours.
The devil's in the details, and the details are usually in a contract. If it's all verbal and no witnesses, the details get really difficult here.
I'm an old school dirty rock and roller. You gotta stay late, you gotta sweat, you gotta work.
And while he's suing for unpaid wages and money of his own he says he spent, exactly how much that is in total isn't in the lawsuit.
How much of your own money are you saying that you put into this project?
Everything that I felt responsible for as my own on that. Every single thing, because it was coming to me. It got to the point where I told him, like, we're out of money. You need to send more money. We're completely out of money.
Can I hear a number of your own money? How much you used?
A lot.
So, Tony, how much of your own money are you saying went down the drain?
I put it this way, every ounce of my body, soul, and pocket invested in that job. And are you gonna turn down an opportunity to work with a multi-billionaire?
After Saxon's firing, which he says violated disability and labor laws, the construction consultant says he's come to a sobering reality.
My mental state is just crazy, and my neck is broken, and I can't do anything. I was just so happy to be out of there that even going inside a Burger King felt like I was in a Taj Mahal.
ABC News reached out to Ye for comment, but did not receive one at the time of this broadcast. But Saxon says he's not backing down.
I've been through hell in my life. You cannot scare me. You cannot embarrass me.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers.
In Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine.
Close to the front line.
From the capital.
Destructive Cat 4 storm.
Here
along I-5. Boston is in the bullseye.
Let's go.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
Wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Streaming free on ABC News Live.
When I got sent to Idaho to cover the murders of 4 college students, it was a story that didn't make any sense. 4 students stabbed to death in their beds while 2 roommates were home.
You gotta think to yourself, okay, who's the target and how many people would a man go through to get to his target?
I'm Kana Whitworth with ABC News. This is the story of savage murders, a determined small-town police force, and a scholar of crime. This is the King Road Killings. The full series is out now. Listen to every episode wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you? Yeah.
So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do?
Hey, I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 2 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show. Kerry Washington, you ready?
Sunday night.
You are bearing your soul.
Yeah.
Why?
Well,
you're not supposed to make me cry. I'm supposed to try and make you cry.
Kerry Washington, Robin Roberts, Sunday night on ABC.
With so much at stake in our world right now, we wanted to thank you for your trust and for making ABC News America's #1 news.
And thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
It was the ideal marriage. Little did I know I was married to a man who had done something so horrible that it would devastate our lives forever.
Teacher of the Year is now charged with sex crimes.
Only on Hulu.
He was living a double life.
The shocking story behind a #1 true crime podcast.
Prostitutes, escorts. He even cheated on me the week of our wedding.
Betrayal, the perfect husband.
He had a lot of fantasies.
Now streaming only on Hulu.
Reporting from Santa Fe, New Mexico, I'm Lindsay Davis. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
6 weeks after so much devastation on the Hawaiian island of Maui, a sign of hope. Lahaina's historic banyan tree, a symbol of the island for its 150 years of life, regrowing its first leaves since the fires.
We're so happy to see that the banyan tree is coming back to life, and we're also happy to see the other native trees in Lahaina coming back to life.
Volunteers have been tending to the tree, aerating the soil, providing nutrients and water. Their efforts coming to fruition.
This is what you've called a slaughterless house.
Oh, yes, yeah.
The equipment looks like a commercial brewery, but it's not beer they're making.
So that's where it all starts, just a few cells.
It's meat. So you're making meat in here.
Yes.
But I don't see any animals and I don't see any animal parts.
Well, that's the trick, right?
Stainless steel bioreactors or cultivators produce real meat from animal stem cells. You're making chicken in there.
Yeah, so if you look at this, this is approximately a 200+ liter tank. And we take cells from a chicken or an egg.
Dr. Uma Valetti is a cardiologist who founded Upside Foods, taking on a food chain as old as time.
It takes 2 weeks to grow the equivalent of 1 chicken, 1,000 chickens, or 100,000 chickens.
So you're saying in this factory, you can make more meat faster and cleaner than an average farmer?
Well, ultimately, yes.
We saw how cells kept on ice can be replicated on a large scale, fed a mixture of vitamins, fats, sugars, and oxygen in tanks, growing into tissues of chicken. Is it safe?
Absolutely. The best indication for this is 2 months ago, we are the first company in the world to get FDA green light to bring cultivated chicken to the market.
For decades, scientists have pursued growing meat from cells as a way to protect animals and feed a booming global population.
The demand for meat is continuing to grow and double, and we just don't have enough resources nor ability to continue to grow that much meat.
The environmental benefits could be even bigger. Animal farming requires vast amounts of land and water, and the animals, especially cows, are a major source of greenhouse gas emissions, 15% of the total worldwide.
Farmed beef generally has some of the highest environmental impacts among most foods. So if that's your point of reference, almost anything, including cultivated meat, will look more sustainable by comparison.
Rachel Santo at Johns Hopkins University says the potential is tantalizing.
There's been a growing body of research showing that our dietary choices are a major contributor to climate change.